Chapter 191. When all the players disappeared from view, Bai Fu heard a special reminder as usual. Plot participation is being confirmed, 0%, 10%. Current plot exploration of Zuyuan Star is 13.4%. Current plot exploration of Indigo Star is 8.1%. Current plot exploration of the initial Gate Galaxy Cluster is 0.2%. Role positioning is being corrected, 0%, 2%. Role positioning is corrected from Legendary Protagonist of Zuyuan Star to Legendary Protagonist of Zuyuan Star plus Legendary Demon God of Indigo Star plus Player Guide of the initial Gate Galaxy Cluster. Role setting is being corrected, 0%, 2%, Bai Fu was surprised and asked. To her surprise, her role was not replaced by a new one like before, but 2 new roles were added while retaining the original role. Will the legendary role be retained forever? Bai Fu's mouth twitched, and she suddenly thought of something. When she cleared all the novice planets, she would have dozens of legendary roles, and when the players introduced her, they would spend several minutes just reading these roles. It's a bit outrageous. But she likes it. The more positions she has, the more players will think she's awesome. The more players think she's awesome, the more they will follow her. The more players follow her, the more new positions she can get, and a positive cycle will be achieved. And since the official has retained these positions, it shouldn't be without any benefits, right? A few minutes later, the character setting correction was completed, and Bai Fu hurriedly began to look through each correction prompt. Correction 1. Your race has undergone a special evolution, and the skill Psychic Super Perception has been corrected to Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye is a perception skill like Psychic Super Perception, but its perception range is larger. After reaching LV10, the detection radius reaches 1,000 meters. Moreover, with this skill, Bai Fu can detect the flow of energy even if she does not transform into a shadow ghost. Yes, it's a good thing. Correction 2. Skill Miracle Resonance Correction to Night Resonance Bai Fu. Miracle Resonance is the super rare skill similar to Yulia's Consecrated Link. Before the correction, it was a general skill that could not be upgraded. Bai Fu could select a target to bind. After the binding was successful, both parties could enjoy a 3% full basic attribute bonus. After the correction, it became Bai Fu's exclusive skill and could be upgraded. At LV1, it could only bind one target, and the bonus was still 3%, but after upgrading to LV2, it could bind 2 targets, and the bonus increased to 5%. It is worth mentioning that the upgrade method of Night Resonance, Bai Fu, is very special. Bai Fu cannot increase its level by consuming experience. Its level is linked to basic inspiration. For every 500 points of basic inspiration, the level will automatically increase by 1 level. Bai Fu's current basic inspiration is more than 1100, so she can bind 2 targets. Just choose Anya. Bai Fu found that there was an inexplicable connection between her and Anya after she lightly touched the attribute panel. Very good, now she is in a two-way connection with Anya and Yulia. If she works hard to connect Xia Shi and Fei Yi, she can evolve into the 4-winged angel Bai Fu. Bai Fu is happy about another thing. She found that she could get a unique skill or talent every time she strengthened recently. It seems that she performed very well, so the official intends to adjust her to the direction of a special boss with unique skills and talents. This is undoubtedly good news. Correction 3. Exclusive Talent Supernatural Signs, Bai Fu, corrected to Exclusive Talent Evolved Body, Bai Fu. Compared to Supernatural Signs, Evolved Body the change is actually not big, only adding a basic psychic value limit plus 10%, but this new addition is very significant for Bai Fu. Who doesn't want to be more durable? Bai Fu hopes so anyway. The only problem is that Yulia will have to help her replenish her mana next. There is no way, the demand has increased. Bai Fu flipped back and saw that revisions 4 and 5 popped up at the same time. Revision 4, Template Shadow Ghost, Prayer, revised to Exclusive Template Lord of the Night. Revision 5, you have obtained the Indigo Star Legend Certification Lord of the Night, Indigo Star. Bai Fu. These 2 prompts made Bai Fu's eyes light up. Wow, Exclusive Template, new Legendary Certification? These 2 revisions are enough to make people happy, but what surprised her even more was that the names of the Exclusive Template and Legendary Certification were both Lord of the Night. The real Lord of the Night was killed by me, and now the official has issued me a new certification. This is the official Lord of the Night. I, Bai Fu, ask you if I am a Fu or not. Bai Fu proudly put one hand on her waist. With this, she is not afraid of players continuing to dig deeper into her identity for a while. Bai Fu excitedly clicked on the detailed description of the new template and the new legendary certification. Lord of the Night, the template gave her an additional 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of constitution, 15 points of intelligence, 20 points of spirit, and 20 points of inspiration in terms of attributes, and an additional 5 points in the conversion of inspiration psychic energy value, and an additional 150 points/minute in the psychic energy recovery speed, which more than doubled her psychic energy recovery speed. Of course, with the super assistant Yulia, she doesn't care about this recovery speed. Lord of the Night, the bonus of the template is not high, but it is an exclusive template, a template that can be further strengthened, and it is expected to be in the future. The benefits of Lord of the Night legendary certification are similar to those of Zhu Yingxing's Card Queen legendary certification, and there are also 2 items. The first bonus is to increase her basic mental resistance by 50%. Counting the 50% bonus provided by Shadow Ghost, her mental resistance has doubled compared to before. In a sense, she has become more durable. The second bonus still affects the Silent Court camp. Under the influence of the Night Master certification, all players who join the Silent Court can obtain a special buff of plus 5% of all basic resistance. In fact, basically all major camps have their own exclusive bonuses. The difference is that the bonuses of most camps are fixed, while the bonus of Baifu's Silent Court camp can grow. This alone is enough to attract many players to join. You did a good job, planner. Baifu gave a thumbs up. Before this wave of enhancements, her upper limit of health was 30,703, and her upper limit of psychic energy was 40,210. After this wave of enhancements, her upper limit of health became 31671, and her upper limit of psychic energy soared to 52390, an increase of more than 25%, which was very exaggerated. Baifu continued to read the revised content behind. Correction 6. Character strength positioning changed from normal hidden boss, Star C, to regional boss, Sea Lion Galaxy. Correction 7. Ichi, Teresa changed to Silent Courtyard. Indigo Star Division. Manager. Correction 8. Xiaosher changed to Silent Courtyard. Repair Supervisor. Mechanic. Correction 9. Silent Courtyard subordinate Dark Moon Tide Private Armed Company will be changed to a well-known force in the Sea Lion Galaxy in version 1.4 Final Tide. Correction 10. Ulysses Star will be set as the player's main city in version 1.4 Final Tide. Correction 11. Silent Courtyard Faction Management Interface adds title function. The following 6 corrections are basically positioning corrections, which can be regarded as the official recognition of her efforts in version 1.3. Only correction 11 is the most special. Baifu opened the camp management interface and found that after the title function was turned on, she could set a title as a task reward when issuing camp tasks to players. This function has quite a lot of restrictions. The official set a reference line, and the bonus of the title she issued could not be higher than this reference line. The number of titles she could issue every day was also limited. If she wanted to increase the upper limit, she had to improve her strength and the reputation of the camp first. But Baifu didn't care much about this kind of thing. She just knew that she had another way to cut the leaks of players. Who says titles must have attribute bonuses? Players often collect titles not for the bonus, but just for the collection or the specialness that comes with the title when it is next to the name. Using this tendency of players, she can deliberately set some limited titles with very special names to seduce players. For example, Friend of Baifu, Baifu's Most Trusted, Baifu's Solid Backing, etc. Oh, by the way, she can also set God of Wealth in the Silent Garden, Baifu's Chief Investor, etc. to stimulate players to spend money in the store she opened, and suck the blood of players fiercely. If there is something she wants to do, but is embarrassed to say it, she can also hint to the player to do it through the title, which is very helpful for her to maintain her image of kindness and justice in front of the players. It's the title that tempts you to do bad things, and it has nothing to do with me, Baifu. Try it immediately after the new version is launched. If the effect is good, the efficiency of extracting experience will be higher in the future. Baifu licked the corner of her lips excitedly. It's so tiring to do tasks. It's better to exploit players. The exploited players are happy, and she is happy too. This can only be called a win-win party. How can a party that can't pursue a win-win situation be called a win-win party? Baifu closed the faction management interface. The strengthening ends here. Now it's about half a month before the 1.4 version final trend is launched. She doesn't have anything important to do for the time being. Considering that she has been running around in the Sea Lion Galaxy for several months and has hardly rested, she is going to give herself a vacation. But before the official holiday, she still had a few small things to do, the first of which was naturally the popular card gambling. After the upgrade, she still had more than 800 million experience points. With so much experience points in hand, she naturally had to gamble her luck. This time, Bai Fu chose to combine cards in the direction of control and summoning. After investing more than 50 million experience points in succession, she successfully combined a bunch of low-level blessing cards and low-level weakening cards. She couldn't use these cards herself, but she could easily use them to cut the leaks of players. In addition to these low-level cards, she also combined 2 rare cards, namely Dark Vortex and Phantom Fufu. The effect of Dark Vortex is to generate a vortex. The attributes of the target attracted by the vortex will continue to decrease, and the physical strength will continue to be lost. The effect of Phantom Fufu is to summon a true spirit that looks like Bai Fu, and can use some of Bai Fu's skills. After upgrading the prayer card to plus 10, the strength of this Phantom Fufu is equivalent to that of a medium-level A-level superpower. It is very powerful, but the production cost of the prayer card is very high. Bai Fu is so poor that she dare not make a plus 10 Phantom Fufu casually. It's not a big problem. If you can't make plus 10 Phantom Foe, then make plus 1, plus 2 Phantom Foe first. What plus 1, plus 2 Phantom Foe isn't strong enough? It's okay, Bai Fu didn't plan to use it herself. She planned to open a rental store in the Silent Courtyard, specializing in renting prayer cards to players who want to buy complete prayer cards but are short of money. This series of summoning prayer cards is the first batch of her fist products to be launched. Let the players who are mercenaries hire her prayer cards to complete the mercenary tasks. Oh, this is so reasonable. After finishing the card betting, Bai Fu walked down from the roof and found Fei Yi, who was still awake. She gained a lot of experience on this trip to Indigo Star, but she didn't earn any credit points at all. After all, the currency of Indigo Star is not credit points. Whether it is to buy psychic crystals, prayer card raw materials, or various advanced knowledge, it takes a lot of credit points. The poor Bai Fu can only ask Fei Yi for help. But she is not here to eat free rice. Not long ago, she got a bank card from Fei Yi. If she comes to Fei Yi to ask for money again, it would be too shameless. Bai Fu came to Fei Yi, mainly to ask about the situation of the battle card game Cosmic Network, which is very popular in the 3 major cosmic civilizations. It is too limited to make money by just accepting endorsements and shooting commercials. She must find more ways to make money. Yes, once you are selected by Cosmic Network and made into cards, you can indeed share a part of the profits from the card sales every year. You asked me how much money I can share every year? I don't share much, just more than 300,000 every year. I heard that those superpowers, who are very famous in the 3 major cosmic civilizations, can earn tens of millions, or even more credit points every year through sales commissions. This number is not exaggerated at all. The number of supporters of those superpowers is in the hundreds of billions. Even if only 1 out of 1,000 supporters buys his card, the sales amount is huge. In fact, this is a disguised investment. Cosmic Web is a game developed by a company under the Eternal Investment Fund, the most well-known investment fund in Titan industry. The Eternal Investment Fund has maintained good relations with many dominant and even superpowers through the share of Cosmic Web. It's still a little difficult to be noticed by the Universe Network with your current strength, but your popularity is actually enough. Once you can reach the minimum standard of the Universe Network, you will definitely get a much higher share than me. Maybe the Eternal Investment Fund will give you an extra sum of money. They often take the initiative to invest in some superpowers, who they think have great potential. Fei Yi's words explain the issue that Bai Fu was concerned about clearly. More share and extra investment? It seems that he has to keep working hard. Have a good rest. I won't bother you anymore. After saying goodbye to Fei Yi, Bai Fu returned to her own residence. Put on some hot water, lie in the bathtub, soak in the warm water, and leisurely read the posts and videos that Tian Tai Erjinren and others posted in the community during the time when she was not in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, so as to understand the situation of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The good news is that although the contradictions between the Secret Tower and the civilizations of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster have been provoked, the 2 sides are not in a hurry to fight, but are making their own preparations. She doesn't have to rush back for fear of missing important plots. The bad news is that after she and Yulia fled from Ulysses, the furious Cecilia smashed all the buildings she and the players had built on Ulysses. Damn bad woman. Bai Fu was furious. When she becomes an S+ superpower, she will never let Cecilia off easily. At least she will hang her up and beat her before killing her. Fortunately, after Cecilia vented her anger, Manu, who had received her notice before, vented her anger for her. After careful preparation, Manu brought a large number of superpowers to the Stone Crystal Company. The people of the Stone Crystal Company were caught off guard. They tried to run away, but all attempts became useless under the siege. In the end, Manu successfully wiped out the entire Crystal Stone Company and captured 2 special agents from the secret tower headquarters. Only Xixia escaped because she was not in the Crystal Stone Company at the time. The destruction of the Crystal Stone Company increased Bai Fu's contribution to the destruction of the secret tower to 0.6%, which was a gratifying improvement. You plotted against me, and this is the end. Bai Fu crossed her legs excitedly. In the following days, she took Anya, Yulia, and others to wander around Indigo Star. They saw many beautiful sights and met many people, paving the way for the development of the Indigo Star branch of the Silent Garden managed by Ichi and Teresa. During the trip, Bai Fu did not forget to find Yulia to help her stack the Apostle's Heart. After learning that her race had evolved into a shadow ghost, Yulia was very much looking forward to doing experiments with her. When she heard that she took the initiative to invite her, Yulia immediately agreed. Do it hard. Who would hate doing experiments with Bai Fu? It turns out that it can be done this way. What a powerful ability, Yulia exclaimed. Since she met Bai Fu would always show a side of her that she had never seen before. Studying Bai Fu made her feel like she was delving into a bottomless pit that would never reach the end and could always find new surprises in the process of groping forward. This exciting feeling made her sink extremely. She wished she could be entangled with Bai Fu every day, but even as calm as she was, she had to consider Anya and the others' opinions. On the 7th day, with the help of Yulia, Bai Fu successfully stacked 3 layers of the Apostle's Heart. I can finally take a break. Otherwise, I get sick sooner or later. Bai Fu temporarily stopped the stacking operation, but Yulia was still reluctant, which made her roll her eyes. Still reluctant, you know your body is not as good as mine. On the 10th day, Bai Fu found that the official finally released the final trailer of version 1.4 while browsing the player community. Version 1.4 is the penultimate version, before the Star Ocean version. The name of this version is Final Tide. From the name, we can see that most of the main storylines of the Novice Planet will end in this version. As for version 1.5, it is a transition version from the Novice Planet to the Star Ocean. The official trailer focuses on the atmosphere of the main storyline mission being pushed to the final climax in the first half of the video. The passionate BGM makes Bai Fu's heart beat faster, not to mention those players. But there are still some discordant voices in the video barrage. I don't want any main quests, I just want Fu. I can't stand it anymore. Once the new version is launched, I will immediately send a signal to Shanghai. Remember to let Fu come to rescue us after receiving the signal. When we go treasure hunting, there is no way. The players of Zuyuan Star and Indigo Star are eating too well. It is hard for players of other Novice planets not to be greedy. In the second half of the official promotional video, the official previewed the Shanghai version and edited a lot of Shanghai pictures. As a celebrity in the Sea Lion Galaxy and the official designated Sea Lion Galaxy regional boss, Bai Fu appeared many times in the second half of the trailer. Bai Fu simply calculated and found that her appearances were 3 times higher than the second place. The most appearances and the longest appearance time. Isn't this the treatment of the protagonist? When you think about the fact that Ulysses Star has been divided into the player's main city, although the official has not said it explicitly, it is clear that she has been recognized as the protagonist in the Sea Lion Galaxy. Identity. Good. Bai Fu was overjoyed. Now she only needed a mission dedicated to her to be on par with Vic, Elon, Sui Shi and others, and become the protagonist of the Sea Lion Galaxy. It's not easy to directly snatch other people's missions. It's best to create a main mission like in Zuyuan Star. This main mission must be grand and eye-catching enough, so that she can overshadow the other protagonists and enjoy the glory of the protagonist alone. When she becomes the only protagonist of the initial gay galaxy cluster, it will be a bit inappropriate if the official does not let her be the poster girl. Bai Fu casually flipped through the comments in the video comments section, those who praised her or were crazy about her. As she flipped through the comments, she saw someone howling Wabao has released a new video, an analysis video about Fu's role positioning in the Shanghai version. Everyone go and watch it. Wabao G? Bao, you came just in time. Bai Fu quickly clicked on the link, wanting to see how Wabao G was praising her this time. Chapter 192. Every time a version is updated, Digging G will make an interpretation video for the promotional video. This series of interpretation videos is very popular among the player community, because players find that no matter how exaggerated she says in the video, as long as the speculation is related to Bai Fu, it will eventually be confirmed to be true. For example, Digging G said that Baifu is the protagonist of Zuyuan Star. After 3 versions, everyone found that Baifu is not only the protagonist of Zuyuan Star, but also the real protagonist, and a legendary protagonist whose name is recorded in the history of Zuyuan Star. For example, Digger G said that Baifu's plot would not be interrupted even after she arrived at the Star Sea. It turned out to be true. In version 1.3, Baifu not only became famous in the Sea Lion Galaxy, but also returned to Indigo Star, proving that she was the Lord of the Dark Knight. Now players are eager to know what other stories and settings Baifu has. Before Digger G released the new video, a player who claimed to be the deputy director of the Fumin Propaganda Department posted a post titled 3 questions about Fu Fu in the community, which aroused widespread discussion. One question about Fu Fu: how old is Fu Fu this year? As we all know, the Demon God Rebellion on Indigo Star occurred hundreds of years ago, and the Lord of the Dark Knight was also one of the first demon gods born hundreds of years ago. From this perspective, the Lord of the Dark Knight, Baifu, is at least 400 or 500 years old. But it's hard to make a conclusion about this kind of thing, because there is reincarnation in the worldview of Above the Stars. Fu Fu may have reincarnated, and she is still a teenage girl in this life. Teenager? White-haired old woman. Be careful, Fu Fu will kill you with one punch. Old woman, wife. What the hell, Fu Fu is my wife. The discussion about Baifu's real age went completely off track in the end, and what really attracted the attention of players were the following 2 questions. Second question to Fu Fu: how did Fu Fu get from Indigo Star to Zuyuan Star? There are many speculations among players about this question. Some players think that Baifu and Anya accidentally encountered a space crack, were sucked in, and were lucky enough not to die, and were finally thrown to Zuyuan Star. Other players think that this explanation is too perfunctory, and it can't explain the background settings such as Baifu's betrayal and returning to the Reborn Empire, nor can it explain why Baifu's strength has increased so fast, and why there is no force called the Court of Silence on Indigo Star. The third question is no less discussed than the second one. 3 questions for Fu Fu. What is Fu Fu's specific role in the game? Protagonist? Psychic professional mentor? 4 versions have passed, and even the dullest players can see that things are not that simple. Among all the NPCs, Baifu's strength is not the strongest, but she is definitely the most active. Her role must be very complicated. The new video released by Digging G this time is similar to the official promotional video, divided into 2 parts. The first half of the video analyzes the new content of the 1.4 version update. In fact, there is nothing much to analyze. The 1.4 version mainly increases the player level cap and makes a lot of small updates to warm up for the official player PK competition. The second half of the video answers the 3 popular questions in the community from her own perspective. After the main quest of Indigo Star was completed, I was thinking about how to do this video. Today, I can finally talk to you about how I think of Fu Fu. In the video, Digging G excitedly waved her right hand, and then 2 photos of Baifu appeared beside her at the same time. One is the cold and silver moon-like Lord of the Dark Knight, Baifu, and the other is the smiling Q version Fu Fu. She is both a terrifying demon and a warm and caring elder sister. She is both a cold card queen and, accompanied by the continuous recitation, the photos of Lord of the Dark Knight, Baifu, and Q version Fu Fu kept appearing alternately on the screen. This segment attracted countless players to repeatedly brush the barrage in the video. Queen Fu Fu is the best Fu Fu. Fu Fu stepped on me. Nonsense, the gentle Fu Bao is the real best in the world. At the end of the recitation, Digging G solemnly knocked the small blackboard behind him with a long wooden ruler in his hand. She is Fu Fu. She is not the poster girl, but she represents Above the Stars better than the current poster girls. Recently, people have been asking me how I view Fu Fu's position in the game Above the Stars. My answer is the sound effects of the typewriter overwhelmed the voice of Digger G, and then 2 words appeared on the blackboard. Mentor! Yes, you read it right. In my opinion, the protagonist of the plot and the psychic professional mentor are not enough to summarize Fu Fu's role in the game. Fu Fu's real position is a mentor, not only the mentor of the players, but also the mentor of a group of NPCs. When this sentence was said, a dense number of question marks suddenly appeared in the video. Even Baifu, who was watching the video at the moment, was stunned for a moment. Huh? So it can be praised like this? Before clicking on the new video of Digging G, she thought that in this video, Digging G would at most analyze her background story, what tasks might be triggered for her in the future, and then emphasize again at the end of the video that she would still be the protagonist with a lot of scenes even in Shanghai. But what she didn't expect was that Digging G completely jumped out of this cliched way of playing, and took the praise of her to a new level right from the start. Protagonist? Professional mentor? No no no. Fufu is a mentor, which means the big daddy of players and NPCs. Baifu couldn't help but admire. It has to be you, Digger G. If she had met a normal up host, who did plot analysis instead of Digger G, she would probably still be fighting wits and courage with the True Society and the Gene Primarchs on Zuyuan Star. As for when she could enter the Star Sea, it's hard to say. After all, a normal up host would never say confidently that she might be the protagonist right from the start when doing plot analysis. Without the identity of the protagonist to help her attract the attention of players in the early stage of the game, it would take a lot of time for her to deal with the Wildfire Gang alone. Baifu continued to watch the video. It turns out that Dig G was not just bragging, she was well prepared. After saying that Fufu's real position is a mentor, she spent a lot of space to prove her statement. First of all, there was help from the official. First, the official personally certified that Baifu is a psychic professional mentor. Well, mentor. Second, the official gave Baifu a lot of shots in the new video introducing the content of Shanghai, which implicitly acknowledged that Baifu is the player guide of the Shanghai version. Secondly, she made a guess based on the plot that had already happened. Baifu led the players to fight the True Society and the Primarchs on Zuyuan Star. She deserves the title of mentor. After arriving at Shanghai, Baifu led the players to complete the tasks and helped the players to become famous in Shanghai. She deserves the title of mentor. When Baifu arrived at Indigo Star, everything became even more obvious. Helping players to complete tasks and guiding the confused novice planet protagonist, you can tell me whether she is a mentor or not. She is a great mentor. Many players were convinced by the words of Digging G. Whether Baifu is the player's mentor is still up for debate, but she is definitely the mentor of the two protagonists of Indigo Star. Not convinced? The two protagonists of Indigo Star have already become Fu. Even the players, who are most opposed to Baifu, have to admit that Ichi and Teresa have become Baifu. At the end of the proof, Digging G made some guesses as always, and she boldly stated that Baifu will go to other novice planets next. The reason is very simple. Because Fufu is the player's mentor, the guide of the Star Ocean version, she will definitely not go to only 2 novice planets. From the perspective of game design, such a design is very unfair. But there is one thing I need to remind everyone. Fufu will definitely not go to every novice planet. Some novice planets are not near the edge world at all, but near another star zone. It will take a long time for Fufu to rush there. By the time she visits every planet, version 2.0 will probably be released for a long time. From this perspective, it can be seen that there should be more than one mentor like Fufu in the game, but because there is too little known information now, I can't speculate who the other mentors are. In short, everyone is looking forward to it. In version 1.4 or 1.5, these information should be gradually revealed. The speech of Digging G can be said to have raised the expectations of those players on the novice planets near the edge star zones. Really? Will Fufu really come? Guaranteed. Great. Baifu, good boy. These days she has been thinking about how to reasonably explain her next action of running to each novice planet, and she hasn't figured out the reason yet, and Digging G has already thought of a reason for her in advance. Hey, Digging G is not really a game planner in disguise as some players said. In any case, Digging G's video has helped her a lot. This is the real god of publicity. After making a bunch of confident guesses, Digging G came back to answer the first 2 questions of 3 questions for Fufu. She speculated that Baifu took Anya away from Indigo Star in some way after the Night of the Gods on Indigo Star, and the two wandered all the way to the territory of the Rebirth Empire, where they joined a hidden organization, the Silent Court. Because Baifu was very talented, she quickly stood out in the Silent Court, but unfortunately, the Silent Court encountered an accident later. Someone betrayed the Silent Courtyard. Although Fufu wanted to stop it, she was powerless and was seriously injured. In desperation, she could only flee with Anya, who was also seriously injured. The two of them fled, and finally escaped to Zuyuan Star by accident. Not long after, the game was officially launched and players also came to Zuyuan Star. Then, Fufu and our story began. As for how old Fufu is, I think Fufu is not actually that old, because Anya looks like she is only 12 or 13 years old. Some people will ask if the demon god of Indigo Star was born hundreds of years ago. This is easy to explain. There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Fufu encountered a time rift or froze herself when she left Indigo Star, so that hundreds of years had passed in the outside world, but she and Anya were still the same. The second possibility is that she encountered a similar thing while fleeing to Zuyuan Star. After answering the 3 questions, the new video of Digging G was completely over. What a good video. Baifu couldn't help but praise it, feeling that she was not satisfied. That is, she cannot register an account in the community like a normal player, otherwise she must add coins, collect, and charge her battery for Digging G's new video. What is a perfect video? This is a perfect video. Most players were originally looking forward to how the main storyline of their novice planet would develop after the 1.4 version was launched, and how they would go to the starry sky next. After Digging G's video came out, most players were not very interested in how the main storyline would develop. How can watching the main storyline be more interesting than watching Fu Fu? How can fighting with those monsters be more interesting than following Fu Fu's ass and drinking soup? The loyal Fu guards are always waiting for Fu Fu to come to our Jingu Star for guidance. Come to our Samuel Star. It's guaranteed to be fun. Hee hee, you can drink Fu Fu's soup. Baifu smiled and flipped through the posts in the community. She is now looking forward to version 1.4. When the new version is online, I have to reward Digger G. What reward should I give? Baifu thought about it for a while, and finally decided to give Digger G an exclusive title, which not only showed Digger G's uniqueness, but also called on other players to learn from Digger G. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone if they praised her more. As for other rewards, Digger G would not be able to use them even if they were given to her. After all, Digger G was a clumsy player. She played the game for the atmosphere, and whenever there was a need for fighting, she would just watch the show from the side. Baifu closed the community and began to wait at ease. 4 days passed in a flash, and at noon, the server of Above the Stars was opened on time. Players who had been discussing it in the community for a long time rushed into the game as soon as possible, especially those players from Indigo Star, who ran faster than each other, fearing that Baifu would leave Indigo Star during the period when the game was down for update. Good news, after the server was launched, the players of Indigo Star found that Baifu was still staying in the Indigo Star branch of the Silent Courtyard, and welcomed them warmly when they saw them coming back. Even better news, after using advanced reconnaissance on Baifu, a player found that Baifu's boss title and legendary certification had an additional Night Master, which was officially certified that Baifu was the Night Master. For a time, Digging G and the first player who guessed that Baifu was the Night Master became famous in the community. With this popularity, more players believed Digger G's analysis in the video. Since there is good news, there must be bad news. The bad news is that Digger G received a new Task Star C explainer issued by Baifu as soon as she went online. The task content is very simple. Just introduce the basic situation of the Star C to the players of Indigo Star. But the reward of the task is not simple. Exclusive title Baifu's first player friend. After seeing such a title appear on Digger G's head, other players were all stunned. Wow, an exclusive title. It's an exclusive title, but the name is so special. Fufu's first player friend. This is the first officially certified player friend. Indie. Gaiawofu and other guild players were so envious that their eyes turned red. Even the players of the Jinchi Chongtian guild were moved after seeing this. They were not envious of the title of the first player friend, they were just envious of the exclusive title. Doesn't having an exclusive title mean that they are awesome? Damn it, let Digging Treasure get there first. Ah, why am I not the first one? Many players think this is bad news, because Digging G got the title, and they didn't, but Digging G thinks this is another good news. This is the Fu Bao that she keeps praising Fu Fu. Baifu's plan is quite successful. After launching Digging G as a model, she quickly strikes while the iron is hot and gives Jianqi Chongtian, who buys the most things in the store, the title of Baifu's chief investor. Now all other players were stimulated. Can the title system be played like this? For a while, many players began to try to brush hidden titles. Baifu specially set up a set of title templates. Whenever the money or experience consumed by players in the store reaches a certain level, they will automatically obtain the corresponding title. She deliberately set the standard higher, so that there is no need to worry about the title issuance time of some players having to be postponed, because the number of titles issued on the day has reached the upper limit. These titles don't have many attributes, but they can be placed next to the names, which is enough to stimulate some players, especially those with a collecting habit, to spend money. Okay, more. Baifu harvested for 3 consecutive days. After 3 days, the 3,000 players who followed her to the Star C from Indigo Star were selected. She calculated the time. It has been more than a month since she left Ulysses Star and came to Indigo Star. It's time to return to the Star C. If she continues to stay in Indigo Star, she won't improve much. Whether it's buying psychic crystals to upgrade skills, or buying advanced knowledge to trigger job transfer tasks, or buying items that can increase intelligence to increase the profit's adaptation rate, they can only be done in the Star Sea. Are we finally going to the Star Sea? The Indigo Star players, who received the news, cheered. They had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Even those who were not selected were in a good mood. They were not selected this time, but the route had been opened, and they would have plenty of opportunities to go to the Star Sea in the future. When they heard that Bai Fu was leaving, Ichi and Teresa were reluctant to let her go, and Bai Fu comforted them. But not everyone was reluctant to let Bai Fu go. At least the president of the star-chasing country was eager for Bai Fu to leave earlier. As the president, how could he want to have a Superman above him who could easily destroy him and his country at any time? However, although the president of the star-chasing country wanted Bai Fu to leave quickly, he actually did not hate Bai Fu, but was very grateful to her. If Bai Fu had not suddenly appeared, Indigo Star would still be attacked by monsters, and he would be threatened by those daring secret societies from time to time. Bai Fu's arrival brought a new order to Indigo Star, which was what most people expected. Bai Fu's arrival also made them realize how big the world is. They are no longer arrogant, but have devoted themselves to research, looking forward to the day when they can truly connect to the Sea of Stars. After everything was ready, Bai Fu took Anya and the other players on board the spaceship. Under the gaze of countless people, the spaceship broke through the clouds and flew into the boundless Sea of Stars. The next stop is the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. Just as Bai Fu's spaceship entered the warp flight state, a group of players in the distant Jingu star successfully made a long-distance signal transmitter. They asked Digging G to buy the blueprint of this transmitter for them. In order to make this transmitter, this group of players suffered a lot, but it was all worth it for them. Especially after learning that Bai Fu was a player mentor, they were even more excited. Other players will never think that we have this trick. I hope Fufu can come here as soon as possible after receiving the signal. Okay, stop talking. Send the signal. As the button of the signal transmitter was pressed, a set of signals crossed the distant starry sky and reached the initial gate galaxy cluster. Beep beep. Almost at the same time, the Star Network and the Secret Tower received this set of signals. What does the signal translation say? Manu asked. The signal monitor said, General Manu, this seems to be a signal to Saint Bai Fu. Bai Fu? Manu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 193. Under Manu's urging, the signal monitor quickly sent the translated signal to his communicator. He clicked it immediately. After the signal was translated into the common language of the Star Network community, it was not long, with only more than 100 words at most. The sender was signed as Jingu Star Immortal Representative Feng Yijing, and the main content said that Jingu Star was in crisis at this time, hoping that the new saint of the Sea Lion Galaxy, the founder of the Dark Moon Tide Private Arms Company, the Lord of the Dark Night, Bai Fu could come to Jingu Star to help quell the disaster. This set of signals is indeed sent to Saint Bai Fu. Manu's pupils were shocked. The new saint of the Sea Lion Galaxy, the founder of the Dark Moon Tide, who else could it be but the Saint Bai Fu he was familiar with? But what shocked him was not that this set of signals was sent to Bai Fu, but the name that the sender Fenjiajing called Bai Fu. The Lord of the Dark Night. Wait, the Lord? Manu shook his head vigorously. He was not mistaken. The Lord was stronger than the natural disaster level superpower, second only to the super absolute existence. You have to know that the strongest single combat force in the entire initial gate galaxy cluster is not even at the level of a master, let alone a high-level natural disaster, but only a weak natural disaster. The master mentioned by this Fenjiajing should not be the same as the master we know, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. A master from the Dark Domain civilization. Impossible. The strength that Saint Bai Fu showed before is just... Manu was suddenly stunned. He didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that Bai Fu was a master. A master came to the initial gate galaxy cluster, a small place on the edge of the marginal world star zone, and could directly transform into an empress and do whatever he wanted. How could he be bullied by the secret tower? But when he thought carefully about Bai Fu's strength, he couldn't explain it. When Bai Fu first appeared on Tianhu Star, her strength should be between the peak of A level and S level, but when she appeared again in the Star Cemetery, her strength was already above average among the S-level superpowers. The interval between the two times was less than a month, and the strength improvement was too fast. Even those super-level beings did not improve so fast at Bai Fu's stage, right? Is Bai Fu's talent very high, or is she hiding her strength? Wait, it may not be that she is hiding her strength. It is possible that she was injured, which caused her strength to decline, and now she is slowly recovering. Manu frowned. Whatever the reason, the importance of Baifu in the Star Network must be raised a bit higher, preferably to a level higher than that of the Void Warrior Fae. If Baifu is simply talented, then the Star Network's increased attention to Baifu is equivalent to investing in a superpower, who has the hope of being promoted to a natural disaster, or even a master in advance. It goes without saying how much benefit this will bring to the future development of the Star Network. If Baifu is hiding her strength or recovering slowly from her injuries, even if we cannot make friends with Baifu, at least we will not provoke her. Continue monitoring to see if there are any new signals. I have to leave for something urgent. After instructing the monitor, Manu immediately informed the joint meeting of the Star Network community of what happened here. Clevel, the rotating chairman of the meeting who received the message, replied, "Are you sure this message is really from the Dark Domain? Judging from the wording of this group of signals, Jean du Star should not be Baifu's hometown. If so, how did the undead on Jean du Star know the reputation Baifu has made in the Sea Lion star system?" Manu was stunned for a moment. Maybe they can connect to the Interstellar Network. If they can connect to the Interstellar Network, is it necessary to send this wide area signal to contact Baifu? Can't they contact Baifu directly through the back end of the entrustment platform? Clevel rolled his eyes. Check it first. Now is a time of trouble. Don't fall into the trap of the secret tower. Manu did it immediately. Half a day later, the preliminary analysis results of the signal came out. Judging from the superdistance attenuation value, this group of signals did come from the depths of the Dark Domain. As for whether it came from the hand of the secret tower, it is still unknown. But it's not a big problem. StarNet has its own way to distinguish true from false. When Baifu left Ulysses for Indigo, she left in a hurry and only took some of the players who were on Ulysses at the time. Some players were left in the Sea Lion Galaxy. Manu ordered people to contact those players and get information. At this time, version 1.4 had been launched, and those players went online as soon as possible, so StarNet contacted them without much effort. Jean du Star? How did you know about Jean du Star? Why are you asking this? The Calamity Dragon looked at the StarNet agent, who came to ask questions with a vigilant look. The StarNet agent tried hard, but still failed to get any useful information from the Calamity Dragon. He only deduced from the Calamity Dragon's reaction that Jean du Star did exist, and was indeed related to the undead, Baifu. In desperation, he could only ask other players. After searching for a while, he found the stupid-looking black tiger Ah Fu. If it's this person, it should be easy to get information, right? Have you heard of Jean du Star? Jean du Star? Isn't that the planet where other people live? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Black Tiger Ah Fu asked back. The word player was blocked by the system, but it didn't matter. The Star Network agent didn't care about it at all. He just wanted to laugh now. Oh my god, he really got useful information. He quickly talked a lot of things, such as the threat of the secret tower, maintaining world peace, and the signal from the Dark Domain. It took a long time before he talked about Baifu. As a battle-crazy player, Black Tiger Ah Fu always adheres to the principle of not talking to NPCs when playing games, so this Star Network agent directly annoyed him. You asked me why Baifu's strength increased so quickly? It seems that she was injured or something. I don't know, don't ask me. You also asked me what the master in Baifu's nickname Master of the Night means? Master is master. Can it have other meanings? Okay, I asked you to ask others. I still have to do the task. Black Tiger Ah Fu turned and left, leaving only a tall back to the StarNet agent. Fuck. The StarNet agent was so excited that he was shaking all over. This time he really collected super useful information. He was about to get a promotion and a raise. Thinking of this, he quickly passed the information back to Manu. After receiving the information, Manu quickly found Clavel. Everything is clear. Baifu is the master, a master who was injured and recovering his strength. At this time, Manu suddenly thought of what Baifu said to the media in the Sea Lion Galaxy. The sentence that impressed him the most was, "I want to save my hometown with my own strength." At that time, he thought Baifu was a little stubborn. What's wrong with relying on others at a critical moment? Looking back now, he was still too young. How terrible it is to be able to cause a master to be seriously injured and fall to S level. At least he must be a master. Baifu's refusal of the Star Network's assistance was not a stubborn pretense. She was clearly saving them, and didn't want to involve them, the newbies, in the struggle between high-level superpowers. She is worthy of being the savior saint. Manu couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that Baifu was kind-hearted. After learning that Baifu was a master, he felt that Baifu's kindness came from the heart. Strong, high status, and still so kind. What else can this be but true kindness? In fact, If Manu thinks carefully, he will find that some things don't make sense, such as why Bai Fu, since she is the master, still asks him for advanced knowledge, but he has no intention to think about these things. When he is afraid of the powerful opponents Bai Fu faces, he feels more and more that knowing Bai Fu is a great opportunity for the Star Network to take off. From galaxy-level civilization to star cluster-level civilization, the Star Network has been working hard for this, but after so many years, the Star Network has never been able to keep the natural disaster-level seeds. If they can successfully make friends with Bai Fu, when she is at her lowest point this time, they may be able to take the opportunity to cross this threshold. Manu told Clevel his idea. Clevel and other members of the joint meeting agreed with Manu's opinion. They wanted to make progress. It is worth mentioning that with Bai Fu's personality, if we force her to give her benefits, she will probably refuse, so we have to try another way. Let's use the advertising fee. Isn't she not opposed to taking advertisements? We can invest in her in disguise by introducing her to business cooperation. This method is good, but I have another idea. Didn't she open a private armed company? We can hire more of her undead men. Clevel nodded repeatedly. All of these are good methods, but there is still a problem before them. The signal sent by Jingu Star is a wide area signal, which can be received by everyone except us. If other forces, such as the Secret Tower, also discover Bai Fu's secret and try to contact Bai Fu before us, then we will be under great pressure. Bai Fu hates evil, and the Night Mother of the Secret Tower just made a big fuss on Ulysses Star. Even if they deliberately make friends with Bai Fu will probably not pay attention to them. Manu talked freely. We just need to be on guard against other civilizations, but if the Secret Tower really receives this set of signals, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. According to those undead people, there are also many undead people on Jingu Star. If the Secret Tower sends people to Jingu Star to recruit these undead people, even if only a small number of undead people join them, it will be a big trouble. We can't let the Secret Tower succeed, Manu. Find a way to contact Bai Fu and tell her what happened here. Leave it to me. As soon as the meeting was over, Manu led his men straight to Ulysses. He knew that Bai Fu was not on Ulysses, and he went there to improve Bai Fu's favorability. For this reason, he brought a construction team and asked them to rebuild the buildings that were destroyed by Xixia. After finishing all this, he took the initiative to call Bai Fu. No response? Manu was stunned for a moment. Bai Fu went to the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch, so how could she not receive his call there? He continued to wait, and it was not until the next day that he received Bai Fu's reply. What happened? At this time, Bai Fu had just arrived at the Star Sea with the players of Indigo Star. Manu did not rush to talk about business, but asked back, Lord of the Night? Bai Fu was stunned. How did you know? She just wondered how Manu knew her nickname. After all, she had never told Manu, nor did she say it in the media interview. But in Manu's opinion, the meaning of her words was deeper. How did you know? Isn't this a disguised admission that she is the one? As expected, Bai Fu is the master. Manu never expected that the word Dark Knight Master cannot be split into Dark Knight. Master. That's right. He quickly told the two things about the situation on Ulysses, and the signal sent by Jingu. I'm worried that the Secret Tower will take action. Bai Fu's face darkened. Good boy, there is such a thing? In fact, she had seen similar comments in Digging G's video, but she thought those players were joking, but she didn't expect them to actually take action. The good news now is that even if the Secret Tower receives the signal, since they don't have a reference like the Zuyuan Star, it will take a long time to calculate the exact location of the Golden Valley Star. While the Secret Tower calculates the location of the Golden Valley Star, she can rush to the Golden Valley Star before the Secret Tower, and then, this may be a good opportunity to ambush the Secret Tower once. I can contact the major civilizations of the initial gate and have them ambush near the Golden Valley Star, and when the Secret Tower's people arrive, they will jump out and attack the Secret Tower to avenge Xixia's attack on the Ulysses Star. But Bai Fu's eyes suddenly turned. She felt that such revenge was too light and could not hurt the foundation of the Secret Tower, because no matter how you look at it, the Secret Tower would not send a large-scale army to Jingu Star, and the Secret Tower might not even go to Jingu Star. We have to change another method. Thinking about it, Bai Fu thought of Master Tai Air again. Yes, she can deliberately let some of the players of Jingu Star join the Secret Tower after contacting them. With these players acting as spies in the Secret Tower, she will have plenty of opportunities to retaliate against the Secret Tower in the future. Isn't it better to have a full meal than to ambush the Secret Tower on Jingu Star? Thanks for telling me the news in time. No. Manu smiled and changed the topic to shooting commercials. By the way, Saint, during your absence, some companies have been contacting me. They want you to be their spokesperson. After listening to Manu's chatter for a long time, Bai Fu had a lot of question marks on her head. When she was on Indigo Star, she was still thinking about how to make money. As a result, she had a lot of endorsements coming to her right after returning to the Sea Lion Galaxy. Isn't this a bit too timely? Forget it. No matter what happened, she was very short of money now, so why would she hesitate if there was an advertisement to shoot? As long as it wasn't an underwear advertisement or something that would affect her image, she would shoot it vigorously. Only by making enough money could she support the 4 gold-eating beasts, Anya, Yulia, Xiaoshi and Fei Yi. Oh, she herself was also a gold-eating beast now. Not only that, she was also a suture-eating beast, so it was okay. Thank you. Bai Fu hurriedly thanked Manu, and at the end, she didn't forget to praise the StarNet people. The people of StarNet are so enthusiastic. Bai Fu, like StarNet the most. Manu felt relieved when hearing this. This is a compliment from the master, and it is a compliment from an honest master like Bai Fu. It seems that their plan to win over Bai Fu is going very well. After ending the call with Manu, Bai Fu patted her cheeks excitedly. Yulia asked on the side, "Good news?" Bai Fu nodded. "Good news. I estimate that I can earn millions of credit points this time. After the money arrives, I will buy you psychic crystals. The crystals I buy this time should be enough for you to awaken." Awakening? Yulia's eyes, as cold as ice, suddenly lit up, and her ice-blue eyebrows and eyelashes trembled, showing her inner restlessness. She has always been very calm after mastering the ability to replenish magic. Even if Xiaoshi and Fei Yi kept sticking to Bai Fu, she remained calm, because she knew very well that no matter how others danced, she, who had mastered the ability to replenish magic, was indispensable in Bai Fu's eyes. This complementary relationship was much more reliable than the sparks that she and Bai Fu had rubbed out during the experiment. But from the bottom of her heart, Yulia still felt that this was not enough. She not only wanted to be an indispensable existence in Bai Fu's eyes, but also wanted to be the most indispensable existence in Bai Fu's eyes. Yes, Yulia positioned herself as the main wife. To sit firmly in the position of the main wife, it is not enough to have the magnanimity of the main wife, but you must have the matching strength. Now her strength is stronger than Anya and Xiaoshi, but it is not enough compared with Fei Yi. However, if she can successfully awaken, she will not be afraid of Fei Yi at all. Don't underestimate the power of the true spirit pillar. Let's go and do the experiment. In order to awaken better, I need to have a deeper understanding of my own body, but it is inconvenient for me to study alone, so I need your help. Yulia grabbed Bai Fu's hand. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. Hey, it's still broad daylight now. Swish. The next second, she was pulled into the laboratory next to her by Yulia. 2 days later, the spaceship driven by Bai Fu successfully arrived at the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. As soon as the spaceship landed, Lu Enai and his men surrounded it. During the days when Bai Fu and Fei Yi were away, Herbert and other supervisors took their subordinates to do commissions everywhere, and their scores were very high. However, Fei Yi had disappeared for more than a month, and now his score had completely dropped to the bottom level. According to the development of the situation, Fei Yi would have no chance to compete for the position of director. Lu Enai saw it with his eyes, and was anxious in his heart. The reason why he was so anxious was actually related to the fact that Herbert and others came to visit every now and then. Green Mud knew that Herbert said he wanted to visit Fei Yi, and was worried about Fei Yi's physical condition, but in fact, he was just showing off. But what's the use of knowing it? He is just a B-level superpower, and can't do anything. When Fei Yi followed Bai Fu down from the spaceship with a smile, Green Mud rushed up. Master Supervisor, you are finally back. Where have you been recently? I couldn't contact you. I went to Bai Fu's hometown to take a look, and then... Fei Yi chuckled. She was not stupid, just a little dazed, and of course she knew why Lu Enai was so anxious. My trip was not in vain, you see. Fei Yi pointed, and Lu Enai saw more than 3,000 players coming down from the spaceship one after another. Most of these players he had never seen before, so were these players newly brought by the supervisor, and Bai Fu from Bai Fu's hometown? He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't worry, I'm here, and Supervisor Fei Yi has secured the position of director. Bai Fu was full of confidence. What, Herbert? She could beat him with one punch. By the way, Lu Enai, I have 2 things to ask of you. Bai Fu asked Lu Enai to help her find someone to calculate the location of Jingu Star, and to help her see if there was any advanced knowledge of psychic system for sale on the internal trading platform of Xingyue. Now she was only 2 advanced knowledge and 1 job transfer task away from S+. As long as she crossed this hurdle, no one in the Sea Lion Galaxy could block her light, not even Fei Yi. Just when Bai Fu entrusted Lu and I, the news that she and Fei Yi had returned also spread. What? Bai Fu brought thousands of undead again? Herbert and others who had been living well these days were shocked when they heard the news. They suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. At the same time, the Secret Tower also held an emergency meeting to discuss the group of signals sent by the players of Jingu Star. Chapter 194. Whether in terms of strength or technology, the Secret Tower is far superior to the Star Network. Therefore, in fact, the Secret Tower completed the translation of the group of signals sent by the players of Jingu Star earlier than the Star Network. However, since the butler of the Secret Tower has been busy with other things in the past 2 days, the relevant discussion meeting was not officially held until Bai Fu arrived at the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. In the virtual space, next to the long metal table, the butler folded his hands to support his chin, and listened to the conversation of the participants with a smile on his face. Could this be a decoy deliberately set by StarNet, Tidal Civilization, and Sky Alliance? Like StarNet's rotating chairman Clavel, the people in the Secret Tower were also worried that this was a trap. But the difference was that the people in the Secret Tower were not afraid of it. Danger? As danger itself, they like danger the most. If this is a trap, they may be able to use this trap to buy more time for their plan and give StarNet and other forces a heavy blow. If this is not a trap, then this matter is even more interesting. From the content of this letter for help, Jingu Star should not be Bai Fu's hometown, but Jingu Star should be related to Bai Fu's hometown. Otherwise, they would not know so much about Bai Fu's situation in the Sea Lion Star system, let alone ask Bai Fu for help. Interesting, this means that if we find Jingu Star, we can find Bai Fu's hometown? Revenge. The word suddenly popped up in the minds of most of the Secret Tower members who attended the meeting. After the 2 battles on Tianhu Star and the Star Cemetery, Bai Fu has been included in the Secret Tower's must-kill list. At this time, Lancet, the senior research director of the Secret Tower, tapped the table with his index finger. Compared to revenge on Bai Fu, I think we should be more concerned about those undead people. There are undead people on Jingu Star. If we can catch those undead people, if we can figure out why those undead people are not dead. Hiss. A sudden inhalation sounded in the conference room. You can be resurrected with full health after death. What a tempting ability. After learning that players can be resurrected, the Secret Tower held a discussion meeting to discuss where the player's ability came from. At the meeting, they proposed 3 conjectures. Conjecture 1. The player's ability comes from a cosmic treasure that can bring people back to life. There are many treasures in the Starry Sea. These treasures may be made by a certain civilization or a special individual, or they may be born naturally. They often have some extremely powerful functions. Conjecture 2. The player's ability comes from a special existence. There are countless special tribes and individuals in the Starry Sea, and some special demon tribes have the ability to infinitely resurrect their own demons. Hypothesis 3. These players are not really dead. When some high-dimensional life descends to the low-dimensional world, it is often not their own body, but a projection. The destruction of the projection does not lead to the real death of the body. As long as they take a short rest, or even do not need to rest, they can project the projection to the low-dimensional world again. Among these 3 conjectures, the first one has the most supporters, because this conjecture seems the most reasonable, and the third one has the least supporters, because if the players are really projections of life in the high-dimensional world, then their strength is too weak. How can life that can descend from a high-dimensional world to a low-dimensional world be so weak? Actually, when everyone gasped, Lancet spoke again. Even if we can't figure out the secret of the immortals, as long as we can get them to join our Secret Tower, it will be of great help to our great cause. With such a group of immortals, there is no need to worry about the implementation of many plans. Anyway, they can be resurrected after death. This proposal was highly praised by the butler. This is a good idea. I think we need to test the strength of Jingu Star. I agree. I agree too. We can receive the signal, and Bai Fu should be able to receive it too. If she gets to Jingu Star before us, then send her off on Jingu Star. The butler said this indifferently. If it weren't for getting back the lost mother copy of the dissociated potion, he really wouldn't have taken Bai Fu seriously. He also saw the Lord of the Dark Knight in the telegram, but his imagination was not as strong as Manu's, and he didn't connect Lord of the Dark Knight with Lord. In his opinion, Bai Fu is just a superpower who is slightly stronger than an ordinary S-level superpower. In the galaxy-level civilization, she is considered the elite among the elites, but in a secret tower full of talents, she is not good enough. The task of investigating Jingu Star is handed over to. Let me do it! Before the butler finished speaking, Cecilia, who was sitting in the corner, stood up excitedly. I have experience in dealing with Baifu. Experience? Experience of failure? A discordant voice sounded. Cecilia turned her head sharply, and found that the person who was speaking was a man with a face as white as if painted, and two fleshy horns on his head. Relevant information immediately emerged in her mind. Meta, a psychic, S+ rank, and her relationship can't be said to be harmonious. At least it can be said that they are incompatible. Cecilia's face turned ugly. Meta stood up. Butler, let me investigate Jingxing. I am a psychic, and I am better at dealing with those undead than Yemu. The butler nodded. Then I leave it to you. Let someone calculate the location of Jingu Star as soon as possible. As for Cecilia, I have other plans for you. Don't get involved in this matter. Cecilia wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only sit back indignantly. She was very angry, but she knew that with her strength, status and interpersonal relationships, she had no right to be angry in front of the butler. After the meeting, Cecilia came to the gravity training room that belonged to her as usual. After putting in the hot water and taking off her clothes, she stepped into the bathtub. The swaying water waves and the warm water flow made her feel a little relieved. After lying in the bathtub, Cecilia closed her eyes. She originally wanted to relax, but as soon as she closed her eyes, the gentle look of Baifu hugging her that day appeared in her mind. Paw! Cecilia's right fist slammed into the water, splashing water everywhere. She took a few deep breaths, and it took a long time for her to calm down. Then, she opened the virtual screen and wanted to read the news to distract herself and stop thinking about Baifu. Who knew that as soon as she opened the news website of the Sea Lion Galaxy, she saw the headline of the website clearly saying, Baifu. This name. The Star Network Community Field Department officially reached a strategic cooperation with the Dark Moon Tide Company established by Saint Baifu today. Damn, Baifu again. Sesha swiped the webpage vigorously, and when the webpage stopped, she looked closely. The famous bathroom fragrance brand Xuelong officially announced that Saint Baifu became the spokesperson. Xuelong? She quickly turned her head to look at the small shelf next to the bathtub. If the brand of the fragrance on the small shelf was not Xuelong, what else could it be? Sesha's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Ah! Why is Baifu everywhere? Sesha turned off the virtual screen angrily. She had to vent today, otherwise she would be angry to death. Thinking of this, she jumped out of the bathtub. Soon, heavy breathing sounded in the gravity training room next to her. On the first day back to Shanghai, Baifu gained a lot. She signed 6 contracts in one go and got more than 3 million credit points from the Star Network community. As soon as she received the bank transfer reminder, she went to the internal trading platform of Xingyue to buy 200 psychic crystals. These 200 psychic crystals emptied her wallet, but the improvement she brought was also quite obvious. She first spent 60 psychic crystals to upgrade vision structure and apostle will to LV3, so that she could control 3 psychic structures that could be upgraded. Because she didn't have any suitable drawings at the moment, she randomly designated Phantom Fufu to be her third apostle. Then, she spent 20 psychic crystals to upgrade Psychic Construct Fu, 2, and Psychic Construct Dark Scepter from LV5 to LV6. The attribute bonus of Fu, 2, at LV6 became Strength plus 75, Agility plus 120, and the transparent function was further upgraded. Not only can the clothes become transparent, but also the waifu wrapped in the clothes can become transparent, which has the effect of optical invisibility. It can't be said that it is completely useless in the Sea of Stars, but at least it is still fun. The bonus of the level 6 Dark Scepter is changed to a 35% increase in the effect of active psychic skills, and an additional 30 points of inspiration. In addition, the physical attack of the Dark Scepter itself will carry all the effects of the Dark Attribute Psychic, which is a huge improvement. After the upgrade, Baifu still had 120 psychic crystals in her hand, and she gave all of them to Yulia. Eat. The more than 200 psychic crystals successfully brought Yulia's main career to level 72. After digesting these 120 psychic crystals, Yulia will definitely be able to break through to the S level. As for whether the true Spirit Sun template can be awakened smoothly, it is hard to say. Yulia took the psychic crystal and started eating it in front of Baifu. It used to take her several minutes to digest a psychic crystal, but now she eats it just like eating QQ candy, just bang 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 and throw it into her mouth. Bai Fu's eyebrows jumped when she saw this scene. Yulia's teeth are too good. If Yulia bites her, she might be able to bite through her bones easily. She couldn't help asking, "What does the psychic crystal taste like?" Yulia held up a psychic crystal. "Do you want to try?" "Forget it." Bai Fu quickly shook her head. She didn't want to eat stones. More than an hour later, Yulia successfully ate all 120 psychic crystals. The amazing thing was that even after eating so much at once, her stomach didn't swell up. At first, Bai Fu thought her stomach would swell up like she was pregnant. Just when Bai Fu was surprised, Yulia's body suddenly emitted a soft white light. Under the white light, Bai Fu felt like she was in a warm embrace, and all the fatigue in her body was swept away. She quickly threw a psychic vision at Yulia. Name, Yulia, Template, Special True Spirit Child, Awakened, Main Occupation, Apocalypse LV11 plus 75, Defender LV10, Secondary Occupation, Doctor LV7 Skills, Control, Advanced Psychic Expertise, True Spirit Substitute LV10, Void Grip LV7, True Spirit Force Field LV3, True Spirit Kingdom LV5, Blessed Heart LV2, True Spirit Incarnation. Talent, True Spirit Child, Strong Luck, Angel Halo, Psychic Energy Spring. Favorability, Indistinguishable, 100, Danger Level, Green. Damn it! Bai Fu couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this panel. This panel data is too luxurious, isn't it? Compared with before swallowing the psychic crystal, Yulia's inspiration has increased by 212 points, and other attributes have also increased by 30 to 100 points. In addition to basic attributes, her various resistances have also seen a significant increase, especially psychic resistance. After this upgrade, Yulia's psychic resistance has increased from being inferior to Bai Fu to 10% higher than Bai Fu. Is this the bonus of the True Spirit Sun template? In fact, the bonus of the True Spirit Sun template is far more than that. Bai Fu took a quick look and found that Yulia had more than a dozen skills after awakening than before awakening. Most of the newly added skills are some damage skills and control skills, but there are also a few exceptions. It is precisely these few exceptions that are the most powerful skills and talents. Heart of Blessing improves the effect of all blessing skills, which is the core passive of psychic support. True Spirit Incarnation, incarnate as a blessing spirit and temporarily attached to a unit, which can greatly improve the attributes of this unit and provide this unit with high-speed recovery, damage transfer, damage bonus, movement speed bonus, and other buffs. Bai Fu, isn't this the Magic Cat in League of Legends? A pure top-level support. In addition to these new skills, some of Yulia's old skills have also been greatly improved, such as Consecration Link. Previously, her Consecration Link could only bring Bai Fu 10 points of additional bonus to all attributes, but now this effect has increased by 1.5 times to 25 points. However, compared to these skills, Bai Fu is most concerned about Yulia's new talent Spiritual Energy Spring. Spiritual Energy Spring. After successfully absorbing the Pillar of the True Spirit, you are connected to the virtual world through some unknown method, and your spiritual energy recovery speed is plus 1000%. Bai Fu exclaimed, "Wow! Yulia's psychic energy recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary psychic praying masters. With this plus 1000% talent, she will never be short of mana." Before, she was worried that Yulia's mana bar would not be able to meet her needs. Now, even if she goes all out and squeezes Yulia at her best, her psychic energy extraction speed cannot keep up with Yulia's recovery speed. It can only be said that the situation has reversed. Before, Yulia was thinking about how to make her happy, but now she is thinking about how to make Yulia happy. Oh, isn't this Bai Fu? Didn't she say she was going to drain me? Why is she so lame after not seeing me for so long? This True Spirit Pillar is too strong. No wonder so many forces want to get it. Bai Fu couldn't help but complain. You should know that Yulia is still not in her perfect form. Her Spiritual Energy Spring talent can continue to evolve, and evolve into a direct connection with the virtual world, making her spiritual energy inexhaustible. Awesome. Bai Fu was excited while sighing. Who doesn't like such a perpetual motion princess, who has a 100% favorability towards herself? Let's combine. Would you like to try my new ability? While Bai Fu was thinking, Yulia took the initiative to invite her. Sure. Bai Fu agreed immediately. To her surprise, Yulia pulled her into the laboratory. You can just use your new ability. What are you going to do? Bai Fu was confused. Yulia explained, you must do this and that first, then that and that before. In short, you have to do the experiment first. Bai Fu, In fact, She had long suspected that Yulia could help her replenish her mana from a distance, but Yulia didn't say it, and the skill description didn't point it out, so she just suspected it. Now, Yulia's actions made the truth clear. Okay, so you play it this way, right? You think you can get revenge after you level up? Although my psychic bar is not as long as yours, my strength, agility, and physique are all better than yours. Okay, today I will let you know what it means to overestimate your own abilities. The results of the experiment are gratifying. After taking into account various bonuses, Baifu's inspiration soared to 1677 points, an increase of 487 points. However, this state can only last for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the effect of the mind blessing disappears, and her inspiration is only 1,439 points. This state can last for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, Yulia and her fusion state ends, and her inspiration will decrease by 100 points again. Although 1677 points of inspiration are not up to the standard of natural disaster level, it is enough to compete with those superpowered people who have just entered the S+ level. Baifu is now full of confidence. If she meets Cixia again, she is confident that she can give Cixia a heavy blow when she is not prepared. It's time to get down to business. Baifu left the laboratory and found green mud. What made her feel sorry was that Star Covenant did not have the advanced psychic knowledge she wanted. The advanced knowledge from level 100 to level 100, and one was not so easy to buy. She could only post a bounty in the trading center first, and then go to Star Network to ask. I'm sorry, we don't have more advanced psychic knowledge here. Manu spread his hands. Then it depends on whether the trading center can help her contact the seller. Baifu was helpless. She planned to take the players from Indigo Star and Zuyuan Star to do a few tasks, while the professionals of the Star Covenant calculated the position of Jindu Star, to improve the reputation of the Dark Moontide Private Arms Company, and to help Fei Yi improve his reputation in the Star Covenant. Ding ding ding. Just as Baifu was looking through the commissions on the commission platform, she suddenly found a private message in her backstage. She clicked on the private message and found that the person who sent the message was Elon from the Consecration Cult. I saw you suddenly come online. Are you planning to accept the commission? I just happen to have a special commission here. What commission? Attack a hidden base of the secret tower. Baifu's eyes lit up immediately. Attack the secret tower? How can she be left out? Send me the commission content and commission reward. A dozen seconds later, Elon sent the message, and Baifu heard the game prompt in her ears. You triggered the commission task. Elon's special invitation. Task introduction. In order to obtain the Pillar of the True Spirit, the Consecration Cult planned a special operation against the hidden base of the secret tower. The Holy Son of the Consecration Cult is very confident in your strength and wants to invite you to join the action. Task target. Assist the Consecration Cult to break through the hidden base of the secret tower. Reward. 5 million experience points, 200,000 credit points, advanced knowledge of psychic system *1. Yes. One of the rewards given by Elon is advanced knowledge of psychic system. After learning that the reward was this, Baifu agreed without any hesitation. After completing this task, she was only one advanced knowledge away from triggering the job transfer task. Tell me the meeting place. I will bring people here immediately. After negotiating with Elon, Baifu immediately led Fei Yi, Anya, and thousands of players to the meeting place. This time she deliberately changed to a smaller spaceship so that the players could squeeze in. If Fei Yi's big spaceship exploded during the operation, she would definitely be heartbroken and vomit blood. 1 day later. The initial Gate Galaxy Cluster, the largest airport in the Tidal Galaxy, the Sailport. Baifu had just stopped the spaceship when she saw Herbert and Tai Erjinren walking down from another spaceship. She was stunned for a moment. You also accepted the mission of the Consecration Cult? Herbert looked at Fei Yi with a smile. Baifu narrowed her eyes slightly. She felt that the situation was a little bad just now, and it turned out to be true. Did Herbert deliberately accept the same mission as them, in order to overshadow her and Fei Yi in this mission, and completely eliminate Fei Yi from the competition for the minister? Good idea. Herbert's plan might have been successful, because Fei Yi couldn't attack it due to the void, and she had just been promoted to S level not long ago. But the situation changed completely after the trip to Indigo Star. Fei Yi's physical condition has stabilized, and she, Baifu, is no longer the old Fu. Now she is Card Queen, Lord of the Dark Knight, and almost complete Fu. Chapter 195. Baifu smiled and greeted Herbert, and then the two separated. There was still an hour before the agreed time, and neither Baifu nor Herbert was interested in staying with each other. Why torture yourself? It's better to take a good walk around the neighborhood with this time. The tidal galaxy is very different from the Sea Lion galaxy. The main body of the Sea Lion galaxy is a star network community formed by multiple civilizations. Due to various historical issues, the star network community only controls about 3/5 of the area of the Sea Lion galaxy, while the main body of the tidal galaxy is a single civilization, the tidal civilization, and more than 95% of the area of the entire galaxy is under the control of the tidal civilization. This highly unified situation, coupled with a certain degree of locational advantage, has made the tidal galaxy develop much better than the Sea Lion galaxy. It can be seen from the throughput of the sail port that Baifu can see spaceships constantly passing through the sky as long as she looks up. This extraordinary busyness is not seen in the star network, but it does not make people feel stressed. Tidal civilization has its own set of artistic aesthetics, which is reflected in architecture, clothing, food, and other aspects. Shuttled in the urban area attached to the sail port, looking at the high-rise buildings and roads that combine ancient style with modern technology, as exquisite as garden scenery, Baifu just felt relaxed and happy. If I remember correctly, Sui Shi, the leader of the holy music band of the consecration cult, is from the Tide cult. Why did she go to the consecration cult in the Sea Lion galaxy instead of staying in the Tide civilization? Fei Yi explained, I have heard of this. Before joining the consecration cult, Sui Shi was an idle trainee at an entertainment company in the Tide galaxy, but just before her debut, an accident suddenly occurred, and everyone in her idol group except her died. All dead? Digger Ji, who was following closely behind Baifu, widened her eyes. Like a cat that found a ball of yarn, she could not wait to point the video recorder in the game at Fei Yi. The other players around stopped making noise at this time, and gathered around. Yes, it was a big deal at the time, because the group she was in had attracted much attention in the tidal galaxy before their debut, and gained a group of fans. The fans were expecting them to be very popular after their debut, but who would have thought? Fei Yi's mouth twitched. Before their debut, someone in their group was very popular. Digging Ji asked, was it Suishi who killed her? Fei Yi shook her head. It wasn't her, it was someone else. That person was killed by Suishi after killing other members. Baifu was stunned for a moment. So fierce? Is it possible that the murderer was instructed by Suishi, and Suishi killed her to silence her after she committed the crime? Digging Ji asked again. This kind of plot is quite common in the suspense movies she has seen. Fei Yi smiled. It's not that complicated. With the technical level of the tidal civilization, it is very simple to reproduce the situation at the crime scene. Suishi was only 10 years old at that time, and she couldn't hide it. In short, after this incident, Suishi's idol career was over. She stayed in the appraisal agency for a long time. After leaving the appraisal agency, she was sent to the mental healing center. While in the mental healing center, the consecration cult took a fancy to her, and she joined the consecration cult. Digging Ji nodded thoughtfully. She had a hunch that what Fei said was an important plot, and it seemed necessary to interview Suishi. The crowd wandered around the ground city for another half an hour before rushing to the hotel booked by the consecration cult. Is it Void Warrior and White Lady Saint? Welcome to Sailport. What? Void Warrior and White Lady Saint? Where? Let me see. As soon as they arrived at the hotel entrance, many people surrounded them with excitement. As a selectable character in Cosmic Web, Fei became famous in various galaxies of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster a few years ago, and White Lady has also become popular from the Sea Lion Galaxy to other surrounding galaxies. On the one hand, it is because White Lady herself is beautiful, more beautiful than many celebrity idols, and on the other hand, it is because the major forces in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster have been attacking the Secret Tower recently. When the Secret Tower often appears in the headlines, White Lady, who slapped the Secret Tower twice in Tianhu Star and the Star Cemetery, naturally became famous with this favorable wind. There are many advantages to being famous, but there are also many disadvantages. For example, now Baifu and Fei Yi's way is blocked. Everyone make way, we are here for tourism, we don't have any special mission. Fortunately, the hotel manager came out in time and evacuated the crowd. Until she reached the door of the hotel room, Baifu could still hear someone shouting from behind. Saint, are you and the Void Warrior really in a relationship? Baifu wiped the sweat from her forehead. It seems that we must disguise ourselves when we go on the mission later, otherwise we will be recognized before we even get close. She reached out and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, the door suddenly opened. It was Elon who opened the door with a smile on his face. Looking past Elon, we could see Herbert and Sui Shi in the room. Welcome. Elon smiled and led Baifu and others into the room. Digger Ji, who followed behind, was so happy that her eyes sparkled. Fu is indeed very impressive. After sitting down, Elon went straight to the point and talked about the details of this mission. Aren't you afraid of leaking information by discussing it here? Fei Yi asked in surprise. Elon said, don't worry, this hotel is owned by our consecration cult. There is no safer place in Sail Harbor. Besides, the secret base of the secret tower is not here, so nothing will happen. Fei Yi nodded and said no more. Elon continued to introduce. According to him, the secret base of the secret tower is in the 9th district of the Tidal Galaxy. On the surface, it is a laboratory under a pharmaceutical company, but in fact it is a secret base for the secret tower agents. The purpose of this operation is to raid that base. It would be best if we can capture them alive. If we can't, we must find a way to get the data in that base. As he spoke, Elon tapped his wristband communicator. The blue light scattered, and after a moment, the three-dimensional map of the secret base appeared in the blue light. Once the war begins, the movement of the battle will inevitably attract the attention of the Tide civilization. We have to complete the mission before the security forces of the Tide civilization arrive. The time I chose for the operation is the time when the security forces change guards. Even so, we only have half an hour at most. Elon flicked the three-dimensional map with his hand and talked about his plan. After the operation begins, Saint Baifu, you will be responsible for attacking the main gate, and Herbert will be responsible for the back door. You don't have to worry about anything. Just be ruthless when necessary. We will take all the responsibility of capturing people alive and stealing data. Baifu nodded. She had no objection to the plan. What puzzled her was how the consecration cult knew the location of the secret tower's secret base. The Tide civilization had been investigating for so long, but had not found it. Where did the consecration cult, which was not in the Tide galaxy, get the information? Could it be that they asked Sean, who was captured last time? If that's the case, then this base is likely to be a trap. After all, Sean has been captured, and no matter how slow the secret tower is, it is impossible to ignore the bases that Sean knows about. Aaron said, that's not the case. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the source of the information. Anyway, don't worry, this information will not be wrong. In fact, the location of this base was predicted by the force that the consecration cult is attached to through the ability of foresight. But this kind of words must not be told to Baifu. Baifu nodded doubtfully. When Elon vowed that he would not make mistakes, it was hard for her not to associate this with setting a flag. It seemed that she had to be more careful. The world was so wonderful, and just studying experimental methods with Yulia was full of fun. She didn't want to die young. Next, Elon introduced the internal situation of the secret base in detail. Baifu listened quietly. The excavator standing next to her was not interested in this, so she secretly walked in front of Suishi. Sister Suishi, can I ask you a few questions? Suishi raised her head, glanced at Digging G with her cold eyes, and then lowered her head again. Such an action did not dissuade Digging G. As opposed, Digging G's face can definitely be described as thick as a city wall. She persevered in asking Suishi why she joined the consecration cult and Suishi's views on the Tidal civilization. However, no matter how she asked, Suishi remained silent. Desperately, Digging G could only give up. She did not collect any useful information. Perhaps her favorability was not high enough. She would try again after completing this mission. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Suishi's voice suddenly came from behind her. Why are you following Baifu? Huh? Digging G quickly turned around. Did this trigger a hidden plot? Of course it's because Fu is the main protagonist. Yes, I mean Fu is as dazzling as the protagonist. As dazzling as the protagonist? Just for this reason? Suishi's face showed a disappointed expression. She was not interested in Baifu, because in her opinion, Baifu was not much different from other ordinary people, but she was more interested in players, because players have the ability to resurrect collectively. This special ability destined players to not belong to ordinary people in her cognition. Of course, there are more reasons than this. Fu is very cute. Well, this is not the point. The point is that Fu is a good person. I am the first undead who knows Fu. I followed Fu all the way from that small settlement to here. I dare say that no one knows Fu better than me. Digging G excitedly recounted Baifu's heroic deeds. She thought these deeds could touch Suishi, but in fact Suishi became more disappointed. That's it? She interrupted Digging G. Have you ever considered changing your allegiance and following me? What? Digging G suspected that she had heard it wrong. She looked at Baifu and then at Suishi. Suishi said, they can't hear our conversation now. You chose to follow Bai Fu because of her kindness, right? But such kindness cannot fundamentally change the world. If you want to really change the world, you might as well look at my path, that path. She was about to describe the world she imagined, but Digging G interrupted her instead. Although you sincerely invited me, I refuse. Digging G's expression was very serious. She had a hunch that Suishi's identity was very special, but no matter how special Suishi's identity was, she would never abandon Bai Fu to follow Suishi. Just kidding, she was able to grow from an unpopular up-host who was ridiculed and guessed wrong to a super popular up-host who could become popular as long as she posted a video, all thanks to Fu Fu's thigh. If she was asked to abandon Fu Fu and follow other NPCs now, she would not do it even if that NPC was the real protagonist of the game. Being a person means being loyal. She would rather lick Fu Fu's toes than eat a piece of candy from other NPCs, who tried to seduce her away. She stared at the upright Digging G in a daze. She was rejected, and rejected very quickly. The other party didn't even bother to listen to her expectations for the future. This made her angry, but at the same time, she was curious. Is Bai Fu's kindness really so attractive, or does Bai Fu have a charm that she doesn't know about? For the first time, she began to be interested in Bai Fu. Since you refuse, then just ignore what I said just now. After saying this, she lowered her head and ignored Digging G. Digging G didn't care at all. She held her head high and returned to Bai Fu's back, as if she had won a battle. Not long after, the meeting before the operation ended. Under the leadership of Elon, everyone made special disguises, and then left the hotel through the underground passage of the hotel, and headed straight for the 9th district of the Tidal Galaxy. At the same time, in the 9th district of the Tidal Galaxy, in the underground training ground of Laboratory 013, under Connor Pharmaceuticals, Cixia sat quietly in a virtual training device, her eyes closed, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. The onlookers not far away whispered at this scene. Who is Night Mother fighting with? I don't know, but it should be an S+ rank superpower, otherwise it would be impossible to put so much pressure on her. It would be great if I could be promoted to S+ rank or even Calamity rank someday. Stop daydreaming. Why did the higher-ups send Night Mother here? Honestly, I am more afraid of her than the people of Tidal Civilization. We have to bear the fear. After completing this mission, we won't have to contact her again. The several secret tower agents, who were talking, shook their heads helplessly. Not long ago, they received an order from above, asking them to deliberately reveal their whereabouts through spies planted inside Tidal Civilization to lure Tidal Civilization to attack. Although the above did not clearly state the reason for doing so, they could see from the internal intelligence that the plan formulated by the above had two main purposes. The first purpose was to attract the attention of all parties, and create an opportunity to attack the consecration cult, seize the pillar of the true spirit, and kill the captured Sean. The second purpose was to use the laboratory they were in as bait to ambush the superpowers of Tidal Civilization, and retaliate against the Tidal Civilization's previous attack on the secret tower. In order to ensure the completion of the mission, 2 S+ level superpowers were sent at once, including the disgusting monster of Night Mother Cecilia. You stay here and I go see where the people of Tidal Civilization are. One of the secret tower agents left, and the remaining agents continued to guess who Cecilia was fighting with. But no matter how rich their imaginations were, they could not imagine that Cecilia's opponent in the virtual trainer was actually Bai Fu. Ever since she was stimulated by Bai Fu in the bathtub that day, she now finds the virtual Bai Fu in the virtual trainer to vent every day. Or he pushed the virtual Bai Fu to the ground, then sat on her and attacked her with both hands. Or he completely released his power, and with a quick move of his left and right hands, he beat the virtual Bai Fu to the point where she couldn't breathe. Or he tied up the virtual Bai Fu and trampled her with his feet in various ways. Beating someone up should have been a good way to vent, but except for the first 2 days, the more he vented, the more empty Cecilia felt. The fire in his body not only did not go out, but burned more and more vigorously. She actually knew the reason. Wasn't it because she beat up the virtual Bai Fu, not the real Bai Fu? But what could she do? Her mind was already filled with Bai Fu. She would feel empty whether she beat up the virtual Bai Fu or not, but at least the degree of emptiness would be slightly less after beating her. A dozen minutes later, looking at the virtual Bai Fu, who had been beaten to the point of being unable to move, Cecilia sighed helplessly. Where is the real you? She was regretting it now. Last time, she shouldn't have been so eager to attack Bai Fu. She should have waited until she completely captured Bai Fu's heart before slowly processing Bai Fu. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Exit! Cixia launched the virtual training device without any regrets. The Baifu formed by these data was not as fragrant as a finger of the real Baifu. After leaving the training device, she took a bath, trying to cool down her anxious and hot body, but it was useless. Coming out of the bathroom, she grabbed a passing secret tower agent in annoyance. Where are the people from the Tide civilization? Now, perhaps only real fighting and real pain can make her stop thinking about Baifu for a while. The captured agent looked bitter. Not yet, still on the way, it will probably take another 20 to 30 minutes. So long? When we need to hurry. Boom, before the agent finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly came from directly above the laboratory. Enemy attack? The surging energy suddenly burst out from Sishia's body, and the secret tower agent, who was enveloped by this energy, felt like he had fallen into a frying pan, and felt uncomfortable all over. How is it possible? The people of Tidal civilization can't come so quickly. Impossible? But now it has happened. Sesha didn't care about that anymore. She rushed out from underground immediately. When she was moving, another S-plus superpowered person sent by the secret tower, Tonglu, also took action. Since the enemy has already taken action, there is no need for them to hide any longer. Send the people of Tidal civilization on their way. Bang! Under the impact of the terrifying chi, all obstacles in front of Sisha were crushed. After a few seconds, she flashed directly to the main entrance of the laboratory. Tide civilization, I'm here today, your plan will fail. Sesha floated in the air, looking indifferently at the group of people fighting with the secret tower agents. The group of people all took special protection, wearing uniforms and special masks on their faces, making it difficult to tell where they came from. With her shout, everyone stopped their actions temporarily. It's Lord Nightmother. The agents on the secret tower side were greatly encouraged. Cecilia's eyes swept from left to right, and suddenly stopped when she saw a woman wearing high heels. Wait. This meaty smell, this familiar and charming meaty smell. There's no mistake, Cecilia's pupils turned a conspicuous pink. Baifu, it's you. A scream cut through the night sky. What, Baifu? Everyone in the secret tower looked at each other. Baifu was speechless. The action had already begun, and she didn't expect her identity to remain hidden forever, but the development of the matter was still too unexpected for her. Cecilia? No, sister, why are you here? It's fine if you're here, but why can you recognize my true identity at a glance? I haven't used the prayer card or any iconic skills yet. Could this really be a trap? Luckily, she was prepared. But for the advanced knowledge and the mission reward, this mission must be completed first. Even if it was Cecilia who blocked the way, she just came to test Cecilia's depth. Anyway, with her current strength, she can run away even if she can't beat her. When Baifu was eager to try, Cecilia also became excited. There was a current flowing through her body, and she felt unprecedented comfort. After thinking about it day and night, she finally figured out Baifu. This time, she would never let Baifu escape. Chapter 196. Baifu? When Cecilia shouted this, all the secret tower agents lurking in the number 013 laboratory were stunned. In the Tidal civilization, this name format is not uncommon. But who else could Baifu, who could make Night Mother Cecilia so excited, except Baifu, the Dark Domain Saint, who was famous in the Sea Lion Galaxy? Why is Baifu here? The secret tower agents whispered. Baifu is here, could the Void Warrior be here too? If the Void Warrior is also here then. It seems that there is no need to be afraid. The Void Warrior is indeed very powerful, but it is not like Sisha has never fought with her before. At least Sisha had the upper hand when they fought on Tianhu Star not long ago. The biggest variable now is the army sent by the Tide civilization. It is not clear whether there are S+ level superpowers in that army. If not, then they are just sending food. If there is only one, then they still don't need to be afraid. If there are two or even more, they have to run away as soon as possible. Shouldn't there be many? The secret tower agent frowned slightly. The Tide civilization is stronger than the Star Network community, but the number of S+ class superpowers in the Tide civilization is not large. How could they send out most of the S+ class superpowers at once just because of the news they released? The secret tower agent was still struggling, while Sisha and Tonglu had already taken action. This sudden change surprised Elon and Suishi. They never dreamed that there were two S+ class superpowers hidden in the 013 laboratory, one of which was Night Mother Sisha. Could it be that their plan was leaked, or that the prophetic ability of the adult had a flaw? At this moment, they had no time to think about these things. The situation at the front door was better, but the back door was already in danger. As soon as the copper furnace made a move, Herbert was immediately defeated. The level difference between the two people's main professions was only 6 levels, but the difference in real strength was at least 20 or 30 levels. All this was because S+ was an extremely special level. After the superpower reached this level, the level could not be raised for a while. It was necessary to find a way to continuously improve their main attributes. Only when the quantitative change led to the qualitative change could they usher in the real awakening and be promoted to the natural disaster. Because of this special reason, the main attribute difference between those who barely reach the S+ level and those who have stayed in this realm for many years can even reach 500 points. The main attribute difference between Herbert and Tonglu is not that big, but it is also nearly 300 points. Why is there an S+ level superpower here? Herbert's scalp tingled. He ran to the title galaxy excitedly, just wanting to show off his skills in this commission and beat Faye, who could no longer use his full strength, but the appearance of Tonglu completely shattered all his fantasies. If he continues like this, he will definitely die here. Although by Fu and Faye he will most likely not be able to escape and will die here with him. He is already dead, and it is none of his business whether Bai Fu and Fei Yi live or die. Herbert is regretting now. Why would he want to cause trouble for Bai Fu and Fei Yi? He felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker, and he was afraid that he could not hold on for much longer. At this moment, he suddenly found that there was another extremely terrifying breath coming from behind him. There are still masters? Herbert's pupil shrank suddenly, and he was about to dodge when he saw Elon flashing next to him. I can't stay like this for too long. Concentrate and find a way to help me contain him and create opportunities for me, otherwise none of us can escape. Herbert's reaction was still very fast, and he nodded immediately. At this point, there was only one way to do it. Elon's face was extremely solemn. Compared to his own side, he was more worried about Bai Fu and Fei Yi. Bai Fu and Fei Yi were facing the Night Mother Cecilia, and the advantage in numbers was not of much significance in front of Cecilia. Can the two of them hold out? Bai Fu didn't know if she could hold out, because the level gap was too big, and when she used her clairvoyance skill on Cecilia, she got a data panel full of question marks. But she didn't feel nervous because she had Yulia, a supercharger, and Faye, an ace bodyguard. Her own race had also evolved into a shadow ghost. Unless Cecilia suddenly became a natural disaster, she was confident that she could escape even if she couldn't beat her. Cecilia didn't know that Bai Fu had changed so much. She just knew that the opportunity had come. Missing Bai Fu day and night made the fire in her body burn fiercely, and now, she could finally put out this fire. Cecilia flew into the air, her eyes glowing with pink light fixed on Bai Fu. I have been thinking about you since we parted on Ulysses Star. In these 40 days, I thought about you when I ate, when I walked, when I trained, and even when I slept. Bai Fu, Fei Yi, and Yulia were all stunned by Cecilia's remarks, and the reactions of the secret tower agents below were not much better. No. We agreed to fight. Why do you look like you are here to act out a sad story? Fei and Yulia turned their heads and looked at Bai Fu with strange eyes. Tell me the truth. Did you do something to Cecilia where we didn't see it? Otherwise, why would she look abandoned and resentful? Bai Fu was speechless. Didn't she just act as a caring big sister in front of Cecilia? It shouldn't be so powerful, right? It was really a ghost. Cecilia's eyes seemed to want to eat her alive. She began to suspect that Cecilia used her as a spell material. If you think so much about me, why don't you abandon the dark and join us, abandon the secret tower? Sesha shook her head. There is no need, I will capture you. Bai Fu snorted lightly, her face full of disdain. Are you sure you can do it? You don't think you can rest easy with the Void Warrior protecting you, right? She is no match for me. Sesha just found it funny, and even gradually became excited. She actually wished that Fei Yi was right next to Bai Fu to protect her. It would be great to capture Bai Fu alive. But it would be even more great to capture Bai Fu alive in front of Fei Yi. Destroy, 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 destroy hard. A crackling sound suddenly sounded, like frying beans or electric snakes dancing. With the sound, thick black mist suddenly rose from under Cecilia's feet. Under the cover of the mist, her whole body became shadowy, making it impossible to see the real situation. At this time, black interlaced net patterns like one-piece fishnet stockings appeared on her body, extending all the way to her shoulder blades, and finally protruding out like spider limbs. Is this the true strength of the Night Mother? On the ground, the secret tower agent, who looked up at Cecilia, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. They felt a deep fear, their scalps tingled, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Night Mother Cecilia, a spider monster, lived up to her reputation. It is rumored that when she spreads her spider legs behind her, she is about to eat people. Be careful, Fei Yi shouted hurriedly. Bai Fu was well prepared. The moment she recognized Cecilia, she opened her mind's eye. In the state of the mind's eye, she could clearly see the direction of the energy flow in Cecilia's body. Therefore, when Cecilia turned into black mist and rushed towards her, she immediately used the shadow substitute, and the whole person entered the virtual state, and bounced back 100 meters, like a cannonball, leaving only a shadow in the original place. Boom! The black mist touched Bai Fu's shadow, and it solidified in an instant. A huge spider leg turned into a spear, and stabbed out like a thunderous roar, not only blasting away Bai Fu's shadow that was left in the original place, but also blasting a huge pit more than 10 meters deep on the ground. Around the huge pit, spider web, densely covered, spreading for hundreds of meters. Can a random attack have such terrible power? In addition to Cecia's special ability to absorb life force, her physical skills are far superior to those of ordinary people. Bai Fu did not rush to show up, and rushed to the players' gathering point quickly in the last moment before the ethereal state disappeared. Cecia's anger surged after her attack missed. Her right leg became a whip and swept across the air. The black mist surged like waves and covered Yulia in the blink of an eye. She tried to force Bai Fu to come back by threatening Yulia's life, but to her surprise, even if her right leg cut off Yulia's neck like a steel knife, Bai Fu still did not show up. So heartless, TSK. Bai Fu curled her lips. Are you stupid? Yulia has the ability to create a fake body. Bai Fu put her hands together, white light spots floated around her hands, and as her palms twisted, several cards suddenly appeared between her palms. Prisoner's Land, Dark Vortex. A huge black cage fell from the sky and locked Cecilia in it. When the cage was stable, a black whirlwind blew in the center of the cage. The whirlwind rotated at high speed and turned into a whirlpool with a diameter of more than 10 meters in less than a second, constantly pulling everything around. Cecilia stumbled and was dragged into the center of the whirlpool. Could it be? The secret tower agents on the ground changed their faces. They were afraid that Cecilia would lose. Bai Fu was not proud of this. It was impossible to really hurt Cecilia with the power of the Dark Vortex. The reason why she was able to overthrow Cecilia this time was all because she had a deliberate plan, and she had never shown this ability before. Retreat! She immediately passed the message to Fei Yi. Fei Yi did not delay, and used his body as a flame, condensed into a phoenix, and with a cry, he rushed to the players' gathering place before Bai Fu. A few seconds later, Cecilia roared and broke free from the shackles of the Dark Vortex. The spider legs transformed by energy hit at high speed, like a pile driver. After hundreds of consecutive collisions, the psychic cage shattered and cracked. She turned into black mist and fled, chasing Bai Fu like a ghost. You can't run away. Run? Who said I want to run away? Bai Fu turned around and stopped. Before attacking Lab 013, she deliberately kept a watchful eye because of Elon's random flags. She deliberately asked Yulia's body, Anya, and the players to stay at the gathering point temporarily, and let them set traps here. This is not only a protection for Yulia and the others, but also a way out for her. When Cecilia appeared, the players threw out the prayer cards in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. On the ground, dozens of dark thorn forests grew wildly, dividing the empty battlefield into small areas. In the gaps between the thorns, a psychic army composed of little black Fu, little white Fu, big black Fu, lancers, judges, priests, and void spheres appeared out of thin air. They guarded around white Fu, like knights guarding the noble queen. Cecilia quickly scanned the surroundings. Undead? Too weak, not worth mentioning. Anya, Yulia, too weak, not worth mentioning. She only needs to pay attention to Bai Fu and Fei Yi. Then start with you. The devouring power suddenly burst out, and the black mist on his body attacked Fei Yi like a huge tentacle. Fei Yi did not choose to retreat, but rushed towards Cecilia with flames on his body. To deal with a monster like Cecilia with many tricks, long-range fighting is far less effective than close-range beating. But just as she flashed in front of Cecilia suddenly split into two groups of black mist, one of which fled backwards, and the other group of black mist penetrated into the dark thorns, turned left and right, and in the blink of an eye, it passed the psychic army and killed Bai Fu. You should know that it is meaningless to fight me with more people. Cecilia smiled brightly, stretched out her right hand, and grabbed Bai Fu's shoulder. Very good, it succeeded. Now she has no intention of continuing to fight with others. She just wants to quickly catch Bai Fu to a deserted place, and torture her slowly. By the way, she has to broadcast live for Fei Yi while torturing her. Hiss. I can't stand it anymore. She's going to bully Bai Fu. Sesha was about to leave. At this moment, Bai Fu suddenly hugged her back, and then the psychic army around her launched a series of attacks on her like crazy. The black electric light and the high-speed rotating flying blades intertwined, causing the black mist to roll like a sea of clouds. Every time the psychic bombardment and the cutting of the spinning magic blades fell on Cixia, some cracks would be blown out on her delicate skin, but Cixia's recovery ability was terrifying, and the cracks healed automatically as soon as they appeared. Cecilia was furious. She realized that this was a trap. The Baifu she caught was just a psychic summon. This was indeed the case. She caught Baifu's newly bound phantom Fu. The furious Cecilia suddenly summoned a large number of small spiders. These small spiders attacked from all sides and fought with the psychic army. Taking this opportunity, she turned into black mist and rushed out of the encirclement of the psychic army. A life-snatching blow hit Baifu directly. She didn't want to kill Baifu, but just wanted to suck Baifu until she was weak, so that Baifu wouldn't always like to resist. To her surprise, she didn't get anything. What happened? The next second, Baifu in front of her suddenly disappeared, and then another Baifu appeared next to her. Spiritual explosion. The violent spiritual impact blew Cecilia away. She was still in the air, and Cecilia's face became extremely ugly. After just 40 days, how could Baifu suddenly become so difficult to deal with? Didn't you say I couldn't run away? A silver bell-like laughter sounded in the dark thorns all over the ground. Why are you being fooled by the illusion I created now? Ah! Sesha was about to explode. She immediately straightened her body and rushed towards Baifu, who had just appeared. I see how you can run this time. What she didn't know was that the Baifu she saw this time was still not the real Baifu, but the Black Fu who inherited 85% of Baifu's basic attributes and then activated the spiritual blessing bonus. Although Baifu had full confidence that she could fight back and forth with Cixia after activating all the bonuses, the bonus could only last for 3 minutes after all. So she didn't use the big move right away, but directly sacrificed a real and fake Baifu to Cixia, said Meal. Phantom Fufu, the Phantom Baifu created by the Whisper of the Vision, the Phantom Baifu left by the Shadow Stand, Hifu, and herself, the 5 bodies took turns to attack, aiming to make Cecilia an idiot with rolling eyes. This move was very effective. Cecilia rushed to Hifu, and with her powerful strength, she beat Hifu into a disadvantage in a few moves. Just when she thought she had found the right target this time, the air behind her fluctuated, and Baifu's real body with Yulia, who had turned into a blessed spirit, suddenly appeared, holding a dark scepter, and poked her back with it. The severe pain in her back made her turn around suddenly. The spider legs behind her continued to poke, but they hit nothing. Baifu had already used the shadow substitute to escape. She turned around in anger and swept across, intending to vent her anger on Heifu, but this time she swept nothing again, because Heifu also used the shadow substitute. Cixia's blood was boiling, and she was about to use a large-scale attack to forcibly deprive all the lives around her of their vitality. On her left, a Baifu appeared like a ghost. She quickly stopped and punched out, but she never thought that this time she hit the illusion of Baifu created by the Whisper of the Vision. Sesha raised her right arm, trembling all over. She didn't want to kill Baifu anymore. When she caught Baifu, she would let Baifu know what Cixia hell was. Then, she completely ignored Baifu who appeared on the right, and locked her target on Anya. It was just an illusion, no need to care. As long as she caught Anya, I don't believe Baifu wouldn't. Boom, another spiritual explosion. At the moment when the spiritual explosion was shot out, Anya's eyes flashed with silver light, and her mental power condensed into a spike, which deeply pierced into Cixia's mind, making Cixia dizzy. Baifu! Sesha screamed in pain. This time she had no intention of showing mercy. Kill them all, except Baifu. Kill them all. Invisible shock waves shot out from her body, and all of them, whether it was Anya and Fei Yi standing nearby or the secret tower agents in the distance, felt uncomfortable. Their vitality was slowly flowing to Cixia. Monster! This monster is crazy! The secret tower agents were terrified. They originally wanted to go up to help Cixia, but Cixia now started sucking without distinguishing between friend and foe. Help! Help for nothing, run away, they don't want to be killed. Baifu, if you don't show up, I will kill all the people you care about. Sesha shouted angrily. Fei Yi's face turned pale. If she hadn't been trapped by the void, she would have rushed up to fight Cixia. Calm down, leave it to me. Baifu's voice rang out. Sesha turned her head sharply, and stared at Baifu, who suddenly appeared next to Fei Yi. Very good, you finally showed up. This time, she was absolutely sure that the Baifu in front of her was the real Baifu, because she smelled the familiar meaty aroma. She opened her arms, and black spider silk shot out from her body. The speed of these spider silks was so fast that Bai Fu and Fei Yi had no time to dodge. In just a few breaths, the black spider silk formed a huge cocoon that wrapped herself, Bai Fu and Fei Yi. Huh? The players outside the giant cocoon were shocked. They quickly attacked the giant cocoon, but their attacks did not even leave a dent on the giant cocoon. This is the cocoon I wove with my own vitality. Unless you can kill me, you can't escape. Sesha smiled and walked towards Bai Fu. She didn't want to find a deserted place now. She was going to live broadcast Fei Yi to bully Bai Fu here. Facing Sisha, who was getting closer and closer, Fei Yi attacked brazenly, but she was not Sisha's opponent at all because she didn't dare to use the power of the void. After dozens of fights, the spider silk extending from the inner wall of the giant cocoon tightly entangled Fei Yi and Bai Fu's hands and feet. Run? Why don't you run? No matter how many tricks you have, you will still fall into my hands in the end. Sesha stopped in front of Bai Fu. She took a deep breath, with an intoxicated expression on her face. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, that would be too wasteful, I will slowly take care of you. Well, are you scared? If you don't want me to torture you, you can lie on the ground, call me master, and then kiss my feet devoutly. Cecilia kicked off one of her shoes, and looked at Bai Fu with a teasing look. By the way, I have another condition. You must kill Fei Yi. I hate her. As long as you kill her, I will let you go. How about this deal? Fei Yi's eyes widened when he heard this. Sesha laughed. Yes, that's it, that's the look. She just loves to see this. Now she doesn't want to wait for Bai Fu's reply. She directly raised her foot, and prepared to serve Bai Fu something hard. Just as her foot was lifted above her waist, Bai Fu suddenly transformed into a shadow ghost, and got rid of the black spider silk. Then, Bai Fu, who had transformed into a human form again, grabbed her foot. Have you had enough trouble? A cold voice sounded. You? Sesha's eyes widened. Mind blessing, full fire. Bai Fu's inspiration attribute instantly soared to 1677 points. She broke through the barrier in one fell swoop, allowing her energy intensity to enter the S+ level. Sesha felt something was wrong. In less than a second, she found that Bai Fu's life strength had increased by several percent compared to before, and her aura had more than doubled, faintly surpassing her. But it was too late. Bai Fu grabbed her left foot and pulled back with her right hand. When her body lost balance, her left hand, which was wrapped in black flames, slammed into her stomach. Dark burning, buzz. The flames were raging, like thunder, and 3 consecutive attacks directly blew her away. Sishia's pupils dilated. She was shocked and angry. How could Bai Fu be so strong? No, in fact, she had asked the same question several times in a previous struggle with Bai Fu. Why can Bai Fu break her cognitive limit again and again? Could it be that Bai Fu deliberately concealed her strength and showed weakness to her, waiting for her to take the bait and then humiliate her in return? Asshole, asshole, asshole. Sesha, who was dizzy from the dark burning, climbed up from the ground. She would never admit defeat, and she could not lose. This time, she must trample Bai Fu under her feet, and let Bai Fu be her dog. Chapter 197. The damage of the dark burning attack fired by Bai Fu was extremely exaggerated. Minus 17,432. A huge red damage value floated above Cecilia's head. Even if Herbert rashly suffered such a degree of damage, he would lose half his life. But Cecilia was not an ordinary person. Her single target output ability was not strong among the S+ level superpowers, but her survivability was enough to make some superpowers, who had just entered the natural disaster level envious. Minus 17432, this number is indeed huge for others, but it is not enough for Sisha. When she got up from the ground, Bai Fu found that the blood bar above her head had only dropped by about 15%. After deducting the blood lost in the previous battle, her bloodline still remained above 80%. 80%, for the boss, this is the healthiest health line that cannot be healthier. With such a healthy blood volume, Sisha also looks healthy. The violent impact did not cause any obvious scars on her body, but only blew up the clothes on her abdomen, revealing the one-piece fishnet stockings. The wrapped belly button left some burn marks around it, which made it even more attractive. Oh, one of the spider legs behind her was actually broken, but when she stood up, a new spider leg quickly grew back. You grew up eating steel plates, right? Bai Fu was speechless. She always thought she was pretty strong, but compared to Sisha, the difference between the two was as ridiculous as comparing Fei Yi's A to her big D. I, Bai Fu, am so proud of you today. You are the real tough king. While Cecilia was still angry about being beaten by her, Bai Fu threw a spiritual vision to Cecilia. With the blessing of 1677 points of inspiration, the data panel of Cecilia read this time was finally no longer a bunch of question marks. Name, Cecilia, Darkness, Template, Demon Symbiosis, Unstable, Main Occupation, Unknown, Secondary Occupation, Gardner LV3, Health, 94321/116424, Strength 1207, Agility 571, Constitution 1764, Intelligence 229, Spirit 378, Inspiration 158, affected by the darkness state. Basic attributes reduced by 3%, duration 15 minutes, skills, Life Drain LV10, Life Withering LV10, Demonic Devouring LV10, Body Atomization, Demon Worship LV10, Unknown Talent, Web Weaver, Strong Luck, Unknown Favorability. Twisted Jealousy, 27, Danger Level, Red. The health bar is indeed over 100,000, which is out of the ordinary, and both the Constitution and Strength attributes are over 1,000. Turtle, this is a monster. During the training process, usually only one attribute of a superpower will be significantly higher than other attributes. Human energy is limited. It takes a lot of time to refine one attribute. Refining two attributes at the same time will slow down the progress of upgrading. For example, Cecilia has a physical fitness of 1764 and a strength of 1207, which is higher than the main attributes of most level 100 NPCs. It can be said that it is quite rare. No wonder Faye can only fight her on equal terms after using the power of the Void, and if it lasts for a long time, he will not be able to beat her because of the backlash of the Void. Bai Fu looked at her attributes after she fully opened her hidden power. Inspiration 1677, this number is actually very high, higher than many S+ level superpowers. But since this state can only last for 3 minutes, and she has not yet unlocked more advanced skills, her current real combat power cannot be compared with those S+ level superpowers, whose inspiration is stable at 1677. She can rely on the attribute reduction effect of the dark attribute psychic power, and the percentage blood burning effect of the alien erosion to fight some ordinary S+ level superpowers, but let her fight a monster of Cecilia's level. Within 3 minutes, she can still rely on the weird and changeable skills of her skills to make Cecilia suffer. After 3 minutes, Bai Fu felt that there was a high probability that Cecilia would be pressed to the ground or the inner wall of the black cocoon, and then severely humiliated by Cecilia's feet. Terrible. Fortunately, she is no longer the old Afu. Now she is the Shadow Ghost Afu, the ghost form of the Shadow Ghost race. After turning into a special life form like a ghost, Bai Fu can be immune to most of the damage caused by Cecilia's attacks. Of course, this is not the most important thing. How can it be enough to be immune to damage? Once her physical strength is exhausted and she can no longer turn into a ghost, she will be captured by Cecilia sooner or later. The most important thing is that, after turning into a shadow ghost, she can pass through walls, and her movement speed will be greatly improved. Counting the bonus of the psychic combat suit, her agility has reached more than 500. When she turns into a ghost, her speed will be far faster than Cecilia, whose agility is only 571. I beat her, and I beat her completely in speed. Bai Fu is full of confidence. Next, she will play with Cecilia for 2 minutes to test her ability. If the situation is not right after 2 minutes, she will say something harsh, then quickly turn into a ghost and run away with Faye and the others. If the situation is still okay, she will continue to play with Cecilia. She is still very greedy for the reward of the commission task of the Holy Order. Bai Fu was about to close Cecilia's attribute panel when she suddenly found something wrong. Wait, why is Cecilia's favorability towards her positive? When she first saw the data, she thought it was -27, but it turned out to be 27. Is there a bug in the game? Bai Fu was confused. Since it was a positive 27, why did Cecilia always target her like this? She took another look and found that the text description of the favorability was twisted jealousy. What the hell? Cecilia was jealous of her, or a twisted jealousy. The question was, what was there about her that was worthy of Cecilia's jealousy? Appearance, at their level, it was hard to tell who was better. We could only say that each had its own merits. Body? To be honest, Bai Fu felt that she might not be as good as Cecilia in this aspect, and Cecilia was completely worthy of the name of Cecilia. Strength? That was even more obvious. She was confident that she could catch up with Cecilia after changing her job, but she hadn't changed her job yet. Forget it, forget it. It was useless to worry about this now. She would not let Cecilia go just because Cecilia had a positive impression of her, and Xixia didn't seem to have that intention. I can see that you are very angry, but being angry won't allow you to touch me at all. Bai Fu directly turned on the mocking mode. Uh-huh. Xixia sneered, and completely ignored Bai Fu's mockery. She was determined to capture Bai Fu alive today, even if the balance of symbiosis with the spider was broken. Swish. A trivial sound like ants crawling suddenly came from the narrow space of the black cocoon. Bai Fu quickly used her mind's eye and found that the spider silk inside the black cocoon seemed to come alive, gathering together one by one, condensing into spider legs, and suddenly thrusting towards her. Whoosh. The shadow stand was activated, and she dodged lightly to Faye's side. The moment she stood still, the spider leg slammed through her afterimage and pierced the bottom of the black cocoon, leaving a huge pit dozens of meters deep, with dust flying and confusing the vision. Shaha. Xixia suddenly opened her arms, and let out a sharp roar. In an instant, the entire black cocoon trembled, and countless black mist surged out from the inner wall of the black cocoon, and along with the gloomy black mist, the spider legs also surged out. Some of these spider legs grew out from Xixia's back, and some grew out from the inner wall of the black cocoon. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of spider legs grew out. They swayed, as if dragging people into the terrifying black hell. Supported by these spider legs, Xixia floated in the air, as proud as a queen, and as weird as a banshee. Bai Fu certainly wouldn't stand there and watch Xixia transform. The moment she noticed something unusual, she cut off the spider silk sticking to Fei's body, and then she and Hei Fu exerted force from both inside and outside to blast a gap in the black cocoon. Boom! When more than a dozen spider legs chopped at her, she turned into a ghost, wrapped around Fei, and rushed out of the gap with Fei. The spider legs chased after her relentlessly, continuously shooting out spider silk, which followed Bai Fu like a javelin. Although they failed to hit Bai Fu under continuous attacks, they blew up the ground into potholes. Bai Fu, I will never let you escape today. The violent explosion made the people outside the black cocoon tremble with fear. Is Boss Fu Fu okay? Anya was very nervous, and the surviving players also widened their eyes. Ever since Bai Fu entered the black cocoon, they have been worried about Bai Fu's safety. When the smoke and dust cleared, they saw that Bai Fu and Fei were safe and sound, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's still. After their sight fell on Cecilia surrounded by the spider leg jungle and spider silk field, the players were no longer able to feel better. Hey, what kind of pressure is this? Damn, I'm too weak, I have no strength, and I can't help Fu Fu at all. This is not a boss that we can fight at this level. If it is version 2.0 now, we can still give Fu Fu a chance with our numerical advantage. Don't get into trouble, Fu Fu. The players reacted strongly, and the secret tower agents reacted not much less after seeing Cecilia coming out of the black cocoon. Xixia was forced into this state? The secret tower agents were full of disbelief. As members of the secret tower, they knew better than anyone where the upper limit of Xixia's strength was. This form was Xixia's final form, the form that Xixia hated the most, but was the most powerful. Xixia would never become like this unless it was absolutely necessary. On the one hand, it was because she thought this form was very ugly, and on the other hand, it was because in this state she might be attacked by the spider, just like Fei Yi, who used the power of the void too much and caused the degree of void to increase significantly. In fact, even if the spider had not attacked her, Cecilia would have suffered far more pain than usual, but she had extraordinary endurance and could suppress the pain. How did Bai Fu do it? The secret tower agents were extremely shocked, and their eyes kept wandering between Bai Fu and Cecilia. A few months ago, Bai Fu was beaten by Cecilia and ran around, but now... Damn, it's too fierce. This Bai Fu looks more like a monster than Cecilia. After taking Fei out of the black cocoon, Bai Fu immediately asked Hei Fu to take Fei away. Only when Fei and Anya withdrew first, could she continue to fight Cecilia without any worries. Xixia was reluctant to let Fei go, but the moment she made her move, Bai Fu's psychic army came out to block her way. Most importantly, Bai Fu made a gesture of running away in the opposite direction. She gave up chasing Fei after a second of consideration and focused her energy on Bai Fu. They couldn't beat her under normal circumstances, but if she pushed Fei into a corner and made Fei use the power of the void recklessly, then the situation would be hard to predict. Once Fei turned into a void monster, she would probably be forced into a desperate situation and swallowed by the spider. Don't even think about running away. Xixia angrily chased after Bai Fu. As she moved, the huge black cocoon spread out and turned into thousands of spider silks, dragging the spider legs formed by the spider silks to attack Bai Fu from all directions. Relying on the ghost characteristics, Bai Fu easily avoided all attacks. She did not run away blindly, but suddenly appeared after bringing Xixia to a place far away from Fei and the others, and threw out a handful of cards. The light spots spread out, and several dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Black psychic magic gravel fell like raindrops. Above the earth, a huge psychic storm roared forward, tearing all the surrounding buildings into pieces. This momentum is worthy of the word earth-shaking. Aaron, Herbert and Tonglu, who were fighting back and forth in the distance, could not help but stop after noticing the movement. Is that Bai Fu? Herbert was stunned. After learning that it was Cecilia, who blocked the road on the other side, he thought Bai Fu and Fei Yi were dead this time. But who would have thought that Bai Fu would fight back and forth with Cecilia? Yes, back and forth. He saw that facing Cecilia, who had turned into a killing machine, Bai Fu did not retreat but rushed directly in front of Cecilia and fought with Cecilia in close combat. The two figures kept interweaving in the air. In this short interweaving of just over 10 seconds, it was obvious that Bai Fu had the upper hand. Who made Bai Fu faster and mastered many confusing methods? Xixia felt more and more frustrated. Bai Fu's attacks could not actually cause much damage to her, but Bai Fu always used illusions to deceive her, and then suddenly appeared to punch or kick her, which made her, who had no patience, feel like she was about to explode. Is this all you can do? Cecilia yelled in anger. Bai Fu curled her lips in disdain. Stop talking nonsense. If you can really catch me, I will kiss your feet and lick them clean without you having to do anything. The question is, do you have the ability to do that? Cecilia's head began to emit black smoke, like a steam locomotive with a full load. Seeing this scene, Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly, and she came up with a new idea. It was impossible for her to beat Cecilia with fists and feet, but what if she changed the way? She could clearly feel that Cecilia was already in a frenzy, and that she could not see anything else except her. At this time, she might use some psychological means in addition to her fists and feet. If Cecilia's frenzy was not an act, and if the favorability she had detected was not a bug, then the psychological means that hit the nail on the head might be effective. With this thought flashing through her mind, Bai Fu suddenly said, Xixia, the reason you are chasing me so relentlessly is actually because you are jealous of me, right? Cecilia wanted to continue attacking Bai Fu, but after hearing this, her body trembled uncontrollably. It seems that I was right. You are indeed jealous of me. Bai Fu sighed. No. You are talking nonsense. I am not. Cecilia just refuted in her heart, and Bai Fu said, it is not particularly appropriate to say that you are jealous. If it is just pure jealousy, you will not have a good impression of me, but you will be thinking about killing me. Cecilia raised her head suddenly, and stared at Bai Fu. I'm really thinking about killing you right now. Really? I don't believe it. Bai Fu shook her head. Face your true heart, Cecilia, your jealousy actually comes from envy. What are you envious of me? I think it must be something you desire, but can never get. That thing looks very beautiful to you. So beautiful that even if you feel jealous and furious because of envy, you never really hate me, but have a certain good impression of me. You. Cecilia's eyes turned from pink to bright red. She never thought that Bai Fu could see through her. The analysis in her words penetrated her bones. The shame and anger of being seen naked made her suddenly have a murderous intention in her heart. However, this murderous intention was quickly suppressed because Bai Fu spoke again. Do you think you will be happy if you kill me? Or do you think you will feel truly satisfied if you tie me up and make me your dog? Of course, I will. Xixia spoke each word. Bai Fu didn't care. If I really lied down in front of you, holding your feet, and calling you master as you imagined, do you think I am still the me that you envy or jealous of? Cecilia was stunned. I'm afraid not. I believe that you must be very satisfied when you first saw me lying on my stomach, but what about afterwards? When you think back to that scene afterwards, you will only feel that you were wrong to be envious or jealous. The more you think about it, the more the satisfaction you enjoyed before is like a loft in the air. You will not feel satisfied, but more empty. You will feel that you have been completely immersed in empty emotions for the past few months. When you felt empty before, you could temporarily quench your thirst by torturing me with fantasies. But now, what other methods can you use to relieve the emptiness in your heart? Bai Fu walked forward while talking. When she talked about relieving the emptiness, she had already come to Xixia, only 2 meters away from Xixia. Xixia's hands could not touch Bai Fu, but the spider legs behind her could touch Bai Fu as long as they stretched forward a little. This time she did not do it. She was stumped by Bai Fu's question. How to relieve the emptiness? She could not think of any way to deal with it for a while. The more she thought about it, the more impatient she became. The more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to grab Bai Fu and humiliate her with her feet. The more she thought about it, she returned to Bai Fu's question. After the humiliation, what next? Then the cycle began. Impatient, frustrated, humiliated, impatient. Sesha stood there blankly as if the machine had frozen. Time passed by minute. Even though the effect of the spiritual blessing on Bai Fu disappeared, she still stood there motionless. This scene made everyone around them dumbfounded. They didn't hear what Bai Fu and Xixia said clearly, and they didn't understand the cause and effect of the matter at all. No, they were fighting. How come they started chatting while fighting, and then stopped talking while chatting? The secret tower agents were extremely anxious. Just now, she suddenly took the opportunity to rush into the laboratory, and they could not resist. At the same time, they received news that the group sent by the Tide civilization accelerated their march after discovering the fight here. The current situation is very bad, and if they delay any longer, they will be surrounded. Night Mother, what are you doing? Someone called Cecilia anxiously on the communicator and told her the current situation. Cecilia didn't know what she was doing, or rather, she didn't know what she wanted at all. Should she follow the orders of the secret tower, capture Bai Fu, and torture him to find out the location of the mother? Or should she follow the original plan to capture Bai Fu, humiliate her severely, and then hide her and play with her slowly? Or... No, Cecilia found that she couldn't figure it out. She was a combination of contradictions, and she was deeply trapped in contradictions since she was born. She hated the people of the secret tower, but she was also dependent on the secret tower. She hated spiders, but she also relied on the power of spiders. Just when Cecilia felt that her head was about to explode, Bai Fu's right hand suddenly waved. Boom! The psychic torrent flew across the sky, blasting several secret tower agents, who were watching into pieces on the spot. Before the remaining secret tower agents could dodge, Bai Fu had already rushed out with the psychic army to hunt them down. Bai Fu smiled and said, I have helped you to clear out those who might have heard our conversation. You don't have to worry that the secret tower will blame you for not doing enough when hunting me down. Hearing this, Xixia's hot brain miraculously cooled down. She was stunned for a few seconds before saying, the reinforcements of the Tide civilization will be here soon. I probably won't be able to catch you today, and I haven't figured out how to deal with you. Next time, when we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Don't worry, it won't be too long before we meet again. The secret tower intercepted the signal, and is preparing to attack Jingu Star. After saying that, she looked at Bai Fu deeply, and then quickly flew towards the copper furnace. Did the secret tower really intercept the signal? Bai Fu frowned slightly. It seems that she must rush to Jingu Star as soon as possible. If she goes too late, the players of Jingu Star will be abducted by the secret tower, and her plan will fail. Bai Fu also looked deeply at Xixia, who gave the information. Cecilia's panel appeared in front of her again, and the data in the favorability column changed from 27 to 36, an increase of 9 points. Is this guy a masochist? His favorability increases every time I scold him? If that's the case, then if she humiliates Cecilia with her feet, will Cecilia's favorability instantly explode? While Bai Fu was muttering, the players on the ground cheered. Fuck, Fu scared Cecilia away. Fu is awesome. I said Fu is the real protagonist of Shanghai, who agrees and who disagrees? Chapter 198. As Xixia ran away, Tonglu saw that the situation was not right. After punching Elon, who was almost at his limit, away, he glared at Elon fiercely, and a golden octahedron suddenly appeared in his palm. I was tricked by you this time. I didn't expect you to be in collusion with the Tide civilization, but don't think you have won this way, haha. Tonglu unfolded the octahedron in his palm, and the golden light emitted from the octahedron completely engulfed his body like a surging tide. When Elon stood up and tried to stop him, there was no trace of Tonglu in the air. Only a wild laugh that made people feel physically and mentally uncomfortable echoed in the ruins. Space directional teleporter? Elon's face was uncertain. Tonglu ran away, which was a happy thing, but now, he was not happy at all. Why are there 2S+ level superpowers hidden in this laboratory? If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would never dare to come here rashly even if he hired Bai Fu and Fei Yi. This time, it was all thanks to Bai Fu's sudden outburst that she held back the Night Mother Cecilia by herself, otherwise all of them would have died here. If people died, everything he expected would become a mirage. Elon felt a sense of fear, and besides the fear, he was also extremely shocked. The last time he met Bai Fu was just an ordinary S-level superpower, far inferior to him, who used the secret method of Advent, but less than 2 months later, Bai Fu could actually fight Cecilia back and forth. How did she improve so quickly? Did she deliberately hide her strength before? Aaron shook his head vigorously. Bai Fu and he had no direct conflict, and the relationship between the two sides had been good so far, but he still felt a little uneasy. It was not easy to get the information about the Pillar of the True Spirit, but why did the situation become more and more unpredictable? Just as Elon was thinking, Sui Shi, who had broken into the laboratory, came out and shook the data storage device in her hand. I've got the information. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Okay, let's go meet up with Bai Fu and the others first. Everyone turned and flew towards Bai Fu. They were shocked when they saw Bai Fu and Xixia fighting from a distance just now, and now they found it unbelievable when they got close. Fuck, there was no obvious injury on Bai Fu's body? Doesn't this mean that Bai Fu has always had the upper hand in the battle with Yi Mu? Fei Yi is already very close to the natural disaster, but still not as good as Yi Mu, and now Yi Mu is not as good as Bai Fu, so Bai Fu's true strength. Natural disaster, this word suddenly popped up in Herbert's mind. Oh my god. Herbert was so scared that he quickly retreated behind everyone, fearing that Bai Fu would see him. But the more you worry about something, the more likely it will happen. As soon as Herbert stuck his head out, he found Bai Fu looking at him with a smile. He wanted to dodge, but this place was extremely empty, and there was nowhere to hide. He could only squeeze out a smile that was uglier than a ghost crying to respond to Bai Fu's smile. What a sin! Herbert's mentality was a little broken. He didn't believe that Bai Fu could be promoted from ordinary S level to near natural disaster or natural disaster level in just over a month. Then, there was only one truth: Bai Fu hid her strength. Why did Bai Fu hide her strength? It is impossible that she is plotting something from the Star Covenant. If that were the case, Bai Fu would never be so conspicuous as she is now. Herbert thought about it, and felt that Bai Fu was most likely here for Fei Yi. As for what she was here for Fei Yi, it was hard to say. Maybe she had a special relationship with Fei Yi, maybe she coveted Fei Yi's body, or maybe she coveted Fei Yi's ability. But no matter what the specific reason was, he was in big trouble. Bai Fu came for Fei Yi, and he had been bullying Fei Yi in front of Bai Fu. Now, let alone competing for the position of minister, once Bai Fu got angry, it was hard to say whether he could survive. The more Herbert thought about it, the more scared he became. The more scared he became, the paler his face became, and his body began to tremble. Are you okay? Elon looked at Herbert with concern. Herbert said with all his might, I'm actually fine. I can still stand. Elon was confused. Wasn't he the one who was at the front when fighting the copper furnace just now? If he was fine, how could Herbert be in any trouble? He stopped paying attention to Herbert, who looked like he had kidney deficiency, and turned to talk to Bai Fu about business. Now that the commission has been completed, it's time to give Bai Fu a commission reward. 200,000 credits have been transferred to your account. This is the advanced knowledge, the truth treasured by our consecration cult. Aaron took out the communicator and forwarded a file to Bai Fu. The moment she saw the advanced knowledge, Bai Fu became excited. Okay, so she can unlock the job transfer task by collecting one more advanced knowledge. Since we have the things in hand, let's leave now to avoid the secret tower's people coming back. Elon had no objection to Bai Fu's proposal. Just as Bai Fu was eager to go back and digest the advanced knowledge she had just acquired, he was also eager to go back and analyze the data he had obtained from the laboratory. But just as they boarded the spaceship, a small fleet of more than a dozen spaceships suddenly appeared overhead. People from the secret tower? Bai Fu's face suddenly changed. Fei Yi quickly reached out and pulled her shoulder. Don't be nervous, they are people from the tidal civilization. According to the original plan, the small fleet of the tidal civilization would arrive at the laboratory in more than 20 minutes, but halfway there, they suddenly received news that a fierce battle had broken out in the laboratory, so they didn't care about exposing their whereabouts or anything, and immediately moved forward at full speed. They were worried that this battle would alert the secret tower, thus causing the operation to fail. The fleet commander was frowning and complaining while on the road. But when they really arrived at the scene and learned from Elon what happened, they stared at Bai Fu one by one, their eyes almost falling out. Oh my god, this is the real savior saint. They were not praising Bai Fu, they were admiring and grateful from the bottom of their hearts. The secret tower hid 2S+ level superpowers in the laboratory. What does this mean? This means that this laboratory was originally a trap set for them. If Bai Fu hadn't suddenly appeared and driven Xixia away with her terrifying strength, they would have been lucky if only one of the 10 people escaped alive. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. Don't just thank me, give me some benefits. As everyone was singing praises to Bai Fu, Elon's communicator suddenly rang at an inopportune time. What's the matter? Elon looked at the contact and found that it was from the consecration cult, so he answered the call. It's bad, Holy Son, our cathedral was suddenly attacked by the secret tower, and the losses were extremely heavy. The people from the secret tower, who were captured a while ago, were also taken away. An anxious cry came from the communicator. What? Elon and Sui Shi's faces changed at the same time. The bad news came, but it was just the beginning. Soon, the fleet commander of the Tide civilization also received a call. While we launched the encirclement and suppression operation, the secret tower launched attacks in many places at the same time. Several long-distance communication stations and several star gates were devastated. Damn it, this is definitely a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The fleet commander of the Tide civilization waved his fist angrily. Go back. We have to go back now. The special action of the secret tower made the entire initial gate galaxy cluster a mess. The major civilizations thought they had found the hidden base of the secret tower, but who would have thought that they had fallen into the secret tower's trap? For a time, the internet was full of pessimism, but there was always a little starlight in the darkness, and this time it was Bai Fu who acted as the starlight. She single-handedly defeated the notorious Night Mother Cixia, thwarted the plot set by the secret tower in the Tide civilization, and left the fleet sent by the Tide civilization without any casualties. This is not ordinary starlight, this is the light emitted by a supernova explosion. Originally, Bai Fu's reputation was limited to the Sea Lion Galaxy and its surrounding areas. Now, the entire initial gate galaxy cluster is singing Bai Fu's name, and the nickname of the Savior Saint has also been recognized by the general public. When Bai Fu and Fei Yi were still on the spacecraft returning to the Star Covenant branch, many companies in the initial gate galaxy cluster held an emergency meeting, and the theme of the meeting was that the people of the Star Network community should not be allowed to eat alone, and they also wanted to eat the traffic of Dark Domain Queen Savior Saint Bai Fu. Find a way to contact Bai Fu and invite her to advertise. Boss, we can't seem to afford so much advertising fees. Wait, since we can't invite Bai Fu, then invite people around her, Vic, Yulia, Anya, etc. Bai Fu is so popular now, anyone who can be related to her can bring us traffic. When the major companies in the initial gate galaxy cluster were actively active, the production company of Cosmic Web also paid attention to Bai Fu for the first time. Maybe we can consider adding Bai Fu to the next new card pack. With her current popularity, the company's sales in the Edge world should be able to increase next quarter. Let's make the basic cards first. If she becomes more famous, we can launch SP, Purple Limited, Gold, Platinum and other expansion packs. When someone is happy, someone else is worried. Now the Copper Furnace is very worried. The secret tower's operation this time can be said to be full of gains. Only a few unimportant bases were sacrificed, and gratifying results were achieved in many places, sweeping away the haze caused by the previous defeat in the Sea Lion Galaxy. However, this joy had nothing to do with him. He was the only one who failed in all the action teams. Tonglu couldn't figure it out. How could Cixia not even take down Bai Fu? He really couldn't believe that Bai Fu was really as strong as Cixia. If Bai Fu was really that strong, she wouldn't need help from others when she was on Tianhu Star. She could have defeated the insect swarm by herself. What? You said Bai Fu wasn't that strong back then. Did she grow up in the past few months? It was too outrageous to grow so fast in a few months. Tonglu couldn't believe it even more. He looked at Cecilia, then at his own hands. He wanted to ask Cecilia if she was letting him win on purpose, but when he thought of the difference in strength between Cecilia and himself, he temporarily gave up the idea and decided to wait until he got back. When Cecilia and Tonglu returned to the secret tower headquarters and met the butler was scolding someone. I heard that the average price of Bai Fu's advertising has increased from 200,000 to 400,000. How much of her current worth do you think we contributed to? There was no trace of anger in the butler's voice, but the attack power of his words was so strong that no one dared to answer him directly. After a long while, the butler raised a finger. 90%, or even 10%, we are indeed unique in cultivating super popular idols. It only took a few months to cultivate a big star who is famous in the initial gate galaxy cluster. This is a capability that the top entertainment companies in the initial gate galaxy cluster can't even dream of. If the situation continues to develop like this, Bai Fu will sooner or later be promoted by us to become the most commercially valuable star in the initial gate galaxy cluster. Everyone who was listening was sweating. Thank you. We will work harder next time to make Bai Fu a big star soon. The room was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and the situation did not improve until Cecilia and Tonglu appeared. Tell me about the situation. Some people say that Bai Fu may have reached the disaster level. What do you think? The butler was too lazy to look at Cecilia and Tonglu. Tonglu turned his head to look at Cecilia, and Cecilia explained, based on the situation of my fight with Bai Fu, she should still be stuck at the S+ level, weaker than me, but her ability is very special. She can transform into a special energy form, so that most of my attacks are ineffective against her, and she can rely on high mobility to harass me constantly. Although her attacks are difficult to cause substantial damage to me, they are very annoying. The butler nodded without comment. He was actually very optimistic about Cixia, but Cixia's performance in the recent missions really disappointed him. In addition, Tonglu secretly complained that he suspected Cixia had let Bai Fu go, so he decided to leave Cixia alone for the time being. Next, you will stay inside the secret tower and hone your abilities. Unless I order you, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Cixia knew that the butler was disappointed in her. In the past, she would definitely not say much, because it would be useless to say it, but the situation is different now. When she separated from Bai Fu, she deliberately said harsh words to Bai Fu. If she couldn't leave the secret tower, wouldn't she break the appointment? How could this be possible? In order to ensure that Bai Fu could be caught, she deliberately revealed to Bai Fu that the secret tower had already set its sights on Jean Gustar, with the goal of leading Bai Fu to Jean Gustar. Butler, The butler's face darkened. You don't need to say anything, just follow orders. I will take care of how to deal with Bai Fu. Sesha nodded and stopped arguing. She turned around and returned to her residence, then took off her torn clothes, too lazy to change other clothes, and just laid down on the bed. She closed her eyes, wanting to take a nap to relax her tense spirit, but as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind would recall the scene of talking with Bai Fu on Ulysses Star, the scene of fighting with Bai Fu not long ago, and the scene when the butler scolded her just now. This time, she was completely unable to sleep. Even if Bai Fu's attitude towards her was all fake, it was better than the secret tower people who didn't even pretend. Cixia summoned a virtual screen in front of her, and this time, she took the initiative to search for news about Bai Fu on the internet. The most popular news was written by a reporter who went to the Star Covenant Initial Gate branch to interview Bai Fu. In the photo, Bai Fu was wearing a casual white dress, with a pair of white jade feet showing through the tulle at the bottom of the dress, tightly overlapping, which was particularly eye-catching. It was the first time for Cixia to see Bai Fu dressed like this, which made people feel refreshed. Standing next to Bai Fu was Fei Yi, and it was Fei Yi again. She always stood next to Bai Fu, whether she was out doing commissions, or even when she was interviewed and taking photos. Cecilia rudely wiped the red leaf off the photo. She stared at Bai Fu. I will definitely go to Jean Gustar, and I will kill you there, definitely, definitely. The more she kept repeating, the more empty Cecilia felt inside, and the more empty she felt, the more she wanted to do something. Finally, she put her hand on her belly button, which Bai Fu had punched 3 times, and gently massaged it. This trip was really not in vain. While Cecilia was relieving her worries and boredom, Bai Fu always maintained a high spirit. She got the advanced knowledge she wanted, and received a lot of advertising invitations. It was hard for her not to be happy. Since returning to the Star Covenant Initial Gate branch, she has been busy for 2.5 days, almost non-stop, walking around. Her feet are a little sore, but she enjoys it. If she can keep making money at this speed, she will think it is worth it to make her feet tired 1 or 2 times more. Besides, when she feels her feet are sore, someone will take the initiative to massage her. Boss, you are really amazing. Anya held Bai Fu's feet, enjoying her and smiling. On the side, Fei Yi, Yulia, and Xiaoshi were silent, just watching. Bai Fu narrowed her eyes and said lazily, after this, the specific location of Jean Gustar should be calculated, and then there will be something to do. I go with you then, Fei Yi said hurriedly. She learned from Bai Fu that Bai Fu's strength had greatly increased recently, but she was still worried. After all, going to Jean Gustar meant that there was a possibility of encountering the secret tower. Bai Fu did not refuse. With Fei Yi by her side, her sense of security increased dramatically. She was not worried that carrying Fei Yi around would affect Fei Yi's succession to Le Mans as the branch director. After the trip to the Tidal Galaxy, Herbert might have been scared. He smiled, greeted, and saluted when he saw her these days. He even returned Tai Erzhenren and the others directly. If he didn't have to save face, Bai Fu estimated that he would do something more humble, judging from the fact that he kept staring at his shoes. In short, Herbert probably doesn't dare to compete with Fei for the position of director. As for the other supervisors, there is nothing to worry about now. Even if she takes Faye around and doesn't do any serious commissions, the position of director of this branch will basically fall on Faye. What's wrong with 0 points? As long as all other competitors withdraw from the exam, 0 points is still the first place, no matter how shameful it is. The morning star flies away. 2.5 days later, Bai Fu got the specific coordinates of Jindu Star from the professional of Xingyue as expected. I have already contacted Manu for you. To prevent the news from being leaked to the secret tower by a traitor, Manu's suggestion is to hold back for the time being. Wait for the secret tower to take action first, and then contact other civilizations to outflank the secret tower from the rear. Yulia said. Bai Fu had no objection to this proposal. She was not the mother of the civilizations in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, so what opinions could she have? And even if she had any, it would be meaningless. Just in case, we have to make more preparations this time. It just so happens that I have made some money recently, so let's give more props before setting off. After signing a bunch of advertising and endorsement contracts, Bai Fu is now a real rich woman in the Gate of Origin. She has built 10 prayer card production lines alone, and has reserved a lot of money to transform Ziyuan Star and Ulysses Star. Another day later, Bai Fu, who had bought enough props, took Fei Yi and the others on the journey to Jindu Star. Before leaving, she had made a landing notice through digging G. At this time, all the players on Jindu Star were in a carnival. Fu Fu is the best in the world. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Even the secret tower is staring at us, which is a bit bad. With Fu Fu here, everything will be fine. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. At this rate, before the 2.0 version is launched, she should be able to collect 10 novice planets, complete 5 or 6 planetary main quests, and ensure that she is promoted to the disaster level. The disaster level is enough to intervene in most of the missions in the marginal worlds. In this way, even if the Star Sea era is fully launched, I can maintain my B-level status in front of the players, and not be overshadowed by some guys who suddenly appear. Bai Fu carefully planned her future on the spaceship. On the other side, the butler of the secret tower was also arranging the battle plan for Jindu Star. Whether this operation can capture Bai Fu and retrieve the lost mother copy is secondary. The key is to find a way to capture a large number of undead people. The research on these undead people may determine the future of the secret tower. Just as the butler was talking, someone suddenly ran in hurriedly. Butler, something happened. What happened? Sesha is missing. Chapter 199. Sesha is missing. The moment he heard the news, the butler of the secret tower had guessed where Sesha was now. The secret fleet sent to Jindu Star had just left, and Sesha disappeared right after. Where else could she be if she wasn't on that fleet? With Sesha joining, the success rate of the secret tower's operation on Jindu Star would be much higher, but the butler couldn't laugh at all. His eyes were sinister, his face was ashen, and his breathing became rapid involuntarily. The person who came to report the news could not help but tremble when seeing the butler like this. The butler has always been very well-mannered. Even when facing those low-level minions, he was smiling. He has joined the secret tower for decades, and this is the second time he has seen the butler so angry. The last time was because of a disagreement with the master of the secret tower over strategic policies. Is the impact of Cecilia's disappearance really that big? The person who reported the news was puzzled. The butler gritted his teeth and said, "Investigate, contact the fleet that just left, let them investigate, and make sure to find Cecilia for me." The messenger did not dare to refute, and left in a hurry. Only after the door was closed did the butler quickly open his communicator, and keep sending messages to Sesha, but he sent more than a dozen messages in a row, but they all fell into the sea, and he did not receive any reply. Asshole. The butler smashed the communicator against the wall, breaking it into pieces. Just like the messenger's cognition, he rarely got angry. Even if his subordinates messed up, he would usually just mock them a few times, at most executing tower rules, and never resorted to any lynching. The reason for this is that he knows very well that the cause that the secret tower insists on has a higher probability of failure. Why worry about a temporary failure? As long as the overall situation develops in a good direction, it is enough. Anyway, there is no real perfection in this world. He was so angry with Cecilia this time, not because Cecilia lost, but because Cecilia disobeyed his orders. Over the past 10 years, he paved the way for Cecilia's growth. Even though Cecilia's defeat caused dissatisfaction among many people, he did not blame her too much, but just asked Cecilia to go back to her room and stay well. But how did Cecilia repay him, without saying a word? Leave home. Run away. Do you think you have grown up and your wings are strong enough to fly alone without consulting him? Ridiculous, ridiculous. the angry butler recalled another incident that happened decades ago. At that time, the secret tower was in a very bad situation. It was hit in many places, and suffered heavy losses. He was determined to temporarily shrink his power, and wait for new opportunities to come, but the master of the secret tower did not agree with his idea and insisted on going all the way. He even secretly contacted the Dark Realm Zerg without his knowledge, and reached a deal with the Dark Realm Zerg Queen. He had a big quarrel with the Lord of the Secret Tower over this, and the two sides parted unhappily. He was even angrier that time than this time, and the reason was the same as this time. The Lord of the Secret Tower did not discuss with him when making the decision. Although the Secret Tower has developed much faster after getting the support of the Dark Domain Zerg, and the situation looks very good, how can we only look at the current gains and ignore the potential risks when walking on a tightrope with the Dark Domain Zerg? The purpose of the Secret Tower is to return to the Sun and dominate the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The appetite of the Dark Domain Zerg is much bigger than this. If you cooperate with this group of monsters with big appetites, you will fall into the belly of the Zerg if you are not careful. The butler believed that the master of the Secret Tower must understand this, but the master of the Secret Tower wanted to gamble, and he wanted to gamble that he would be the one who laughed last. In his opinion, Cecilia was also possessed by the devil like the master of the Secret Tower. She just refused to admit defeat, and felt that she was just a little short of it. As long as she had one more chance, she would definitely be able to kill Bai Fu. Being too deeply possessed by the devil will make you twisted. The butler walked back and forth in the room. After a long time, he received a report from his men that the fleet had conducted a carpet search, but no trace of Cecilia was found on any of the spaceships. She must be parasitic on someone. In this case, unless she shows up herself otherwise. The butler wanted to chase her immediately. But he was very busy now, and had no energy to care about Cecilia. His first task was to continue to torture those captured from the consecration cult, and find a way to get the Pillar of the True Spirit in the hands of the consecration cult. The Pillar of the True Spirit is the real hope of the Secret Tower. Keep an eye on her. Contact me as soon as you see her show up. Yes. The Commander-in-Chief of the Secret Fleet, Foster, quickly agreed. After finishing the conversation with the butler, Foster glanced around and shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone cheer up. We let Bai Fu escape last time in the Star Cemetery. We must not let her escape this time. Do you understand? Do you need to say such words? Sesha, who parasitized a cleaner in a special way, sneered, and then looked at the stars that were constantly retreating outside the spaceship with an expressionless face. The spaceship is about to enter the warp flight mode. Please stop playing around to prevent accidents. As the broadcast sounded, Bai Fu stood up from her chair. We are going to fight the Secret Tower head-on. I wonder what kind of lineup the Secret Tower will send this time. Manu said, the Secret Tower should be prepared. The strength of the people they send will definitely not be bad, but we don't have to be afraid. Bai Fu smiled and didn't say much. Manu suddenly appeared when she was about to set off. Accompanying Manu were masters from the Tide Civilization, the Sky Eye Alliance, the Caster Civilization and other forces. They said they would act together. Seeing their enthusiasm, what else did Bai Fu have to say? Then let's go together. At this time, there were a total of 7 S-level superpowers in Faye's spaceship, including her, Faye, Yulia, and 4 masters sent by other civilizations. Among these 7 S-level superpowers, 4 of them have reached S+. Bai Fu is one of them, which can be said to be a great number of heroes. In order to give a heavy blow to the Secret Tower that has been attacking frequently recently on Jingu Star, the major civilizations of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster have invested heavily this time. On the way to Jingu Star, Bai Fu was very excited, and so were Manu and the others. However, they were excited for different reasons. Bai Fu was excited because she could exploit the players again. Although she still had a lot of experience that she had not digested from the players of Indigo Star, it didn't matter. If she couldn't digest it, she could just save it. Anyway, her experience reserve was unlimited, so she didn't have to worry about it overflowing. Manu and the others were excited because they couldn't wait to beat up the Secret Tower. In addition, they were also very interested in the Dark Domain civilization of Jingu Star. Jingu Star is not Bai Fu's hometown, but it must have a deep connection with Bai Fu. During this trip to Jingu Star, they may be able to find out Bai Fu's past. When they think of this, it is hard not to look forward to it. This is what most people in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster are looking forward to. The spacecraft sailed in deep space for 6 days. During these 6 days, the news that Bai Fu is about to arrive at Jingu Star has been completely spread among the player community. This time, the popularity is even higher than the previous time when Bai Fu suddenly arrived at Indigo Star. There are two reasons for this. On the one hand, before Bai Fu set off, Digging G had already issued a notice in the community. During the journey, Digging G broadcast live 24 hours a day. The game map was hung on the left side of the live broadcast room, and the situation of the spacecraft cockpit was hung on the right side of the live broadcast room. Although the map during warp speed navigation could not distinguish the specific location of the spacecraft at all, this wave of operations still attracted a lot of attention. On the other hand, this time Bai Fu went to Jingu Star, not like the previous trip to Indigo Star to go back to her hometown. As a side quest to punish evildoers, Bai Fu's trip to Jingu Star this time involved many forces in Shanghai, including the forces of the Secret Tower, which are obviously villains. If lucky, the players of Jingu Star may be able to access the main quest of Shanghai on Jingu Star before the Shanghai version. This discovery made the players of other novice planets envious. Some new players, who had just entered the game not long ago, decisively reincarnated to Jingu Star, wanting to gamble big. Those players who were already at a high level wanted to imitate the players on Jingu Star, and send long-distance signals to the starry sky, but their actions were stopped by Digging G. Under Bai Fu's instruction, Digging G specially sent a video to persuade players from other planets not to do stupid things. This time Bai Fu received the message in time, and happened to be free, so she could rush to Jingu Star before the Secret Tower. Next time, if Bai Fu does not receive the message, or is unable to split herself because of important matters, causing other forces, especially some evil forces, to arrive at the novice planet where the players are, then something big will happen. A single shot from these evil forces could cause the main quest you worked so hard on to be interrupted. To be honest, the interruption of the main quest is not a big problem. If those evil forces are cruel enough to capture you and brainwash you, you will be doomed. Players who often follow me should be familiar with the players of the Zhuangxings and Lihui camp, right? Once you are brainwashed, you will be unable to defect from the camp like them. You can either work as a laborer for these evil forces, or delete your account and start over. Imagine waiting for Fufu's rescue, like the players of the Zenlihui. My evaluation is that you have to wait. The Shanghai version has not officially arrived yet, and those evil forces are still a little far from death. Digging G's words calmed down many players. That makes sense, but they didn't give up the idea of summoning Bai Fu to their novice planet. Since sending long-distance signals doesn't work, why not just let Digging G tell Fufu their coordinates, and ask Fufu to come over? Now Fufu has completely fallen out with the Secret Tower. As long as Fufu comes to take them to the Star Sea, they can help Fufu fight the Secret Tower. It is true that their level cap is only 35 after the new version is released, which is equivalent to just entering the B level in the Star Sea, but there are so many of them. There are hundreds of thousands of players on a novice planet, and millions on 10 novice planets. Millions of B-class superpowers placed in any corner of the marginal world star zone are a force that cannot be ignored. They can all help Fufu establish a kingdom in the Star Sea and become a real queen. When Fufu sits on the throne, we will conquer the 4 directions and expand the territory for Fufu Kingdom. Isn't it wonderful? I don't want much reward, as long as Fufu gives me her socks. Fuck, what a pervert. Just tell me if this future is good or not. The Porridge Brother may think it is good. Players actively discussed in the comment area of the video released by Digging G. Seeing the discussion content, Digging G had an idea and his eyes fell on Bai Fu, who was sitting on a high stool next to him, and kept swinging his feet. Her eyes gradually became hot. Wonderful. She was not saying that Bai Fu's feet were wonderful, although they were indeed wonderful, but that was not the point now. Digging G found that the players in the comment area said that founding a country was very feasible. Let's say, although Fufu might not be willing, but they pushed Fufu forward from behind, making the Silent Court the first force in the Star Sea, and making Fufu the queen of the entire Star Sea, wouldn't this be much more interesting than honestly following the rhythm of the game to complete the main quest? As a witness, and the first promoter of this great cause, she will definitely become a super anchor. And her name will be forever recorded in the history of games, becoming a name that cannot be ignored when future generations review the history of game development. The Digger Princess became excited. Compared to being a Digger Princess, being a Creator Princess is more inspiring. She decided to tell the players, who have a good relationship with her, about this plan. Now is the best time to implement this plan. If she waits until the Star Sea version is officially released, it will not be easy for Fufu to gather millions of players under her command. While Digging G was secretly moving, Bai Fu also saw the comments under the video. Millions of players, founding a country. It sounds exciting. But forget about founding a country, she doesn't know how to govern a country. For now, she should think about how to keep the benefits of Jindu Star in her pocket under the prying eyes of the secret tower. If she suffers a big loss at the hands of the secret tower this time, her image of wisdom and bravery that she has established in front of the players with great difficulty will be damaged. After flying for a while, the spacecraft finally released the warp flight state. It's not far from here to Jindu Star. Just in case, let's send out a few probes first, and let the undead fly a carrier-based aircraft to search nearby to see if we really arrived earlier than the secret tower. Manu's proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. After spending 2 hours to confirm that there was no danger, Baifu directly drove the spacecraft into the atmosphere of Jingu Star. Jingu Star, like Zuyuan Star and Indigo Star, is a novice planet where technology and other schools coexist. This is normal. If the technology level is not good, the players of Jingu Star will not be able to produce the finished product even if they get the blueprint of the long-distance signal transmitter. The difference is that Jingu Star is a novice planet that focuses on superpowers. Because of the extremely wide variety of superpowers, players can also use Krypton Gold to buy superpower awakening potions in the game mall to actively awaken special superpowers. Therefore, Jingu Star is often famous in the player community for its varied combat methods. Players on Jingu Star also like to post their own combat videos. There is nothing else, just one word. Cool. The cool superpowers are enough to satisfy the fantasies of many players. In comparison, the early stages of the psychic profession are a bit boring. After many skills are thrown, other players can't tell that you have used the skills. But besides being cool, the players of Jingu Star also have a hard time. Their superpowers are cool, but the problem is that the superpowers of those powerful NPCs are even cooler. Give up, you can't beat me in terms of coolness. In the process of fighting against those powerful superpower organizations, the players of Jingu Star were beaten and bloodied, and at one point they found that their main quest progress was decreasing instead of increasing. It was precisely because of such a hard life that the players of Jingu Star had the motivation to make their own long-distance signal transmitter to contact Baifu after seeing how happy the players of Zuyuan Star and Indigo Star were drinking soup behind Baifu. At first, they didn't expect to drink soup. It's better to drink some of Fufu's bath water than to be bullied by those supernatural organizations here, but the development of things was completely beyond their expectations. Bath water? Soup? Hee hee, this time, they might be able to eat meat with Fufu. The main task of Shanghai, Haochi, when the little red dot representing Digging G overlapped with the little blue dot representing Jingu Star in the game map displayed in the live broadcast room, at the same time, all the online players on Jingu Star stopped what they were doing and looked up at the misty sky. This strange scene stunned the people around the player, even the members of the supernatural organization who were beating the player. What happened? There was nothing in the sky. Suddenly, the player named Finjujing laughed. Haha, it's over, you are all done, my big sister Fu is here. Then, other players also shouted. Okay, the 1.5 year period has come, welcome the return of the Lord of the Dark Knight. Nice, I can finally see Fufu in person. These words made the members of the supernatural organization around them even more speechless. They suspected that these players were either crazy or just pretending to be mysterious. What a joke. Don't think we won't beat you up just because you're crazy. If you dare to go against the company, your fate will only be to become fertilizer for the company. A group of supernatural organization members surrounded the players with a covetous look. But before they could make a move, a dazzling white light suddenly shot down from the clouds, and this light pierced everyone present and couldn't help but raise their hands to cover their eyes. After nearly 10 seconds, everyone's eyes finally recovered. They all looked up, only to see a little girl in a red tight combat uniform floating in the sky. A girl of 1.3 meters tall should be considered a little girl, right? At this time, the little girl put her hands on her waist, raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked down with a proud face. And Bao? Isn't this Anya? No doubt, this is Fufu's sister Anya. Then Yujing cheered again. And Bao, Anya? The people of the superpower organization were confused. This was a person they had never seen before, and a name they had never heard of. But judging from the current situation, this should be an enemy. Since it is an enemy, we cannot let him live, we must kill him. Don't think that you are great just because you can fly. We have a group of powerful superpowers on our side. Buzz, before the members of the superpower organization had time to prepare for the attack, Anya, who was floating in the sky, had already taken action. The mental power surged out of her body like a tide. In just 1 second, She accurately passed over the players in the coverage area and pressed all the members of the superpower organization firmly to the ground like dead dogs. You sent a message to Boss Fufu to save you, right? Okay, now you can rest assured. Boss Fufu is here, and I will take her place to defeat all these people. Anya landed on the ground and stepped on a superpower like Bai Fu. Her posture was very similar, but because her body shape was very different from Bai Fu, and she was not wearing high heels, she did not show any so-called queen temperament, but just made people feel cute. Well, besides being cute, it also makes people feel at ease. Don't look at Anya's cuteness, but she is a real A-level superpower. Great! Finjiujing and others fell into ecstasy. Anya is here, and Fufu must be here too. They are not dreaming, nor are they hallucinating. Their good days are finally coming. At the same time, the same plot is being played out in different places on Jingu Star. After all, this time, they are not here to show off, but to deal with the secret tower. In order to race against time, Bai Fu sent out Anya, Yulia, Fei, Vic Xiaoshi, Lu Inai, Manu and others as soon as the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, and let them land on Jingu Star at the same time, so as to achieve multiple goals, and complete the main task of Jingu Star in one fell swoop while announcing her arrival. Destroy the terrible superpower city. While Anya and the others were taking action, Bai Fu herself was not idle either. She turned into a ghost, and appeared in front of the protagonist of Jingu Star at the fastest speed. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense to you. I was summoned by the immortal Finjiujing of your Jingu Star to help you solve the problems you are facing. My strength? Bai Fu raised her hand, and shot a deep pit several dozen meters wide from the mountain next to her. Do you believe me, and take me to the superpower city you mentioned now? Or do you want to drag it out and waste time? Make your own judgment. The protagonist of Jingu Star looked up at the woman in the air, with her arms folded across her chest, and only the soles of her pointed high heels were the most conspicuous. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. My queen, he had no doubt that the heel could easily pierce his skull. I take you there right away. 10 minutes later, the supervillain who called himself the king of Jingu Star's superpowers died. He lay on the ground and died peacefully. He was stepped on by Phantom Fufu, and his chest burst open, and he immediately lost his life. The remaining upper body still kept smiling. Looking at Bai Fu, who was smiling and nodding, and Phantom Fufu, who was a cold and queen-like woman, the city of superpowers, also known as the city of crime, exploded. Run! Those superpowers, who were so strong that the players suffered unbearably, began to flee in all directions. Humph, want to escape? Bai Fu threw out a bunch of cards and made a card-scattering army. Her psychic army surrounded the city of superpowers, and concluded the main quest of Jingu Star. Fire! 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 A few minutes later, the entire city of superpowers fell silent. Bai Fu was very satisfied with this situation. With her current strength, it would be easy to deal with these B-level superpowers. Very good, the main task is completed. Now it is time to count the task rewards, squeeze the players, and select smart players to prepare for the placement of spies in the secret tower. Come with me, I will take you to see the aliens. Bai Fu waved to the owner of Jingu Star. Chapter 200. Time is tight, and the mission is heavy. Therefore, after arriving at Jingu Star, Bai Fu did not discuss with the players and the planetary protagonists before the formal action like she did on Indigo Star, but directly killed all the villains in the main mission. If she had time to talk nonsense, the people from the secret tower might suddenly attack. She was not worried that doing so would cause dissatisfaction among the players and protagonists of Jingu Star. The situation on Jingu Star is different from that on Zuyuan Star and Indigo Star. Most of the players here have joined the righteous camp. However, due to the lack of understanding of the game mechanism in the early stage, and not paying much attention to the main quest, they only thought about how to use superpowers to show off in the arena and community. When the players of Jingu Star started to push the main quest, they were surprised to find that the villains in their own land had grown as powerful as cheats. Relying on the advantage in numbers, and the tough style of not fearing death, the players of Jingu Star once had the upper hand in the fight against the villains. However, it didn't take long for the villain organization to take out its trump card. They gathered everyone's strength to create a Superman-made man, who had extraordinary and terrifying physical fitness, and also had more than a dozen extremely rare superpowers. Relying on his powerful strength at the peak of B-class, the android killed the original leader of the villain organization as soon as he was born, and then established himself as the new leader, and gave himself the nickname King of Superpowers. So far, the players of Jingu Star have gone too far. Compared with the original leader of the villain organization, The king of superpowers is not only more powerful, but also smarter, and he has a very arrogant ideal. To become the father of everyone in Jingu Star, king, he wants to be a man of God. The ambitious king of superpowers attacked brazenly, defeating the players and causing the progress of the main quest to drop again and again. At this great victory, the king of superpowers gathered many criminals from Jingu Star and built a city called the City of Superpowers. If Baifu had not arrived yet, when the players of other novice planets finished the main quests and began to look forward to the arrival of the 2.0 Star C version, the players of Jingu Star would probably still be fighting wits and courage with the king of superpowers. It can only be said that some players are playing normal online games, while some players are playing the highest difficulty high-speed ACT games. Although Baifu's operation was a bit crude, it directly pulled the players of Jingu Star out of a hopeless future. As long as the players of Jingu Star had a bit of brains, they would not blame her, but would praise her for doing a good job. The main quest ended early, so it ended. It's not like you won't get the reward. What? You're worried that there will be no quests to do later? Don't make a fuss. Fu is here, and the secret tower of the Shanghai villain is coming soon. By then, I'm afraid there will be too many quests to do. Hurry, I don't want to fight those superpower criminals anymore. I want to be a Star C mercenary now, punching interstellar pirates and kicking interstellar wanted criminals. Damn it, we are all level 35, but compared to the treasure hunters wearing a full set of Star C equipment, we are as poor relatives in remote mountainous areas. Haha, the king of superpowers seems to want to hit me, right? Fu is the best in the world. Baifu quickly took a look at the public opinion in the community and found that the situation was similar to what she thought, so she began to count the rewards of the mission after killing the king of superpowers. After completing the main quest of Indigo Star, she received 4 rewards, but this time she only received 3 rewards for completing the main quest of Jingu Star. They are 16 million experience points, the special title Power Balancer, and selected Power Upgrade Fragment *1. Yes, Jingu Star does not have special items like Pillar of the True Spirit and Needle of Punishment. The most special item of Jingu Star is Power Evolution Tree Atlas. Baifu found the Power Evolution Tree Atlas in the residence of the King of Power. This atlas records many evolution routes and evolution methods of power. It is of no use to her as a psychic prayer master, but it is a treasure for players who are on the path of power. With this, those psychic players who have awakened ordinary psychics can evolve their psychics according to the method recorded in the atlas, and there is no need to spend time and effort to brush the initial account. What a good thing! Baifu was excited. With the psychic evolution tree at hand, she only needs to sit there and gently shake the atlas with her toes, and the psychic players will happily come to work for her. I have myself to support the psychic department, and Anya and Vic are in charge of the mental power. Now the psychic profession also has the psychic evolution tree as an advanced guide. Next, we just need to train Xia and recruit a martial arts master to be a professional mentor. The Silent Garden can meet the needs of most players. Baifu smiled. The official position for her is a psychic professional mentor, but how can a mere professional mentor satisfy her? Her appetite is not ordinary, and her ultimate goal is to let all players enter her secret garden and work for her. Obviously, being a mentor for a single profession cannot achieve this goal. Only by building a comprehensive university that can accommodate all professions, and then letting her serve as president, can this goal be achieved. All players in the world are within my reach. Baifu closed the item description of the Power Evolution Tree and clicked on the newly acquired title. Like End of Demon and Berry of Truth, Power Balancer gave her an additional 5% bonus to all basic attributes. But this is not important. What is important is that after collecting 3 titles of the same kind, she can combine these 3 titles into a new title combination. Baifu stretched out her hand. You have obtained a new title, Mentor of the Original Land. Mentor of the Original Land. The effect is very simple and crude, which is to increase her all basic attributes by an additional plus 20%. This increase is very exaggerated, but considering how difficult it is to obtain this title, Baifu feels that everything is reasonable. To obtain this title, you must complete 3 major main lines and reach a relatively high contribution value in each major main line. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for players to obtain a title like the Buried Truth, let alone 3. Baifu can get this title because she is very special. As an NPC with a player panel, she can't be resurrected like a player, but on the other hand, she doesn't have a level cap like a player. She can increase her level without restriction, and then rely on a high level to brush the player's main line tasks to gain benefits for herself. After loading the title mentor of the original land, Baifu's attributes changed dramatically. HP 34152/34152 Psionic Energy 57010/57010 Chi 4550/4550 Attributes Strength 195, Agility 377, Constitution 564, Intelligence 400, Spirit 445, Inspiration 1295. Among them, the basic inspiration attribute has increased by 105 points compared to before. Now that she has merged with Yulia again and used Mind Blessing, she can increase her inspiration attribute to 1808 points in one go, which has exceeded Cecia's constitution of 1764 points. It's getting interesting. If Cecilia is still in the fleet sent by the secret tower this time, I wonder what she would think when she sees that I am stronger than I was a dozen days ago. Baifu didn't know what Cecilia would think, she just knew she was very happy. This new title made her strength soar, and there is a hidden benefit. In the future, if a player finds out that she has a title called Mentor of the original land, the first thing they would think of is that Digging G said in the preview video of version 1.4 that she is a player mentor, right? The two are confirmed, and it will be able to stir up a lot of heat at that time. Okay, keep up the good work. Baifu clenched her fist. Sooner or later, even without relying on Yulia and the blessing of the heart, she can easily overwhelm Cecia. After flying for a while, Baifu brought the protagonist of Jingu Star to the docking point of the spaceship. It was very lively here. The players who were active nearby gathered around after seeing the spaceship. After sending the subordinates of the King of Superpowers on their way, Manu, Anya, and others also brought some NPCs with high status in Jingu Star. At this time, the players of Jingu Star and the NPCs of Jingu Star formed a sharp contrast. The players gathered around the spaceship, looking at the tall spaceship, and occasionally reaching out to touch it. The NPCs did not have such leisurely moods. They were just afraid now. The terrifying King of Superpowers and the City of Superpowers all died suddenly, which was originally a happy news. But they had no idea what the purpose of these strange-looking guys, who came from the sky and space was. What if these strange guys wanted to destroy them together? Alas! NPCs sighed frequently. When facing the King of Superpowers and the City of Superpowers, they still had some thoughts of resistance, but when facing these aliens, they had no thoughts of resistance at all. There was no way. The gap in strength between the two sides was too big. They thought that the King of Superpowers had reached the realm of God, but who would have thought that this God could not even withstand a kick from the aliens? What should they do? Just when they were feeling bitter, cheers suddenly rang out around them. Fufu is back. Fufu, I've been your fan for 10 years. Fufu? They turned their heads quickly, and the first thing they saw was the white hair dancing in the clear sky. For a moment, they felt like they were on a snowy plain, but before the chill of the plain could penetrate their lungs, the youthful smile on the white-haired girl's face made them walk from the cold winter to the bright spring, when the ice and snow melted. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Xiaosher, broadcast the meeting content live to the world simultaneously. Baifu nodded to Xiaosher, and Xiaosher did as she was told. Tens of seconds later, all the people on Jingu Star who were watching TV found that the TV program they were watching had changed. They looked at the spaceship, the white-haired girl, and the familiar faces standing on both sides of the white-haired girl in amazement. Today I invited everyone to come here to talk to you about the future of Jingu Star. Unfortunately, Jingu Star has been targeted by a notorious organization in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. Baifu talked about the crisis Jingu Star was facing, and the purpose of her coming to Jingu Star. The crisis has arrived. This crisis concerns everyone on Jingu Star, and this crisis is far more terrible than anyone on Jingu Star could imagine. No matter how badly the King of Superpowers caused trouble before, he could not do such a cruel thing as slaughtering all the people on Jingu Star. But the Secret Tower could really do such a thing. The Secret Tower was formed by a group of Avengers, and these Avengers like to go to extremes the most. In the process of fighting with other civilizations in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, they have committed atrocities of killing all the life on an entire planet more than once. Facing such thugs, it is never too careful. Baifu called on all Jingu people through live TV broadcast not to run around recently. If they really encounter members of the Secret Tower by accident, they must remain calm and not make radical moves to anger the Secret Tower members. We will do our best to stop the Secret Tower. The live TV broadcast ended with Baifu's words. The Jingu people who watched the live broadcast looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this true? Although Baifu looks harmless, and even just a glance at her makes people unconsciously want to believe her, What she just said is still a bit too outrageous in the eyes of Jingu people. While eating hot pot and singing at home, someone suddenly comes out and says that the planet you live on is about to be invaded by evil aliens. Would you believe it? Many people think. It is better to believe. That light is real. Bai Fu had expected this, so after the TV live broadcast ended, she showed the strength of her side to the Jingu Star NPCs she invited. With our strength, if we really want to take over your Jingu Star, there is no need to put in so much effort to act in front of you. We can just rob it directly. That makes sense. Okay, time is running out. We will take care of the secret tower, and you will be responsible for pacifying the people and arranging their evacuation. Bai Fu sent away a group of NPCs, including the protagonist of Jingu Star. The next thing to do is to exploit the players. The situation this time is completely different from that in Zuyuan Star and Indigo Star. She can't organize any celebration activities to exploit the players like before. But if she can't hold a celebration, she can organize a pre-war mobilization. Players of Jingu Star, facing the vicious secret tower, it's time to take up arms and fight to protect your second hometown Jingu Star. What? You said that the weapons in your hands are too backward, and it is probably difficult to compete with the secret tower? Hey, don't worry, I happen to have a lot of weapons, equipment, props, skills and professional advanced knowledge here. Don't miss it if you pass by. Players who perform well in the battle may be selected and qualified to go to the star. See in the first batch, Bai Fu gave a passionate speech and through flirting eyes, successfully attracting a large number of Jingu Star players to join the Silent Garden, and then spend money in Anya's mysterious store and faction store. Before coming here, she spent some time to purchase a lot of things, and now these things have become the best bait for players. This skill is expensive, but it can increase my output. No matter what, buy. I won't buy it. What if someone else buys it and performs better than me in battle? Then I won't be able to follow Fu to the Star Sea in the first place. These special perk cards require psychic power to use. There is no other way. I should learn to be a psychic prayer master as a second profession. When they thought of the opportunity to go to the Star Sea, many players, who usually like to be hamsters, opened their own scripture pavilion and let Bai Fu eat to their heart's content. Unfortunately, although Bai Fu still ate a lot, she was not as full as she was on Indigo Star. It's not that her appetite has become bigger, and it's harder for players to satisfy her. It's not that the players on Jingu Star are not loyal. In fact, the players on Jingu Star try much harder than the players on Indigo Star. Most of the players on Jingu Star have nothing left after coming out of the camp store, and all the experience has become Bai Fu's meal. The key to the problem is that the average storage of the scripture pavilion of the players on Jingu Star is far less than that of the players on Indigo Star. Bai Fu went to Indigo Star at the end of version 1.3. The players on Indigo Star had reached the upper limit of the version. They had been holding back for more than 10 days, at the shortest, and 1 or 2 months at the longest. They had nowhere to use their experience, and had piled it up in the scripture pavilion. She only needed to make a little effort to easily squeeze out a lot of experience. This time she came to Jingu Star in the early stage of version 1.4. Because the official version level limit was raised, the players on Jingu Star had already put the scripture pavilion into the scripture pavilion before she came. Most of the experience in the game was used up. Even if she used all her skills to squeeze out all the players on Jingu Star, the experience she could squeeze out was the remaining experience of the players on Jingu Star. It's all the fault of the planner. Will I be hungry if version 1.4 is released later? Bai Fu curled her lips. But even if she complained, she still gained 610 million experience points after this wave of leaks. Counting the previous surplus, she now has a total of 1.5 billion experience points. 1.5 billion can't be spent. At this stage, it can't be spent at all. This much experience is enough for her to upgrade her main profession to level 110, upgrade the newly unlocked skills to the maximum, open a few more advanced blueprints, and then raise the level of her second profession to the peak of a level. Everything is ready, only one advanced knowledge is missing. Bai Fu's eyes were shining with anticipation. After closing the attribute panel, she immediately found Feng Yujing and stated her purpose directly, hoping that Feng Yujing could help find some trustworthy players, let those players play a trick, and join the secret tower as an undercover agent after the secret tower arrives. Like Master Tai Air? Feng Yujing's eyes lit up. Bai Fu nodded and said, yes. Can I go too? You can't, because the set of long-distance signals was sent in your name. If you go, the secret tower will doubt your motives. Is that so? Feng Yujing felt deeply sorry. Well, If he couldn't be an undercover agent, then he couldn't be one. The most urgent thing was to find a way to stay with Fu Fu. He hurried to contact other players. In just half a day, thousands of players signed up. Bai Fu picked out hundreds of people and asked them to prepare. I'm ready here. Next, it depends on how the secret tower will attack. Will it be a naval artillery bombardment, ground combat, or a flood like the attack on Tianhu Star? Bai Fu wanted to laugh when she thought of the flood. Flood! If the secret tower really does this, then this time it is time to let the secret tower know that the flood caused by players gathering together is the most terrible flood. Time flies 2 days later. On the secret tower's fleet, Foster looked at the big screen in the cockpit and issued an order. In the warp flight state, all spacecraft enter the first level alert state, and all insect nests enter the preheating state. At the door of the cockpit, Cixia, who was parasitic on the cleaner, couldn't help but get excited. Bai Fu, here I come again. This time I will definitely eat you alive. Chapter 201. The secret tower needs a special item called Cooling Hive to release the flood. Cooling Hive made by the engineer insects in the dark domain insect race. The size of a cooling hive ranges from 50 centimeters to 5 meters in diameter. Since space technology is used in the production process, even the smallest 50 centimeters model can store 100,000 ordinary insects and 100 adult insects. If a large cooling hive is thrown at a surface civilization of the level of Ulysses civilization, it will be a ruthless massacre. Although the fleet sent by the secret tower this time did not carry the largest cooling insect nest, it carried more than 100 medium-sized cooling insect nests, which were enough for them to launch a flood of over 100 million. Don't underestimate the number of 100 million. The two most terrifying things about the dark domain insects are their ability to evolve and their ability to reproduce. If the invaded civilization cannot come up with an effective insect-killing method, the dark domain insects will mercilessly devour everything they can digest to satisfy their most primitive desires. In this process, their number will expand rapidly, evolving from 100 million to 200 million, 400 million, billions, or even more, until the entire planet is eaten bare by them, and they will start to kill each other. It starts with destruction and ends with destruction. This is the horror of the flood. Captain Foster, all cooling nests have been preheated. When Jindu Star appeared on the big screen in the cockpit of the fleet's smart ship, Foster heard the operator's voice. He nodded gently and said, "Release the detector and let the accompanying brainworms explore together. After confirming that there is no ambush around, we will advance to Jindu Star." The secret tower has two purposes for this operation. The main purpose is to capture the undead, and the secondary purpose is to capture Bai Fu alive and ask about the whereabouts of the mother. Therefore, the butler had issued an order long before the operation, telling Foster not to carry out a glass attack on Jingu Star unless it was absolutely necessary. Since those heavy naval guns could not be used, then launching dark domain insects was the most efficient and effective means of attack to reduce casualties. Foster pinched his chin lightly, his eyes narrowed slightly. There are several thousand undead people around Bai Fu now, and I don't know how many there are on Jingu Star. If there are 10,000 or 20,000 undead people, and I capture all of them back to the secret tower. The emotion called excitement suddenly burst out in his chest. Having made such a great contribution, he will surely be able to go one step further and become a member of the combat command room from the fleet commander. There must be so many, otherwise I will be very disappointed. The sharp black nails of Foster's right hand gently stroked his neck, and the desire to kill was about to be uncontrollable. 10 minutes later, the detector and the brainworm reported back that there was no sign of an ambush around. Foster raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no ambush. Could it be that Bai Fu hadn't come yet, or that those bastards from the Gate of Origin were afraid of being discovered by him, so they set up the ambush far away from Jindu Star? If it was the former, then he could set up a counter-ambush and catch Bai Fu off guard. If it was the latter, then those bastards from the Gate of Origin might burst into tears this time. The butler had already considered this situation, and gave him a dimensional fragment before coming. The dimensional fragment had no lethality, but once it was thrown outside Jindu Star, before it disappeared, no matter how anxious those bastards from the Gate of Origin were, they could only watch them do whatever they wanted on Jindu Star through the dimensional fragment. The husband is in the present. How exciting. Just thinking about it makes Foster excited. Since no ambush is found, then we will march to Jindu Star at full speed. The fleet moved forward at high speed, and stopped only when it reached Jindu Star's near-Earth orbit. Then, the hatches of a whole row of spaceships were opened one by one. The cooling insect nests and airdrop cabins that had been preheated in advance were pushed by the acceleration orbit, and shot into the atmosphere of Jingu Star like cannonballs. Foster did not let the spaceship land directly because he was afraid that doing so would scare the players of Jingu Star and make them afraid to show up. It would be very time-consuming and labor-intensive to catch them one by one. At this time, most people in the fleet were staring at the virtual screen in front of them. No one noticed that a black mist quietly attached to the base of an airdrop capsule and flew to Jingu Star with the airdrop capsule. In the eastern hemisphere of Jingu Star, there was an open area of sand and gravel. It was a hazy night, and I was about to fall asleep. Standing next to the boulder, the man holding the telescope rubbed his sleepy eyes and sighed. Will there really be evil aliens attacking us? Who knows? The boss said there is, and asked us to be prepared. So let's be prepared. The boss is not going to stop paying us. The sturdy man next to him shrugged. I don't doubt the boss. I'm just worried that the boss was deceived by the woman who looks different from us. That's not what we should care about. We just need to— Wait, what is that? The sturdy man suddenly stood up from the ground and stared at the night sky. The man holding the telescope looked suspiciously along the sturdy man's line of sight, and saw that the originally clear night sky suddenly appeared with countless fiery red lights. The stream of light fell rapidly, dyeing the entire sky red, as if it was on fire, presenting a shocking doomsday scene. How could this be? That's right. Aliens, they are aliens. The two people who had just talked hurriedly fled to the nearby signal station, but before they ran far, a flash of fire suddenly fell in front of them. The fire wave formed by the explosion directly rushed them out, and the high temperature made them cry out in pain. Even so, the fear surging in their hearts still made them stand up tremblingly. Through the surging smoke and dust, they saw a brown ball full of pores. At this time, one after another black and strange-shaped insects crawled out of the pores of the brown ball. Some insects have wings on their backs. Some insects have double forked frontal horns on their heads. No matter what these insects look like or what their habits are, the moment they get out of the pores, they are like inflated balloons, and their bodies suddenly expand hundreds of times. The NPCs living on Jingu Star have never seen such a weird scene. They were so scared that they turned around and ran away. But how could their speed be faster than these insects with strength comparable to sea-level superpowers? The dark realm bugs that smelled the scent of blood and flesh started hunting mode the moment they left the cooling nest. They attacked in groups, like a mudslide rushing down the hillside, accompanied by a strange buzzing sound. It's over! It's all over! The two people who were running away were pale. How could they escape from this insect tide at their speed? Despair began to spread. At this moment, a white stream of light suddenly broke through the long night, passed directly above the two people, and nailed into the surging insect swarm. Boom! The explosion was deafening. When the two looked up, they found several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. The leader was the strange woman who killed the king of superpowers 2 days ago, and said on TV that evil aliens would attack. Bai Fu ignored them. She took a few steps forward, raised her right hand suddenly, and her spirit burst out. A huge tide of spirit energy gushed out, and clashed with the oncoming insect tide. The insect tide pouring out from the cooling insect nest was terrifying enough, but it was nothing compared to the huge tide of spirit energy blasted out by Bai Fu now. The surging psychic energy melted all the bugs blocking the way into slag, as if the indestructible insect tide was torn in half in the blink of an eye. The rumble resounded through the wilderness, almost drowning out all the sounds between heaven and earth. Along with the psychic energy tide, 10 dazzling flying magic blades were killed. The magic blades rotated at high speed and flew through the air, leaving a long string of black phantoms, freely shuttling through the insect tide that was split in half. No matter whether it was those fragile bugs or those defensive bugs covered in shells, as long as they were lightly touched by the magic blades, they would be split in two the next moment, completely severing their life force. It was only about 20 seconds. When Bai Fu put down her right hand, the surging tide of insects had completely subsided. There was not a single living insect on the pile of rocks, only broken bodies all over the ground. It's a pity that the attack range of the spiritual explosion is still a little small, otherwise 2 seconds would be enough to kill all these insects. Bai Fu shook her head regretfully. The two people standing behind her stared with their eyes wide open. Good guy, he killed so many super scary insects in just 20 seconds, and he still thought the efficiency was not high enough. What kind of alien Superman is this? Bai Fu ignored the shocked eyes behind her. She turned on the communicator and contacted Fei Yi and Digging Ji, who were fighting the fire in another place. The secret tower did not directly bomb with ship guns, but chose to release floods. It seems that they came to Jingu Star not just for revenge. They may be for me, or for you to survive, but this is not important now. Release floods? Today, we will let them know that they can't do whatever they want in the Star Sea, and they have to lie down on Jingu Star. Go ahead and start killing insects. Bai Fu's words were transmitted to every player on Jingu Star through the live broadcast room of Digging G. Along with these words came the game prompt. You have triggered the hidden mission defense of Jingu Star. Mission introduction. The evil force from outer space, the secret tower, has launched a large number of cooling nests of the dark domain Zerg on Jingu Star. If it is not stopped, the terrible flood will sweep the world and turn Jingu Star into a life-forbidden zone. For Jingu Star, contribute your strength. Mission goal. Stop the secret tower from invading Jingu Star. Current progress 0%. Reward. Reward depends on contribution. Both the players of Jingu Star and the other players who came with Bai Fu received this task. Before they received the task, they were full of enthusiasm to fight against the secret tower. Now that they have received the task, they are even more eager to try. This is a task to stop the invasion of a powerful camp like the secret tower with natural disaster level superpowers. The task reward is definitely very generous. Okay, secret tower, right? I don't care about fires or floods. In the end, they are no match for our fourth natural disaster. Brothers, go ahead and crush these bugs. Fuck, Jingu Star is my hometown in this game. How can I let you guys, a bunch of bastards, mess with it? It's time to show my real skills. This time, I bought a set of neural induction enhancement equipment from Fu. I want to kill the players who were divided into dozens of groups stationed in various major cities on Jingu Star by Bai Fu in advance set out. They took the troop carriers, launched and headed straight for the cooling insect nests that had landed. Each group of players is divided into mini combat teams, and the commander of each team is the group of players that Bai Fu brought from Ziyuan Star, such as Patrick Star, Jianqi Chongtian. Their average combat power is much higher than that of other players, and they have participated in the Tianhu Star War, and have rich experience in fighting against the Dark Domain Zerg. The players of Jingu Star are very convinced that they are the commanders of the battle. Anyway, they will not take the quota of Jingu Star players to go to the Star Sea. When the players attacked everywhere, the NPCs of Jingu Star also took action after the initial shock. Jingu Star is the Jingu Star players, and even more so their Jingu Star. They have to do something. If we can't go to the front battlefield, then we should focus on logistics, weapons, ammunition, and prepare them first, regardless of whether we can effectively kill those bugs. Bai Fu gave an order, and the entire Jingu Star moved at high speed and entered a state of war. At this time, she was not a queen, but she was better than a queen. Countless people were chanting her name, and many Jingu Star people no longer prayed to the gods, but prayed to her instead. You must win, big sister with white hair. Bai Fu raised her head and calmly looked at the night sky that had temporarily returned to peace. She believed that the people in the secret tower in the starry sky should have noticed the changes on the ground. Foster did notice it. He was excited at first. None of the more than 100 cooling nests dropped had any accidents. All landed safely. This seemed to be a good omen. After discovering that players appeared in groups near the cooling nests, he became even more excited. Here they come. This fearless fighting style, this abnormal behavior of laughing even when dying, is an immortal. Jingu Star really has a lot of immortals. Foster made a rough estimate, and found that there were at least 1,000 undead people on the big screen. There were 1,000 here, so the possibility that there were thousands or even tens of thousands of undead people in the entire Jingu Star was getting higher and higher. Notify the brainworms to tell the bugs below not to rush to kill the undead people who block the road. Kill them all as soon as they come up. God knows where they will be resurrected. It will be too troublesome to catch them one by one. Yes. The brainworms that received the notification quickly passed on the order. Foster looked at the players being chased around on the big screen with a radiant face. What he saw was not the players fleeing backs, but his future of promotion and salary increase. What he heard was not the screams of the players, but the voice of the butler praising him. As time went by, as more and more players appeared on the big screen, Foster laughed more happily. 2,000 people. 5,000 people. 10,000. Hiss, it seems that I still underestimated. There may be 20,000 or 30,000 undead people on Jingu Star. Foster's eyes sparkled. He won. This time he really had to thank Bai Fu. If it weren't for Bai Fu, the undead named Finjujing wouldn't have sent out a long-distance signal for help. If they couldn't intercept this signal for help, they wouldn't be able to find Jingu Star. Without knowing where Jingu Star was, he couldn't capture the undead on Jingu Star. If he couldn't capture the undead, It would take him forever to accumulate enough merits for a promotion just by fighting against those scum in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The butler said that they made Bai Fu's current high status, but Bai Fu was an honest person. Isn't she repaying their kindness now? Say thank you, Sister Fu. Thank you, Sister Fu. The others on the spaceship are also grateful to Bai Fu from the bottom of their hearts. If this operation is successful, they will also be promoted and get a raise. Commander Foster, when do we start the capture operation? Wait a little longer, no rush, they can't run away anyway. Foster smiled confidently. But the situation has changed a little bit since we waited. No, why are these undead still coming out? 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. It should be the end now. Damn, why are there so many undead ambushing in this damn place? Foster couldn't laugh anymore. He saw the players luring the enemy deep into the territory, ambushing them halfway, and finally destroying all the bugs born in a cooling nest with a pincer attack from both sides. He thought this was the limit of the players, but he soon found out that it was just the beginning. Because the players were still coming out, from 50,000 to 100,000, from 100,000 to 200,000, it seemed endless. The Dark Domain bugs he deployed were very powerful, but when facing players whose average combat power was comparable to that of a superpower who had just entered the B level, and who were not afraid of death, these Dark Domain bugs were not enough to look at. The worm tide is charging, the player tide is countercharging. I was accidentally surrounded by a large number of Dark Domain worms, and the Dark Domain worms are sharpening their knives and preparing to eat. Hey, don't worry, eat me first. A human bomb. The worms can fly and burrow into the ground. What a joke. Do you think our superpowers and the props just bought from Fu are just for show? Foster has launched super-cooled worm nests to other planets more than once, and each launch can set off a frenzy on the planet, but this time. Crazy? We are not dead today, and we will see how crazy you are. The Dark Domain worms that were launched in the wilderness area were killed and fled by the players, who rushed over urgently before they even had time to see an NPC. Those Dark Domain bugs that were lucky enough to be dropped near the settlements were not much better. These places were the places that Bai Fu focused on guarding. Once she found Dark Domain bugs, she would immediately send a large number of carrier-based aircraft to airdrop players. The flood that Foster had high hopes for did not cause any major damage on Jingu Star, but was defeated by the players. Can it be like this? Foster was stunned. Manu and others were also stunned. Although the scale of the flood on Jingu Star was small, far less than the scale of the flood on Tianhu Star, it was too exaggerated to be eliminated so easily. It was the first time for them to witness the horror of players, and also the first time they realized the great value of players. Oh, and the value of Bai Fu. Bai Fu can command so many undeads, her value is immeasurable. Manu was excited. The Star Network community had found a treasure. Unlike the excited Manu, Foster was about to break apart at this time. What the hell, why are there so many undeads on Jingu Star? He suddenly had a terrible idea in his mind. Is it possible that the entire Jingu Star is full of undeads? If that's really the case. Foster's scalp went numb. There must be 1 billion people living on Jingu Star. I understand. I completely understand. This is a trap. This is a trap set by Bai Fu. She deliberately let the undead on Jingu Star send long-distance signals to make us think we have caught her weakness. We drove the spaceship here excitedly. In fact, we jumped into the trap she dug. What a cunning woman. I thought she was an honest person just now. Foster's breathing was extremely heavy. Since Bai Fu had set such a trap, she would never let them go so easily. If they ran away directly, they would probably be stopped halfway and suffer a heavy blow or even be wiped out. If they want to survive, it seems that there is only one way to go now. Live towards death. Hack Bai Fu, even if you have a lot of undead people under your command, as long as we can capture you alive and take you as a hostage, we will still win this battle. Foster gritted his teeth and immediately issued an order for a general attack. Go to Jingu Star and capture Bai Fu alive. Chapter 202. The secret tower spaceship rushed towards the nearby Jingu Star at high speed. At this time, everyone in the command ship, including Foster, looked solemn, and a few people with poor psychological quality began to tremble uncontrollably. They were all people who had seen big storms and waves, and the reason why they reacted so violently this time was because the development of the matter was too unexpected. That was 100 million Dark Domain insects. After arriving at Jingu Star, they were killed and fled in all directions before they could even be arrogant for a few hours, and they were almost wiped out. What a miserable word. This kind of scene has never been seen by the members of the secret tower on the spaceship. not to mention the members of the secret tower on the spaceship. Even the knowledgeable secret tower butler has never seen it. If there is anything to blame, it is because there are too many players on Jingu Star, and these players keep coming out one after another. Every time the members of the secret tower on the spaceship think that there should be only so many players, another group of players will immediately appear. After more than a dozen times, many members of the secret tower have completely fallen into the abyss of shock and panic. Because of this, when Foster stood up and said that the people on Jingu Star were probably all undead, the other members of the secret tower on the spaceship believed it without much doubt. Since everyone on Jingu Star has accepted the outrageous setting that everyone is undead, it is only natural to accept the speculation that all this is a deliberate setup by Baifu. It can only be said that Foster led the entire fleet astray by himself. Without his shouting, others would not have imagined it to this extent even though they were afraid. From a certain perspective, Foster has already tapped into G's 70% to 80% ability. He has opened up the era of brain filling by himself. In this era of brain filling, all those who have entered the game on the spacecraft are competing for the top spot. At first, everyone was just scolding Baifu for looking honest, but actually being a scoundrel. As they were scolding, perhaps someone felt that this was too uncreative, and he exclaimed in surprise, successfully attracting the attention of everyone around him. Do you think it is possible that Baifu's conspiracy actually started when she first appeared in the Sea Lion Galaxy? According to his story, Baifu became an ace agent jointly cultivated by the Star Network community, Tide Civilization, Sky Eye Alliance, and Castor Civilization. These four civilizations deliberately let Baifu show up outside to attract the attention of the secret tower, and trick the secret tower into stepping into the trap they set step by step. This statement made Foster's conspiracy theory even more conspiracy theory, and many people felt a chill down their spines. But not everyone agreed with this speculation, and soon someone raised an objection. Your imagination is very big, but it is a little deformed and not round enough. If Baifu is really the so-called ace agent, it means that these hundreds of millions of undead people are also created by forces such as Starnet. With so many undead people, why bother calculating? Just push it straight, and it will be over. Oh, that makes sense, but where did Baifu come from? At this time, new brain-filling masters came into play. Some people say that Baifu's identity is very clear. She is actually a member of Xingyue. Xingyue has taken a fancy to something in the secret tower, so it sent Baifu to cause trouble. Considering that Xingyue is a super superior force, it is not surprising that it has a cosmic treasure that can produce a large number of undead people. Some people say that Baifu actually came from a higher dimensional world. Many years ago, the predecessor of the secret tower, the Ghost Civilization, set off a dimensional disaster and released Baifu from the higher dimensional world. Baifu may have been seriously injured at the time. Now she has gradually recovered and wants to retaliate against the secret tower, so she has attracted countless undead projections from the higher dimensional world. Some people also said, "Fuck, stop talking." Foster's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No matter what the truth was, for him, he had no other way to go. He was different from the others in the secret tower. Others could surrender to Baifu, but he couldn't. He had sent people to hunt down Baifu in the Star Cemetery. The only way was to fight, but now there was a very serious problem in front of him. His fighting spirit was burning like a raging fire, but it was different for others. Look at the faces of the people around him. They might be thinking about how to run away, or they might be thinking about how to surrender. Damn, trash. Foster cursed in his heart, forgetting that it was his own wild imagination that caused the current situation. He only knew that he couldn't capture Baifu alive by himself. He needed help, so he couldn't let the morale continue to decline. Thinking of this, he took a few steps forward. Do you think we are doomed to fail? The people around looked at each other. Foster said, "We did fall into Baifu's trap, but this doesn't mean we are doomed to fail. No matter what Baifu's true identity is, at least she is now only an S+ rank superpower. This is obvious. If she has reached the disaster level, then Cecilia would have died long ago. The moment we appeared, we and the spaceship were all dead." Really? So we still have a chance. We have 5 S+ here, and if we count Cecilia, who is probably hiding in the dark, there are 6 of us. If we use 6 against 1, can we still catch Baifu? As long as we can capture her alive before the ambush arrives and use her as a hostage, we will definitely be able to escape this encirclement. You know, we still have dimensional fragments in our hands, which are enough to buy us a few hours. Everyone, we joined the secret tower because of hatred or because we were desperate. We have all died once. At this point, can we still be afraid of the little fear of death brought by Baifu? No, absolutely not. Foster raised his right fist suddenly, his voice excited. Those who didn't know the inside story might think he was doing a pre-match mobilization in sports animation. What does it mean to be excited? This is it. Mina-san, come with me for one last time. This time we must not leave. Regrets. Under Foster's shouting, many members of the secret tower were deeply moved. They remembered the past when they were chased everywhere. That was their lost youth. They suddenly felt their fighting spirit was high. Fight? We will fight with the secret tower for another 50 years. Seeing that his emotions were aroused, Foster breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the console. Bai Fu, I want to talk to you. His voice swept across the entire Jingu star through the interstellar general broadcast channel, and Bai Fu quickly received this set of signals. Talk? Is he angry after discovering that the bugs were killed by the players, and is he going to start a fight online? Bai Fu turned his head and looked at Manu next to him. How is your fleet prepared? Manu introduced. The simple Stargate was built 2 days ago. Yesterday, the fleet received an order from the Joint Command. Now they are on their way to Jingu Star. Since the flood disaster wasted a lot of time, we only need to hold on for half a day at most to wait for reinforcements. Half a day at most? This time is much shorter than Bai Fu imagined. It is not difficult for her to just delay for half a day. Her ability to escape is not vegetarian. The only problem is that the secret tower may find that the situation is not right and run away, resulting in the failure of the siege. In this way, the progress of the plot mission she accepted to destroy the secret tower will not increase much. We have to try our best to attract the attention of the secret tower. Bai Fu nodded secretly. If this operation succeeds, she will not only be able to show off her face in front of the players, but also improve her relationship with the Star Network, Tide Civilization and other forces. With this relationship, she may be able to ask Tide Civilization and other forces to help her get new psychic advanced knowledge. In short, let's listen to what the secret tower wants to say first. Bai Fu connected to the interstellar general radio channel. You secret tower are really haunting us. From Tianhu Star to the Star Cemetery, from the Star Cemetery to Ulysses Star, and now to Jingu Star. If you don't know, you will think you are my followers. The trick is done. So are you going to declare victory? Foster sneered. Bai Fu, don't think you win just because we fell into your trap. No matter how many undead you have, we in the secret tower have come through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The current situation will not make us despair, but will only make us more determined. We will definitely break through all obstacles, defeat everyone who stands in your way, capture you alive in front of everyone you arranged, and then return to the secret tower as a hero. Don't underestimate the bravery of us secret tower people. Foster roared in output, which directly confused Bai Fu. That's not right. Your word is not right. You already know that we have arranged an ambush. Why don't you run away, and even say you want to capture me alive? Bai Fu saw that the fleet of the secret tower was not as good as the fleet sent by the Star Network and other forces. Could it be that there are very powerful superpowered people hidden in the fleet of the secret tower, such as natural disaster level superpowered people? She quickly flipped through the Jingu Star Defense War mission triggered when the secret tower attacked. After the Dark Domain bugs landed, the progress of this mission has risen to 14.12%, which is unreasonable. If there are natural disaster level superpowers hidden in the secret tower's fleet, then killing a group of bugs alone will not increase the mission progress so much. You must know that those natural disaster level superpowers with strong destructive power can sweep the secret tower's fleet by themselves. With a little more time, the entire Golden Valley Star can become a life-forbidden zone. Their deterrent power is 1,000 times greater than the flood released by the secret tower. Judging from the mission progress, there is absolutely no natural disaster level superpower in the secret tower's fleet. If so, where did Foster's confidence come from to say such harsh words? Was he acting on purpose to make her relax her guard? Another thing that puzzled Bai Fu was the tone of Foster's words. No, buddy, why are you shouting so passionately and righteously? Who is the villain? Something is wrong, very wrong. From her perspective as an old actor, this is not how acting should be done. This is too damaging to the character. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Just as Bai Fu was thinking, Foster spoke again. Bai Fu, I admit that you are much stronger than we expected. Since you set up such a trap, you must have already put a lot of effort into signal shielding so that we can't report what happened here back to the headquarters. Ah, have I ever done such a thing? Bai Fu looked confused, only to hear Foster suddenly sneer. But just like we underestimated you, you also underestimated us. Didn't expect it, Bai Fu, we have a high-dimensional projection. While I was talking to you, I had already contacted the headquarters through the high-dimensional projection, and told the butler what happened here and your true identity. That's right, Bai Fu, we have seen through your true identity, and your conspiracy will end here. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Are you panicking? Everything is too late. Bai Fu made an expression like Subway, old man mobile phone. She couldn't understand what Foster said. Her real identity? Her real identity was Bai Fu, the card queen from the countryside. She had never concealed this. Could it be that the secret tower knew that she was a time traveler and had a player panel? What a joke. How could the secret tower know that? Bai Fu was puzzled. The more she thought about it, the deeper her frown became. This was originally a normal behavior, but it was intriguing to Manu and others. Bai Fu's true identity? Boom! Manu's body trembled. This question has actually troubled him for a long time. One of the purposes of following Bai Fu to Jingu Star this time was to take this opportunity to find out Bai Fu's identity. In the previous investigation, he was sure that Bai Fu was a master who was injured and seeking recovery, but it was unclear where Bai Fu came from and where she was going. For this reason, after arriving at Jingu Star, he interviewed many ordinary residents and undead people of Jingu Star. What was disappointing was that all the ordinary people said they didn't know Bai Fu, and although the undead knew Bai Fu, they couldn't explain it. Fu Fu? Fu Fu is indeed the Lord of the Dark Night. What is the true strength of the Lord of the Dark Night? I don't know. Why don't you ask Digging G? She might know. Fu Fu's hometown seems to be Indigo Star, but it may not be. There is still too little known information. Why are you asking this? Are you plotting against Fu Fu? Manu didn't get any useful information, but made himself more confused, and felt that the fog around Bai Fu was getting thicker and thicker. Therefore, it was hard for him not to be shocked when he heard that Mita had figured out Bai Fu's true identity. How did he figure it out? And what is Bai Fu's true identity? Judging from Bai Fu's sudden frown, did Mita guess it right? Manu was so anxious. He wanted to say something, but was afraid of offending Bai Fu. Damn Mita Riddler, if you know, just say it. I've said what I want to say, Bai Fu, just wait, I'm coming to find you, you can't hide this time. We have already made sufficient preparations to deal with you. Foster exited the general broadcast channel. He looked down at the high-dimensional projector in his hand, which showed that the data had been successfully sent to the headquarters. Very good, in this way, even if he failed to escape from this trap in the end, the butler who received the information would not be fooled by Bai Fu again, and might even be able to avenge him. Foster immediately called out a man, with a red coxcomb and light scales on his arms from the crowd. Onandi, a fish-scaled subhuman, was only rated B in strength, which was not very noticeable in the secret tower, but his ability was very special. He was a psychic profiler. He was arrested for committing a serial murder case. During the arrest, his psychic ability suddenly mutated, which gave him the ability of profiling. The profiling ability has no killing ability or physical fitness at a low level, but it is an extremely rare SS level ability in the ability rating, even rarer than Seishia's ability. The reason is simple. After having the profiling ability, you can find people through character profiling, and even predict the next move of the target. When the profiling ability is upgraded to a high level, you can use your profiling ability to control and curse the target. At this time, the target is no longer limited to humans. Animals, plants, AI life, and even machinery and buildings can all be controlled, which is very powerful. Of course, Onandi doesn't have this ability now. At the B level, he can only do character profiles, but this is enough for Foster. This ability is enough to help him find Bai Fu who is hiding. Let's start. Onandi nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he pressed his hand on a piece of white paper. Gradually, ink began to appear on the paper. After about a minute, the ink became a landscape painting from top to bottom. Foster took the painting away and slapped it on the console. Search for me. The spaceship AI immediately appeared and compared the landscape painting with the three-dimensional map of Jingu Star scanned in outer space, and soon found a place with a similarity of more than 99%. Found you, Bai Fu. Foster's eyes lit up, and he immediately gave the order to attack. The spaceship whizzed away, and just a dozen seconds after the spaceship left, a person who was familiar to Bai Fu and Foster appeared in the dense forest below the place where the spaceship just hovered. Sesha, who had returned to her original appearance. Finally, I found you. Last time you used illusions and fake bodies to deceive me. This time I will never be fooled again. Sesha remembered that she was fooled by Bai Fu's fake body and illusions, and then she was kicked several times by Bai Fu's real body. Last time it was Bai Fu who attacked her. This time it was her turn to attack Bai Fu. Sesha followed the fleet of the secret tower silently. While sneaking quickly, she was thinking about how to deal with Bai Fu after catching her. When she was still at the secret tower headquarters, she thought that once Bai Fu was caught, she would kill her immediately to prevent any more trouble. But now her thoughts have changed a little. Just like Bai Fu said, the grudge between her and Bai Fu originated from her envy and jealousy, but then Bai Fu kept playing tricks on her, which made her resentful. If Bai Fu was killed directly, it would be too easy for Bai Fu, and she sneaked out of the secret tower this time. After returning, the butler would definitely punish her with extremely high standards. If she couldn't get more from Bai Fu to cover the pain brought by the punishment, then her trip would really be in vain. I can't kill her, nor can I hand her over to the secret tower. I need to find a place where no one can find her and imprison her first, destroy her abilities, and completely isolate her from the outside world, so that she can become my toy. Then I can educate her however I want. Thinking of this, Cecilia reached out and pressed her belly button that had been hit by Bai Fu, and she became excited. I couldn't help it. I really wanted to catch Bai Fu and ravage her right now. Just as Cecilia's blood was boiling, the butler at the secret tower headquarters saw what Foster sent through the high-dimensional projection. What? After reading it, his pupils shrank suddenly. This news is really too explosive. Hundreds of millions of undead people, and Bai Fu is very likely to be someone sent by the Star Covenant to cause trouble, or a high-dimensional life. The butler immediately used the projection to ask another person in the fleet, and the answer he got was the same as Foster's. It seems to be true. He looked gloomy. If it is the former, then the Star Covenant should be interested in the dimensional secret in their hands. But how did the Star Covenant know that they had this thing, and why didn't the Star Covenant's Oath Master come to grab it himself, but had to send Bai Fu here, and let Bai Fu pretend to be a visitor from the Dark Domain at the beginning, and join the Star Covenant by accident? By the way, the Lord of the Oath must be afraid that his high-profile actions will attract the attention of other supernaturals and thus attract competitors. If it is the latter, then things will be even more troublesome. It is the life of the higher dimensional world. In this case, Bai Fu may not want something in the secret tower, but the life of the entire secret tower. No matter what the truth is, we must find a way to deal with it. Let Foster and others kill Bai Fu now. Can they kill him? The butler has no confidence. If he had known earlier, he would have gone there in person. It is too late to go to support now. If he misses this opportunity, he can only think of other ways first. It's too difficult for our secret tower to deal with Bai Fu alone. We must bring in external help. The housekeeper thought about it, and thought of the short essay that appeared on the internet not long ago about the secret tower and the master of the secret tower. That short essay vividly described the sadomasochistic story between the master of the secret tower and the queen of the dark domain Zerg, which caused a huge response and successfully caused the secret tower to be attacked by multiple parties. The power of the short essay is very great. Got it. The housekeeper decided to imitate that short essay and write 2 short essays. One article said that Bai Fu was a pawn of the Lord of the Oath, and came to the Sea Lion Galaxy to help the Lord of the Oath steal the true spirit pillar of the consecration cult, and then intersperse some love triangle stories between Bai Fu, the Lord of the Oath, and Fei Yi in the essay to attract the public's attention. Another essay said that Bai Fu was a high-dimensional life. She deliberately disguised herself as a good person to let the public relax their vigilance, but actually wanted to take the opportunity to invade the marginal world. In order to make this story more attractive, he decided to mix in the story that Bai Fu was moved by Fei Yi's true feelings, which once shook her inner ambitions, but finally reaffirmed herself. These 2 essays look fake, don't they? It doesn't matter. Wasn't the essay about the master of the secret tower also fake? As long as you write some truths that most people don't know now, but will be exposed soon, most people will think that the content of the whole essay is true. The real content that the butler decided to add to the essay is that Bai Fu secretly hid hundreds of millions of undead people on Jingu Star. This is first-hand information. When this news spreads, the 2 essays he wrote will definitely create explosive heat. As long as there is a super doubt about Bai Fu's identity and intervenes in this matter, he will no longer have to worry about Bai Fu posing a threat to the secret tower. Write, and write the essay and send it out before the news of hundreds of millions of undead people hidden on Jingu Star spreads. The butler got busy. Chapter 203. While the butler of the secret tower was concentrating on writing a short essay that would make people applaud, Bai Fu, who was far away on Jingu Star, suddenly felt a hint of unusual breath. Why do I feel warm in my chest? She almost thought that her breasts had entered the developmental period again, and were about to grow in the direction of the aesthetics of the people in Titan Industries. After a moment of hesitation, she realized that she had stuffed a superpower evolution tree atlas in the inner pocket of her combat uniform, and she quickly took out the atlas. "What's wrong?" Yulia was the first to notice the abnormality and asked in confusion. "This map seems to have some functions that I don't know about." Bai Fu unfolded the map and was surprised to find that two small light spots appeared in the upper left corner of the evolutionary tree drawn on the map, as if two small branches were about to grow out. She quickly threw a clairvoyance at the map, and as expected, the panel fed back had changed a little bit. Evolutionary Tree of Superpowers. Quality: Orange, plus, item description, a special item obtained from the King of Superpowers, which records the characteristics of many superpowers and the evolution direction of the superpowers. The origin is unknown. Additional effects: None remarks, this item is a Jingu Star S level item. An extra plus sign? Bai Fu was slightly startled. She felt a little strange when she first got the supernatural power evolution tree map. This is a good thing, but for ordinary people, its value is far less than the pillar of the true spirit and the needle of punishment. It is only in the hands of a special NPC like her that it can be used as a tool to cut leaks. Logically speaking, this situation should not occur in game design, because it is very unfair to the players of Jingu Star. Players of Renzuyuan Star and Indigo Star have artifacts, and the artifacts are also bound to exclusive tasks. Our Jingu Star is just a map that is not bound to tasks. Brothers, go to the planner. What? Everything falls on Bai Fu, and it has nothing to do with the players. This seems to be a different kind of fairness. Bai Fu shook her head secretly and reached out to click on the plus sign. Did I not understand the correct way to play the map before? Instantly, a new game prompt sounded in her ears. You have triggered the hidden task Newborn Superpower Evolution Tree Map. Task Introduction. Jingu Star's Superpower Evolution Tree Map seems to contain secrets you don't know. Find a way to unlock this secret, and you may see a brand new world. Task Target. Collect 3 additional new superpowers with a rating of no less than A. Reward: 10 million experience points. The Superpower Evolution Tree Map unlocks a new additional effect copy. Note: this task has a high probability of triggering subsequent tasks. Depending on your performance, when you come into contact with various forces, Bai Fu suddenly realized. Wow, no wonder there is a line with none in the panel, when the map clearly has no additional effects. It turns out that this map not only records the evolution method of superpowers, but can also evolve itself. Copy. You can copy a superpower skill. The level of the copied skill depends on the level of the superpower evolution tree map. Bai Fu took a look and found that this additional effect is quite useful. It allows her, a psychic profession, to steal a superpower skill. For example, if she stole Cishia's skill Life Drain, that absorbs other people's health to restore her own health. Children, today Bai Fu, will show you what a crispy mage is that has both tankiness and output. How do I collect new abilities? The mission and the map itself did not explain, but Bai Fu figured it out quickly. The secret tower spaceship came over, and in the spaceship, Foster and others saw Bai Fu and Yulia standing in the forest at a glance. Found it. Foster was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated and immediately used the dimensional fragments to wrap up Jingu Star, limiting Bai Fu's escape into space on the spaceship. Let's go! After all, the purpose was to capture Bai Fu alive, so Foster did not let the spaceship fire directly. If the power of the artillery was not controlled well, and Bai Fu was killed, they would completely lose all their bargaining chips. Don't underestimate the power of ship guns. The spaceships they brought are also considered regular main battleships in various galaxy-level civilizations. Although they can't explode stars, it is still no problem to burn a planet into glass with a little more time. Foster led the superpowers above a level and Onandi to kill from the spaceship, personally captured Bai Fu, and then let others drive the spaceship and the carrier-based aircraft on the spaceship to restrict Bai Fu's escape direction from the air. Bai Fu, you didn't expect us to find you so quickly, did you? Your plan is as easy to expose as paper in front of us who are united as one. You can't run away. Foster's loud laughter came from the sky. On the ground, Hei Fu, disguised as Bai Fu, raised her head and stared at Onandi in a flight suit. The moment she saw Onandi, Bai Fu understood. Superpower Profile, SS, Scanning, Current Progress 0.5%. She didn't need to do anything special. The Superpower Evolution Tree Map had an automatic scanning function. She just had to stand next to the target with the map and wait for the map to finish scanning. Of course, this is easier said than done. The stronger the target is, the rarer the target's ability is, the longer it takes to scan, even days or months, the scanning time will be shortened after the map evolves. For example, if she is asked to scan Cecilia with the map now, how can she scan? She may not have the ability to make Cecilia willingly stay by her side for several hours, or even a day, without doing anything that will not harm her life. It seems that this task can only be completed after returning to Shanghai. At that time, whether it is hiring someone or visiting some people with rare abilities under the name of a visit, it is not difficult to complete it. Bai Fu stuffed the map back in. Profile? I don't know what this ability does, but now is not the time to worry about it. Foster has already attacked, so let's deal with the attack of the secret tower first. She said to Manu and others in the encrypted channel. Let's get started. From the beginning, Bai Fu didn't intend to fight the secret tower head-on. The secret tower must have invested a lot of money to come to Jingu Star this time. The risk of fighting the secret tower head-on is too great. It's not worth it. The best strategy is to delay for a while, and wait for the joint fleet formed by the Star Network and other forces to deal with the secret tower. If I force myself to go, I will be killed or captured by accident, which is a loss. If I anger the secret tower and let the secret tower bomb me with a spaceship, it will also be a loss. With this idea in mind, after dealing with the insect tide, Bai Fu found an underground cave to hide, and let Hei Fu bring the fake body made by Yulia to the open space above her to attract attention. This trick worked very well. Foster and others who rushed over in a hurry didn't see anything unusual at first glance, and thought they had found the real owner, and completely ignored the real Bai Fu hiding underground. Want to capture me alive? Hei Fu sneered and suddenly threw out a dozen prayer cards from her hand. In an instant, a huge black square cage appeared out of thin air, covering Foster and others. Then, a huge psychic storm blew up on the open ground, and the psychic storm rushed straight towards Foster and others in the cage like a turbulent torrent. Along with the psychic storm, a dark vortex just below Foster and others also emerged. Be careful. Tonglu in the queue changed his face slightly. That day in the Tidal Galaxy, although he had not fought with Bai Fu in person, he had watched the fight between Bai Fu and Cixia from afar. Bai Fu was able to suppress Cixia in a short period of time, and was one of the top S+ ranked players. She was definitely not an opponent that any of them could handle alone. Let's unite. Tonglu's proposal was approved by others. Dozens of superpowers attacked together, and even though the +10 prison was very solid, it was shattered in an instant. Afterwards, they split into multiple groups, and tried to encircle Bai Fu from multiple directions. But the moment they escaped from the control range of the dark vortex, they were surprised to find dozens of Bai Fu rushing out from the surroundings. These dozens of Bai Fu were holding cards, guns, or swords, and were extremely fierce. Where did so many Bai Fu come from? It's an illusion, everyone be careful. At this moment, an A-level super, who was quite insightful in spiritual matters, shouted. So it was an illusion, then it's good. Bang. Suddenly, one of the Bai Fu punched a S-level super heavily on the chin. The violent impact made the super's head tilt upwards, completely revealing the flaw. The Bai Fu did not delay at all, put the high-energy ray gun in her hand against the super's neck, and pulled the trigger heavily. Ah! The screams drowned out the sound of the raging storm. Fortunately, the one being attacked was an S-class superpower, so he was not killed, but was seriously injured. Schroeder, another S+ class superpower next to him, roared and rushed over, and the air cannon blasted out of his palm instantly blew Bai Fu into pieces. It's a clone, not the real body is still there. Some people rushed up to give the injured superpower emergency treatment, and the others angrily rushed towards Bai Fu, who was still standing there and smiling. What they wanted was a living Bai Fu. It didn't matter whether this Bai Fu was missing limbs or not. Compared with a normal Bai Fu, an injured Bai Fu was easier to control. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of attacks were launched one after another. Some landed around Bai Fu, blocking her movement, and some landed on her. The violent explosion instantly turned the surrounding forest into a lifeless desert. When the smoke and dust cleared, Bai Fu disappeared. Will she not be blown to pieces? Impossible, I deliberately held back. Even if Bai Fu is a psychic prayer master who is not good at defense, she can't be killed so easily. Just as everyone was anxious, a silver bell-like laughter floated in the wind. You are right, I really won't die that easily. Bai Fu? They turned their heads suddenly, and saw Bai Fu floating in the air behind them, holding more than a dozen prayer cards in her hand. Let's play cards. Bai Fu raised her right hand high, and the prayer cards in her palm turned into scattered white stars. When the stars fell like snowflakes, with her toes pointed in the air as the center, black thorns bloomed from the inside to the outside like a whirlpool. From above, She looked as charming as a black rose. Bastard, Foster, and the others were furious. This time, they did not rush forward like a reckless man, but divided the work among themselves, using illusion, mental shock, imprisonment, and other means. First, the scanning device on the spacecraft locked and shared the data with them in real time, and the rest of them aimed at Bai Fu's hands and feet to launch a second round of attacks. Then, they fought alone again. In just one encounter, Bai Fu, who had full special effects and aesthetics, was killed by them in seconds. Before, they fought the phantom left by Hei Fu after using the shadow substitute, but this time it was better. They fought the phantom Fu summoned by Hei Fu with the prayer card. By the time they reacted, the real Hei Fu had already boarded a special speed-type Falcon-class carrier-based aircraft and flew away. Damn it, she tricked me. Foster was furious. In his rage, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Fu did not choose to fight them head-on, but chose to run away after performing a set of fancy combos. This showed that his guess and decision were correct. Bai Fu's strength was indeed not enough to kill them. They now had a few hours to catch Bai Fu. Even if Bai Fu had many ways to escape, with so many of them going out together, Bai Fu would always be seen through by them, or her psychic energy would be exhausted. Catch up. Whether or not they can escape this trap depends on this time. At Foster's call, the secret tower began to chase Hei Fu. This was exactly what Bai Fu wanted to see. Before the secret tower's men came over, she had deployed Falcon-class carrier-based aircraft in several places on Jindu Star, and ambushed many players near the Falcon-class carrier-based aircraft, letting the players control the various small cannons she'd bought and be ready. When Hei Fu and the secret tower's men arrived at these places, the players first launched a round of attacks to interfere with the secret tower's fleet's line of sight, and then the phantom Fu, hiding in the Falcon-class carrier-based aircraft, immediately drove the carrier-based aircraft to rush in other directions, making it difficult for the secret tower to tell which one was the real Bai Fu. You want to outnumber the weak, right? I kill you. Give Fu some time. Faced with this situation, Foster could only leave one spaceship behind to clean up the players below, and then let the others temporarily split up into two groups. But after encountering a similar situation again, Foster felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the Bai Fu they were chasing was all fake? He quickly called out Onandi and asked Onandi to reprofile Bai Fu's position. The result of the profile surprised him. Bai Fu was actually still in the place where he had profiled at the beginning. We've been tricked. The ones we're chasing are all fake Bai Fu. Hurry up. We've been stopped by two S+ class superpowers, the Heartflow Swordsman and the Void Warrior of the Sky Eye Alliance. We're also stopped by Quinn, the Mechanical Warrior of the Caster Civilization. The remaining three are all S-class superpowers. The problem is that they have a lot of prayer cards given to them by Bai Fu. Foster's face darkened. Are 3 S+ class superpowers ambushing 3 S-class superpowers? He wasn't worried that his people would lose, because they clearly had the advantage in numbers, but after those people were held back, they only had 2 S+ class superpowers left. Can 2 S+ class superpowers capture Bai Fu? After seeing Bai Fu's ability to escape, Foster has no confidence at all. The most rational thing to do now should be to help the two entangled companions first, regroup, and then chase Bai Fu together, but Bai Fu is likely to move if it is delayed. Forget it, let Onandi profile it again later. The situation is urgent, and we have to squeeze it. Foster quickly commanded the fleet to rush in the direction where Fei was. During the flight, he angrily turned on the communicator and yelled in the general broadcast channel. Sesha, I know you are on the spaceship or Jindu Star now. You hurry up and get out. Now is the time when you are needed. You have been hiding. Are you going to disobey the orders of the butler and betray the secret tower? Foster was very angry. If Sixia was there, it would not be so troublesome to catch Bai Fu. With Sixia controlling the situation, those Heartflow Swordsmen and Void Warriors can be killed in a few moves. What made him even more angry was that a few minutes after he finished cursing, he still didn't receive a reply from Cecilia. Bastard monster, scum, after cursing in his heart, Foster could only put it aside for the time being and concentrate on dealing with Xinliu's swordsman and Fei. In fact, Cecilia had been monitoring the radio channel, and she heard it the first time Foster scolded her. In response, she curled her lips. Foster came here to catch Bai Fu, and she also came here to catch Bai Fu, but they were not on the same side. If she acted with Foster, she would have to hand Bai Fu over to the secret tower after catching her. What a joke, she came out this time to play imprisonment play with Bai Fu. How could she imprison Bai Fu after handing her over to the secret tower? And how could she do whatever she wanted to Bai Fu? Based on the methods Bai Fu used to deal with me last time, under normal circumstances, Even if Foster and his men surrounded her, she should have a great chance to escape, but... Sesha looked up at the sky. Dimensional fragment, the existence of this thing prevents Bai Fu from escaping Jingu's star in a short time. Furthermore, Foster has Onandi as a cheat. No matter where Bai Fu hides, Onandi will use his profiling ability to find her. She can escape once or twice, but if she does it too many times, she will inevitably be captured. No, we must not let Bai Fu fall into Foster's hands. If I can't solve the dimensional fragments, can I still solve you? A bold plan suddenly came to Cecilia's mind. As long as this plan succeeds, the difficulty of capturing Bai Fu will be greatly reduced. Let's do it. Thinking of this, Cecilia flashed into Foster's command ship while others were not paying attention. When she changed from black fog to human form, she had changed her face. Captain Onandi, Commander Foster has something urgent to find you. Is there something urgent? Onandi was stunned for a moment as he looked at the strange soldier who was running over in a hurry. Why didn't he use the communicator to contact me? Because the situation was urgent, Commander Foster only had time to shout on the radio channel. Is that so? Onandi stood up, not realizing that the strange soldier had walked to a very dangerous distance from him. Then, as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly found that a heart-pounding force exploded in his body. Under the impact of this force, his vitality began to quickly dissipate, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This ability is Night Mother. Onandi realized the problem, but it was too late. All the people around him fell to the ground, and were instantly refined and turned into ashes, and he himself was strangled by Cixia. The next second, Cixia took out a scroll, and the scroll burned. The burning flames enveloped the two people and the ashes on the ground, and in an instant, the two people and the ashes disappeared in the spaceship. A few minutes later, Foster, who failed to kill Xinliu's swordsman and Fei, returned to the spaceship cursing. Let's go to another place. Where's Onandi? Let him come over. Foster refers to the commander. Commander Onandi is missing. We didn't find him on the spaceship. What? Foster was shocked and quickly asked people to search the entire spaceship and call up the surveillance. However, the surveillance was suddenly disturbed not long ago. When the surveillance returned to normal, Onandi, who originally appeared on the screen, disappeared. Someone took Onandi away while he was away. Who was it? Foster did not think of Cecilia. Although he was unhappy with Cecilia, he did not think that Cecilia would do such a thing. After all, Cecilia had never done anything that was detrimental to the secret tower before. Investigate. Do everything you can to find Onandi. The furious roar echoed in the spaceship. Foster was going crazy. If Onandi wasn't there, where would he find Bai Fu in a short time? Sesha didn't care what Foster thought at all. After escaping through the teleportation scroll, she let go of Onandi's neck and restored her original appearance. Tell me where Bai Fu is. You should know the consequences of defying my will. Seeing that the person who caught him was Cixia, Onandi was almost scared to death. He didn't understand what Cixia wanted to do, but now he could only tell the truth. Very good. Cixia used spider silk to tie Onandi up like a dumpling, and then flew quickly to Bai Fu's hiding place. A few minutes later. Underground space. Bai Fu was referring to the game map to direct Fei He and the others to run away. Suddenly, a black fog appeared in the room that made her feel extremely familiar. Wait! Sexia? Bai Fu immediately flashed to Yulia's side. Don't be nervous. The black fog condensed into Cixia, a charming woman like Spider Girl, smiling and saying, I'm not here to cause trouble to you this time, but to seek refuge with you. Bai Fu frowned. Cixia did not rush to explain, but first opened a hole in the underground space and pulled at Onandi, who was tied up like a dumpling. When I came here, I brought a letter of surrender to prove my sincerity. He, Onandi, is a superpower of the secret tower. Do you know what his superpower is? Cixia introduced, profiling. The name of this ability sounds very ordinary, but it can easily lock your position. The reason why Foster was able to quickly find the dummy you arranged was because of Onandi's profiling ability. I was able to find you because of this. Now I hand him over to you. Cixia threw Onandi in front of Bai Fu. Bai Fu did not rush to respond to Cixia. She recognized that Onandi was the person who had caused the map to react before. At this time, the map of the superpower evolution tree was scanning Onandi and Cixia at the same time. It took 11 minutes to scan Onandi, and 23 hours and 21 minutes to scan Cixia. There was no way. Cixia was too strong. Bai Fu deliberately squatted in front of Onandi, pretending to check Onandi, and then she said, Why do you want to join me? We were mortal enemies before, right? Cixia suddenly sighed. After returning from the tidal galaxy, I was put in solitary confinement because of several consecutive mission failures. During the time I was in solitary confinement, I seriously reflected on what you said to me that day. You are right, I am jealous of you. I am obviously as beautiful as you, and my strength is not inferior to yours, but I can only hide in a secret tower and be called a monster by others, while you, with the title of the Savior Saint, can take advertisements and receive countless praises and worship on TV. At this point, she paused for a long time, as if she was brewing emotions. I'm sorry, it's because of such shallow thoughts that I'm jealous of you, jealous to the point of wanting to kill you. In fact, I've thought more than once how nice it would be if I could be like you, or if I could stand by your side like Faye, but until you revealed the real me, I didn't dare to face this thought. It was you that day that made me achieve, and let me dare to analyze my true self. I still have a future. As long as I can face my heart, I can walk out of my past. So, after you figured it out, you wanted to come to me? Yes. Sesha nodded vigorously, with a humble desire on her face. In fact, I could have escaped directly from the secret tower and started my life again in a place where no one knew me, but in the end I decided to come to you. You woke me up, and I want to repay you, and what? Sesha lowered her head. Bai Fu, do you still remember the conversation you and I had on Ulysses? Bai Fu nodded. I remember. After squeezing her plump thighs, Cecilia suddenly raised her head. I can't forget the way you walked in front of me so gently that day. Although that might be a fake, it was the first time I felt such gentleness. Bai Fu, I think I may have fallen in love with you. I'm sorry, I know it's not right. After all, we are of different genders, but I can't control myself. This is the first time I have such feelings. She reached out and pressed her bulging chest, and her face flushed like a ripe apple. From her eyes to her movements of wanting to move forward but stopping after taking 2 steps, she revealed shyness and nervousness. What a sin! Onandi, who was lying on the ground, was almost numb. So, did Cecilia betray the secret tower for this reason and bring him here? What kind of succubus is Bai Fu? He was already terrified because of the imminent death, and now he felt that he was going to collapse. Bai Fu. Cecilia called Bai Fu's name softly. Can I hug you? I don't expect you to accept me. I just want to feel your warmth. Bai Fu, Yulia, with a weird look on her face, After a while, Bai Fu raised her hand. You said a lot of information. Can you let me sort it out? Of course. Sesha smiled shyly, cursing in her heart. You bastard. What's wrong with you just letting me hug you? Will hugging you make you pregnant or make you lose a piece of meat? Do you think I want to kill you? At most, I will capture you and take you to an unknown place. Bai Fu was actually stalling for time. When 11 minutes were up, the power evolution tree finally completed the scan of Onandi. She secretly looked at the description of profile. Cecilia did not lie. The profile could indeed find her hiding place. This made her face darken. Fortunately, Cecilia did something, otherwise she would be chased everywhere. But Cecilia did not lie about Onandi, which did not mean that she did not lie about other things. After all, she herself was also a great actor. It was impossible for her not to be cautious about such people coming from the opposite camp. You? Bai Fu was about to say something when she suddenly discovered that the power evolution tree map had a strange reaction. It became hotter, and not only hotter, but it also seemed to have a vague reaction to a certain place on Jingu Star. You found the hidden map of Jingu Star Power Well. Power Well, a special area that breeds the power evolution tree map. It can only be opened normally with an activated power evolution tree map. There is such a place? Bai Fu smelled the taste of a hidden plot. At this time, Cecilia's voice interrupted her thinking. Bai Fu, are you doubting me? No, I'm not. Bai Fu quickly denied it. Cecilia said sadly, if you don't believe me, touch my heart. Is there any difference between touching your heart and hugging you? Bai Fu was just about to find an excuse to delay time, such as wanting to take Cecilia to a special place, referring to the supernatural well, but Cecilia exploded directly. Forget it, I'm too lazy to act with you. Do you think you're safe if you don't touch me, Bai Fu? You shouldn't bring her with you. Cecilia smiled. Bai Fu was very alert, but what was the use? She would not worry about Bai Fu not surrendering after she caught Yulia. She suddenly turned into black mist and rolled towards Yulia. At this moment, she was full of confidence. Not everyone could escape like Bai Fu. But her expectations were dashed again. When she was about to touch Yulia, she was surprised to find that Yulia turned into a stream of light and entered Bai Fu's body. Do you understand upper body? Our magic cat is like this. Bai Fu used a spiritual explosion and sky burial on Onandi on the ground. Onandi, who was already seriously injured, died on the spot after 2 consecutive hits. Then, she quickly ran towards the power well. Only the Atlas can open the hidden map normally, so there might be a very suitable place to hide. Ah! Seeing Bai Fu suddenly disappear in front of her, Cecilia was almost mad. It was almost there, but... Bai Fu, I will not let you go. When I catch you and Yulia, I will torture you severely in front of Yulia. She quickly chased after Bai Fu. Chapter 204. Thanks to the bonus from the Ghost transformation, even without using Blessing of the Heart, Bai Fu still managed to break out from Xixia's blockade, leaving Xixia far behind. Even if she used Spider Silk to attack, she couldn't touch her heels. But she didn't relax. After turning into a shadow ghost, her physical strength consumption will increase significantly. Once her physical strength drops below a certain baseline, she can no longer maintain the shadow ghost form. If the person chasing her was someone else, Bai Fu wouldn't have anything to worry about, but it was Xixia who was chasing her. She could easily defeat Yulia, but if the opponent was Xixia, let alone one of her, the final result of 5 of them flanking G would probably be I'm sorry that I couldn't satisfy Miss Xixia, there's no other way. Xixia is the ultimate endurance king. With a physical fitness of 1764 points, if it's not necessary, Bai Fu doesn't want to have friction with her. Just because Xixia's endurance is very terrible, Bai Fu decided to run away to the supernatural well at the moment she was about to run away. A hidden map that can only be opened by using the supernatural evolution tree map? In this case, can she close the door again after entering, so that Cecilia can only sigh at Fu at the door? Whether it works or not, Bai Fu decided to give it a try. If it doesn't work, she can just hide in another place. In this way, the two of them passed through the surface of Jingu Star at a very fast speed. The movement here successfully attracted Foster's attention. Because of Onandi's disappearance, Foster was originally arranging people to search for Onandi and Faze separately, but at this moment, he suddenly received news that someone suspected to be Cecilia was found in the wilderness. Let me see. Foster clicked on the surveillance video sent by his subordinates. The video did not capture the face, but he recognized at a glance that the person who passed by the camera quickly was Cecilia. After thinking for a moment, he immediately issued a new order. Except for those who are looking for Onandi, everyone else should temporarily stop what they are doing and come with me to find Cecilia. Foster was very angry now. He felt that it was all Cecilia's fault that he was trapped in the pursuit of Bai Fu. If Cecilia had followed them from the beginning, they would most likely not be deceived by those fake Bai Fu. Even if they were deceived, with Cecilia there, they would definitely be able to capture the Void Warrior and force Bai Fu to show up. Now that they have not caught the person and Onandi is also lost, who else can they blame but Xixia? Should they blame him? Impossible. There is nothing wrong with his plan. If I can't escape this trap, Xixia, don't even think about going alone. I will take you, a monster, with me even if I die. Foster's eyes were fierce. At his call, most of the ships in the fleet turned around and headed straight for the direction Xixia had just left. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu dived into the seabed. After diving hundreds of meters, she stopped above a dark, muddy ground. The game map showed that the dot with an arrow representing her had overlapped with the question mark representing the entrance to the hidden map superpower well. It's hidden in such a ghost place. Who would have thought it would be? Bai Fu complained as she took out the superpower evolution tree map. At the moment, the map was unfolded, a soft light blue light lit up on the mud in front of her, and a pleasant game prompt sounded in her ears. Hidden map superpower well has been opened. Okay now. Bai Fu just raised her leg and suddenly received more than a dozen prompts in one breath. She was stunned for a moment, and quickly clicked on the new prompt. You found the one-time skill to draw body. Do you want to use the power evolution tree map to absorb it? You found the one-time skill molecular splitting. Do you want to? The format of these prompts is exactly the same, and there are 13 in total. Bai Fu casually reached out and poked at one of the prompts, and found that the strength of this skill has reached the disaster level. Vidra body. In a short period of time, the body is transformed into an unshakable Vidra body, and it can even greatly weaken mental attacks. The remaining number of uses is 1/1. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. She ran here just to hide and delay time, waiting for the joint fleet to come, but now she seems to no longer need to hide. These 13 skills can't defeat the fleet sent by the secret tower, but it shouldn't be a problem to kill a few unprepared S+ level superpowers. Even if they can't be killed, it's enough to scare them. Thinking of this, Bai Fu suddenly became much calmer. She quickly released the shadow ghost form, and at this moment, the sea behind her suddenly stirred up a vortex, and Cixia had caught up. You are really persistent. Bai Fu turned around and said helplessly to Cecilia on the radio channel. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 black magic balls suddenly appeared above her head, and manic psychic beams shot out from the magic balls, followed by high-speed rotating magic blades. Even though Cecilia was very confident in her body, she still did not choose to resist after thinking about the scene of the last fight with Bai Fu. She was like a black water snake, twisting her agile waist and dancing in the water, lightly avoiding Bai Fu's attack. Not running anymore? Are you ambushed nearby, or are you running too fast? Sasha's voice was cold, but mixed with an excitement that was hard to suppress. When she thought that she would catch Bai Fu soon, she felt her body getting hot, especially her belly button, which was punched 3 times by Bai Fu. Bai Fu looked at Cixia with a smile. There is no need for that anymore. Let's completely resolve the conflict between you and me here. While speaking, she secretly turned on the communicator and prepared to send her coordinates to Foster to attract him, but she stopped the action just after she took action. It seems unnecessary. Bai Fu raised her head. Cecilia did the same thing as her. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the dark seabed. Behind the light, the current was surging. Foster led hundreds of people to ride the current and kill them fiercely. Ha ha ha. Foster laughed. He came to find Cecilia, but who would have thought that when he found Cecilia, he would find Bai Fu who had been hiding? Is this what is called no effort is spared after searching for something? His resentment towards Cecilia disappeared in an instant. With Cecilia's help, Bai Fu couldn't escape this time. Bai Fu, I don't know where you can escape to. Foster clenched his right fist tightly, excited, and the people behind him, who had just been fooled by Phantom Fu Fu for a long time, were also excited. In contrast, Bai Fu and Cecilia frowned. Cecilia frowned because she didn't want to hand Bai Fu over to the secret tower, but now Foster suddenly brought people to kill her. If she was not careful, her plan might fail. This made her feel uncomfortable, as if she had eaten a fly, and her hot body suddenly cooled down. Bai Fu frowned because Foster and his men came too quickly. She had not yet finished absorbing those skills. You know, absorbing skills also takes time. If Foster and his men launched an attack at this time, something might happen. She had to buy some time. That's right. Bai Fu's eyes suddenly locked on Cixia. When Cixia was puzzled, she showed Cixia a smile that could be described as sweet. Come in with me. After saying this, Bai Fu turned around and walked directly into the supernatural well. Cixia was confused and didn't understand what Bai Fu was doing. It was okay to laugh, but what did she mean by laughing so sweetly? But despite her confusion, she hurriedly followed Bai Fu the moment she entered the supernatural well. Don't try to escape. Foster, should we follow? Tonglu turned his head and asked. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Foster, but Foster was the fleet commander designated by the butler, so he would still respect Foster's opinion before taking action. Foster's face changed slightly, worried that this was a trap, but when he thought that he had already fallen into Bai Fu's trap, he would die anyway if he didn't catch Bai Fu, so why hesitate? Chase! He led the charge, and the others followed, rushing into the supernatural well together. After passing through the blue oval translucent door, Foster found that the scene in front of him had completely changed. He came from the deep sea to a tall cave, but at this time, he was no longer in the mood to look at the cave, because he suddenly saw Bai Fu open his arms and hug Cixia. Li Zai gone, the god and devil? Foster was dumbfounded. Cecilia was also dumbfounded, but she woke up faster than Foster. Isn't this a great opportunity to capture Bai Fu alive? Wow. Spider legs that spread out from the black silk thread that looked like one-piece fishnet stockings suddenly stabbed at Bai Fu's hands and feet. Bai Fu did not dodge or evade, and took this wave of attacks firmly. Ding! To Cecilia's surprise, this stab did not even pierce Bai Fu's skin, as if she had not stabbed flesh and blood, but high-strength alloy. When did Bai Fu become so hard? Sasha was stunned, but Bai Fu was not. Child, this is the body of King Kong. She hugged Cecilia even harder, and said with joy, Thank you, Cecilia. If it weren't for you, I would never have thought that there was a superpower named Onandi around Foster, who could locate my hiding place through profiling. Thanks to you for catching Onandi in front of me, and cooperating with me in acting, I was able to lead Foster and others here so easily. What? After hearing this, Foster's pupils shrank suddenly, and the other members of the secret tower around him were also shocked. Bai Fu's words contained too much information. Onandi was captured by Cecilia, and Cecilia had secretly surrendered to Bai Fu? How is this possible? They really couldn't believe it. However, Bai Fu knew Onandi's name and the name of Onandi's superpower, which meant that she had really come into contact with Onandi. Onandi was either captured by her, or Cecilia was captured and given to her. Foster panted and asked, Sesha, what is going on? Did you really take Onandi away? Where is he now? Sesha also wanted to know what was going on. How could her spider legs not hurt Bai Fu? No, now is not the time to worry about it. Bai Fu, this bad guy, is now trying to sow discord between her and Nita. She must explain quickly. It's not. Sesha. Bai Fu deliberately raised her voice to cover up what Cixia said. Under the dual blessing of the mind blessing and the body of the diamond, even though Cixia's power was very high, she couldn't break free for a while. Didn't you tell me that you like me? In fact, I like you too, but I'm afraid you don't have feelings for me, so I haven't dared to make it clear. I didn't respond to you immediately just now, because your words made me so happy that I was so excited that I panicked for a while. Now I have calmed down, Cecilia, let's be together. Cecilia's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although she disobeyed the order of the butler, she really didn't think of betraying the secret tower and joining Bai Fu. Let me go! Cecilia's aura exploded, spider legs, spider silk, and various skills that absorbed life and reduced resistance madly smashed at Bai Fu, but Bai Fu, who was blessed with the body of King Kong, was not afraid at all. Losing 1,200 health points in 1 second? Don't panic, her health points are more than 30,000 points, and there is still enough time for Cecilia to slowly act. I won't let go, I will never let go again this time. Cecilia, now that things have come to this, there is really no need to hide our relationship anymore. Believe me, I will get rid of Foster and the others here. At that time, it's up to you to decide whether you will go back to the secret tower to lurk or stay with me. Yulia, who was living in Bai Fu's body, mourned for Cecilia in her heart. You are lucky to meet Bai Fu, the queen of the screen, it is true. How could Foster know that Bai Fu had a King Kong body buff? In his opinion, Cecilia beat Bai Fu for a long time and Bai Fu was not hurt at all, not because Bai Fu was weak, but because Cecilia did not take it seriously. Fighting? Flirting. Cecilia must have been shy because Bai Fu accepted her confession and kept slapping Bai Fu. This is what a girl who is just beginning to fall in love does. It is normal, but... Fuck, Foster was about to explode. He chased Bai Fu for a long time and finally caught up with Bai Fu, but he was immediately shown a wave of affection by Bai Fu and Cecilia, the two girls. What sins did he commit in his previous life that he had to suffer this kind of punishment in this life? Spicy next door, who gave birth to Bai Fu and let this thing come to the Sea Lion Galaxy. Okay, very good, Cecilia. Since you betrayed the secret tower, then I don't need to be polite. I will deal with you two here today, go. Foster gave an order. The other members of the secret tower around him were no less angry than him, and they rushed out immediately after receiving the order. Kill, 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 kill Cecilia, and then take Bai Fu as a hostage. Seeing this situation, Cecilia was immediately anxious. Don't believe Bai Fu, she is talking nonsense picking. I'm not talking nonsense, Cecilia. I really like you. I stab you to death, Bai. I don't believe you will kill me. Bai Fu and Cecilia had a fierce confrontation. In fact, even if Bai Fu did not interrupt Cecilia, many people would not believe her even if she defended herself. The reason is very simple. Cecilia was not well received in the secret tower. Most people regarded her as a monster. This monster turned to Bai Fu because she felt discriminated against. Isn't this explanation quite reasonable? Moreover, when they think about it based on the premise that Cecilia turned to Bai Fu, they will find that many things can be explained. Why did Cecilia fail to catch Bai Fu in Ulysses and Tidal Galaxy? Because she surrendered to Bai Fu. Why did Cecilia rush out when she heard that the secret tower was going to deal with Bai Fu? Because she wanted to tell Bai Fu the news. It's not that the enemy is too strong, but what a stupid teammate. As a witness, Tonglu was particularly angry. He felt a little scared. If Cecilia didn't act at that time, he would have become a dead body. Die for me, you monster. Tonglu punched Cecilia angrily. At this time, Bai Fu let go of Cecilia and said with a smile, Cecilia, you just watch my performance carefully next. Keep looking, I'd be pissed to death if you keep looking. The moment she got rid of the restraints, Cecilia attacked Bai Fu, ready to cooperate with others to severely injure Bai Fu first. As long as she could severely injure Bai Fu, the rumors Bai Fu had just made would be self-defeating. But she still underestimated Bai Fu. Since Bai Fu let her go at this time, she must have been prepared long ago. Although I have only absorbed 4 skills now, it is almost enough. A sharp light flashed in Bai Fu's eyes. She suddenly turned into a shadow ghost, and escaped at the moment when the two auras were about to meet. The next second, she returned to human form, but unlike before, Her eyes turned into a strange red. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy wave was released from her body. At that moment, the entire cave seemed to be frozen. You used a one-time skill freeze everything this. Foster's eyes widened in horror. He realized that this aura was beyond the S+ level, and it was a breath that only a natural disaster-level superpower could have. But what's the use of realizing it? He couldn't move, he was frozen. From his body to his strength, only his mind could move, but he was not a spiritualist, he could only watch. Watching a ball of silver dust fall on Tonglu, who was in the front. This move was still a disaster-level move. Tonglu didn't even have time to scream. When the silver dust sank into his body, his lower body disappeared. Yes, it disappeared out of thin air. The cut surface was smooth without any burrs. Until the freezing effect disappeared, Tonglu's upper body fell to the ground with a snap, and a mixture of intestines, internal organs, and blood poured out, flowing all over the ground, bloody and disgusting. It must be said that Tonglu's vitality is really tenacious. Even in such a situation, he still has a breath left. UI. Tonglu stared at Bai Fu, never dreaming that his fight with Bai Fu would end like this. Bai Fu waved her hand, the prayer card dissipated, and more than a dozen spearmen jumped out and stabbed Tonglu's body fiercely. Everyone around was staring at the scene in a daze, including Xixia. For a moment, no one stepped forward to save the copper furnace. How to save? Disaster level. Bai Fu has reached the disaster level. Foster was shocked. He was even more panicked than when he found out that Jingu Star was full of undead people. For the first time, he realized how fragile he was. Fear devoured his mind and physical strength, making him completely lose his composure. Why, if Bai Fu was a disaster level, why didn't she defeat them in one encounter, but had to lure them here? Xixia didn't understand either. If Bai Fu was so powerful, what was the point of the play she had just performed? Or was it not acting? Ta-da-da. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed in the cave. Bai Fu walked from the shadows to a relatively bright place. She held a black scepter in her hand. She raised her head slightly and looked down at the people in front of her. There was no smile on her face, only the cold murderous intent like ice. Let me take you to experience the fear of death. Chapter 205. Ah! Accompanied by a sharp scream, Tonglu was stabbed to death by the spearman summoned by Bai Fu. You killed Tonglu, 100% contribution, and 32 million experience points after correction based on the level difference, a pleasant reminder sounded. The experience reward for killing enemies in the stars is relatively low, and it encourages players to do tasks or accumulate experience through professional manufacturing, such as making prayer cards and mechanical props. Even so, since Tonglu is an S+ level superpower, Bai Fu still earned 32 million experience points in one go. Although this amount of experience is not as good as the amount squeezed out by players, it is also the most experience reward Bai Fu has received so far for a single kill. A Tonglu is 32 million. If all the secret tower members in front of him are killed, plus the extra reward for the defense of Jingu Star, at least 200 million plus experience points can be obtained, right? Of course, Bai Fu knows that this is difficult. After all, she is not a true natural disaster level superpower. Apart from freeze all things, she does not have other large-scale control skills in the superpower well. It is difficult for her to keep all the secret tower members present. But it is better this way. She did not intend to kill all the secret tower members. If these people died, who should pass the news that Xixia has betrayed the secret tower to the master of the secret tower? She can't let her do it alone, that would be too deliberate, and she would be exposed if she is not careful. Bai Fu looked at Foster coldly. Tonglu's last scream before death almost made Foster's heart stop beating, but it was this stimulation that made him regain control of his body. He was like a survivor who almost drowned, breathing heavily. He felt deeply the fear of death that Bai Fu talked about. Even Tonglu was not Bai Fu's opponent, so how could he, who was not as good as Tonglu, resist Bai Fu's attack? He just didn't understand it now. With your strength, you can kill us directly. Why did you bring us here? What are you planning in secret? Foster asked what he was thinking, and for a moment, all eyes were focused on Bai Fu. Since Foster was in the mood to delay time, Bai Fu was naturally happy to cooperate. If she delayed a little longer, she could absorb more skills. Planning? Bai Fu looked around and suddenly laughed, and her laughter was a little creepy. What do you think I did it for? Of course, it was for Xixia. How did it involve me again? Xixia was already red. If she didn't think she couldn't beat the natural disaster level Bai Fu, she would just be killed. At this time, she was standing behind Bai Fu, and was about to rush up and stab Bai Fu's ass. I stab you to death for making up rumors about me. Although Cecilia never told me, I know from eavesdropping on your conversations during the few times I fought with you that you have been using Cecilia, but you have never really respected her. She saved you, but you still secretly called her a monster. I dare not imagine how you bully her normally. Bai Fu spoke faster and faster, and her tone became heavier, and she almost shouted at the end. After yelling, she walked to Cecilia, stretched out her cold left hand, and gently stroked Cecilia's cheek, who was already stunned. Cecilia, don't worry, I will give them back all the pain they gave you bit by bit. Cecilia was speechless. Damn, Bai Fu's play is still connected before and after, right? In fact, she should have known it earlier. After the contact with Ulysses Starr, she should have known that Bai Fu was not only good at acting, but also liked acting. But to be honest, she didn't hate the feeling of Bai Fu's fingers brushing across her cheek, which was cool but also warm. What she hated was that she was not in control of all this. She was a spider monster. She was a web weaver. She wove fate. She wove the future. But now, she and Foster and the others had become Bai Fu's toys. Cixia couldn't figure it out. With Bai Fu's strength, why not just kill her directly? Why play with her like this? Was there a deeper calculation? Or was Bai Fu simply a person with an extremely bad personality who enjoyed playing with others? I really want to beat Bai Fu away, but there is a gap in their strength. Cixia gritted her teeth and was about to scold Bai Fu, but Bai Fu suddenly retracted her hand. Hey, why did she retract her hand now? Bai Fu turned to face Foster. At this time, Foster and others were already numb. So that's it, now everything makes sense. Bai Fu was not in a hurry to kill them because she wanted to help Cixia vent her anger in front of Cixia. Thinking of the scene when Bai Fu and Cixia hugged each other just now, Foster couldn't help but sigh. What a touching love story. If he was a bystander, he would definitely stand up and applaud, but he was an eyewitness, and he was one of the people who bullied Cixia in the story. So why are you standing there like an idiot? Let's fight her, Foster roared. The roar echoed in the cave, and it stunned everyone, including Bai Fu. No, Bai Fu is a natural disaster level superpower. You asked us to fight her. Are you crazy, or are we crazy? As we all know, the gap between natural disaster level and S+ level is much larger than the gap between S+ level and S level. After all, one is awakening, and the other is job transfer. When an ordinary S+ superpower faces several powerful S-level superpowers, and a group of A-level superpowers, the best way is to run, otherwise they may be beaten to death. But when an ordinary natural disaster level superpower encounters several powerful S+ level superpowers, and a group of S-level superpowers, he has to think about which one to kill first. Seeing that everyone was unmoved, and some even wanted to run away, Foster couldn't help but get anxious. Stupid, have you forgotten that we used dimensional fragments when we hunted down Bai Fu's fake bodies before? Now people outside can't get in, and we can't get out ourselves. Run? Where to run? In a small place like Jindu Star, do you think we can outrun Bai Fu? Foster's roar was deafening. It's true. With the dimensional fragments, they have no chance of escape. Now they are angry. If Foster didn't use the dimensional fragments, how could they end up in such a situation? But no matter how angry they are, they know that now is not the time to vent their anger on Foster. They can only fight Bai Fu. Surrender? Bai Fu tricked them here to avenge Cecilia. Which of them hadn't called Cecilia a monster? Even if they wanted to surrender to Bai Fu, she would not accept it. Let's fight. Beckett, a S+ level magician of the Secret Tower, who was famous for gravity magic, attacked Cecilia immediately. He thought clearly that it would be difficult to hurt Bai Fu directly, so it would be better to set the target on Cecilia, Bai Fu's beloved baby. As long as he could successfully capture Cecilia, he would have a chance to escape. He also knew that it was not easy to capture Cecilia. Cecilia's strength was not as good as Bai Fu's, which was at the level of natural disasters. She was still much stronger than any of them, but it was easier to capture Cecilia alive than Bai Fu. And now everyone's attention was on Bai Fu. This was a great opportunity for him to take action. Boom! Under Beckett's control, the gravity in the area where Cecilia was located began to increase exponentially. This round of attack came extremely suddenly. You have to know that this was a super strong gravity that even the high-strength alloy used to build spacecraft could not withstand. Although Cecilia's physical strength was very terrible, she was still hit because she had not made any preparations in advance. Oops. Her face changed slightly, and as the ground beneath her feet cracked like a spider web, her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Okay, next is... Beckett was about to make a move, but was surprised to find that his companions around him did the same thing as him. Attack Cecilia, you should pick the weak ones. Foster's energy surged up all over his body, and when he punched with all his strength, his eyes were rendered into dazzling gold by the gushing energy, and the energy blasted out from his fist was highly concentrated, like a roaring golden dragon rushing straight to Cecilia's head. Another S+ class superpower was not far behind. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, his abdomen swelled up as if he was pregnant. When he exhaled again, what he exhaled was no longer airflow, but a wind cannon that was powerful enough to break mountains and break peaks under the coordination of superpowers. In addition to them, others also showed their skills, such as those A-class superpowers who followed in. Although their own attack moves were not very lethal, the thermal weapons in their hands were not ordinary goods. A random attack could also cause certain damage to the S+ class superpowers. Sesha! Baifu's anxious shouts exploded in the cave. Cixia was almost fainted. Baifu was the one who was showing off. Why was she the one who got beaten? And Baifu, you are still acting. Since you are so anxious, then why don't you come over and help me block it? The plan succeeded, and the acting is not going to be complete, right? Cixia took on this wave of attacks. Fortunately, her physique was extremely high. Even after being beaten, the injury was still not enough to affect her actions. But if she was beaten a few more times, the situation would be different. But at this time, Baifu finally took action. She instantly locked onto Beckett, whose control ability was fully utilized, and activated the new skill she had just absorbed when Beckett tried to superimpose a second round of gravity impact. Wait, Beckett's body stiffened slightly. He realized something was wrong. His body suddenly became hot, and the temperature was rising rapidly. When he realized the danger, he suddenly caught fire. Ah! What's going on? Foster's eyes widened, totally unable to understand. Cecilia was a spider monster, and Baifu was a psychic prayer master. Did they have the ability to make Beckett self-ignite? Quick, help me put out the fire. No, give me the dissociative healing potion first, Beckett stumbled and rushed towards an A-level superpower next to him. In fact, Beckett could still be saved at this time. His health value had only dropped by 30%. Before the skill effect ended, it would only drop by 60% at most. As long as he drank a bottle of healing potion, he could immediately raise his health to more than 50%. But he looked too scary now. The people around him were already tense. When they saw him running over, they just wanted to get out of the way, making the already chaotic cave even more chaotic. This gave Baifu an opportunity. The advanced force field opened, and Baifu suddenly appeared behind Beckett. At this time, she was wrapped in blazing black flames. Under the burning of the flames, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. When Beckett felt the cold murderous intent behind him, he was too late to dodge. Dark burning. The fist wrapped in black flames fell 3 times in a row, landing on the same spot on the back of Beckett's neck 3 times in a row. Beckett flew out like a cannonball, and the huge impact force directly collapsed half of the cave. When everything returned to calm, everyone was shocked to find that Beckett's head had been beaten into a ball of paste, and his body was limp, as if it had turned into a mollusk. He was dead. This was Baifu's killer move. 3 punches from Nongfu. The skinny Cecilia lost 17,432 health points after taking these 3 punches. A magician like Beckett had already lost a lot of health due to the burning, so how could he still be alive after taking these 3 punches? Baifu looked around, her eyes emitting a cold light. She just stood there, like a queen who could decide life and death at will. Fear began to spread. First, Tomlu died, and now Beckett died. The remaining people were under great pressure. Can they really capture Cecilia alive? After catching Cecilia, if Baifu came to snatch her, could they protect her? Baifu did not give them time to think. The secret tower dispatched a total of 6 S+ level superpowers this time. In addition to Cecilia, Tomlu, and Beckett, there were 3 left. As long as one more was killed, even if Faye and the others did not come to support, she would not have to worry about her safety. Thinking of this, Baifu launched another attack. She absorbed 8 of the 13 skills, and just used 3. Although the remaining 5 skills were not as effective as the 3 used before, as long as they were used properly, it would not be a problem to kill another S+ level superpower. Extremely cold hell. Thousands of blades. Mind imprisonment. Baifu used 3 natural disaster level skills in one breath, without any intention of saving them. In order to ensure that she could kill an S+ level superpower, she took out a stack of rare prayer cards after throwing out the skills. Dark Thorns, Dark Vortex, Big Black Fu, Judge, Skyfalling Magic Gravel, Flying Magic Blade, Void Magic Sphere. Throw whatever you have. Although the cost of this set is ridiculously high, as long as she can successfully complete this mission, The Star Network community and Tide civilization will pay for her. Foster and others originally wanted to rescue the S+ level superpower who was locked, but after seeing Bai Fu throw out so many prayer cards at once, their faces suddenly became darker than the bottom of a pot. How could they have imagined that the power of these prayer cards was actually far weaker than the skills Bai Fu had used before, and they just thought that these prayer cards were as powerful as those skills. Then why bother fighting? Without saying a word, they turned their guns around. If they couldn't hit Bai Fu, they might as well hit Cecilia. Without the restraint of gravity, Cecilia immediately turned into black mist and dodged, cursing as she dodged. Fools, do you believe everything Bai Fu says? If Bai Fu said that the butler was also a traitor, would you believe it too? This? Of course I don't believe it, but if the butler looks as close to Bai Fu as you do you think we should believe it? Foster and the others can't care about that anymore. In order to survive, they only have this one way to gamble, and all other ways are dead ends. Seisha trembled all over. She was almost unable to control herself and wanted to kill Foster and the others, but once she did it now, she would really have to draw a line between herself and the secret tower. She was not mentally prepared yet. Once she left the secret tower, where could she go? Cecilia's anger grew, and Foster and the others became more and more anxious. They had not been able to capture Cecilia for a long time, and under Bai Fu's attack, more and more people died on their side. Even those who were determined in their hearts could not hold on any longer. They would die anyway, but wouldn't it be better to live a little longer than to die now? An A-level superpower roared and rushed out of the entrance of the superpower well. As he ran, the psychological defenses of the others also collapsed. What are you still doing? Run! Bai Fu did not stop them and deliberately let them go, but when Foster was about to run away, she still stopped him. Foster had chased her before, and Foster was the fleet commander. Killing Foster would not only vent her anger, but also make the fleet of the secret tower fall into greater panic. You? Looking at Bai Fu who was blocking him, Foster was soaked with sweat. Just as he thought, Bai Fu really didn't intend to let him go. Foster looked around. When he came, he had hundreds of people around him, but now there were only dozens left. With these dozens of people, neither Bai Fu nor Seisha could beat them. He's dead. Despair surged like a wave. Foster gritted his teeth. In this case, I can only play this trump card. He took out a bright white crystal the size of a fingernail from his body. The moment he saw the crystal, Cecilia's face changed suddenly. Dark domain worm purified toxin? She knew better than anyone except Foster how powerful this toxin was. Once this toxin exploded, she could withstand it by constantly absorbing the vitality of others. But what about others, such as Bai Fu? Could they withstand it? Although Bai Fu is a natural disaster level superpower, her natural disaster level strength does not mean that she is not afraid of poison. If Bai Fu is poisoned to death, then her trip to Jingu Star this time will be in vain? No, Bai Fu must not die in Foster's hands. Bai Fu can only die in her hands. At the moment, when Foster was about to crush the bright white crystal, Cecilia hit Foster with a life wither. Foster's attention was all on Bai Fu at this time. He didn't expect Cecilia to attack from behind. Under the effect of life withering, his hands and feet suddenly lost strength, and he could only watch the crystal slip from his palm. Just as the crystal was about to fall to the ground, a slightly pale hand reached out and caught the crystal. Seisha? Foster stared at Seisha. You still say you and Bai Fu are not in the same group? It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter at all. The spider leg shot out from behind Seisha instantly pierced Foster's throat. Under the effect of life absorption, Foster's body shook violently, but he could not break free. After more than 10 seconds, he completely lost his life. After Foster died, the members of the secret tower, who had not chosen to escape, could no longer stand, and they rushed out frantically. Bai Fu did not chase. Seisha did not chase either. She actually hated the secret tower because many people there regarded her as a monster. She had thought more than once that if she had the chance, she must kill all those who called her a monster, but she did not do so, nor did she escape from the secret tower, because there was a special existence in the secret tower, that is, the butler. It was the butler who saved her from being parasitized by the spider. It was the butler who taught her to master the power of spiders. Although the butler did not give her any preferential treatment, in the past years, only the butler treated her as a normal person. For her, this was enough to keep her in the secret tower. However, because of her own problems, and by Fu's instigation, she could no longer return to the secret tower. Now she is alone and has nothing. Oh no, she actually has something else, which is the debt between her and Bai Fu. That's right, she couldn't beat Bai Fu, but even if she couldn't, she had to settle the debt between her and Bai Fu, Anyway, she didn't care about life or death. If she lost, she would be killed by Bai Fu. If she won, she would imprison Bai Fu, so that she would never feel empty for the rest of her life, and she would never have to envy Bai Fu again. Now, are you satisfied? Cecilia turned around and faced Bai Fu, without any joy or sadness. Chapter 206. After Cixia asked that question, the atmosphere in the cave suddenly became tense again, and the already chilly cave became even colder. Bai Fu simply ignored the chill. The main force of the secret tower had been driven away, and although Cixia was the most powerful one, she could no longer pose a threat to her life. On the one hand, it was because she still had 7 disaster-level skills that she had not used, and she was fully confident that she could protect herself or even defeat Cixia. On the other hand, it was because she had seen through Cixia. Although she had not yet figured out the details and knew everything about her, she had a glimpse of the trick. Cecilia looks very fierce now, right? She is indeed fierce. But the data panel fed back by the clairvoyance skill shows that Cecilia's favorability towards her is now 58 points, 22 points higher than the 36 points when they last separated. The evaluation of favorability has also changed from twisted jealousy at the beginning to twisted dependence. Of course, unless the favorability is high to a certain level, it can only be used as a reference. A positive favorability does not mean that there will be no murderous intention, love in the heart, kill with pain, and Yandra are real. And often the change from love to hate is just a matter of a thought. If you think you can enjoy the benefits of the other party's favorability because they have a positive impression of you, then you may cause trouble one day. Bai Fu, who is regarded as a succubus by players and agrees with this statement, naturally would not make such a small mistake. The expression on Cixia's face is quite normal now, but in her heart. Bai Fu walked towards Cixia step by step. The shoes hit the ground with a crisp and pleasant sound, but to Cecilia, it was like someone beating a drum in her heart. She subconsciously wanted to step back and distance herself from Bai Fu, but then she thought that if she did so, the momentum she had just shouted would be gone, so she forcibly gave up the idea of retreating and said coldly, "It seems that you are ready to fight me to the death. In this case Cecilia was about to raise the toxin crystal, but Bai Fu suddenly stopped in front of her, then opened her arms and hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Cixia, you saved my life. Don't think that I killed 3S+ level superpowers in a few moves. In fact, I only borrowed external forces. My real strength is still one step away from the S+ level. Only by running here can I barely exert the strength of the natural disaster level, but this power is not mine after all. My body is still as fragile as ever. If you hadn't killed Foster in time just now, once he successfully released the Dark Domain insect to purify the toxin, I would probably have died here today." Bai Fu saw the name of the toxin purified by the Dark Domain insect through her spiritual vision. After learning the effect of this toxin, she immediately realized that this was a good material. The squeezing feeling from all around, the fragrance from the front, and the sound from the ear, the three combined together, made Cecilia's pupils usher in a violent earthquake. She was stunned. She thought Bai Fu would laugh at her, or just kill her directly, but Bai Fu actually came to thank her. It can be said that every move Bai Fu made and every word she said were completely beyond her expectations. She once suspected that Bai Fu was acting again. After all, Bai Fu had acted more than once. But after listening to what Bai Fu said, she immediately realized that this time Bai Fu might not be acting, but was expressing her true feelings. Because if Bai Fu was acting, there was no need to tell her true strength and how she killed Tonglu and the others. If she told him, wouldn't it be equivalent to revealing her weaknesses and putting herself in a very dangerous situation? If she got angry and suddenly exploded, Bai Fu might have died on the spot. It can only be said that Cecilia was still too young, and she never thought that Bai Fu was deliberately taking advantage of her mentality. However, Yulia, who was living in Bai Fu, saw through Bai Fu's intention at a glance. After all, they were good friends, who had exposed each other's secrets many times. Bai Fu didn't need to do anything too intense. She knew what Bai Fu wanted to do in a blink of an eye. Seeing Cecilia's body stiffen, Bai Fu immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued. "I should have explained these things to you earlier, but the situation was urgent, and the trap didn't last long, so I didn't have time to explain it to you. Your injuries aren't serious, are they? I should have stepped out to stop them when I saw Foster and the others attacking you, but, alas, I didn't have any means to help you resist the attack. If I had used my body to block it at that time, I would have been exposed immediately, so I could only watch you get beaten. I'm sorry, this won't happen again in the future. Let me check you first." While apologizing, she let go of Cecilia's body, and then took out a bottle of fast healing potion from her personal space. She shook the bottle vigorously, and when she was about to lift Cecilia's clothes, Cecilia held her hand and said in a dull tone, "No, my injuries are very light, it's not a problem." "Okay, this is settled." Bai Fu found that Cecilia's favorability was rising, and she was very happy, but she didn't show it, but insisted that she must give Cecilia the medicine. "If you don't take care of a minor injury, it might turn into a major one. Since you don't want me to check, just drink the medicine yourself." As she said that, she stuffed the medicine into Cecilia's palm. Cecilia looked at Bai Fu, whose face was full of expectation, with a complicated expression. She couldn't tell, she really couldn't tell, was Bai Fu really concerned about her, or was she just acting? If she really cared about her, would she still lock Bai Fu up in a small dark room? If she was still acting, would she kill Bai Fu out of anger? She couldn't bear to do it. Because even if it was just acting, Bai Fu's concerned eyes were what she longed for now. Cecilia mechanically drank the medicine. Seeing her like this, Bai Fu patted her chest and let out a sigh. "Just drink it." After a pause, she showed anxiety again. "You killed Foster, and the news will probably soon reach the ears of the secret tower's butler, and then you can't go back." Cecilia said coldly, "The secret tower will soon launch a hunt for me. So do you want to stay? You don't have to worry about Manu and the others doing something bad to you. With my reputation as a guarantee, others will not exclude you. You don't have to hide all day like before. You can live in the sun as you expect. You can go on TV and enjoy the cheers of others after doing good things." Bai Fu looked at Cecilia sincerely. Although she had been lying to Cecilia, she felt that her actions were more beneficial than harmful to Cecilia. If Cecilia had stayed in the secret tower, as the plot progressed, she would sooner or later be killed by the players, who entered the Star Sea in large numbers and grew up as a boss. Until her death, she had never experienced the life she longed for and was praised by everyone. She could only regret and repent when her consciousness was about to dissipate. To be honest, such an ending is quite bleak. Although Cecilia has been deceived and even mentally unstable for a time, as long as she can recover, she will not have to be an enemy of the players, and she can try to pursue everything she once desired. Isn't it wonderful? Bai Fu had a plan for fooling Cecilia with so much effort. The departure of Cecilia's level of superpowers would greatly weaken the strength of the secret tower. If she could take the opportunity to dig out some things from Cecilia, such as the little secrets of the secret tower, her contribution to the task of destroying the secret tower would probably exceed 10% at once. As for whether Cecilia was willing to stay with her, Bai Fu didn't care much. If she was willing to stay, that was a good thing. If she wasn't willing, then let her go. Cecilia fell silent, and did not reply immediately. After a long while, she said lightly, "I am a monster. It doesn't look like it now. Once the spider takes over my body, I will become a monster." Bai Fu said, "It doesn't matter. I can help you completely digest the power of the spider. You should have a deep impression of Faye, right? She was infected with the blood of the void. If she is not careful, she may become a weird-looking void life. But with my help, she has stabilized now. I am afraid she will not be far from being promoted to the natural disaster level." Faye. The moment this name popped up, Cecilia's emotions became excited. She believed what Bai Fu had just said, that she could help her digest the power of the spider, but she completely gave up the idea of staying with Bai Fu. Seeing Bai Fu and Faye standing together on the news, she couldn't help but want to catch the two of them, and then bully Bai Fu in front of Faye. If she saw Bai Fu and Faye fighting every day in reality, what would happen? She would either suffocate herself to death, or fight with Faye to the edge of the universe. "I'm not interested in staying with you. I have my own things to do. I want to seek revenge on those who have scolded me before. However, you have a grudge against the secret tower, right? We can cooperate." "Cooperation? I can provide you with all kinds of information about the secret tower, and help you when you need it. You need to help me digest the spiders in my body when I need it. By the way, I also need some undead people. You have a lot of undead people under your command. It should be okay to lend some to me, right? Of course, that's no problem. If you want to talk more, just tell me. I let them follow you." Bai Fu agreed without hesitation. "It's so easy to issue a faction mission." Sesha asked, "What information do you want?" "I know the location of some secret bases of the secret tower, and the location of some important members of the secret tower." Bai Fu nodded. "In addition to these, do you know where the secret tower hides the mother copy of the dissociated potion? I need at least 3 copies of the mother copy." 3 copies? Cecilia frowned slightly. She turned on her communicator, and was about to check a few points on the map when she suddenly screamed. Connected? What? Bai Fu was a little confused. Cecilia explained, connected to the interstellar network. What? There is no interstellar network relay equipment near Jindu Star. How can it be possible to connect to the internet here? Bai Fu quickly turned on her communicator. Just as Cecilia said, it was really connected to the internet. She suddenly had a bold guess, so she quickly opened the game map. Sure enough, the game map showed that she was not on Jindu Star at all, but on a planet near the Sea Lion Galaxy. She quickly zoomed in on the map and found that there was an extra portal mark on the map compared to before. This mark referred to the channel she opened with the Power Evolution Tree map. So that's how it is. Bai Fu gradually understood everything. She had been thinking before that the Power Evolution Tree map was different from the Pillar of the True Spirit and the Needle of Punishment. It did not float from the initial Gate Galaxy cluster to the Nodus planet. So after the arrival of version 2.0, how should the players of Jindu Star go to the Star Sea to open the real Star Sea version? Now she has a clue. According to her guess, when version 2.0 comes, the seal of the hidden map power well will be lifted for a special reason, and then the players of Jindu Star can go to the Star Sea through this portal. Bai Fu told Cixia about her discovery, and Cixia suddenly realized it. She no longer dwelled on it. After marking 5 points on the map, she sent the map, as well as the location of the secret tower base and secret tower members that she knew, to Bai Fu. I'm not sure if there are mother copies in these 5 places, but judging from the movements of all parties, there is a high probability that there are. Bai Fu nodded after receiving the information. Just as she was about to contact Manu, her eyes suddenly turned. Now, the people in the secret tower should not have told the secret tower steward about Cecilia's betrayal. In this case, she might be able to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Sesha, can you log into the secret tower's database? Database? What do you want? Advanced knowledge. Any advanced knowledge is fine, but if it is S+ level psychic advanced knowledge, it would be even better. I don't know if my permissions are still there. I try. Sesha tried to connect to the secret tower's database. Bai Fu didn't urge her, but waited quietly. After more than 10 minutes, the virtual screen in front of Cixia suddenly flashed red. My permissions have been blocked. It seems that the butler has already known about my betrayal. But I downloaded a lot of things before it was blocked. You can see for yourself. As she said that, she forwarded the information to Bai Fu, which happened to contain a copy of the advanced knowledge that Bai Fu needed. Bai Fu started to study without saying anything. Seeing that her learning progress was slowly increasing, she was overjoyed and rushed forward to hug Cecilia. Thank you. This advanced knowledge is really timely. It's just a deal. You don't have to be so polite. Cecilia suddenly became a little uncomfortable with Bai Fu's intimate actions. She began to look around unconsciously, and her body was stiff as if she had been standing in a cold storage for a long time. Bai Fu deliberately hugged Cecilia for a long time, and only let go when Cecilia's feet were a little numb. It is very important to give positive feedback at the right time. You can try to use some dissociative potions, which will help you suppress the spiders. She stuffed dozens of bottles of dissociative potions into Cixia in one go. Wait a moment, I tell Manu and the others what happened here. Wait! Bai Fu was about to take action when Cixia called her. I'm not interested in meeting them. Let's exchange contact information. I tell you the handover location later. You can send the undead there. It doesn't need to be too many. Just give me 100. Since you said so, okay. Bai Fu did not insist. She exchanged the communicator code with Cecilia, and then watched Cecilia disappear into black smoke. The reason why Cecilia left so quickly was that on the one hand, she really didn't want to meet Manu and the others, and on the other hand, she felt that she couldn't control herself and wanted to imprison Bai Fu. She felt that it was not her fault. If there was anyone to blame, it was Bai Fu's face that made people want to bully her. When Cecilia disappeared completely, Yulia crawled out of Bai Fu's body. Her expression was as calm as ever, as if she hadn't seen anything, but her words were quite sharp. Are there more good sisters or good sisters this time? Bai Fu rolled her eyes. Yulia said, I have no objection to your contact with Cixia. The better your relationship with her, the more opportunities one have to study her. I am very interested in her abilities. If necessary, I can help you match up at any time. Okay, don't talk about this, let's do business first. Bai Fu quickly contacted Manu. Manu was still dealing with Mita. After receiving the news, he immediately rushed over with others. You convinced the Night Mother? Even Manu, who thought he knew Bai Fu very well, couldn't help but widen his eyes, and Sheen Leo swordsman and mechanical warrior Quinn were even more shocked. Night Mother Cecilia, this is one of the trump cards of the secret tower, but after several contacts with Bai Fu, she decisively betrayed the secret tower for Bai Fu. What kind of succubus is Bai Fu? Bai Fu calmly sent the information Cecilia gave her to Manu. Time is running out. Contact the joint meeting quickly. If you go too late, the secret tower may have evacuated all the people in the base. Manu looked at Bai Fu deeply, and then did it immediately. When the Star Network, Tide Civilization, Sky Eye Alliance, and Castor Civilization held an emergency meeting, Bai Fu returned to Jingu Star again. She had one more important thing to do, which was to plant players as spies in the secret tower. After Foster's death, the command of the secret tower was in chaos, and there was a breath of despair everywhere. There was no mood to capture players. But they didn't take the initiative to capture players. Bai Fu could let the players go by themselves. She commanded the players she had selected before to charge the secret tower. During the first charge, all the players were killed. During the second charge, because they contacted the butler, the survivors of the secret tower calmed down temporarily under the comfort of the butler. They did not kill the players who rushed over, but locked them all in the cargo hold of the spacecraft. Huh? This is a success. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. What she had to do next was simple, just one word. Wait. 20 minutes later, the meeting held by the 4 civilizations ended, and they urgently organized several fleets to verify whether the information revealed by Cixia was true. 10 minutes later, Bai Fu received a notification that she had completed learning new advanced knowledge. At the same moment, she received a notification that the job transfer task was triggered. You have unlocked the job transfer task. Final job transfer. Branch 1. Warrior Glory battle points reach 1000. Branch 2. The Way of Transcendence collects a rare prayer card drawing of red. Branch 3. Psychic Expert collects an additional psychic advanced knowledge. Task reward. 20 million experience points, 1 random talent or passive skill, job transfer qualification. The job transfer task is finally triggered. Bai Fu's hands were shaking with excitement. If Cixia stood in front of her now, she would definitely give Cixia a big MUA. Next, when I go to collect the mother copy of the dissociated potion, I should be able to complete the Warrior Glory mission smoothly. Even if I can't complete it, I can gamble on the card. I now have more than 1.5 billion experience points. I don't believe I can't combine a red card. Bai Fu smiled. About 10 minutes later, she received a message from Manu that the joint fleet formed by the Star Network and other civilizations had arrived near Jingu Star. Very good, it's time to close the net. Bai Fu looked at the task of defending Jingu Star. This time, she would probably gain a lot of experience. But what she cared more about was the reward of the task newborn superpower evolution tree map. She had previously collected Onandi's superpowers, and now she only needed 2 more superpowers to unlock the new ability of the superpower evolution tree map copy. It was not difficult to collect these 2 superpowers. Cixia could fill 1 vacancy, and then she only needed to find another one to complete the task. Thinking of this, Bai Fu quickly opened her communicator and sent Cixia a little reward, her selfie. In the photo, she took off her shoes, put them beside her, put her feet in the warm water, kept shaking and creating ripples, and then smiled and gestured to the camera. How are you? Are you feeling better? I'm done here, and I can finally take a break. Tell me the place of handover, and I will personally send the undead to you. Ding Di. Cixia opened the communicator that was ringing. She set a special reminder tone for Bai Fu, so when the communicator rang, she knew it was Bai Fu contacting her, but she never expected that Bai Fu actually sent her a selfie. She stared at the glittering Bai Fu in the photo, and her heart began to beat. What a white Bai Fu! No, what a big Bai Fu! I don't think Fei Yi and Yulia will be there next time they meet, right? This way, she can eat Bai Fu alive. I'm fine, the location is? Cixia replied quickly. This time she lied, because she was not fine at all. Although it was a bit blasphemous to say so, she had all the materials for casting spells, and now she urgently needed to find a place to cast spells. Chapter 207. For the people on the Secret Tower fleet, this trip to Jingu Star was simply a nightmare. They came with a desire to kill, and once thought that this was a wonderful game of cat and mouse. But when they really arrived at Jingu Star, they realized that Bai Fu was the cat, a super fierce dark domain big white cat. Even if they tried their best, the final result was still easily played by Bai Fu. The commander died tragically, 6S+ level superpowers 3 died and 1 betrayed. The dimensional fragments used to besiege Bai Fu became a cage to block themselves, and after finally waiting for the dimensional fragments to unseal the Star Network and other civilizations, the joint fleet came to kill again. All these things together almost drove the people on the secret tower fleet crazy. Fortunately, there is always a way out. When the combined fleet launched a general attack on them, because each ship wanted to compete for the credit, it accidentally revealed a flaw. They seized the flaw, and finally 4 ships successfully broke out of the encirclement and successfully started the jump engine. We survived? Pavel, who was temporarily elected as the commander, looked at the jump engine status bar that popped up on the virtual screen, and for a moment he felt that everything was a little unreal. After a long time, until everyone around him cheered loudly, he realized that this was not a beautiful fantasy before his death. He really survived. He really survived from the terrifying demon Baifu. Long live. As an S-class superpower, Pavel felt tears welling up in his eyes. He would never provoke Baifu again. If he accidentally met Baifu, he would hide as far away as possible. After calming down, he quickly contacted the butler and told him that they survived. 2 hours ago, the butler had received the news that Baifu had killed several S-plus superpowers in anger, and Xixia had suddenly betrayed him. As calm as he was so angry that he was shaking all over, as if he had a stroke. But now, 2 hours later, he finally calmed down. This humiliating defeat of the secret tower will surely trigger heated discussions from all walks of life, and will cause a huge blow to the overall morale of the secret tower. The current situation can be said to be very bad, but the worse it is, as one of the secret tower managers, he must remain calm, not lose his judgment due to anger, and not arbitrarily pass the buck due to anger. Can Foster and others be blamed for this disastrous defeat? No. Unless you could open your eyes, who would have thought that Baifu would be so insidious and cunning? She obviously has the strength of a natural disaster level, but she is pretending to be weak. The only good news is that they have successfully captured nearly 1,000 undeads this time. If they can figure out the secret of the undead's immortality, then this sacrifice will be completely worth it. The butler comforted Pavel for a few words, and then told the senior research director Lancet the good news of capturing the undeads. After the spacecraft returns, those undeads will be handed over to you. After sending Lancet away, the butler returned to his office. He leaned against the wall, feeling unprecedented fatigue. He never thought that Cecilia would betray him, but it still happened. Cecilia's betrayal forced them to abandon the bases she had visited, which was no less of a blow to the secret tower than the consecutive deaths of 3 S+ level superpowers. Fortunately, the headquarters had always kept confidentiality very well. Everyone had to go through the Stargate to enter and exit the headquarters, so few people knew the exact location of the headquarters. He only needed to remove the Stargate that Cecilia often entered and exited, and there was no need to relocate the headquarters as a whole, otherwise the loss would be even greater. Xixia, what did Baifu give you? The butler rubbed his brows and returned to his desk. Just as he sat down, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. The Lord of the Secret Tower? He stood up in a hurry. A moment later, a tall man wearing a strange black mask walked out of the vortex. Leader, you came at the right time. Jean Gustar. The Lord of the Secret Tower waved his right hand and interrupted the butler. I already know what happened on Jean Gustar. After suffering such a blow, we must fight back and organize a fleet. I will make them pay the price. The butler said, Chief, I think now is not the best time to fight back, we better wait. He told the Lord of the Secret Tower about his essay plan. The Lord of the Secret Tower did not comment on this plan. Blindly giving in will only make the enemy look down on us. Our ancestors dared to trigger dimensional disasters, and severely damage the enemy when they were concerned. As Avengers, what do we have to fear? Besides, the fleet is just a cover, the real killer is this. He stretched out his right hand, and a black bug the size of a fingernail lay on the palm of his hand. The moment he saw the bug, the butler's face suddenly changed. Did the plan succeed? The plan he was talking about was a plan made after the Lord of the Secret Tower and the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg reached a cooperation agreement. The full name of the plan is Dark Realm Parasite Plan. The plan is that both parties will work together to study a special parasite. This parasite will not cause any harm to the human body at ordinary times, but at critical moments, the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg can activate these parasites through some special means. Once the parasite is activated, the minds of those parasitized will be controlled, and become a node in the Dark Realm Zerg mental network. In this way, the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg can control them to do whatever she wants them to do. If this plan succeeds, it will surely cause a painful blow to civilizations such as Starnet, but it is not easy to implement. Since the Lord of the Secret Tower and the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg reached a cooperative relationship, the research on parasites has lasted for more than 30 years, but no breakthrough has been made. The butler felt that this plan was likely to fail. In fact, he did not support this plan from the beginning. Although the prospect of this plan looks very good, the control of the parasite is not in the hands of the secret tower, but in the hands of the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg. This is unacceptable to him. He is more optimistic about the high-dimensional delivery plan that the secret tower has been secretly implementing. However, the current lord of the secret tower is stubborn, and he can only support it silently. He did not expect that the parasite would actually be produced today. The master of the secret tower shook his head and said, "The function of this bug is not yet perfect. It needs several more rounds of verification. At this time, launching a counterattack can just cover the verification." "Okay, just do as I say." The butler had no choice but to take the task. After all, he was just a butler, not the master of the secret tower. The butler was busy until late at night before he arranged everything. After returning to the office, he immediately called his confidant and handed over the 2 short essays he wrote about Baifu to the confidant. "Find a place to post it. Don't let anyone find out that it was us who posted it." "Don't worry, butler." The butler nodded with satisfaction. When these 2 essays ferment and successfully attract the attention of super-powerful people, Baifu, the cunning villain, will no longer be a threat. With the escape of Pavel and others, the defense of Jean Gustar was officially declared over. After receiving the game prompt, Baifu and the players of Jean Gustar all excitedly opened the task panel and began to settle the task rewards. In this war, Baifu's personal contribution was as high as 53.9%. She earned more than 60 million experience points and an orange quality prayer card advancement card in one go. The effect of prayer card advancement card is just as its name suggests, which can upgrade the prayer card blueprint to a higher level, and the orange quality advancement card can only upgrade the prayer card blueprint to an orange card. After staring at her prayer card blueprint for a long time, Baifu used this card on Little Black Fu. Little Black Fu's combat power is far inferior to that of Big Black Fu, but Little Black Fu's functionality is very strong. They can not only fight, but also do things. Without them, Baifu would not have the good life she has today, so after getting the good stuff, Baifu used it on them as soon as possible. After upgrading to an orange card, Xiao Xiao Hei Fu has been greatly improved in all aspects. First, their health bars have become longer, so they can work longer. Second, their hands and feet are more flexible than ordinary people, so they can do more complicated work. Then, their intelligence has been further improved, and they can respond differently to different situations, so they can be competent for jobs such as waiters and front desk receptionists. Finally, they mastered several small skills, including long-range psychic attack, psychic shield, and fast movement in psychic form, so that they could even do field work. The orange card level Little Black Fu is so powerful. How about the red card level 1? Not bad, not bad. Baifu upgraded the advanced Little Black Fu card to LV10 in one go. After counting the mission rewards, it was almost time to leave Jean Gustar. Considering that the civilizations in the Star Sea had already known the location of Jean Gustar, she didn't plan to hide it anymore. Let's start the Star Sea era for players. Instead of waiting for other civilizations to secretly send spaceships to snatch players from her, it is better to send spaceships to transport the players from Zuyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jingu Star to the Star Sea in batches. After more than a year of wandering in the Star Sea, Baifu is very confident about her popularity among the player community. She believes that even in the face of the temptation of the colorful world of the Star Sea, most of the players on these 3 novice planets will never abandon her. The temptation of the Star Sea is great, but Baifu, the Star Sea succubus, is no joke. And who knows whether the temptation of the Star Sea is a blessing or a curse. If you wander aimlessly in the Star Sea, you may get hurt if you are not careful, but if you follow Baifu, you will definitely get the Fu Chi, and the price is just being squeezed by her, which is not painful. She is not a real succubus, and no matter how much she squeezes experience, she can't squeeze the players to death. Baifu told Digging G about her plan to send a spaceship to pick up the players to the Star Sea, and Digging G told the 3 novice planet players about this plan through live broadcast. Great, finally I can enjoy the same beauty as the treasure hunters. Damn, the players of Jingu Star are getting beauty out of misfortune? I only regret that I was not born on these 3 novice planets. It's not fair. I want to enjoy beauty too. I want beauty too. The players of Zuyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jingu Star were grinning from ear to ear, and the players of other novice planets were so envious that their eyes were red. They all went to the official account to pray for beauty, hoping that the planner would send Baifu to their novice planets. If there was no Baifu, other colored Fu would be fine. Facing the emotional players, the planner played dead as usual. Bai Fu was amused. She was not in a hurry to go to other novice planets to harvest leaks. The 3 novice planets such as Zuyu and Star alone can gather more than 2 million players. It is better to wait until her Dark Moon Tide private armed forces company becomes bigger and stronger, and the player main city she envisions, Bai Fu City, has taken shape before going to other novice planets to recruit players, otherwise she will not be able to manage it at all. The first thing to do after returning to the Star Sea is to meet Xixia first. Bai Fu closed the community, and then she led Yulia, Fei, and others to board the spaceship and return to the Sea Lion Galaxy with the joint fleet. A few hours after the spaceship took off, Yulia suddenly found her with a strange look on her face. You can read it yourself. What to read? Xingyue sent it to Fei, and Fei was embarrassed to contact you directly, so she forwarded it to me first. Bai Fu clicked on the news shared by Yulia with a confused look on her face. These are 2 short essays. The first short essay said that she was a pawn of the Lord of the Oath, and came to the Sea Lion Galaxy to help the Lord of the Oath seize the pillar of the true spirit from the consecration cult. The short essay also mentioned that she was two-timing, and when she was in love with the Lord of the Oath, she secretly hooked up with Fei. One day, the Lord of the Oath caught her and Fei in the process of being intimate. From then on, the Lord of the Oath, who originally valued Fei, completely alienated Fei, and never saw Fei again for several consecutive years. What the hell? Bai Fu gasped. Although this unofficial history is not as wild as Guzi literature and the short essay she wrote before, it is also quite interesting. She quickly clicked on the second short essay, which looked much more normal. It only said that she wanted to invade the high-dimensional life of the marginal world and had a relationship with Fei. Do you know who wrote this? Yulia shook her head. I can't find it out. By the way, when I was away, did you and Fei? No. Bai Fu was a little speechless. You think everyone likes to do the double-slit interference experiment of light like you. These 2 essays must have been written by one of my enemies. Good guy, he has mastered the essence of my essay writing. But he made a big mistake. He said that there are hundreds of millions of immortals on Jingdu Star. I don't know which idiot told him this fake news, and he even wrote it in the essay. When Manu and others announce the true situation of Jingdu Star, the contents of these 2 essays will soon be falsified. Bai Fu didn't take it seriously. Ever since she became famous in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, there has been endless gossip about her. If she cared about everyone, would she have to do anything else? When Manu organized people to refute the rumors, these 2 essays had already caused a huge stir on the interstellar network of the marginal world, because one of the protagonists of the essays was the Lord of the Oath, one of the strongest people in the marginal world. The Lord of the Oath stayed at home all day, but staying at home didn't mean she didn't care about the outside world. So, when she opened the news headlines and saw the first essay, her eyelids jumped. Who wrote this? Chapter 208. What caught the eyes of the Lord of the Oath was a photo. The protagonists of the photo were her, Fei, and the subordinate named Bai Fu that Fei had recruited a while ago. Because of Fei, although she had never met Bai Fu in person, she had a deep impression of Bai Fu. When the Tianhu Star War broke out, Fei forcibly used the power of the void to save Bai Fu, which greatly increased her own degree of vidization. This was the first time she paid attention to the name Bai Fu. After receiving the news, she asked Lehman from the initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch to rush over to check the details, and then Lehman brought her a shocking news. In order to cheer up Fei Yi, who was depressed due to the sharp increase in the degree of void, Bai Fu took the initiative to suck Fei Yi's blood and said to Fei Yi, "Since you feel lonely after becoming a void life, then I will accompany you. What a touching feeling. With Bai Fu's company, Fei Yi should have a great chance to break the knot in his heart and return to the right path." From this moment on, the Lord of the Oath remembered Bai Fu. Now that several months have passed since the Tianhu Star War, she saw the name Bai Fu again. However, she never dreamed that Bai Fu would appear in this way. In the photo, she stood behind Bai Fu, her head slightly lowered, her left hand standing at her side, her fist clenched, and her right hand slightly extended forward, pulling Bai Fu's skirt, while Bai Fu, who was being pulled by her, completely ignored her actions and hugged Fei Yi, and the two were engaged in a fierce verbal dispute. This standing position itself made her look very pitiful, because her figure was 2 circles smaller than Bai Fu, and in comparison, she looked even more pitiful. What the hell? The Lord of the Oath thought that this photo was outrageous, but after reading the specific content of the news hanging under the photo, she realized what it meant to have a master. Shocked, the love triangle within the Star Covenant that must be talked about. What kind of charm does Bai Fu have that makes the Lord of the Oath unable to stop and makes the Void Warrior dare to contradict the Lord of the Oath. Is she the savior saint, or the enchanting witch? A well-known face master analyzes Bai Fu's charm from scratch. An emotional expert tells you who is better between Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath. The Lord of the Oath, eh? Bang! The harsh crash quickly alarmed Yinju, the permanent secretary of Xingyue. 10 seconds later, Yinju rushed to the residence of the Lord of the Oath with a nervous look on her face. As soon as she entered the door, she found a broken water cup lying on the ground. It was the most commonly used water cup of the Lord of the Oath, and the cup was printed with a Q version of the Lord of the Oath. Even the most commonly used cup was broken, and there was another virtual screen in front of her. Could it be that? Master CU, have you watched the news? What do you think? The deep purple flames flowed directly from the corners of the Lord of the Oath's eyes, and the whole room trembled uncontrollably. Yinju's mouth twitched. She saw this news last night, and she was worried about what to do if the Lord of the Oath saw the news. Now, the thing she was most worried about has happened. Who wrote this news? The Lord of the Oath pointed at the news displayed on the virtual screen, his face livid. I wrote a 500-word analysis, and the conclusion in the end was that I was likely to have a mother complex due to developmental problems, and Bai Fu looked very maternal, so in the relationship between Bai Fu and me, I was below and Bai Fu was above. Isn't this nonsense? Indeed, this is pure nonsense. Secretary General Yinju agrees with this. The Lord of the Oath scolded him, while slapping the table beside him. Paw paw paw. The table was slapped so hard that it jumped up. What a joke. How could I be the one at the bottom? Yinju, Hey, isn't the point who is on top and who is on the bottom? Isn't all this just made up? Yinju wanted to complain, but in the end, he didn't dwell on this issue. This is what the Lord of the Oath is like. She grew up with the Lord of the Oath of Star Covenant, and she knows the Lord of the Oath of Star Covenant very well. There are 3 superpowered people in the Edge world, and each of them has their own characteristics. The manager of the Arcane Library wears a large robe, a monocle, and holds a black wooden staff. He is polite to everyone, but once he gets angry, he will become more violent than a berserker. Rufus, the president of the 10,000 Spirit Society, is a different person. He is said to be hundreds of years old, but he always wanders around with a young face and acts as he pleases. He can't be said to be a good person, nor a bad person, but a chaotic body. As for the Lord of the Oath of their Star Covenant, the most appropriate adjective that Yinju thought of was strong-willed. She, the Lord of the Oath, and several other core members of the Star Covenant all came from the same civilization, a backward surface civilization that relied on martial arts and telekinesis as its foundation of power. In that civilization, the sky is big and the earth is big, and the fist is the biggest. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Oath has been a dwarf since childhood, and her thin and weak body has made her looked down upon and bullied by others. Most people may be directly crushed by such a blow, but the Lord of the Oath is not an ordinary person. Not only was she not crushed, but she was aroused with endless fighting spirit. Damn it, who said that I can't kill you with one punch just because you are short and skinny? The strong Lord of the Oath fought her way up from a passerby, and as she fought, she became CU, the most powerful force in that civilization. CU is a position, similar to the sun of the consecrated cult, because that force respects the moon, so the name of the position is CU. At this point, most people might have laid down, but the Lord of the Oath did not. I heard that some people said that I can't surpass those great people in history. It doesn't make sense. I have never been inferior to others in my life. The Lord of the Oath smashed the martial arts barrier in front of her with her fists, and became the first A-level superpower in the history of that civilization. At this point, she could actually change her body shape through the chi training method she figured out. Becoming taller, bigger, and caviar was no longer a dream for her, but she didn't do it. I am the most perfect now, and there is no need for any change. Others who criticize me are blind. Yinju admires the Lord of Oath's confidence and determination. If not, she would not have followed the Lord of Oath all the time. If not, the Lord of Oath would not have been able to counterattack from a refugee of a backward surface civilization invaded by the Star Sea civilization to become one of the only 3 super absolutes in the marginal world. But being too strong is not necessarily a good thing. For example, now, the Lord of the Oath is not worried about the truth of the news, but the fact that the writer of the news said that she was below Bai Fu. From her point of view, she should be the one on top. After all, she is a superpowered person. Rubbish news. Who wrote this news? Have you found out? The Lord of the Oath said angrily. It was written by the news media under the Wanling Cultivation Association. I contacted them, and wanted them to delete the news, but they refused on the grounds that the matter had already spread. Inju explained. The relationship between the Wanling Cultivation Society and the Star Covenant has always been bad, and it is simply a fantasy to ask them to delete the news that is unfavorable to the Lord of the Oath. I tried to investigate the article that first spread the rumor. Unfortunately, I can't find out who wrote the article. I only know that the person who posted the article was in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster at the time. After the article was spread, another similar article was posted. As he spoke, Inju sent the second essay written by the Secret Tower's butler to the Lord of the Oath. The Lord of the Oath glanced at the contents of the essay quickly, and she was suddenly stunned. High-dimensional life? Hundreds of millions of undead people? Has the news spread? Spread? Hundreds of millions of undead people. The Lord of the Oath chewed on this word again, and her eyes lit up as she read it. She has been staying at home all these years, not because she likes staying at home, but because she is just thinking about how to become stronger. Ever since she lost the fight with the manager of the Arcane Library, she has been thinking about how to become stronger. Unfortunately, no matter how she thinks, she can't find a way to improve. She has been stuck in Super I for too long. Now she suddenly heard that Baifu had hundreds of millions of undeads under her command, and her mind suddenly became active. There must be something fishy about this matter. Go to Baifu to see, maybe you can find a way to become stronger? Inju, you stay here to look after the house. I want to meet those undeads. The Lord of the Oath made a decision immediately. These two essays have spread, and there will definitely be a lot of people coming to inquire about the news recently. The Arcane Library and the 10,000 Spirits Society may also take action. If their people come, you can say that you don't know where I went. Yes, leave it all to me. The Lord of the Oath changed into ordinary-looking clothes and quickly slipped out of the Star Covenant headquarters. In order to conceal her whereabouts, she did not take her own car, but bought a ticket to the initial Gate Galaxy cluster like ordinary people. When the interstellar passenger ship was halfway through its journey, Manu and Tidal Civilization and other forces issued a rumor-refuting statement that spread in the marginal world. A short essay, identified as false. There are not hundreds of millions of immortals on Jingu Star, and at most there are only a few 100,000. The person who wrote the short essay used such a despicable rumor-making method to discredit Saint Baifu. It is really shameful. In the rumor-refuting statement, Manu also stated that the four civilizations will work together to develop Jingu Star, build a star port on Jingu Star, and connect Jingu Star with the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. At that time, everyone can personally witness how ridiculous the content of the short essay is. After seeing this rumor-refuting news, the first person to react was the butler of the Secret Tower. Didn't you say that there are hundreds of millions of undead people on Jingu Star? He stared at Pavel, who had escaped from Jingu Star. This was great. This obvious loophole made his essay go to waste. In order to make the process of the Lord of the Oath catching Baifu and Fei Yi in an attractive way, he revised it for 3 hours. Pavel had a hard time. Foster said that there were hundreds of millions of undead people on Jingu Star. The situation was extremely urgent at the time. They had no time to verify it. They could only choose to believe it. Asshole. The butler lost his composure. Since Baifu appeared, the Secret Tower has suffered countless losses. Originally, he didn't care much about killing Baifu, he just wanted to find the lost mother copy, but now his mind has completely changed. Stab you to death, stab you to death, stab you to death. Go, notify Lancet, let him use the parasite to do an experiment on the undead people he just captured to see if the parasite will work on them. If it works. A cold light flashed in the butler's eyes. At that time, the more undead people gathered around Baifu, the easier it would be for him to kill Baifu. Soon, the consecration cult also responded accordingly. Since the essay is fake, does that mean Baifu is not planning to take the Pillar of the True Spirit? Aaron immediately contacted the backers of the consecration cult. Starnet's rumor refutation does not mean that the contents of the 2 articles are all fake. Find a way to keep an eye on Baifu, and find out the true relationship between her and the Lord of the Oath. If she is really ordered by the Lord of the Oath to seize the Pillar of the True Spirit, then things will be troublesome. Elon nodded solemnly. The Lord of the Oath, that is a super powerful person. If this matter really involves the Lord of the Oath, then everything he expects may become a dream. After the call ended, Elon immediately found Suishi. Let me approach Baifu. Suishi was very resistant. She didn't want to have close contact with the ordinary people in her eyes. Elon said, this is what the Lord wants. You don't want your dream to be shattered because of the Lord of the Oath's intervention, right? Or do you want to exchange with me? You go to deal with the Secret Tower, and I will investigate Bai Fu? She was speechless. Her ability is not focused on fighting, and it would be too difficult for her to deal with the secret tower. I do my best. She could only accept the task. When she was unhappy about this, the Lord of the Oath on the interstellar passenger ship also saw the rumor refuting news. Isn't there so many hundreds of millions? But hundreds of thousands of undead people are not few, and there is still a certain research value. Besides, since I'm here, I can't turn back now. I can just think of this trip as going to check Fei Ye's degree of emptiness. After sailing in the starry sky for several days, Bai Fu finally returned to the initial gate galaxy cluster. She said goodbye to Manu and the others, and then drove the spaceship straight to the initial gate branch of the Star Covenant. While still on the road, she urgently contacted Lu Enai and asked Lu Enai to help her rent a dozen cargo ships. It didn't matter if the performance of the ship was poor, the important thing was to be able to carry people, the more the better. Although Lu Enai didn't understand what she wanted to do, he quickly agreed. Although Fei Yi still holds the title of supervisor, everyone knows that Bai Fu is the real boss of the Fei Yi team. It can only be said that Bai Fu's treasonous minister's plan to overthrow the Empress has been a complete success. Not only the people in Fei's group, but other groups are now completely convinced by Bai Fu. What else can they do if they are not convinced? Bai Fu can beat up the secret tower on Jingu Star, so beating them up is just like playing. It seems that there is no need to choose the position of the new minister. With the current situation, even if I want to give it to someone other than Fei, others dare not take it. Seeing the trembling appearance of Herbert and others, Le Mans, the director of the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch, couldn't help shaking his head. Herbert and the others were already frightened by the strength that Bai Fu had recently shown. After the two essays came out, they became even more restless. Some even submitted applications to transfer to other branches. Le Mans understood them quite well. Although Manu said that the two essays were all false, what if some of them were true, such as the part that the Lord of the Oath and Bai Fu were a couple? Who would dare to bet on such a thing? Le Mans walked forward a few steps, and as he walked, he suddenly stopped. There stood a man in front of him, his height only reaching his chest, wearing a cap that was pulled down on his head, a jacket of ordinary style, and ordinary white shoes, but this man had a face that was not ordinary at all. Oath, Covenant, Lord! Le Mans' pupils trembled, and he almost shouted out, but as soon as the sound reached his throat, it was stopped by a force of no action. He knew that it was the Lord of the Oath, who was stopping him from shouting. Shh. Yes, I won't say anything. Le Mans was shocked. Why did the Lord of the Oath appear here? And he was so secretive, could it be that? Lord of the Oath, are you here to find Bai Fu? She hasn't come back yet. Looking for Bai Fu? She came to find the undead, but the undead seem to be all Bai Fu's followers. From this point of view, looking for the undead is looking for Bai Fu. The Lord of the Oath nodded. Don't tell anyone that I came here. Oh my god, he really came to find Bai Fu. From this point of view, it is hard to say whether the love triangle really exists, but there must be something between Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath. This time, Le Mans was completely convinced by Bai Fu. Not only was he convinced, but he also admired her. What kind of woman is a woman who can make the Lord of the Oath secretly run billions of miles to the initial gate galaxy cluster? Tactical retreat. I will contact Bai Fu immediately and tell her that you are here. After more than 10 seconds. The Lord of the Oath wants to see me. Bai Fu was a little confused when she heard this. Could it be that the Lord of the Oath came to trouble her after reading those two essays? He couldn't be so stingy, because she didn't write those essays. It wasn't until she met the Lord of the Oath that Bai Fu realized that she had thought too much. The Lord of the Oath came to her this time to ask her for some players. That's it. She gave 100 players to the Lord of the Oath on the spot. After saying goodbye to the Lord of the Oath, Bai Fu fell into deep thought. The Lord of the Oath didn't come to trouble her, but this also explained a lot of problems. As more and more players enter the Star Sea, the major forces in the Star Sea will definitely target the fat piece of players. With her current strength, it is very difficult to monopolize all the player resources. Instead of waiting for other forces to poach her, it is better to take the initiative to send a group of players out, and let these players go undercover in various forces in Shanghai. In this way, she will not become the target of public criticism, and she can also build a huge intelligence network. In Bai Fu's opinion, there are more benefits to sending some players out as undercover. First of all, it should be made clear that with the faction task quota she currently has, it is impossible to meet the needs of 2 million players. Sending the unsatisfied players to other camps to nourish them, and then regularly exploiting these players, isn't this more satisfying than watching these players leave her because they can't get what they want? Okay, That's how players should be used. On the day that Lu and I rented the spaceship, Bai Fu issued a special task to Jian Qi Chong Tian to transport players from Ziyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jinggu Star to the Star Sea. The reason for giving the transportation task to the players is, on the one hand, to enhance the player's sense of participation, and on the other hand, to worry that someone would attack the spaceship halfway, causing unnecessary casualties. I promise to complete the mission. Go ahead. Bai Fu smiled and said Jian Qi Chong Tian and the others away. After dealing with things here, it was time to meet Xixia. Wait. Just as she was about to leave, Yulia suddenly called her. You want to go with me? Bai Fu looked at Yulia in confusion. Yulia shook her head and took out a few bottles of potion and handed them to Bai Fu. This is a potion that can quickly replenish physical strength, and this is a potion that can quickly replenish water. Come on, try to come back alive. Bai Fu? ? Chapter 209. Bai Fu looked through the 3 no potions that Yulia stuffed into her hand in silence. The potions with red labels were for replenishing physical strength, a total of 3 bottles, and the potion with blue labels was for replenishing water, only 1 bottle. Damn it. If the players saw the potions in her hand, they would definitely think that the red bottles were for restoring HP and the blue bottles were for restoring MP, but in fact, I don't need this. Just as Bai Fu opened her mouth, Yulia interrupted her. Don't worry, I have carefully calculated the difference in physical strength between Xixia and you. Unless you stay at Xixia's place and don't come back, 3 bottles of physical strength potion and 1 bottle of water replenishing potion will be enough for you for 2 days. Calculate? No, sister, is it necessary to be so rigorous at this time? And the point of the problem is not this, right? Bai Fu hesitated to speak. At this time, Yulia took out a small green bottle from her pocket and shook it gently. In fact, I have another good thing here. This potion can reduce the body's perception ability. It was originally used to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness. But if you take this potion before meeting Xixia, it should greatly improve your combat effectiveness. But I don't think you will like this kind of thing, so I won't give it to you. As she said that, she took the potion back. In fact, I wanted to go with you at first. After all, if I were attached to you, I could help you improve your physical strength and endurance, but I think you would probably feel uncomfortable. Okay, go early and come back early. The secret tower should be busy competing with the Star Network recently, but there is no guarantee that they will not play by the rules and cause trouble for you. Yulia walked up to Bai Fu and kindly helped Bai Fu to straighten the wrinkles on her clothes. This careful and considerate look was like a young lady in ancient times, who sent her lover to Beijing to take the imperial examination. Bai Fu, I felt warm in my heart, but this kind of warmth was like when I saw Hao Humi and wanted to help her make a delicious dinner, but accidentally set off the gas tank. Warm is so weird. She looked at Yulia for a few times. Is there anything you need? I buy it for you. Yulia was thinking, what's on Cecilia's body? It's too bloody to take a piece of meat directly. Let me see what you can get from her more easily when you come into contact with her. Hair, I want to see how much influence the spider has on her. If I can figure out the changes here, maybe I can make a strengthening potion, which should be very helpful for Cecilia to absorb the spider. Body strengthening potion is a good thing. Only when the body becomes stronger can you enjoy food better. Bai Fu nodded and agreed. After saying goodbye to Yulia, she asked Anya, Xiaoshi, and Vic what they wanted. As for Fei Yi, she didn't ask. The Lord of the Oath hasn't left yet, and I don't know what he is doing with Fei Yi. More than 10 minutes later, a small spaceship carrying 100 players, and Bai Fu soared into the sky and soon sank into the endless starry sky. In the spaceship, Bai Fu switched the spaceship to autopilot mode, and then took stock of what to do next. The first thing to do was to complete the task of the superpower evolution tree map as soon as possible and unlock the copy ability. She had already thought about what skill to copy after the ability was unlocked, and the answer was Xixia's life drain. With this ability, her survivability will be greatly improved, especially when facing those enemies who can't beat her in 1v1 and can only rely on the advantage of numbers to slowly grind her health bar. She can be much more calm. Wearing my health bar? The super wear-resistant King Bai Fu is in place, a psychic prayer master who can absorb other people's health to restore his own health. I ask you if you are afraid. After completing the task of the supernatural evolution tree map, Bai Fu's next plan is to go to the places that Xixia marked for her. If she can successfully collect 5 mothers to complete the task, it will be the best. If not, then she will try to improve the genetic adaptation rate of herself and phase profit while running the Dark Moontide private armed company. In the Sea of Stars, It is not enough to just improve your own strength. You also have to manage your own forces and make as many friends as possible. Just as Bai Fu was thinking about how to strengthen the Dark Moon Tide, she suddenly received a new game prompt. Hey, the contribution of destroying the secret tower has increased to 11.2%. It seems that the Star Network and other forces have already fought with the secret tower. Half an hour later, the Star Network, Tide Civilization, Sky Eye Alliance and Castor Civilization held press conferences to announce the results of the attack on the secret tower. Relying on the intelligence provided by Cixia, they destroyed a total of 6 secret tower bases. Although the secret tower reacted quickly and evacuated all the people and important things in the base early, the destruction of the base that had been built with great effort still dealt a heavy blow to the secret tower. In addition to destroying the base, in this special operation, the 4 galaxy-level civilizations also successfully captured 2 secret tower S-level superpowers and a group of unnamed minions. This harvest is the largest in decades. The spokesperson of StarNet was all red-faced when he was interviewed by a group of media, as excited as if he had drunk fake wine. This is just the beginning. He excitedly said that with the joint efforts of 4 galaxy-level civilizations and many enthusiastic people, such as Bai Fu, the secret tower will not be arrogant for too long. The rats in the gutter should just stay in the gutter. Since they are ignorant and have to run out to make trouble, there is only one fate waiting for these rats. Beheading. The spokesperson of StarNet waved his right arm vigorously, causing countless people on the scene to cheer. The people watching the live news were also deeply moved. It would be great if we could really destroy the secret tower. The crazy people in the secret tower are always causing trouble, which makes me have to be careful every time I run the Elden channel. It's not that simple. It's just destroying a few peripheral bases. Unless we catch a big fish with important information, otherwise. It's probably a waste of hope. Indeed, if you have time to listen to his nonsense, you might as well think about where to go after drinking. I heard that Twilight Street on Gint Star is a good place, In a seemingly ordinary little bar on the outskirts of the Sea Lion Galaxy, on a StarNet colony planet called Gint, a group of vendors from all corners of the world gathered together, drinking and chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. As they chatted, a cornerman stood up from the table with a burp. I'm going to get some fresh air at the door. He walked out of the tavern slowly, leaning against the outer wall of the tavern, looking up, intending to look at the night sky. At this time, more than a dozen huge beams of light appeared in the night sky. What a beautiful beam of light! Just after saying this, the horned man was suddenly stunned. Beam of light? Why would a beam of light appear in the night sky? Moreover, such a thick and concentrated beam of light usually means it's a laser cannon attack. The scream of fear cut through the long night, and everyone in the tavern heard it. But what's the use of hearing it? When the laser beam had already fallen from the top of their heads, they had long lost the possibility of dodging, and the only thing they could pray for was that they could block the bombardment of the laser beam with their flesh and blood. But this is obviously impossible. Not to mention ordinary people, even most superpowers can't withstand the attack of the battleship's main gun. At the last moment of his life, the horned man could only open his mouth and angrily curse. Grass mud horse. The next second, the laser cannon that landed melted him, and the tavern behind him. Warning, warning, warning. The harsh warning sounded all over Gint. The governor of Gint was lucky enough to escape, because he was not in the governor's mansion when the first round of attacks came. After realizing that Gint was under a large-scale attack, he immediately sent a distress signal to the Star Network community's mother planet. We were attacked by naval guns. We don't know who the attackers are yet. The situation on Gint is very bad now. We are in urgent need of. Governor, I have to tell you some bad news. Before you contacted me, I had received 2 distress signals. Their situation was the same as Gint. The attackers were the secret tower. Secret tower? Governor Gint was stunned. All the people who received the news were stunned. They had never expected that the secret tower would launch a revenge operation against the 4 civilizations that attacked it at the same time as its base was attacked. In just half a day, the secret tower attacked 13 planets, 12 of which were hit by naval gunfire, and a planet called Aramon belonging to the Sky Eye Alliance was attacked by forbidden weapons. The accelerated neutron radiation torrent swept across the surface of the planet, destroying 70% of the organic life on the planet in just 1 minute. According to statistics afterwards, in this retaliatory action, the secret tower killed and injured more than 900 million civilians. For a large-scale interstellar war, this level of casualties is not exaggerated. The death toll caused by bombing a few planets, or even a single planet, would be much higher than this. But this is not a war in the traditional sense, but a terrorist attack, cruel, ruthless, crazy. Similar adjectives frequently appear in news reports. In a very short period of time, the entire initial gate galaxy cluster was shaken, and countless people were shocked and terrified. The secret tower actually mastered a neutron weapon that can attack an entire planet. This kind of weapon is not so easy to produce. As a terrorist organization, the secret tower should not have the ability to produce such a weapon. So, this neutron weapon was bought by the secret tower through some special channel. Since the secret tower can buy neutron weapons of this level, is there a possibility that the secret tower has also bought weapons similar to Planet Terminator or Supernova Doomsday that can explode planets or stars? This kind of thing really can't be thought about in detail. The more you think about it, the more frightened and uneasy you feel. Is this crazy? When Bai Fu saw the relevant news for the first time, she was also shocked. More than 900 million people. In the famous Reach battle in the Halo series of games, only more than 700 million people died on the human side, and your terrorist attack killed more than 900 million people this time. Damn, even the knowledgeable players couldn't help but curse, including Black Tiger Afu, who has always been indifferent to the life and death of NPCs, and just wants to have fun in battle. The only thing to blame is that the number of 900 million is too big for the players, who have just entered the Star Sea, and it is difficult for them not to be moved. The secret tower has aroused public anger this time. Their revenge will not only arouse the anger of the civilians of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, but also the anger of all nearby civilizations. Even if the secret tower wins the battle with the Star Network and other forces, they will not be able to return to the sun. If they dare to show up, they will inevitably be attacked by more civilizations that are afraid of them. But no one is paying attention to this now. After the retaliatory attack, StarNet and other forces were busy. They organized emergency relief while strengthening the vigilance in various places, and temporarily assembled a fleet to deal with possible emergencies. The impact of this attack on StarNet and other forces was extremely bad. It not only effectively hit their morale, but also made their potential enemies aware of the opportunity. If they were not careful, the situation might slide into the abyss of evil. Bai Fu arrived at the meeting place with Xixia after listening to the analysis of the attack by various experts. After getting off the spaceship, she saw Xixia with a pale face not long after walking. It seemed that Xixia had also watched the news. Until she saw her, Xixia's face became a little better. I thought you wouldn't come. How could that be? If you said that you would personally deliver the undead to you, then you must personally deliver it. Let's go, let's find a place to sit and have a drink. I have something to talk to you about. Cecilia shook her head. For safety reasons, let's not wander around outside. Let's go to my place. That's fine. Bai Fu followed Cecilia to Cecilia's temporary residence. To her surprise, Cecilia was a good cook. The dishes didn't look right to her, but they tasted surprisingly good. You should have watched the news, right? Bai Fu suddenly asked while eating. Cecilia said, I saw it. The reaction of the secret tower this time was a bit strange. Based on my understanding of the butler, even if the loss on Jingu Star was huge, he would not launch such a violent counterattack, because the risk of this counterattack was too great. In addition to making civilizations such as Star Network feel terrified, there was no additional gain. In my opinion, this counterattack was most likely not commanded by the butler, but by the master of the secret tower. Bai Fu thought, how strong are the butler and the master of the secret tower? What is their status in the secret tower? Sesha patiently explained, the strength of the butler is unknown, but the master of the secret tower must have the strength of a natural disaster level. As for the status, nominally, the master of the secret tower is much higher, but most of the time we are in contact with the butler, and the master of the secret tower basically does not care about anything except for a top-secret plan. She frowned when she said this. I haven't seen the master of the secret tower up close for a few years when I was in the secret tower. He will definitely make a lot of big moves when he suddenly comes back this time. With his personality, I'm afraid we will have a lot of trouble in the future. Bai Fu apologized. I'm sorry, if I had killed Foster and the people around him in time when I was on Jingu Star, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Sesha didn't respond to this, but asked, didn't you say you wanted to talk to me about something? Are you referring to the secret tower? Bai Fu shook her head. No, it's like this. She explained her purpose, 2 things in total. The first thing was Yulia's commission. Although she could secretly pull out a few hairs from Xixia, she decided to make it clear to prevent Xixia from finding out that she stole her hair and lowering her favorability in the future. The second thing was that she wanted to use the superpower evolution tree map to scan Xixia's abilities. The whole process would take 23 hours. She could have done it secretly, but she decided to make it clear to Cixia, and the main point was sincerity. Cixia pondered for a moment. Bai Fu was willing to explain things to her, so she would not deliberately embarrass Bai Fu. Isn't it just hair? Okay, I give it to you. You want something else, such as body cells or body fluids. After Bai Fu's operation in the supernatural well, Cixia's favorability towards her has soared to 80. Although it is still far from 100, it is also a very high value. In fact, in addition to these things, I came here for another thing this time. Bai Fu suddenly spoke. Cecilia was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Bai Fu smiled and said, see if your injuries are really not serious as you said to me, come and see now. Her eyes swept over Cecilia, who had changed out of her deep V belly-exposing outfit, and put on her daily clothes and apron. You didn't lie to me, the only problem is that your face is a little too pale. Are you stimulated by the revenge of the secret tower? This. Cecilia suddenly hesitated. Bai Fu guessed wrong. The truth is that she had been casting spells on the photo Bai Fu sent her for the past few days. But this kind of thing must not be told to Bai Fu. Her image in Bai Fu's mind is already very perverted. If Bai Fu knew this, it would appear even more perverted. She is obviously not perverted, but she has to find something to do when she has nothing to do, right? Therefore, Cecilia nodded vigorously at first. I was stimulated. Then, she quickly changed the subject. That day, you said in front of Foster that you also like me, but you didn't say it because you were worried that I didn't like you. Is this true or false? This? Bai Fu was asked this question. If it was false, Cecilia's favorability towards her would probably drop back to the original level in a second, and then, the angry Cecilia would press her on the dining table. If it was true, Cecilia's favorability towards her would probably continue to rise, and then, the excited Cecilia would press her on the dining table. Wait, it seems that no matter whether it is true or false, Cecilia will press her on the dining table, so let's just say it is true. Bai Fu stared at Cecilia's eyes seriously. What do you think? Of course it's true. Wow, Cecilia felt like she was ignited, and the Emperor engine started on the spot. She gave Bai Fu food, so Bai Fu should give her food next, right? Didn't Bai Fu say that she had to stay with her to scan her ability? Very good, they will stay together for 23 hours next. Cecilia grabbed Bai Fu's hand and dragged Bai Fu into the basement next to her. At the moment the entrance to the basement closed, white spider silk shot out from her body like a waterfall, and instantly engulfed the two of them. After a long time. Basement. The spider silk had completely dissipated. Bai Fu, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the potions that Yulia had given her before she came, and muttered. I said I don't need these things, but they are not completely useless. She stood up and walked to Cixia, feeding Cixia 2 bottles of medicine. After feeding the medicine, she looked at Cixia, who was in a bad mood, and then looked at the messy ground and walls covered with all kinds of strange things. Thinking of Cixia's confident look not long ago, she wanted to laugh. Poor students have more stationery, but no matter how much stationery a poor student has, it can't change the nature of being a poor student. After recovering some strength and her mouth was no longer as dry as before, Cecilia tried to open her eyes. Looking at Bai Fu, who was still full of energy, she was about to blush. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. She took out 18 kinds of weapons, but she was defeated by Bai Fu. This must not be because she is bad, but because her state is not right. Yes, it must be because she consumed too much vitality before Bai Fu came, otherwise how could she lose to Bai Fu, a little fragile skin, with her physique? She refused to accept it. Come again! Best of 3 games. Bai Fu ignored Cecilia's invitation. Cecilia is the one who is both bad and playful. Yulia would laugh at her level. Seeing that Bai Fu was not stimulated by her, Cecilia could only temporarily give up the idea of revenge on the spot. In fact, she also knew that as she went up in her current state, she would only help Bai Fu win points, but she could never admit such a thing. This time is an accident, this time is an accident, this time is an accident. Next time, after I have honed my 18 martial arts, I will be able to win with 18 weapons. Cecilia was about to explode with anger. She staggered to her feet, and said coldly, I suddenly remembered that I know a superpower with S-level superpowers. Isn't your superpower evolution map just missing a scan target? I take you to see him. Okay. Bai Fu didn't provoke Cecilia, and followed Cecilia out of the basement obediently. After resting for about half an hour, the two of them led the players straight to the Chaos Star Road of the Sea Lion Galaxy. The superpower with S-level superpowers Cecilia mentioned was only a B-level superpower. After successfully finding the target, Bai Fu successfully completed the scan in just 1 minute. The moment the scan was completed, she received a prompt that the task was completed and the copy ability was unlocked. It's done! Bai Fu was overjoyed. Chapter 210. In a place where no outsiders were around, Bai Fu took out the power evolution tree map. Compared to before the 3 new powers were included, the map had obvious changes. First, there were 3 new branches in the upper left corner of the map, each of which represented a newly included power. Secondly, a special inverted triangle symbol appeared on the tree trunk in the center of the map, and the game description text exclusive ability 1, copy, blank, floated next to the symbol. Finally, the prop description of the map also became different from before. Evolution tree of superpowers. Quality: orange, plus, item description, a special item obtained from the King of Superpowers, which records the characteristics of many superpowers and the direction of their evolution. It seems to contain extraordinary power, and is waiting to be unlocked. Additional effect: exclusive ability copy remarks. This item is a Jingu Star S level item. Bai Fu reached out and clicked on the plus sign after the word orange as before. In an instant, the game prompt rang in her ears again. You have triggered the hidden task evolution tree of power I. Task introduction. After unremitting efforts, you have successfully awakened a power contained in the evolution tree of power. This is a test. Now that you have passed the test and have been recognized by the evolution tree of power, try to help the evolution tree of power recover more power. Task goal: collect a total of 10 new powers with a rating of no less than A. Current progress March 10th. Reward: 30 million experience points, random attribute blessing, and power garden connection degree plus 10. Note: this task is a serial task. The next stage of the task can only be triggered after completing this task. Another hidden task? A hidden task triggered by the S-level props of the novice planet. I always feel that this task is not simple. Bai Fu quickly scanned the task content several times, and finally her eyes fell on the word Superpower Garden. It seemed to be something extraordinary. She connected to the interstellar network and searched for Superpower Garden. In fact, she didn't expect to find anything, but the search results were completely beyond her expectations. There was a lot of information related to the Superpower Garden on the internet. The Superpower Garden is a cosmic force, comparable to the Rebirth Empire, Titan Industries, and Supernova Core. It was active 10,000 years ago. At that time, the 3 cosmic civilizations, including the Rebirth Empire, were unable to do anything to each other, so they had to sign the Interstellar Peace Treaty at the negotiation table, ending the Long War, and starting to focus on exploring the Dark Domain. This is the Age of Advancement. In the Age of Advancement, an expedition team of the Rebirth Empire discovered the Dark Domain civilization, the Superpower Garden, in the Dark Domain, and then the war broke out. Because a long time has passed, no one can now clearly say who started the war first. In short, at first the Reborn Empire thought the war would end soon, but as the Power Garden continued to play its cards, they realized that they had encountered a cosmic force that was no weaker than their own. The Power Garden had a total of 14 superpowers above the domination level. Although their number of ships was not as large as that of the Reborn Empire, they were also strong and durable. Obviously, the Power Garden with such a background was not something the Reborn Empire could defeat on its own. After the war fell into a stalemate, the Reborn Empire had to invite its former mortal enemy Titan Industries and Supernova Core to join the war. Facing the simultaneous attack of 3 cosmic forces, the Superpower Garden finally fell. The territory ruled by the Superpower Garden was divided up by the 3 cosmic forces, and the Reborn Empire named the area it occupied Star Ring Island. Bai Fu kept searching in the massive amount of information, and finally found the information she wanted. According to records, the Superpower Garden was a super civilization established by a group of superpowers. In the course of its development, the Superpower Garden gathered the wisdom of the entire civilization and created a cosmic treasure called Superpower Evolution Tree. The Power Evolution Tree records all the powers that have ever appeared in the Power Garden, and classifies and organizes them, connecting them into a large network with many incredible abilities. The reason why the Power Garden built the Power Evolution Tree is to explore the origin of the power through the Power Evolution Tree, and pursue the power above the Absolute. But their plan failed after all, because the Power Evolution Tree itself has not evolved to its full form, and their entire civilization has been sent. Does this hidden mission actually involve a universe-level force that has already died? Bai Fu's eyelids twitched wildly. She had a hunch that this hidden mission might be related to the main mission that will be opened in version 3.0 or even 4.0. The value of this thing might be much greater than I thought. Once it is recognized by others, it might cause big trouble. Thinking of this, Baifu quickly put the map into her personal space. What's wrong? Cixia noticed Baifu's abnormality. Baifu calmed down her excitement and explained, the harvest this time is far greater than I thought. If the map can be restored to its power, it will not only solve the spider on your body, but also improve your ability. Really? Seisha's eyes suddenly lit up. She became what she is today because of the spider that merged with her. Although the spider gave her extraordinary power, it also made her bear the name of a monster. From childhood to adulthood, she had hardly ever been truly happy. She had dreamed more than once that she was ripped open by the spider and finally eaten up. Fear, inferiority. Growing up with these twisted emotions, Cixia naturally became a twisted person. Now that she heard that there was a chance to truly get rid of the spider's control, it was hard for her not to be happy. What should I do? Baifu said, just continue to collect rare superpowers. Cixia nodded quickly. I keep an eye out for you. Baifu thanked him, and then she called up the new ability copy unlocked by the atlas to check the detailed instructions. Copy the ability can only be used to copy the skills of a target whose main occupation level is not higher than her by more than 10 levels. After the copy is successful, she can use the copied skills without consumption. The skills can be reused, but each time they are used up, they need to wait for the charging to be completed before they can be used again. The length of the charging time is closely related to the number of superpowers included in the Superpower Evolution Tree Atlas. The more superpowers included in the atlas, the shorter the charging time will be. Not higher than level 10? Isn't Cixia's main occupation level only 10 levels higher than hers? Baifu used the copy ability on Cixia, and soon she received a prompt that the life absorption copy was successful. Life absorption. Draw the life value of all designated targets within a radius of 5 kilometers. The absorption efficiency depends on the difference in physique between the two parties. In the hands of someone with an absurdly high physique like Cixia, this skill is absolutely a magical skill. In the hands of a fragile mage, the effect of this skill will be greatly reduced. If the number of opponents is small, and each of them is thick-skinned, this skill will completely become a decoration. But it is worth noting that Baifu is not an ordinary fragile mage. She is a fragile mage with physical strength, a fragile mage supported by players. Yi Mei said that this skill must be used on the enemy. At the critical moment, she can completely treat the players around her as blood bags and use life absorption on them to restore her life value. She has squeezed the player's experience so many times, so it's okay to squeeze the player's blood again, right? Baifu doesn't think that doing so will cause disgust among players. She doesn't squeeze the player's blood every day, but only squeezes them once or twice occasionally. Besides, she didn't squeeze the blood of the players for fun, she squeezed them to defeat the opponent and complete the task. When she defeated the opponent and completed the task, the little bit of soup that leaked from her body would be enough for the players, whose average level was less than 35. This wave is called exchanging blood for experience. At that time, the players might even beg her to squeeze them. Fu, you don't have to pity me, try harder. Baifu closed the copy function interface of the atlas with satisfaction. Let's go back. Seisha didn't leave in a hurry, but asked, are you going to look for the mother of the dissociative drug in the places I marked before? Baifu nodded. I have this plan, do you want to go with me? Seisha said, yes. Baifu decisively refused. Forget it, you'd better not get involved in this matter. After suffering so many losses, the secret tower may hate you to the core. If they know that you have appeared, they will probably send people to hunt you down at all costs. Cecilia was stunned for a moment. Really? If she followed Baifu, it would only increase the difficulty for Baifu to succeed. She should take the undead sent by Baifu to other places to cause trouble for the secret tower. After returning to Cecilia's temporary residence, Baifu formally introduced the players she brought with her spaceship to Cecilia. After both parties got to know each other, it was time to say goodbye to Cecilia. Time waits for no one. After the Jingu Star incident, Cecilia became a thorn in the side of the secret tower, and so was she. With the revengeful heart shown by the master of the secret tower, once he finds an opportunity, he will definitely launch a violent attack on her. She must improve her strength to S+ level as soon as possible before the revenge comes. Although Cecilia wanted to eat Baifu every day, she did not force him to stay because it was related to the secret tower. She just asked Baifu to take a few more photos for her. It would be boring to cast spells on the same photos sooner or later. By the way, there is a question. Forget it, it's okay. Cecilia actually wanted to ask Baifu where she learned so many moves. If it weren't for those moves, she wouldn't have been beaten to pieces by Baifu, but she realized that she was asking a stupid question as soon as she opened her mouth. Where did she learn it from? I don't need to think about it. It must be Yulia and Faye who taught her the moves. When she couldn't see, Bai Fu must have practiced martial arts with Yulia and Faye. Bang! A killing intent grew in Xixia's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. The present is different from the past. If it was the past, she would not have any psychological burden if she just killed Yulia and Faye, but now the situation is different. She must consider Bai Fu's opinion of her. But although she couldn't kill Yulia and Faye, she still thought of a way to deal with it. If the body cannot be destroyed, then the spirit will be destroyed. From today on, she will practice hard until Bai Fu can no longer leave her, and can no longer accept anyone else except her. Then she will show Yulia and Faye how Bai Fu meowed when she was pressed against her. Fight with me, this is your fate. 7 days later. Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster Branch Airport. The sky was filled with drizzle like silk threads, and the air was filled with a chill that penetrated deep into the lungs. Half an hour ago, Bai Fu had been waiting here with Anya, Yulia, and Xiaoshi. They were waiting for no one else, but the first batch of players sent back from Ziyuan Star by the transport fleet sent by Green Mud. There were 4 ships, fully loaded with 42,000 people. When the time came to 11:07, Xiaoshi suddenly looked up. Here we come! As soon as the words fell, a disc-shaped cargo ship emerged from behind the dark clouds. Here they are. After traveling tens of millions of light years, after several days of anticipation, and after showing off in the community in various ways, the first batch of Ziyuan Star players, who boarded the cargo ship finally arrived at the destination of their journey. At this time, all the players in the cargo ship crowded to the porthole of the spaceship. They looked around excitedly, their eyes swept from the towering broadcast signal building, from the maintenance station of the spaceship, from the docking point of the airport, and after a while, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Hey, 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 am I seeing right? It seems that Fufu is standing there? Where? Damn, it's really Fufu, Anya, Yulia, and Xiaoshi are also there. What are they standing there for? I mean, is there a possibility that Fufu is actually waiting for us? When this sentence came out, all the players in the spaceship became excited for a while. This is not an illusion, nor is it a dream. They are really going to reunite with Fufu, although the rewards for doing reconstruction tasks on Ziyuan Star are also very rich. So what if the rewards for these reconstruction tasks are richer? When playing games, the most important thing is to have fun. The players of Ziyuan Star can't forget the joy they had when Bai Fu hadn't left Ziyuan Star. They often think of the scene when they fought wits and courage with the Wildfire Gang in the abandoned cooling plant with Bai Fu. They often think of Bai Fu's back when she drove the car towards the sunset when the amoeba attacked. They often think of the touching feeling brought by Bai Fu erecting a monument for the players in the abandoned cooling plant. They often think of the passion of following Bai Fu and the true society, and the Primarchs to fight to the end. Of course, what they can't forget the most is the pleasure of easily earning a lot of experience just by following Bai Fu. Touching moments always exist, but unfortunately, the person who brought them the touch is no longer around. If they want to see that person, they can only go to the live broadcast room and the community. 1 year, they haven't seen Bai Fu in person for a year. Do you know how I spent this year? Fortunately, after a year of hardship, they finally saw Bai Fu again. Fu, I miss you so much. Amid the howling of ghosts and wolves, 4 spaceships landed in the airport one after another, and Bai Fu's position happened to be the intersection of the 4 spaceships' hatches facing each other. When the hatch opened and the players walked out, Bai Fu's face was filled with a warm smile, the same smile as 1 or 2 years ago, and then she shouted loudly, Everyone, long time no see, welcome to Shanghai. Yes, Bai Fu really came to pick up the players. After this was verified, all the players in the airport couldn't help but cheer loudly. Fu. This is a reunion. The players thought this was the touching feeling brought by the reunion, but they soon realized that they underestimated Bai Fu. You are coffee without sugar, I remember you. We attacked the Marine Life Research Institute together. Have fun every day. You didn't fall behind in your training during my absence. Now you are also a B-level superpower. Congratulations. Of course I remember you. To be precise, how could I forget your name? Mid-floral water. When the cooling plant was abandoned, I personally carved your name on the monument. It's great to see you again. Bai Fu accurately called out the name of every player who appeared in front of her, and even remembered the deeds of most of the players. This performance directly shocked all the players. The players present were like this, and the players who watched the reunion through the live broadcast room were also like this. Does Fufu remember every player? Fuck. No line is repeated. Fufu really remembers everyone. This game experience, this emotional value, this foo-foo, my foo-foo. Fuck, if an NPC treats me like this, I will be her dog. It's not that the players have never experienced reunions with important NPCs in other games, but this is the first time they have experienced such an experience. Awesome, so awesome. Before the reunion was over, many passers-by players and game-up hosts stood up. They captured the live broadcast screen, added touching BGM, and spoke in a deep voiceover. I am sure that even after 10 or 20 years, this scene will still be remembered by countless players. Above the Stars, the first virtual reality online game for young people. By Foo, the first white moonlight for young people in the game. I have fallen deeply in love. From now on, I will only promote Foo. In the live broadcast room, game community, video website, at this moment, almost all the players above the stars are discussing By Foo. The Star Sea is huge, so huge that people can get lost, but if Foo is here, there is nothing to be afraid of. How could the players have thought that By Foo could see the names above their heads and search for their past experiences in the community? This time, By Foo directly boosted the players' favorability. Players who were so charmed by her would not be seduced by the colorful world of the Star Sea and abandon her, right? In fact, it was not just the players, but the Lord of the Oath, Le Mans, and Fei Yi, who were watching from a distance, were also shocked by Foo's performance and could not say a word. What a terrifying woman. At this moment, they finally understood why the players were willing to follow By Foo wholeheartedly. Saint? The word saint is not enough to describe By Foo. She is a very rare existence, so rare that she has never existed in the Star Sea before. After the players' emotions were fully mobilized, By Foo first summoned a large number of little black Foo to lead the players to familiarize themselves with the environment of the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch, and then she announced a heavy news. Children, since you are here, let's do something interesting. After a year, a new mission for the Silent Courtyard is released. You triggered the faction mission Scattered Mother Roots. By Foo issued a mission to every player in the branch at this time. The mission goal is to assist her in obtaining the mother root of the dissociative potion. In order to prevent the people in the 5 locations marked by Cecilia from running away, she plans to divide the players into 5 teams and follow her, Anya, Yulia, Faye, Xiaoshur and Vic to attack the 5 locations at the same time. I'm back. I feel like I'm all back. As soon as they arrived at Shanghai, they received the mission. The players of Zuyuan Star did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, they were all excited. Back then, they followed Foo like this, punching and kicking her to the position of the Queen of Zuyuan Star. Now, it's time for them to use their own fists and feet to beat Foo to the Queen of the entire Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster. Secret Tower, right? Bullying Foo, right? Before, we were not in Shanghai and could not do anything to you. Now that we are in Shanghai, you will definitely suffer. Chapter 211. Including the players previously brought in from Zuyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jingu Star, By Foo now has more than 50,000 players under her command. These players are not enough to fight in interstellar wars. After all, a normal-sized attack aircraft carrier can carry tens of thousands of people, and any regular galaxy-level civilization has at least dozens of attack aircraft carriers. But bringing more than 50,000 players with strength comparable to B-level superpowers, and who are not afraid of death to deal with those small forces nesting on a small planet, is really a piece of cake. Let's go! By Foo gave the order to attack, and soon, more than a dozen spaceships flew out from the Star Covenant's Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. At this time, the focus of public opinion in the Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster was still the confrontation between the Secret Tower and the Star Network and other civilizations. No one paid attention to the cargo ships that By Foo entrusted Green Mud to rent, and no one knew what kind of things those cargo ships brought to the Star Sea. Navel Star. It was midnight, and Vic told the players next to him the specific situation of the target of this operation with a serious face. Our target of this attack is an interstellar logistics company called Between 2 Points. On the surface, this company is just an ordinary logistics company, but it has unclear relationships with interstellar pirates and the Secret Tower. Their boss is called Reeves, a top-level superpower of A level, whose strength should not be underestimated. He also has subordinates. Considering the complex terrain of this company's warehouse, my plan is... Mr. Vic. Just as Vic was chattering, Jianqi Chong Tian stood up and interrupted him. Any questions? Vic said. Jianqi Chong Tian said, your plan is very clever and can effectively reduce the casualty rate of the attack, but you forget that we are immortals. The casualty rate is meaningless to us. We only care about whether the mission can be successfully completed. If the mission can be completed, it doesn't matter even if the casualty rate is 100%. If the mission cannot be completed, even if the casualty rate is 0, it is unacceptable. Vic was stunned for a moment. Then what is your plan? My plan is... Jianqi Chongtian paused. No plan. Yes, he didn't think of any plan at all. It's not that he couldn't think of it. It's not that he didn't have time to think, but he didn't think about it at all. There's no need. This time, they are going to deal with a force whose strongest person is only an A-level superpower. To deal with a target of this level, just charge directly and it's done. Why do you need so many twists and turns? A-level superpowers are great. You can beat 1, 2, or 10 B-level superpowers. But what if I send out 100 B-level superpowers with weapons that can hurt you? Just do it. If they delay for too long, the other party might realize their purpose and destroy the mother copy of the dissociated potion directly when they see that things are not going well. The sword energy is soaring, and the blood is boiling. At this moment, he feels that he is possessed by Black Tiger Ah Fu. All he can think about is war. He is not really good at fighting, but he has been holding it back for too long. Since the Battle of Tianhu Star, he has not done a serious combat mission in the game for more than a year. There is no way. Bai Fu's level is too high, and the level of the opponents Bai Fu encounters is too high. That level of battle is not something he can intervene in. Although he could earn a lot of experience just by following Bai Fu and watching the plot even if he didn't participate in the battle, Jianqi Chongtian still preferred to level up by killing monsters rather than this easy way of leveling up. As the leader of a large guild, he wanted to quickly pass through high-difficulty group dungeons and attack world bosses. This was what he pursued. You haven't forgotten the cooperation you practiced in Ziyuan Star, right? Jianqi Chongtian turned around and said to the members of the guild. Among the more than 40,000 Ziyuan Star players brought by the cargo ship, there were hundreds of members of the Tianyu Guild, and many of these hundreds of players were high-level players who had left their names on the leaderboard. This was the confidence that Jianqi Chongtian dared to charge and fight. How could I forget Jian De? Let's start. My lance has been thirsty for a long time. Indeed, it's time to let Fu Fu remember how powerful we are. Let's use this battle to announce our arrival to the starry sky. One after another, the second-year lines came out. In addition to the Iron Rain Guild, other players are now ready to fight and are extremely excited. Seeing this scene, Vic's mouth twitched, and he was a little worried. Will this really work? It's better to ask Bai Fu. Thinking of this, he quickly contacted Bai Fu and told her what happened here. Bai Fu's reply was only 5 words: let them charge. She pulled the players from the novice planet to the Star Sea. Wasn't it just for the players to charge? Of course, she said to let the players help her charge, not to let the players charge her. Vic took a deep breath. In that case, then charge. With his order, tens of thousands of players rushed towards the logistics company between the 2 points from all directions. 100 people charging is already spectacular, but when 10,000 people charge, we usually only use 2 words to describe this scene. Torrent. Fuck, what happened? Everyone inside and outside the logistics company was stunned by the scene. Because the incident happened suddenly, many people even thought that the warehouse wall of the logistics company collapsed between 2 points, and the players who launched the charge were going to the warehouse to buy 0 yuan goods. What, 0 yuan goods? For a while, many people followed the players in the charge, and they found that something was wrong. No, the wall was fine. What was the 0 yuan goods? Oh. It was fine just now, but not now. The player at the front was seen carrying a portable gun barrel and bombarding the wall. Even though the wall was very strong, it was torn to pieces by such an unreasonable attack. Who the hell is causing trouble? Reeves, who was keeping accounts, threw away the account book after receiving the news and rushed out of the office. When he started to call for people to defend, the players were already rampaging in the warehouse area. Surrender your guns, and you won't be killed. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Reeves was so angry that he laughed. He was actually bought for 0 yuan. This is really a tiger that doesn't show its power. It's like a sick cat. It's a bit funny. Although he looks gentle now, he was born as an interstellar pirate. When he was an interstellar pirate, he killed people, set fires, and dismembered bodies. He did all kinds of evil things. These people rushed to him. They really don't know how to write the word death. Well, I haven't taken action for many years. Today you take the initiative to come here to die. I will let you see what a real ruthless person is. Reeves slapped a button on his waist, and the next second, a cigarette box-sized box hanging on his belt quickly unfolded and turned into a 2-meter-long giant roller-type electric saw. When this giant electric saw saws a person, the blood and flesh fly out, and the visual impact is amazing. In fact, Under normal circumstances, Reeves would not be so excited. If there is anything to blame, it is because the Secret Tower and Star Network and other civilizations have been fighting fiercely recently, which has put him under great pressure as he is related to the Secret Tower and is afraid of being caught. This guy wanted to release the pressure, and now someone suddenly attacked his logistics company, so he had to kill them. Intensify these bastards. Reeves quickly gave orders to his partners and his own thugs. Let's kill. The smell of blood stimulated Reeves's excitement. In his imagination, the battle should develop like this. Under the fire suppression of his men, those bastards, who suddenly broke in and didn't know how high the sky was, were directly knocked unconscious. Just when these bastards were at a loss, he fell from the sky with a giant chainsaw in his hand. With the sound of the vibration when he landed and the roar of the chainsaw starting, he turned into a battle gyroscope and swept all around, killing people with blood like rain and meat paste like mud, like a devil reincarnated, making all those who dared to covet him at this time fall into deep fear. I have to say that Reeves had a beautiful idea, but his plan went wrong at the first step. Fire suppression? At a loss? This kind of thing does exist, but it is his men who are suppressed and at a loss. Don't blame his men for not working hard, blame the players for being too fierce. Facing the hail of bullets, a group of players did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward with portable laser cannons, firing and screaming. Occasionally, a player was shot to pieces, and his eyeballs flew out of his eye sockets. The other players around him were not afraid at all, but laughed and stepped on the eyeballs, and while stepping on them, they also scolded the players, who were blown to pieces as noobs and unlucky people. This scene. Reeves's men didn't know what others would think. They only knew that they were about to faint from fear. What the hell is this? Did they accidentally fall into the abyss of terror, and then be surrounded by the fearless Dark Domain Zerg? No. Being surrounded by the Dark Domain Zerg is not as scary as being surrounded by this group of people. The Dark Domain Zerg did not dodge or evade when faced with attacks, and could step over the corpses of their companions without changing their expressions. That's because they have no brains, only the instinct to kill. This group of people in front of them obviously have brains, but they easily did something more terrifying than the Dark Domain Zerg. If this is not scary, then what else is scary? What are you fighting for? You can't fight at all. You want me to fight with a lunatic like this? Don't be ridiculous. Mom, I was wrong. I will never do bad things again. From today on, I will turn over a new leaf and become a good person. Please bless me to live. Fuck, those famous star-wanted criminals are not as ruthless as these people, right? Who gathered these dragons and phoenixes together. No matter how Reeves urged them, his men refused to show up. Hurry, 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 if you have the guts, come on yourself, or just chop us all down. Reeves never dreamed that things would turn out like this, but the big thing is still to come. After successfully breaking through the firepower point in the logistics company between the 2 points, the only things blocking the players are various traps, high walls, and those B-level and A-level superpowers. In other games, facing traps, players need to spend time to slowly decipher them. Facing high walls, players can only rush. The door cannot be opened from this side. But in the stars, players don't need to worry about this. Encounter a trap? Just rush forward. It's okay if you die, as long as you can break the trap, it's not a loss. Anyway, the resurrection point is not far from here, just run over. Encounter a high wall? Just tear it down. If this wall can't be torn down, then tear down the other walls next to it. There will always be a wall that can be torn down. What does it mean to leave no grass wherever you go? Not to mention the people on Reeves' side, Vic, who is in the same camp as the player, is numb. Turtle, is it so exaggerated? Before, he saw the players fighting the dark bugs, and they fought so hard that the sky was dark. He just thought the players were very brave. Now, seeing the players fighting the logistics company between the 2 points, he began to feel lucky that he and the players were in the same group, otherwise who could withstand such a charge? 10,000 undead gathered together is already so terrifying. When the 2 million undead from the Zuyuan star and other planets are all transported here, Vic couldn't help but take a breath. Maybe, I am witnessing the birth of a legend. Looking at the players advancing steadily, Vic couldn't help but sigh. When the players pushed deeper into the warehouse, Reeves finally couldn't sit still anymore, and he jumped out with his confidence. The players couldn't be allowed to continue to be arrogant, otherwise the secrets he was hiding would definitely be exposed, and then even if he successfully defended this wave of attacks, he would be finished. Before coming out, Reeves did a small thing. Call the police. Sir, I was suddenly attacked by a group of thugs of unknown origin. Reeves's idea was very simple. No matter how fierce these thugs were, they wouldn't dare to kill the police of Starnet, right? If they dared to attack the police, the next to come would be the Planetary Anti-Terrorist Mobile Force. After defeating the Anti-Terrorist Mobile Force, the next to come would be the fleet. This was really a case of beating the small to get the big. As long as the police of Neville launched an attack, everything would be fine. With such expectations, Reeves rushed into the crowd of players. After all, the peak A-level superpower was the peak A-level superpower. Reeves held a large chainsaw and killed 7 players in and out of the crowd. In order to intimidate the players, he deliberately sawed each player, who was chopped by the giant chainsaw, into pieces of rotten meat. But in just a few minutes, the battlefield was covered with minced meat. It can be said that this is a real hell scroll. Reeves, the initiator, felt disgusted when he saw it, but what frightened him was that the players had no reaction to it, but continued to talk and laugh. What's going on? Reeves was dumbfounded. Player, sister, we turned on the harmony mode. In fact, even if the player does not actively turn on the harmony mode, the game will actively perform basic harmony on this hell scroll to prevent those players who do not like bloody scenes from being scared when they suddenly see the bloody scenes. This is still very necessary. In the early stage of the game, the bloody scenes that players see are generally easy to accept. In the later stage of the game, the situation is much more complicated. Imagine a scene like that. Hundreds of thousands of players charge towards a very powerful boss, and that boss suddenly uses a cutting skill, cutting hundreds of thousands of players in half in an instant, and then, the upper bodies of the players slide to the ground, leaving only the lower bodies that are still standing neatly with blood spurting out. This is no longer simply bloody, but is approaching the direction of cult. Reeves became more and more panicked as he fought. How many people were there in this attack? He killed them one by one, but why did the number of people outside seem to have not decreased at all? He didn't know how long it had been, but he suddenly heard sirens outside. He looked up and saw more than a dozen police cars flying in the sky. Reeves was overjoyed and shouted loudly, "Here, here, I'm here!" He raised the giant chainsaw high, and the chainsaw roared. The next second, the police car turned 180 degrees in the air and flew back. Tick, 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 tick. The sound of the police car became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Reeves was confused. "No, buddy, why did you leave? Were you scared away? This time, we really can't blame the police of Neville for being timid. Although the number of players from the sky is indeed too much to make people's scalps numb, the reason they turned their heads and left is because they saw Vic and learned from Vic that this was a special operation of Saint Savior Baifu against the secret tower. After the operation on Gene to Star, Baifu's reputation on the Star Network has exceeded 2,000. How high is this reputation? Some Starnet people may not know that the rotating chairman of the Starnet Joint Conference is called Clavel, but they know that Baifu is Baifu. When they heard that Baifu was causing trouble, the police, who came, left without saying a word. Reeves was furious. But now that things have come to this, it is useless for him to be angry, or he has no energy to be angry. Knowing that Vic has already made arrangements with the local police, the players no longer have any worries. They used all their strength to attack these A-level superpowers in the logistics company between the 2 points. On average, each A-level superpower has to face more than 1,000 players. Reeves' comment on this was hack you. He wanted to escape, but he was surrounded by more than 1,000 players and had nowhere to escape. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly found several familiar faces. Wait, weren't these people chopped into pieces by him just now? Why now? At this moment, Reeves suddenly understood. The ones who attacked him were undead. No wonder these people were not afraid of death or blood at all. Now everything made sense. But it was only after he figured it out that Reeves felt even more desperate. Haha, he had spent so much effort to perform monkey tricks for the undead. If the opponent he faced was a human who would die if killed, then he could still burst out when he was in a desperate situation and desperately drag a few people with him. But now he was facing an undead who would not die if killed, so why should he fight? He might as well die early. Once his fighting spirit collapsed, Reeves' fighting power suddenly dropped a lot. 10% left. 8.4%. 1%. Damn, I got a critical hit, haha, the boss's head is mine. Amidst the cheers and annoyance, Reeves fell to the ground with a thump, his body covered with scars, his eyes were empty, without fear or surprise, as if he had been beaten to death. How miserable. Vic, who came from a distance, shook his head at Reeves, who fell to the ground. Then he laughed. Although it is miserable to be the enemy of the undead, it is very cool to be the teammate of the undead. Now, he was only worried about one thing. Once the news of the terrifying combat power of the undead spread, many people would covet the undead's ability, and then become wary of Baifu, who could command the undead. Some of them might even secretly attack Baifu. He had to remind Baifu that Baifu was kind-hearted and might suffer a loss. Vic asked the player to drag Reeves' body out and hand it over to the Neville police. Then, he personally interrogated Reeves' men who were so scared that they couldn't even stand. Soon, he got the information he wanted. Reeves' confidant admitted that they were in collusion with the secret tower, and that they were keeping the mother copy of the dissociative potion for the secret tower. With their identification, Vic found the mother copy without much effort. He quickly told Baifu what happened here, and kindly reminded Baifu. Baifu nodded. I know, just don't worry. What Vic was worried about was also what she was worried about, but she had already thought of a solution. Just send some players to other camps to be undercover. The only problem is that this send cannot be too deliberate, otherwise the other party may suspect that she has ulterior motives. If she hadn't worried about this, she would have sent tens of thousands of players to the secret tower as undercovers. How should I send it? Baifu thought seriously. While Vic successfully completed the task, Faye, Anya and Yulia also made very smooth progress. Especially Anya. As Baifu's loyal follower, Anya was recognized by the locals as soon as she appeared. Isn't this Anya, the little follower of the saint? Anya, who was surrounded by people, was not afraid of the stage at all. Facing the interview camera of the reporter, she put her hands on her hips and proudly advertised Baifu's Dark Moon Tide private armed company. If you have any problems, go to Dark Moon Tide. Boss Fu guarantees integrity and the strength of the immortals. From hunting interstellar pirates to finding lost cats, Dark Moon Tide is dedicated to serving you, with fair prices and no deception. Don't look at the advertisement, look at the effect. If you want to know the efficiency of the immortals, please watch the VCR. Through the live news broadcast, the people of the Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster witnessed the horror of the players for the first time. In fact, the players who followed Anya on the mission were much gentler than those on Vic's side. At least they did not do things that could scare people to death, such as stepping on the eyes of their companions and talking and laughing. Even so, those who were beaten by them were still scared to the point of madness. The expressions of fear, pain, and despair of these people were deeply imprinted in the minds of every audience. This is the extent of playing tricks on people, right? Bang! The butler who received the news from the secret tower was so angry that he punched the table in front of him. Others thought that Baifu was using the attack on the secret tower to advertise her Dark Moon Tide company, but he knew that Baifu's real purpose was more than that. Mother copy. She is collecting mother copies of dissociative potion. Considering that Baifu most likely already had 2 mother copies in her hands, but she still had to continue collecting mother copies, he suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that Baifu knew the true origin of the mother copy? If this is the case, the time left for them to stay in the secret tower may not be much. Who the hell is Baifu? The butler quickly contacted Lancet to inquire about the progress of the parasite experiment. The good news is that the parasite can be effective on the undead, but the bad news is that once these undead die, the parasites in their bodies will disappear when they are resurrected again. So the tactic of using parasites to control the undead around Baifu can only be used once. Once they realize the problem, they can easily get rid of control by committing suicide before we activate the parasites. Is that so? Then this trick can only be used as the last trump card. The butler frowned. How is the brainwashing of the undead going? Speaking of this, Lancet became excited. Everything is going well. It has been verified that the brainwashing method that is effective for ordinary people is also effective for the undead, and even more solid. The brainwashed undead have now become the most loyal warriors of the secret tower. Butler, you may not think that they will even take the initiative to ask me if there is anything for them to do. This enthusiasm I have only seen in those dead warriors who have been trained by the secret tower since childhood. Is there such a thing? The butler's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the news he had just watched. The horror of the undead left a deep impression on him. He was originally thinking about how to deal with the undead under Baifu's command. Now, brainwashing is effective on the undead, and the effect is outstanding. What else can he think of? Just use the undead to fight the undead, right? The number of undead we have captured is still too small. We must find a way to capture more undead. The butler's brain was working at high speed, and he quickly thought of a way to capture the players. Got it. Dark Moon Tide. Wasn't Baifu advertising her Dark Moon Tide company? He could find a few people with innocent identities to pretend to be customers to contact Dark Moon Tide, and lure the undead working for Dark Moon Tide into the encirclement of the secret tower to arrest them. While the butler was thinking about the players, other forces that had seen Anya's advertisement also held internal meetings. I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of immortals on Jingu Star. Including Baifu's hometown, there are probably millions of immortals under Baifu's command. These are millions of immortal B-level superpowers. Fortunately, they are only B-level superpowers. If there were millions of immortal A-level superpowers, any force in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster would have to avoid Baifu. The immortals on Jingu Star don't seem to have a close relationship with Baifu. Maybe we can find a way to poach some of them. Dig, we must dig. If we can train these undeads into A-level superpowers, or even S-level superpowers, things will become interesting. From the major galaxy-level civilizations to the famous mercenary groups and interstellar pirate groups, all of them have set their sights on the players. Before, when the number of players around Baifu was small, they didn't think it was a big deal. But now that they suddenly know that the number of players is measured in millions, it's hard for them not to be tempted. Undead people have many uses. They can incorporate undead people into the army and form an undead army. They can use undead people to conduct experiments to reduce the cost of experiments. They can also use undead people to explore various dangerous places. But all of this is based on the premise that these undead people can still be resurrected even if they leave Baifu. If the ability of these undead people to resurrect comes from Baifu, then their hard work in getting undead people will be in vain. Of course, if it is confirmed that the ability of undead people to resurrect comes from Baifu, then they don't have to work hard to dig undead people. They can just find a way to dig Baifu directly. State of Salvation, millions of undead. Interesting. Could this be the work of the Lord of the Oath? Among the many followers, there is one with an unusual status, that is Rufus, the president of the 10,000 Spirits Association, one of the 3 transcendents in the marginal world. Let those close to Baifu find out whether the resurrection ability of the undead is related to Baifu. While the outside world was undercurrent because of the performance of the players, Baifu was immersed in the joy of harvest. Anya and her team's operation went smoothly, so she would not make any mistakes. At last count, she broke through 5 strongholds and found 4 mother copies in this operation. Counting the 2 mother copies she had obtained before, she had collected 6 mother copies. She only needed to wait for Anya and her team to send the mother copies over, and she could complete the special task called aggregation and dispersion. What can be triggered after collecting 5 mother copies? Baifu was full of expectations. In addition to the mission, Baifu's biggest gain was that the reputation of Dark Moon Tide was completely destroyed because of this operation. Just now, she looked at the background of her account registered on the Pan-Universe Entrustment platform. It has been less than half an hour since the news was broadcast, and the background message has become 99+. What does this mean? This means that she is about to get rich, sending players out to do missions. The bulk of the mission rewards go to the players, but even if she only takes 0.1% commission, she can quickly accumulate a large sum of money. This is different from shooting commercials. For commercials, 1 less is 1, while commissions are long-term transactions, which can continuously create wealth for her. It's getting better. Baifu smiled. With money, she can purchase a large number of psychic crystals to improve her and Yulia's strength. With money, she can build the player's main city to better bind the players to her. With money, she can purchase advanced knowledge of various schools to better exploit the player's experience. While dreaming about the future, Baifu checked the progress of the job transfer task. After this operation, the battle points of Branch 1 Warrior's Glory accumulated to 371 points. It is estimated that 2 or 3 more large commissions will almost complete the job transfer task. It's just 2 or 3 commissions, but now she has received a lot of commissions. Go back to the branch. Let's have a meeting to discuss the next development plan of Dark Moon Tide. Baifu sent a message to Anya and the others. Chapter 212. After handing over to the person sent by Starnet, Baifu immediately drove the spaceship back to the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. Not long after returning to the branch, Anya and others also returned one after another and handed over the mother copies snatched in this operation to her. Without saying a word, Baifu brought the mother copies and everyone to Yulia's laboratory. The moment to witness the miracle has come. She placed the 6 mother copies in the glass cabinet one by one, and the moment she finished placing them, the game prompt rang in her ears. You have completed the hidden mission aggregation and dispersion, and received 30 million experience points as a reward. Life Blessing *1 Life Blessing is a one-time item, which can temporarily double the upper limit of the target's health below the disaster level after use, and lasts for 12 hours. This item may not be very useful for squishy characters, but it is a great treasure for Baifu, whose upper limit of health is as high as 34,000. A Psychic Prayer Master with 70,000 HP, invincible, well, Xixia's legs would tremble when she sees it. But Baifu was more concerned about the changes in the dissociative potion mother body than the blessing of life. The moment the task prompt sounded, the 6 mother bodies in the glass cabinet seemed to come alive, automatically gathered together, and began to merge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nothing will happen, right? The cautious Yasher stretched out her elbow to Baifu, and her other hand was already on the ray gun at her waist, ready to interrupt the process of mother body fusion at any time. After seeing this scene, the hearts of others were also hanging, especially Yulia, who had known that the mother body was active for a long time and told Baifu about it, but now it seems that the mother body is much more powerful than she imagined. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Baifu said to calm everyone down. Judging from the reward of the aggregation and dispersion task, even if this task is dangerous, it will not hurt her. A few minutes later, the 6 mothers successfully merged into a fist-sized red sphere, which reflected the soft light in the laboratory, revealing a temperament that makes people feel that they can't afford it from the inside out. This looks like an insect egg? Yulia's eyes widened. If you look closely, you will find that there is a black shadow, the size of an ordinary human little finger in the center of the red sphere, which looks like a curled-up larva. Baifu nodded. Yes, this is indeed an egg, but it is not an ordinary egg, but an egg with a plot and mission. Name, Dark Domain Zerg Queen Template, Special Dark Domain Zerg Mother, Egg, Zerg Transformation Progress 60%. Main Occupation, Cricket Pupa LD 20+10. Secondary Occupation, None, Health, 100/100, Attributes, Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 10, Intelligence 79, Spirit 250, Inspiration 30, Skills, None, Talent, Aggregation and Dispersion, Strong Luck Favorability, Alert, 16, Danger Level, Green. After reading the data panel fed back by the spiritual vision, Baifu was dumbfounded. Pupa? The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg? Could this thing be the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg? This is not right. Didn't the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg cooperate with the Secret Tower to fight against the initial Gate Galaxy cluster together? How could she appear here? It's not enough that she appeared here, but what's even more outrageous is that her total level is only 30, and her health is only 100 points at level 30. Baifu felt that she could easily complete the achievement of killing the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg alone, with just a little force. Is there a bug in the game, causing the data fed back by the spiritual vision to be wrong? Baifu picked up the eggs from the glass cabinet in confusion. Before she could take her hand back, a majestic female voice suddenly sounded in her mind. How rude. Who allowed you to touch me? Put me down now. Baifu looked around and found that she was the only one who could hear the voice. I'm talking about you, rude commoner. You dare to blaspheme a king. You deserve to die. Put me down now, and I can forgive your rudeness. What kind of Chinibu is this? Baifu took the insect egg in front of her eyes, and looked at it with a strange look on her face. Are you really the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg? What? The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg? Yulia and the others were all stunned. Since you know my identity, then things will be much easier. Commoner, I will reward you with overwhelming wealth. This is a courtesy that only you can enjoy. Let others leave for the time being. Baifu thought of the notes of the aggregation and dispersion mission. The notes said that the next stage of the mission would be unlocked depending on her actions. After thinking for a moment, she let Yulia and the others leave for the time being, leaving her alone with the insect egg that was suspected to be the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg. She wanted to see what the insect egg could say. Snap! The moment the door closed, the insect egg rolled twice in Baifu's palm. Commoner, I won't keep you in suspense. I was the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg, but I was harmed by the traitorous insect. Not only did I lose my throne, but my body was also broken into countless pieces. The pieces were scattered all over the starry sky. It was not until today that I was revived and reborn. I must take back the things I lost. Commoner, you can successfully collect 6 of my power beads, which shows that you still have some skills. If you can help me collect 4 more power beads, and help me break the shell and become a worm, I will make you my queen when I retrieve the ancestral artifact and kill the traitorous insect who betrayed me. Did you copy this template from Qin Shi Huang, Send Money or Kai Feng Fu Crazy Thursday Revenge copywriting? Baifu was even more speechless. But assuming that what this Dark Domain Zerg Queen said was true, then all the previous doubts could be explained. The matter involves the internal strife of the Dark Domain Zerg, and the cooperation between the Dark Domain Zerg and the Secret Tower. Considering that the Dark Domain Zerg Queen has a strong luck talent, her task is likely to be the main task. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. But the problem now was that this worm had a terrible attitude. He clearly wanted to ask her for help, but he refused to give her any substantial benefits. He only said that he wanted to make her a princess. What a joke in the interstellar world. He actually made such a big promise for Bai Fu. It was hard to impress Bai Fu with pure experience reward missions now. She had many ways to exploit players. Her desire for the main missions was not as great as it was in Ziyuan Star. She already had Vic under her command. And as long as she performed well, what she did would have a chance to become the main mission in the next version update. So she didn't need to work hard to improve the favorability of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen for the missions. She came to complete the mission, not to raise ancestors. Chong Yuan didn't know what Bai Fu was planning. When she saw Bai Fu's eyes light up, she thought Bai Fu was moved by her, and immediately became proud. Commoner, you didn't expect that I would give you such a generous reward, did you? Why don't you kowtow to show your gratitude? By the way, put me down quickly. In the future, you are not allowed to touch me without my permission. After all, I am the queen. Don't I have no face? After you kowtow to thank me, remember to help me find a nest. I know you are probably very poor, so my requirements are not high. As long as it is made of fire spring stone, it will be fine. Bai Fu was full of question marks. No, sister, you really don't understand the situation. This is my home, I am the queen here. Chong Yuan was stunned. If she was not mistaken, she seemed to be scolded. What are you doing? Okay, you commoner, I think you don't take me seriously at all. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you saved me. I am the master. If I use 1% of my strength, I will be able to crush you. Fuck, are you so arrogant? If you are really the master, it's fine, but now you are just a ball with only 100 blood. How can I be afraid of you? Bai Fu was also angry. They really need to be disciplined. They are threatening me. She was about to crush the eggs. To her surprise, the eggs were not affected by this move. Pinch, pinch, the traitor stabbed me in the back, and now a commoner is threatening me. Do you think I will be afraid? No way. I will come back. Even the traitor can't kill me, and neither can you. So confident, Bai Fu looked at the attribute panel of the eggs again. When her eyes fell on the aggregation and dispersion talent, she understood where the egg's confidence came from. This exclusive talent means that the Dark Domain Zerg Queen will not really die even if she is killed. As long as 5 or more power beads are placed together, she will be resurrected immediately. However, it is not easy to completely destroy the power beads formed after her death. Even the new queen who came to power through backstabbing can't do it. Bai Fu doesn't think she can do it, but just because she can't do it doesn't mean that the people she knows can't do it. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to kill you, but what if it is a superpowered person? Coincidentally, I happen to know a superpowered person, the Lord of the Oath. If I hand you over to the Lord of the Oath, do you think he can kill you? The insect egg panicked. You covet the benefits I promised, but you have no respect for me at all. You don't even want to call me queen. Is this reasonable? It's really too much. Too much? Don't make a fuss. I just want to tell you that if you are asking someone to do something for you, then take the attitude of asking someone to do something for you. As for the princess you mentioned, do you think I care about this? Whoever wants to be won can be won. The insect egg was trembling with fear, but couldn't say a word to refute. How could she not know that she was just making empty promises? But she couldn't do anything. She had become like this. What good things could she come up with? What, after the queen's throne is restored, she will give out part of her family's wealth as a reward. The insect egg was even more speechless. Bai Fu was shocked. No, you are the reincarnation of a miser. You are not willing to give such a small benefit. It seems that you only say you want revenge, but you don't really have any intention. Forget it, I turn you back into the mother of the dissociative potion. Stop! Zhong Yuan urgently called out to Bai Fu, who was about to crush her. Bai Fu quietly waited for her to open a new chip. After a long time, Zhong Yuan shouted. It's not played like this on TV. After a series of interrogations, Bai Fu realized that there were 2 reasons why this Dark Domain Zerg Queen was so second-rate. On the one hand, she was actually not very old, just like a teenage human girl, about the same age as Anya. On the other hand, when she was the queen, she watched a lot of TV series produced by the Edge World and the Reborn Empire, especially the TV series about the palace produced by the Reborn Empire, which was euphemistically called to deepen the understanding of human life through this method. Bai Fu didn't know how much she had deepened her understanding, but she was definitely brainwashed by these palace dramas. This seems outrageous, but if you think about it carefully, it's not particularly outrageous, because this matter has to start from the last power transfer of the Dark Realm Zerg. The mother of this Dark Domain Zerg queen died very early, so she inherited the throne before she reached maturity. Before her death, her mother told her not to provoke those forces in the French world. She remembered this sentence firmly, stopped all Dark Domain Zerg invasions into the explored universe, and took the initiative to learn about the various civilizations in the explored universe. However, because there was no reliable person to teach her, she learned things randomly and ended up learning the wrong things. She always talked about common people and queen's etiquette. There were many intelligent insects in the Dark Domain Zerg that were dissatisfied with her succession. When they saw her messing around, an ambitious Dark Domain Zerg immediately stood up and accused her of destroying the foundation of the Dark Domain Zerg. He wanted to educate her instead of her mother. It was called education, but in fact it was to stab her in the back, take away her position as queen, and then cut her into pieces. After completing this series of operations, the ambitious Dark Domain Zerg reached a cooperation with the Secret Tower, and asked the Secret Tower to help deal with her body. It was not known whether the Secret Tower could not deal with it, or had ulterior motives, but disguised her power beads as the mother copies of the dissociation potion, and then handed these mother copies to the small forces under its control for safekeeping. Many years passed like this, until Bai Fu showed up, and she finally saw the dawn of resurrection. The Chunibu Queen actually wanted to give Bai Fu some benefits to attract Bai Fu to work for her, but the problem was that she felt that even if she succeeded in revenge, it would be difficult for her to return to the position of queen. The reason was that before she inherited the position of queen, the Dark Domain Zerg had been attacking the explored universe. After she took office, she stopped all invasions, which successfully angered most of the intelligent Dark Domain Zerg. Without the support of these intelligent Dark Domain Zerg, what would she do even if she killed that traitor? I can't go back. You think you can't be the queen, so you don't dare to make big promises? Bai Fu nodded thoughtfully. As the queen of the Dark Domain insects, your ability should be extraordinary. She told the Queen of Chunibu about the role of the mother. The Queen of Chunibu quickly explained that this was the special ability of the insect mother, which could help people permanently improve their mental strength. As she was talking, she suddenly noticed that Bai Fu had accumulated many mental mutations. If you can help me transform into an insect, I can help you improve your mental power. As soon as the words fell, Bai Fu received a prompt. You have triggered the main quest conflict of the Dark Domain Zerg. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Help the Dark Domain Zerg Queen collect 4 more dissociative potion matrices. Reward, 24 million experience points. The spiritual origin of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen. It is indeed the main quest. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good, this reward is just what she likes. With this, she can help Fei Yi greatly improve his mental attributes. After his mental attributes go up, Fei Yi should be able to successfully advance to the Calamity. A Calamity level Thigh. I want to hug, I love to hug. Deal. Chapter 213. Bai Fu speculated that in the original plot, the main quest conflict of the Dark Domain Zerg should be triggered in 2.0 or even later versions. The normal process is that the player accidentally collects a dissociative potion mother during the interstellar adventure, triggering the pre-task of the main quest. After successfully collecting 5 mothers, the Dark Domain Zerg Queen is resurrected and makes a fuss for the player, tricking the player into helping her regain the throne. The player is not like her, who doesn't care much about experience rewards. Even if she knows that the Dark Domain Zerg Queen is making a fuss, she will most likely take the task in the end and charge for the Dark Domain Zerg Queen. Then, in the process of helping the Dark Domain Zerg Queen to continue collecting mother copies, the group of players who took on the main quest Dark Domain Zerg dispute will completely stand on the opposite side of the Secret Tower and fight to the death with the Secret Tower camp. In the end, it is hard to say whether the Secret Tower plan will succeed or the Dark Domain Zerg Queen will successfully take revenge and regain the throne. The development of the game plot is dynamic, and there is no such thing as justice winning. If she hadn't intervened, after the 2.0 Star C version was launched, the Secret Tower should have been able to recruit many players normally, and the fierce collision between players would have made it too uncertain who would win and who would lose. In version 1.4, the upper limit of the player level is 35. Even if hundreds of thousands of players gather together, they cannot affect the direction of the galaxy-level civilization war. But in version 2.0, the upper limit of the player level is likely to be open to level 45. Level 45 is almost the peak of level B. Those players with special opportunities, or who have practiced a lot in their professions, can even challenge and defeat the weaker level A superpowers in a single challenge. Tens of millions of players of this level fighting in the Starry Sea, that scene. Bai Fuxian was worried for the major forces in the initial gate galaxy cluster. She lifted the insect egg and looked at it. Is there something wrong with me? The sound of the insect egg sounded. Bai Fu shook her head. Nothing, I was just thinking about where to help you collect the remaining 4 mother copies. This is easy, I can sense the approximate location of the other mother copies. Oh, the difficulty of this task has dropped a lot. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. In fact, she was not thinking about this at all. She was thinking about whether using the Emperor to control the princes would work in the Dark Domain Zerg. You don't want your queen to be stepped on and rubbed back and forth by me, do you? No matter how unpopular this guy is, he must have a group of die-hard supporters in the Dark Domain Zerg because of his bloodline and other reasons, right? If we can control these die-hard supporters, it should be much easier to deal with Mita and the new Zerg queen who backstabbed. Bai Fu called Yulia and the others back in and told them about the Dark Domain Zerg. So powerful that he can't be killed even if he's crushed? Yulia walked in front of Bai Fu, her eyes sparkling. It would be a pity not to use such a good thing to study with Xixia. The insect egg was frightened by Yulia's eyes. What does this woman want to do? Does she want to eat me? Quick, put me away. It was not until Bai Fu asked Hei Fu to take the insect egg to walk somewhere else that the insect egg finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Although she was resurrected by a bad woman. She must find a way to escape from this bad woman, otherwise she will be eaten up sooner or later. Okay, now we can talk business. In the lab, Bai Fu held a meeting with Yulia and the others. Version 1.4 has been launched for a while. Judging from the frequency of game updates in the past, version 2.0 will be officially launched in 2 years at most. At that time, all players will enter the Star Sea one after another, and completely change the world like a torrent. She must improve her own strength, and that of Dark Moon Tide, as much as possible before the version update. In this way, after version 2.0 is launched, even if she does not seduce the players, a considerable number of players will actively come to her. First, we need to build a base. The branch of Star Covenant in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster is very good. Not to mention 2 million players, it can accommodate several times more, and the infrastructure is also very good. Just a little modification is needed. But Bai Fu still wants to build a base by herself. If she stays in Star Covenant for too long, the players she has worked so hard to charm may all be taken away by the Lord of the Oath. If that happens, she will be angry to death on the spot. Bai Fu had already thought of the location for the base construction, and chose Ulysses. There is a very stable natural wormhole near Ulysses, and it is very convenient for spacecraft to travel back and forth. The only problem is that there is nothing on Ulysses now, no various completed buildings, and no NPCs. But this is not a problem. There are no buildings. After attracting players, she can issue construction tasks to players, and find something to do for those players who don't like fighting. There are no NPCs. In the early stage, she can use robots, Ulysses people, and evolved little black food to make up for it. In the later stage, she can introduce Ulysses people and other partners. As long as we create a stable development environment for Ulysses, there will be no worries about the lack of NPCs here. In a few years, at most 10 years, Ulysses will become the new center of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. As a Ulysses native, Vic was moved by Bai Fu's grand blueprint, but he was not overwhelmed by the bright prospects. What if the secret tower suddenly attacks during our construction? Should we postpone the plan a little bit? Bai Fu looked at Vic approvingly. You are very thoughtful, so before the official construction of Ulysses, we still need to do a little work. In her opinion, the possibility of the secret tower coming to attack her base is not 1 in a million, but at least 50%. There is no way, who made her do so many good things recently. She killed several S+ level superpowers of the secret tower in one go on Jingu Star, kidnapped Xixia, and robbed 4 mother copies. Not to mention that the owner of the secret tower is a radical. Even a very calm person would probably be spitting fire, as if he had eaten the devil pepper. One of the reasons why Bai Fu built the base on the uninhabited planet of Ulysses was that she was worried that the secret tower would launch a revenge action. If the base is built in a crowded place, what if the secret tower takes out neutron weapons to kill again? Players can be resurrected when they die, but civilians are really dead when they die. Once this happens, the impact will be extremely bad. At that time, there will definitely be some black people, and people with ulterior motives, who will deliberately use this to attack her. She is not in the mood to argue with these people. Bai Fu shared her plan with Vic and others. Now the secret tower is very angry with her. The longer this anger is suppressed, the more powerful it will be when it explodes, so she plans to find something to vent the anger of the secret tower. After the anger subsides, the secret tower should not come to her desperately to cause trouble. Her plan was to first build a fake base on the Ulysses planet with all kinds of cheap materials, and then deliberately expose a lot of flaws to attract the secret tower to attack. During the construction process, she would put a lot of players in the fake base, and then the secret tower would definitely kidnap all of them. The master of the secret tower would definitely be very happy to destroy her base and rob her people, but he would never have thought that these players were all undercover. Oh, by the way, when the time comes, build a statue of me in the middle of the fake base, so that they will definitely be happier when fighting, and if they are happy, I will be happy too. Bai Fu added. Yulia, Fei Xiaoshi, and Wei Ku, except Anya. Everyone else in the lab was speechless. Why are you so cunning? Anya was so excited that she took notes. As expected of the boss, she came up with such a brilliant plan. By then, they will have tens of thousands of undercover agents inside the secret tower. If only 1% of these undercover agents are promoted, wouldn't it be as easy for them to fight the secret tower as if they had activated the full map cheat? After a while, they said, do you want to contact the designer and builder now? Bai Fu nodded. As soon as possible, in addition to building the base, I have another plan. The new plan has nothing to do with the secret tower, but is related to the development of the Silent Courtyard camp. So far, the Silent Courtyard camp has developed very well, but it is still too thin. In addition to the players, there are only 5 official members in Shanghai, including her Anya, Yulia, Xiaoshi, and Vic. This development model is very unhealthy for a large force. She decided to take the opportunity of welcoming players to Shanghai to change this situation. The first step is that Bai Fu plans to transport the protagonists from Indigo Star and Jindu Star who have surrendered to her to Shanghai, and let them work with Anya. These protagonists are all NPCs with great potential. Even if they cannot be promoted to natural disasters, as long as they pile up resources, there should be no problem in upgrading to S level. The second step is that Bai Fu plans to set up an investment department to invest in NPCs with luck or strong luck talents. When explaining to Yulia and others, she said that it was investing in people with potential. It would be the best if these NPCs are willing to join the Silent Courtyard. If they are not willing to join, it is okay. Just make some good friends. In the Star Sea, strength is important, and connections are also important. In the future, when there is a conflict with others, a cloud-piercing arrow will call a group of helpers with luck or strong luck-given talents. Just ask the enemy if they are afraid. In the third step, Bai Fu plans to reach a comprehensive cooperation with the forces of Zuyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jingu Star. She will provide money, materials, and advanced knowledge, and let those forces help her train camp cadres. The 3 planets have a population of several billion people. It would be a waste if we don't make good use of them. Even if there are no top masters among these several billion people, it would be great if there were some B-level and A-level superpowers. A big force must have a trunk and branches. After listening to Bai Fu's plan, Vic nodded first, then frowned. It is indeed a very good plan, but it will cost a lot of money to complete the plan. This is not a problem. The business of Dark Moon Tide has been rolled out now. We will soon have a steady stream of income, and this plan will not cost much money in the early stage. Bai Fu has high expectations for this plan. If the plan succeeds, the Silent Court will grow rapidly. In addition, she can also get a hidden benefit. When the players find that there are a large number of NPCs in the Silent Court who are suspected to be the protagonists, and most of the NPCs that the Silent Court is friendly with are also suspected to be the protagonists, how will they view the Silent Court? And how will they view her as the court master? Although some players will definitely think that her position is similar to Xiongba and Fengyun. More players will definitely think that she is the protagonist among the protagonists, the person who connects all the stories. Once this golden signboard is successfully established, she will no longer have to worry about someone suddenly popping up to snatch players from her. Let's get started. As soon as the meeting ended, Bai Fu immediately took action. Fei was responsible for contacting designers and builders, Yulia continued to study Xixia's hair, and Anya and Xiaoshi were responsible for receiving players. As for herself, she found Digger G, and she wanted to use Digger G's mouth to spread the news to the outside world. It was noon, the sun was shining, and the warm wind was blowing. Digger G was broadcasting live, walking towards Bai Fu's residence, and smiling and greeting the players in the live broadcast room. I just received a message from Fufu, saying that she has something important to discuss with me. Although Fufu did not reveal what it is, judging from her tone, it should be something very serious. Now I will take everyone to find out the truth. Her words immediately caused a heated discussion in the barrage. After the news spread to the community, many players immediately stopped what they were doing and ran to the live broadcast room to watch. Recently, players from novice planets, such as the UN Star, were taken to the Star Sea in batches by Baifu spaceships. This matter has been discussed a lot in the community. Everyone wants to see what Baifu is going to do next. Is it possible that Fufu is preparing to march to the fourth novice planet? Impossible. Baifu doesn't know the location of the novice planet. How can she march to it? Just flash over. What a big deal that would be. Amidst the clamor, Digging G walked to the door of Baifu's residence. Miss Digging G, welcome to your arrival. The sweet voice of the AI housekeeper sounded, and the white metal door opened automatically. Digging G thanked her, then stepped over the threshold. After entering the house, she looked around and found Baifu's figure in the corner by the window. Today, Baifu was wearing a very ordinary plaid shirt and wide-leg jeans, and a pair of large round-framed glasses. She exuded an artistic style that made people's eyes shine. 666. As expected of Fufu, she looks good in anything. Suck it! However, compared with Baifu's appearance and dress, the Excavator G and the players in the live broadcast room were more concerned about the virtual screen floating in front of Baifu. Although they were several meters away, everyone could still see the content displayed on the screen clearly, with the help of the magnification function. The decline and fall of the superpower garden. With the disappearance of the god of all things, the war that lasted for hundreds of years finally ended with the victory of the three cosmic civilizations. Most of the superpowers in the superpower garden signed a peace agreement, but a few chose to leave. Digging G was about to continue reading when he saw Baifu suddenly stand up. Why are you here? Oh, I almost forgot. Welcome, welcome. Baifu smiled and tapped her forehead. When her hand fell, she quickly turned off the virtual screen. Digging G said, Fufu was reading a book just now. Nothing, that kind of thing is not important. Let's talk about business. Baifu pointed to another chair in front of her, obviously not wanting to discuss what she had just read. Digging G did not hesitate, sat down on the chair, and quickly got into the mood, discussing business with Baifu. This time Baifu asked her to come over, and said that she wanted to collect intelligence through her. I plan to build a city on the Ulysses planet. Because this city is mainly used to serve the undead, before officially starting construction, I want to listen more to the voices of the undead, functional buildings, entertainment facilities. You can ask for anything you want, and I will try my best to satisfy it. After hearing Baifu's words, Digger G's eyes widened. Is this going to build a player's main city? This news itself is shocking, and what surprised her even more is that Baifu actually took the initiative to collect players' opinions when building the main city. Fuck? The already extremely lively live broadcast room was instantly flooded with a large number of barrages. Is there such a thing? I declare that Fufu is the best in the world. I think the planner should give Fufu a kowtow. The planner is like missing all day long, never showing up, and some places that make people unhappy have to rely on Fufu to optimize afterwards. The news spread like wildfire in the community and video websites, and many players gave Baifu new titles: NPC who respects players the most and NPC who pampers players the most. What, you don't accept it? Then give me an example of another NPC in the game that is as good to players as Fufu. Can't you give me an example? That's right. This round of battle between Xiao Haizi and Fu Min players ended with Fu Min players winning easily. This is how a big win works. Baifu got what she wanted and gained a lot of reputation among the player community, making her image in the eyes of the players even taller. But her gains this time were more than that. She deliberately exposed a virtual screen in front of Digging G, so that Digging G could see the keyword Supernatural Garden displayed on the screen. Not long after the live broadcast ended, Digging G released a new video targeting Supernatural Garden. My opinion on Fufu's background story: Digging G is now a big up host with millions of followers. The title of the new video is very straightforward, which immediately attracted the attention of countless players. Here it comes, Digging Treasure, you finally released a new video. Great, this is the plot analysis video I'm most looking forward to. Compared with Shanghai Jiangwen, I still prefer this type of video. Baifu clicked on the video, and I have to say that Digging G's videos have become more and more sophisticated since he became famous. Not only does he have a homemade opening, but he also specially hired someone to make an exclusive BGM. In the soothing music, Digger G smiled and greeted the audience in front of the screen. I believe everyone noticed that Fufu was reading a book when watching the live broadcast just now. After the broadcast, I searched the contents of the book and the Supernatural Garden mentioned in the book. I didn't know it before, and I was shocked when I searched. Before, we only knew that Fufu was the master of the Dark Knight, but we didn't know where Fufu was the master of, nor did we know what kind of force the Silent Garden where Fufu was located was. But after searching the contents of the book, I think I have figured out everything. Everyone, please listen to my analysis. Digger G took out a book and introduced the Supernatural Garden and the war between the Supernatural Garden and the three major cosmic civilizations to the players watching the video according to the contents of the book. After introducing the Superpower Garden, she put the book down and smiled. I don't know if you still remember one thing. When attacking the Primarch, Fufu once said that she had been looking for a way to return to the Reborn Empire. Have you found any coincidences? That's right. The Star Ring Island Star region under the Reborn Empire was the territory of the Superpower Garden in the past. Let me tell you my conclusion now. I boldly speculate that the Silent Garden where Fufu is located was established by those superpowers who chose to leave after the defeat of the Superpower Garden. As for whether Fufu herself is from the Superpower Garden or someone from other places who joined the Silent Garden later, I dare not make a conclusion because there is no evidence. What I am sure of now is that the Silent Garden was split because of some internal disagreements. It is hard to say what the disagreements are, but someone colluded with outsiders, which eventually led to the collapse of the Silent Garden, and Fufu had to. He took Anya and fled all the way, and finally fled to Zuyuan Star. Our story begins here. Knowing Fufu's background story, it is easy to talk about Fufu's mission. First, rebuild the Silent Garden. Now it seems that the Silent Garden is developing very well. I guess that when Fufu's mission is officially triggered, players who have made high contributions in the reconstruction process will be able to enjoy a wave of benefits. Second, revenge. First, revenge on the traitor. After killing the traitor, it is hard to say which force will conflict with us. By the way, it is possible that we will explore the Supernatural Garden at that time, but it is too early to say these things now. I estimate that these plots may not be released until version 4.0. Digging G talked freely. Judging from the barrage in the video and the comments under the video, her speculation has won the recognition of a large number of players. The Garden of Supernatural Powers, a cosmic force. So Fufu has such a strong background. Awesome. I have to continue to support Fufu now. Although the super level NPC like the Lord of the Oath is also cute, it is still far inferior to Fufu, who has so many responsibilities and is an important role in the game plot. Keep supporting Fufu, meow. Bai Fu almost fainted with laughter. She just wanted Digger to misunderstand and link the Garden of Silence with the Garden of Supernatural Powers, but she didn't expect Digger to go a step further and promote in the video that contributing to the Garden of Silence will bring many benefits in the future. This cake. It can be seen that many players are already eager to eat it. What is a publicity ambassador? We need to give Digger G some sweet treats to encourage her to work hard. After receiving several waves of players, Bai Fu gave Digger G, who had been diligently following her to promote the game, a new honorary medal in front of all the players. The shape of this medal is nothing special, but the wearer of the medal can receive a free gift package in the Silent Garden every month, which contains prayer cards, vouchers, and some special props. In fact, these things are not very useful to Digger G. After all, she rarely participates in battles, but this is a symbol of honor and a recognition of contribution. After seeing this medal, the player believes more in what Digger G said about contributing to the Silent Courtyard and gaining many benefits in the future. With the arrival of players, the Dark Moon Tide Private Arms Company officially started to operate. Bai Fu accepted a large number of commissions suitable for players at this stage in a short period of time. The players did not disappoint her. They completed these tasks with super high efficiency and a nearly 100% favorable rate. Thanks to the efforts of the players, the reputation of Dark Moon Tide Company has been completely spread in the commission circle of the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The original wait-and-see clients have sent commissions to Dark Moon Tide, and other nearby galaxies have also extended olive branches to Dark Moon Tide. Players will not really die, which means that the client can command the players to do some dangerous things, and there is no need to worry about the players encountering accidents and then arguing with Dark Moon Tide. When operating Dark Moon Tide, Bai Fu also sent a large number of players to the Star Covenant, Tide Civilization, and other cooperative forces to let the players help them work and continue to deepen the relationship between the two sides. At the same time, the plan to build a fake base on Ulysses to attract the attention of the Secret Tower and the investor plan were also launched. In order to better convince the forces of Zuyuan Star, Indigo Star, and Jindu Star, Bai Fu took a spaceship and personally visited all three places. The Railway Guild and other forces never dreamed that Bai Fu would come back and propose new cooperation. They had cooperated with Bai Fu quite smoothly before. After seeing Bai Fu's current strength and financial resources, they agreed to the new cooperation without any hesitation. I thought you would forget about us old friends. Gao Yuan and Su Li looked at Bai Fu with a smile. Would you like to go to Shanghai with me? Like before, we will make the silent courtyard bigger and stronger in Shanghai together. Bai Fu threw out a delicious pie. Gao Yuan and Su Li struggled for a while, but were finally attracted by the pie, as was Old Neeson. Although his nickname contained the word old, Old Neeson was actually less than 50 years old, but he looked more vicissitudes because of his vicissitudes. Now that Bai Fu City is managed by Shan, he plans to follow Bai Fu to visit Yulia and venture into Shanghai. 50 years old is the time to be positive. After taking along Old Neeson, Gao Yuan, Su Li, and some B-level superpowers who were willing to follow her, Bai Fu visited Indigo Star and Jingu Star successively. These two trips were also very smooth, especially when she was on Indigo Star. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ichi and Teresa, who had already become her fans, expressed their willingness to follow her to the ends of the earth. This damn charm. Bai Fu crossed her feet proudly. A month passed in such a busy time. When Bai Fu returned to the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch again, except for the investment department, which had not yet been officially put into operation, everything in the Silent Courtyard camp was moving in a good direction. Has the secret tower not taken action yet? Did they not find out, or are they afraid? It seems that we have to provoke them. Bai Fu took the opportunity to accept a TV interview. In the interview, she talked about the Ulysses Star base, and said that she had high hopes for this base. In order to speed up the construction of the base, she specially sent nearly 20,000 players to settle in. What do you think? Secret Tower, conference room. The master of the secret tower looked around. The butler frowned slightly. This may be a trap set by the Star Network and Bai Fu, waiting for us to jump in. The Lord of the Secret Tower said, this possibility cannot be ruled out, but there are nearly 20,000 undead people there. Don't you want to capture more undead people and brainwash them? The butler shook his head. The risk is too great. The Lord of the Secret Tower smiled and said, what if we use the Abyss Stalker? The butler was stunned for a moment. The Abyss Stalker is a special star beast with the ability to shuttle between stars. If it is used, even if Ulysses is a trap, they can jump out of the trap in time. But, would it be bad to expose the existence of the Abyss Stalker in advance? It will be exposed sooner or later. If we act now, we can not only capture a large number of undeads, but also take the opportunity to avenge Bai Fu. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the master of the secret tower. The butler nodded. He could see that the master of the secret tower had made a decision, so let's do it. On the one hand, send the Abyss Stalkers and a large number of superpowers to raid Ulysses, and on the other hand, send people to contact the Dark Moon Tide to trick more undeads from the Dark Moon Tide into the encirclement they have arranged in advance. If Ulysses is a trap, then the Abyss Stalkers can be used to cover the actions of the other side. If Ulysses is not a trap, it would be even better. Through two channels, a large number of undeads can be captured. Bai Fu will probably faint after learning about the loss, and after letting out this anger, the master of the secret tower will probably not mess around. Let's act. Chapter 214. 5 days have passed since the TV interview. During these 5 days, Bai Fu did not go anywhere, and stayed at the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. Since the reputation of Dark Moon Tide spread, the number of private messages in her account background on the commission platform has remained at 99+. At the beginning, she personally selected tasks suitable for players and assigned them to them. As time went on, she had to let Xiaosher make an AI that specifically assigns tasks to players. I'm so tired. Bai Fu rubbed her brows. But even though she was tired, she was still in a very good mood. These days, she earned a lot of credit points by taking commissions from tasks, renting out Little Black Fu, selling prayer cards, and restoring potions. This is much faster than making money by shooting commercials. When shooting commercials, she has to pose and recite lines. After the business of Dark Moon Tide is on the right track, she only needs to take time to connect with big customers. When Yulia has studied Cecilia's hair, let her come to be my secretary. When there is something to do, she will do it, and when there is nothing to do. Of course I'm going to go fishing. Bai Fu happily opened the box in front of her. The box contained the psychic crystals she had just bought. Now that she had money, it was time to upgrade her psychic equipment. She smashed 128 psychic crystals in succession, upgrading the combat suit and the dark staff from LV6 to LV10. Among them, The bonus of the combat suit 2 became strength plus 95, agility plus 152, and reduced physical damage by 10%, and the bonus of dark staff became psychic skill effect plus 43%, inspiration plus 70. Not bad, although the improvement is not big, but a little bit adds up to a lot, and quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction, and then spent 120 psychic crystals to upgrade the vision structure and apostle will to LV4, so that she can contract 4 upgradable psychic constructs. The only problem is that she doesn't have any useful psychic construct blueprints, so she can only continue to use Phantom Fu to fill new psychic construct slots as before, and replace them when she gets rare blueprints. It's hard to buy advanced psychic construction blueprints on the general market. If you want to get them, there are only 2 ways to go: buy from those big forces, or get quest rewards. Bai Fu was helpless. If the Lord of the Oath followed the psychic school, she wouldn't have to work so hard. Unfortunately, looking at the entire fringe world, there are not many masters of the psychic school. Most of the superpowered people above the master level of the psychic school are concentrated in the Rebirth Empire and the Supernova Core. Just when Bai Fu was distressed, her communicator suddenly vibrated, and the contact person was Digging G. Digging G? Bai Fu was stunned for a moment, then pressed the connect button. Is there something urgent you need from me? Digging G's anxious voice came from the communicator. Fu, I just received a message from the undead in the secret tower. They said they suddenly received an urgent mission, and are now preparing to board the ship to carry out the mission. Oh, Bai Fu's eyes narrowed slightly. Is the chess piece she planted in the secret tower finally going to play a role? Did they say what the specific content of the mission is? The people from the secret tower didn't tell them the details. They just said that this trip was to deal with other undeads, and asked them to be mentally prepared. By the way, the secret tower seemed to have sent out 3S+ level, and a very powerful space beast this time. I see. Thank you for telling me this information as soon as possible. Although the people from the secret tower didn't say it explicitly, the situation was already very clear. The secret tower's target this time was Ulysses Star. The fish finally took the bait. Bai Fu laughed. Now that the secret tower has started to move, it's time for her to perform on stage. Several days passed in a flash. On the planet Ulysses, the robot engineering troops were busy, and the rumble of engineering machinery starting up was everywhere. Tens of thousands of players enthusiastically shuttled around the construction site, doing what they could. At this time, in the monitoring post, several idle players on duty were engaged in a fierce battle in the cosmic network. Haha, look at my Fu attack. Bounce, bounce. The laughter echoed in the sentry post, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene, but at this moment, a glaring red warning message suddenly appeared on the screen of the sentry post's monitoring computer. Unknown fluctuations detected, the coordinates are. What? The players who were playing cards stood up quickly, and swarmed in front of the computer screen. Quick, bring up the nearby monitoring screen. Some players urged, and some players quickly tapped on the console, and soon, the real-time monitoring screen was transmitted to the display screen. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a piece of space junk flying by quickly. Then, they saw a black twisted wave suddenly appear somewhere in the deep space, accompanied by the rapid spitting of bubbles. The next second, a giant beast covered with flowing black mucus swam out from the twisted wave. Moo! The beast howled silently in the deep space. When it completely got rid of the shackles of the twisted wave, it shook its huge tail and swam straight towards the Ulysses planet. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? It's a giant star beast. Fu encountered it on Tianhu Star. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Stop attacking, contact Fu. Send a distress signal to Bai Fu and Starnet like snowflakes. Have you discovered us? In the insect room transformed from the giant beast's body, the commanders of the secret tower's field operation team gathered together. The leader was named Morrison, an S+ level superpower, one of the secret tower's trump cards. He was a child picked up like Cixia, and he also had a talent far beyond ordinary people like Cixia, but unlike Cixia, who was hated by everyone, he had been respected by most people in the secret tower since he was a child, and many people even believed that he would be promoted to the natural disaster level in the future. Morrison was extremely proud of this. The envious eyes from the people around him made him think of himself as a protagonist since he was a child. However, as he grew up, a small thing touched his heart. He found that the butler was closer to Cixia than him and Cixia. After the same training, the butler always checked Cixia first. When commenting on their performance, the butler would give Cixia more suggestions. This discovery made him full of hostility towards Cixia. Why is Cixia any better than him? In terms of strength, Cixia has never beaten him, although he has never beaten Cixia. In terms of potential, Cixia's strength mostly comes from the spider, and there is a risk of losing control at any time, while his strength comes from his own hard work and is completely controllable. In terms of loyalty to the secret tower, he used to think that Cixia was a traitor, and the current situation completely confirms his original view. The butler really made a mistake. Morrison shook his head and sighed in his heart. After sighing, infinite power surged in his body. The butler originally did not intend to send him for this operation. He took the initiative to apply for it. The reason was, of course, to deal with Bai Fu. Cecilia betrayed the secret tower for Bai Fu. He wanted to strike Bai Fu hard and tell everyone that Cecilia's choice was wrong. Tell everyone that in the competition with Cecilia, he, Morrison, is the final winner. Blow up that monitoring device for me. Following Morrison's order, a huge beam of light shot out from the top of the Abyss Stalker's head, and in the blink of an eye, it blew the monitoring station not far away into pieces. Seeing the display screen suddenly go black, the players in the monitoring post rushed out anxiously. When they rushed outside, they were shocked to find that the starry sky beast they had just seen on the monitor had actually appeared in the sky above their heads. How could it be so fast? Their faces changed drastically. This speed was too fast. Even if they captured the starry sky beast in the first time, it was too late to organize a defense array. This is the end. The base of Ulysses has just been built, and the protective shield and ground turrets have not been laid yet. Now there is no effective means to stop this sudden appearance of the space beast. Is the player's main city that has been built with great difficulty going to become a ruin? The players on the ground are tingling, and Morrison and others on the space beast are so excited that their scalps are tingling. When they arrived at the surface of Ulysses and the Abyss Stalker, regardless of whether this is a trap set by Bai Fu and Star Network, their plan has been largely successful. Now they only need to do two things. First, fire at the ground and blow up all the artificial buildings on Ulysses. Second, send ground troops to capture the undead after the bombing. The number of undead here seems to be far beyond our imagination. We are going to make a lot of money this time. Morrison clenched his fist and issued an attack order without any extra nonsense. Fire! The battle officially broke out. In an instant, countless small aircraft flew out of the Abyss Stalker's modified body and began to pour all kinds of artillery attacks on the ground. The firepower of these aircraft was as dense as a net. At the same time, the Abyss Stalkers also began to spit out highly corrosive black mist towards the ground. Faced with this violent attack, the players on the ground quickly controlled the limited weapons to launch a counterattack. But how could they, who were responding temporarily, be the opponent of the carefully prepared secret tower? A waste of effort. Morrison sneered. In order to increase the success rate of the operation, the secret tower really spent a lot of money this time. Not only did it deploy the Abyss Stalkers as a trump card, but the small aircraft carried by the Abyss Stalkers were also high-end products purchased from the Super Galaxy War Group through special channels. They were extremely fast and had double shields, so they could easily handle the attacks of ship guns. Just as the players on the ground were being beaten to death, an intelligence officer ran to Morrison. "Sir, we intercepted the signal just sent by Ulysses." They asked Bai Fu and the Star Network community for help. Morrison was extremely calm. Let them ask for help. After all the buildings on the surface are blown down, we will immediately go down to the ground and start the capture plan. Yes. As time went by, the players on the ground could no longer hold on. They lost all their shelters, and all the weapons they could use to fight back were blown up at a fixed point. At this time, they only had some individual combat equipment in their hands, which was too inadequate to deal with the aircraft of the secret tower. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Morrison issued the final order for the general attack. At the same time, he walked in front of the camera and broadcast to the entire Star Sea. "I think you should be very curious about my identity, where I am now, and what I am doing. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Morrison, from the Secret Tower. As for where I am now..." The camera turned and focused on the ruins below and the players, who were driven around. "This is Ulysses Star, a base built by the recently famous savior Saint Bai Fu. Unfortunately, this great base is now about to become a ruin, and these lovely undeads will soon fall into our hands." Morrison's speech was quickly intercepted by major interstellar TV stations and urgently broadcast on their own channels. This incident immediately caused an uproar. Many people felt that the secret tower was really crazy. It had only been a short time since the last revenge action, and they actually showed up again to make trouble. The Star Network, which received the news, immediately sent a fleet to Ulysses. There is a natural wormhole connecting Ulysses and the Star Network. Since the last revenge action launched by the Secret Tower, the Star Network has mobilized several mobile defense fleets. Now it only takes less than an hour for the fleet closest to Ulysses to rush there. Morrison, you've got the guts to stop running. The Starnet fleet commander cursed directly on the radio. Morrison pretended not to hear him, and calmly broadcast the process of his men capturing players. The players' strength was still too far behind the troops sent by the Secret Tower, and under the attack of the Secret Tower, a large number of players were soon captured alive. The Starnet fleet commander was furious, but he had no choice but to keep urging the driver to speed up. 40 minutes later, the Starnet fleet finally arrived at the planet Ulysses. Morrison, you have to pay the price for your arrogance. The Starnet fleet commander immediately issued an attack order, but what he didn't expect was that the black mucus covering the Star Beast controlled by Morrison suddenly exploded. For a moment, all the detection systems of the spacecraft were interfered, and could not search for the enemy normally. When the driver quickly switched the search mode to manual mode, he found a strange ripple in front of the Star Beast. You think you can catch me? Morrison smiled brightly. The only thing that made him regretful was that because the Starnet fleet arrived too quickly, they missed a lot of undeads. But it was not a big problem. Just now, he received a message from the headquarters that the operation on the other side had been successful. Amid the chirping sound, the Abyss Stalker plunged into the ripples and disappeared in front of the Starnet fleet in the blink of an eye. The commander of the Starnet fleet stared at the empty display screen in amazement. Disappeared? Disappeared? What kind of monster is that? He quickly reported what happened here to the joint meeting. At the same time, another big news spread in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. The 6 field forces of the Dark Moon Tide were completely wiped out, and a total of more than 2,000 undead were missing. More than 10 minutes after this news spread, Morrison jumped out again and announced that the Secret Tower was responsible for this. That's right, those undead were tricked into the encirclement and captured by our Secret Tower. This is just the beginning. This time we are only dealing with undead. Next time we will deal with you. Bai Fu, I will break your neck with my own hands. Bai Fu looked at the news with a strange look on her face. With the Secret Tower doing this, wouldn't she have 2,000 more spies inside the Secret Tower? No, seeing Morrison so happy, she almost laughed, but she couldn't laugh. The major TV stations in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster were interviewing her online. If she laughed out loud at this time, her life would be over. Pa, it's not that serious, but she can't laugh anyway. Luckily, Bai Fu is professionally trained. The way she shook when she was trying not to laugh was taken as a sign of anger and sadness. So pitiful. Secret Tower is really inhuman. Damn it, they actually bullied the Saint like this. Damn you, Morrison. The audience and the interviewing reporters were moved by Bai Fu's pitiful appearance, and couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Saint, are you okay? I'm fine. After a long while, Bai Fu raised her head, her eyes slightly red, but her expression was as firm as iron. Since I came to Shanghai, this is the first time I have suffered such a heavy loss, but I will not be defeated so easily. Morrison said he would break my neck with his own hands. I want to return this sentence to him. One day, I will break the necks of these inhumane thugs with my own hands. Bai Fu raised her right hand and clenched her silver teeth. Finally, I want to say to those undeads who were captured, please give me some time, I will definitely rescue you. Her words successfully attracted countless applause. Her image was already dazzling in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, and now it became as dazzling as a star. Support Bai Fu, oppose Mita. Mita is bad, Bai Fu is good. Learn from Bai Fu, never give in to evil forces, and resolutely fight against Mita to the end. For a while, people were discussing Bai Fu everywhere on the interstellar network, and most people's favorability towards her increased sharply. Some even said that she was the idol of the year, and the person who moved the gate of the beginning of the year. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Secret Tower laughed. What's the use of shouting slogans? No matter how moving your slogans are, it can't change the fact that the 20,000 undead people under your command have now become ours. These 20,000 undeads will become the sharp blades piercing your heart. Morrison was murderous. And his mortal enemy Cecilia was urgently comforting Bai Fu at this time. Are you okay? I'm fine. What can happen to me? I'm fine now. Bai Fu is indeed fine now. Just now, she suddenly received a contact from a well-known investment consortium in the Edge world. The consortium may have seen that she was in trouble and wanted to invest in her in time of need, and sent her the psychic construction drawings she had been thinking about. But Cecilia didn't believe her words, and thought she was just holding on. Hold on, I come to see you right away. I'm really fine. Bai Fu spread her hands helplessly. Chapter 215. There are many investment consortiums in the Star Sea, and the most famous one is the Eternal Investment Fund in Titan Industries. The Eternal Investment Fund started with a cosmic network developed by its wholly owned subsidiary. After earning a huge amount of money, it actively engaged in investment business, from various profitable industries to emerging tracks to potential superpowers. Take the Titans for example. The Eternal Investment Fund has 20% of the shares in the Titan's largest Titan-class battleship production dock. 3 of the 9 superpowers in the Titans have received long-term investment from the Eternal Investment Fund during their growth. Through investment, the Eternal Investment Fund has woven a network of relationships that touches most of the explored universe. Although it is not a cosmic force in the traditional sense, it can still have a seat at the table even when facing the 3 major cosmic forces. The investment consortium that Bai Fu contacted this time is called Origin. Although its financial resources and strength are far less than those of a behemoth like the Eternal Investment Fund, it is still a force that cannot be ignored in the marginal star region. Before the formal contact, Bai Fu investigated the situation of the Origin Consortium in detail. The Origin Consortium was founded hundreds of years ago. The current consortium manager Andres himself has high-level natural disaster-level strength. His most proud investment experience is that he single-handedly supported the Fire Rain mercenary group, which was just an unknown small force at the time, to become the second-ranked mercenary group in the entire Edge world. The helmsman himself has natural disaster-level strength and maintains close relationships with multiple overlords. He has also invested in the 3 super-level forces of Star Covenant, Arcane Library, and All Souls Association. This is basically a second-tier force in the Edge world star zone. At least a galaxy-level civilization like Star Network is absolutely unwilling to conflict with the Origin Consortium unless necessary. Bai Fu nodded secretly. The first investment she received came from an investment consortium of this level. It must be said that it was a happy event, but she was not very surprised. With her recent performance, it would be strange if she could not attract investment from large investment consortiums. If those investment consortiums looked down on her, could they also look down on the nearly 2 million players under her? But after officially contacting the Origin Consortium, Bai Fu was still shocked. Let me introduce myself first. I am Andres, the manager of Origin Investment. Andres took off his hood, revealing a sickly pale face. He was wearing a slim black suit, with a gentle smile on his face. The most striking thing was the mustache on his lips, and the small tuft of beard on his chin. When she heard the name, Bai Fu, the queen of the film industry, couldn't help showing a surprised expression on her face. Andres actually came to see her in person. Was he giving her face like this? The altitude reaction became more intense when she was with Bai Fu. Bai Fu asked him to come and see how interstellar investment is done, so that he could take over the investment department of the Silent Garden in the future. Who would have thought that he would meet the helmsman of the Origin Consortium? Good man, Andres's investment vision is no less than his. He also reached a cooperation with Bai Fu when Bai Fu just arrived in the Goli Desert, and finally took advantage of Bai Fu's success to become the richest man in Ziyuan Star. I don't like to procrastinate. Let's get down to business, Miss Bai Fu, Andres said. Bai Fu smiled and nodded, as you wish. Both parties sat down, and then officially entered the talks. In fact, the 2 parties had already chatted online several times before Andres came, and this meeting was just to discuss the details. Soon, the 2 parties signed a 1-year short-term cooperation contract. In the next year, the Origin Consortium will provide 10 million credit points of funds to the Dark Domain Tide free of charge. If Bai Fu feels that 10 million is not enough, she can apply for additional funds from the Origin Consortium. But the additional funds applied for will not be provided free of charge, but will be issued in the form of loans. Of course, the interest rate of the loan is still much lower than those of commercial banks. Bai Fu, who received the financial assistance, had to do a simple thing, that is, to show more of her worthwhile side within a year. Be it to become stronger herself or to make Dark Moon Tide bigger and stronger. As long as the degree of strengthening can satisfy Andres, the Origin Consortium will provide more free assistance. In order to express his sincerity, in addition to the contents stipulated in the contract, Andres also prepared 2 gifts for Bai Fu. The first gift was a rare psychic construction blueprint. Mind lock, this is a special offensive psychic construct. From the outside, it looks like a very ordinary heart-shaped pendant, but it has a special skill called God's Advent. It releases a mental torrent towards the target, making the target temporarily become the wearer's believer. The duration depends on the difference in energy intensity between the 2 sides. the target's resistance, and other factors. Once the target enters the believer state, the wearer can command the target to do anything. The effect of God's advent is a bit similar to battle etiquette, but it is much more powerful than battle etiquette. This is an advanced skill of the gray fog attribute. My psychic attribute is darkness, so there is no special bonus when using God's descent, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it can't be used without a bonus. There are 7 different attributes of psychic power, and the gameplay of each attribute is very different. When choosing the psychic attribute, Bai Fu fell in love with the darkness attribute, which is the main output, at first sight, and the gray fog attribute focuses on first-hand control, and brainwashing is also a kind of control. The second gift prepared by Andres was a professional team. In the following time, this professional team will provide the most comprehensive guidance and assistance for the construction of the Dark Moontide base. You can ask the team for anything you need, from raw materials to purchase channels. They will try their best to help you contact and solve it. Bai Fu accepted it happily. Almost the next second after signing the contract, she found that there were 10 million credit points in her bank account. For her now, this amount of money is not much. After all, there is a large group of players who continue to make money for her, but with this money, she can build the base of Ulysses in advance, and the large prayer card production factory she envisioned. To supply the consumption of millions of players, the prayer card production lines she had built before were no longer enough, and the production scale must be expanded. Happy cooperation. Bai Fu smiled and nodded to Andres. After saying goodbye to Andres, she immediately asked Gao Yuan to connect with the professional team sent by the Origin Consortium to make preliminary preparations for the construction of the official base. Just as she was running around, her communicator suddenly rang. Beep beep. The person who contacted her was Cixia. I'm here. You're really here? Wait, I pick you up. 10 minutes later, Yulia's laboratory. Before picking up Cecilia, Bai Fu was worried that Cecilia and Fei Yi would fight as soon as they met, but the development of the matter was completely beyond her expectations. The very morbid Cecilia and the extremely impulsive Fei Yi didn't even say anything to mock each other when they met, but the lack of a quarrel does not mean that the two will greet each other enthusiastically. The contradiction still exists, but it is not convenient to show it in front of Bai Fu. Cecilia, sooner or later, I will get close to Bai Fu in front of Fei Yi and make Fei Yi mentally collapse. Fei Yi, sooner or later, I will punch Cecilia to death to prevent this bad woman from poisoning Bai Fu. Yulia, eat melon, it's delicious, I love it. Xia sure. Anya, get out, all of you, Boss Fu belongs to me alone. After a long silence, Bai Fu found a topic to break the silence. Are you okay over there? Has the secret tower come to bother you recently? Cecilia said coldly, they probably don't care about me now. Bai Fu nodded, it's better to be careful. By the way, what are you busy with recently? Cecilia paused for a moment, and a rare embarrassment appeared on her mature face. I actually have something to ask you this time. What is it? I want to borrow some more undeads from you. Don't worry, I will return them to you immediately after the mission is completed, and I will make up the commission fee when I make money. Cecilia was too embarrassed to look Bai Fu in the eye when she said this. It was called cooperation, but in the end, Bai Fu unilaterally funded her. It was embarrassing. Bai Fu said, how many do you want? 100 more people will be enough. The strength doesn't matter. I just need them to help me find someone. Find someone? Bai Fu asked about the details in confusion. Cecilia did not hide her recent itinerary. After separating from Bai Fu, she returned to the place where she lived when she was a child, a biological laboratory. Before becoming a member of the secret tower, she was trafficked to that laboratory, where she underwent an inhumane synthesis experiment, and it was at that time that the spider monster took over her body. Although many years have passed, she still wants to try her luck to see if she can find some clues in that biological laboratory, and then find her hometown. Because she was too young when she was trafficked, Cecilia can't remember where she came from, or what her family looks like. However, the biological laboratory was completely destroyed by the secret tower, and she searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything useful. Just when she was disappointed, she suddenly got an important piece of information from the people living nearby. Every September 2nd, there will be a ragged person wandering around here. I am sure it is the same person, because his appearance is very distinctive. His eyes are vertical pupils, and there are fine scales under his right eye. Cecilia was overjoyed to get this information. September 2nd, isn't that the day she was rescued by the secret tower? As for the ragged man mentioned by the people nearby, she also knew him. He was a member of the laboratory. She would never remember him wrongly. She had always thought that everyone in the laboratory had died in the attack of the secret tower, but she didn't expect that there was a survivor. Excited, Cecilia immediately took action and tried her best to find that person. Players are good at finding people, but there are too many places to search this time. The 100 players under her are not enough. She didn't dare to look for other people for fear of attracting the attention of the secret tower, so she could only ask Bai Fu for help. You triggered the hidden mission, the truth of the biological laboratory. Mission introduction. Mission objective: help Cixia find survivors in the biological laboratory. Reward: 2 million experience points. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows when she received the game prompt. Is this also a hidden mission? And the mission reward is only 2 million experience points. Isn't it a bit too low? After being used to doing missions with experience rewards of tens of millions, this mission gave her the illusion of returning to Zuyuan Star. She took the task casually and outsourced it to the player. I give you 200 undeads. Having achieved her goal, Cecilia left without staying for too long. It was not that she didn't want to stay, but that she couldn't stay. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that Bai Fu was right in front of her, but couldn't eat her. Instead of staying by Bai Fu's side and watching her, she might as well go back and cast spells by looking at Bai Fu's photo. After sending Andres and Cecilia away one after another, Bai Fu was temporarily free. Taking this opportunity, she accepted several high-level commissions in one go. The most urgent task is to complete the job transfer task. Only when the strength is improved can there be capital for slacking off. In the following days, Bai Fu led the players to shuttle back and forth in the Starry Sea, and their footprints once reached other galaxies near the initial Gate Galaxy cluster. Outsiders saw her running around like this, and thought that she was hit by the attack of the secret tower, and wanted to make money desperately to make up for the previous losses. For a while, more people sympathized with her. Good people don't get good rewards. The secret tower is really a piece of shit. The secret tower members, who saw these comments on the internet, were in a good mood. If you go against the secret tower, wait, the bad days are still to come. A month later, Bai Fu finished all the commissions on hand. At this time, her combat points finally increased from 371 to 1,000. You completed the career advancement task Warrior Glory, and received a reward of 20 million experience points, a random talent or passive skill *1, and job transfer qualification. Drawing a random talent or passive skill. Drawing completed. You get the passive skill Holy Spirit Blessing. Holy Spirit Blessing. Reduce the incoming damage by 10%. It's done! Bai Fu was overjoyed. After coming back from Jingu Star, she finally completed the job transfer task after several months of hard work. Now, she was only one click away from S level to S+ level. What was there to hesitate about? Go beyond the limit. Bai Fu stretched out her hand and pressed it, and a series of prompts suddenly rang in her ears. Job transfer successful. You unlocked the new job Fictional Scholar, current level LV1, Agility +1, Constitution +3, Intelligence +2, Spirit +1, Inspiration +6, Attribute points +7. You completed the final job transfer. Each point of Constitution converts +10 health points, converts +10 psychic points. You learned new skills Legion Configuration, Synergistic Reaction. You learned new skills Intermediate Psychic Fine Control, Advanced Card Making, Advanced Psychic Toughness. You learned new skills Fictional Life. You learned new skills Real Sanction, also a job transfer. This final job transfer brings a completely different stimulation to the body than before. When she was promoted from A level to S level, Bai Fu felt like she was soaking in a hot spring, and her whole body was indescribably comfortable. But when she was promoted from S level to S+ level, she felt like she was being crushed by a steamroller, with waves of pain coming one after another, and she was about to fall apart. Fortunately, this pain did not last too long, and after more than 10 minutes, everything returned to calm. Bai Fu closed her eyes and felt her body. This time, her body shape did not change significantly. Whether it was the proportion of her body or the size of her breasts, it seemed that there was no difference from before. To be honest, this is good news. She was a little worried that her breasts would get bigger every time she changed jobs. Too much is as bad as too little. The current size is good enough. Bai Fu smiled and shook her head, and began to check the new skills unlocked after the job change. Among them, Intermediate Psychic Fine Control, Advanced Card Making, and Advanced Psychic Resilience are upgrades to the original skills. And Legion Configuration and Synergy Reaction are the core skills of the Psychic Summoning Flow. The former can greatly increase the upper limit of the psychic summons she controls at the same time, and the latter can greatly improve the coordination ability of each psychic summon in the Psychic Legion. It is very useful whether it is used in battle, or on the prayer card production line. Fictitious Life and Real Sanction are two special skills. They are two active skills. Fictitious Life is a defensive skill. After consuming 20% of the spiritual energy to activate the skill, she will gain an extra health bar. This second health bar, called Fictitious Life, is 20% of her health. When she is attacked, the Fictitious Life bar will be deducted first. Until the Fictitious Life bar is deducted, her body and soul will not be injured. The skill cooldown time is 1 hour. Fuck, what a magical skill. Bai Fu's eyes lit up immediately. The combination of Fictitious Life and Holy Spirit's protection made her tankiness soar, and she became a real tank. True Punishment, it is an offensive skill, and the skill effect is just like the name. After using this skill, the damage caused by the next attack will be converted into real damage. However, the cost of using this skill is relatively high, requiring the sacrifice of 10% of the maximum health, and the cooling time is as long as 10 minutes. Of course, for Bai Fu, 10% of her health is nothing. Her health bar is already thick, and now she has a 20% bonus from the fictional life. Besides, she can quickly recover health through the life absorption copy from Xixia. Upgrade. Bai Fu invested experience in succession, and upgraded all the upgradable skills that she just unlocked. Now she has more than 1.7 billion experience, so there is no need to save. After upgrading the skills, she spent nearly 500 million experience in one go to upgrade Fictional Scholar from LV1 to LV10. As always, she added all the extra free attribute points to Inspiration. After the upgrade, her various attributes ushered in earth-shaking changes. Health: 44431/44431 Psychic, 82695/82695 Chi, 4800/4800 Attributes, Strength 199, Agility 394, Constitution 621, Intelligence 435, Spirit 470, Inspiration 1503. Basic Inspiration 1503 points. As far as Bai Fu knows, this number is very exaggerated. Many S+ Psychic Praying Masters, who have stayed at S+ level for many years, may not have such high inspiration. She has just raised her main profession to level 110, and has this number. This is the benefit of having a solid foundation. She clenched her fists, feeling the power in her body, filling up to the point of overflowing. Before the upgrade, she could barely fight with Xixia with all the bonuses, but now, if she fights with Xixia, even if she can't kill Xixia, she will be able to overwhelm Xixia. I wonder if I can fight with those weak disaster level ones. As soon as this thought came up, Bai Fu shook her head. It's too difficult. Even if her inspiration attribute can be comparable to some weak disaster level ones after the bonus, the gap in other aspects is still too big. Let's take a look at the Awakening mission in the distance. After reaching level 110, Bai Fu received the Awakening mission. The Awakening mission was very simple and crude, with only 2 conditions. First, collect 2 advanced knowledge. Second, increase a basic attribute to 2,000 points. There are still 497 inspiration points missing. It seems that I have to find a way to raise the level of the dancer profession and collect more free attribute points. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take to accumulate attribute points by completing tasks alone. Bai Fu closed the attribute panel, took a shower, and changed out of her sweaty clothes when she upgraded. After coming out of the bathroom, she found that her communicator was ringing, and the person calling her was digging G. Fu, I just received an urgent message from the undead, who are undercover in the secret tower. The secret tower is using them to test a special kind of insect. This kind of insect seems to have a strong infectious ability. The secret tower intends to use this kind of insect to launch a large-scale attack. Bai Fu frowned slightly. Is the big one finally coming? It just so happens that her strength has improved a lot, and it's time to complete the task of helping the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerd to collect more mother copies. Chapter 216. After raising her total level to 110, Bai Fu is full of confidence in her current strength. After opening all the bonuses, her inspiration attribute can reach a maximum of 2,138 points. Although this state can only last for 3 minutes, unless the opponent has special means of survival like Cecilia, 3 minutes is enough for her to kill most S+ levels. Now when she fights with the secret tower, as long as she is not surrounded and beaten by a group of S+ levels of the secret tower, or blocked by the secret tower's natural disaster level, she can easily evacuate even if she cannot win. After finally improving her strength, if she doesn't find something to do, wouldn't it be a waste of her strength? The first thing Bai Fu thought of was to help the Dark Domain Zerd Queen collect 4 more copies of the dissociative potion mother. She was very interested in the plot involved in this main task, but what interested her more was the spiritual origin of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen in the reward. According to the Dark Domain Zerg Queen, this item can greatly improve the spiritual attributes. Whether it is for herself or for Fei, it can help them get rid of the erosion of disorder and voidization, and thus evolve the race into a prophet. She planned to give the spiritual essence to Fei at that time. From entering the starry sky to now, Fei has helped her a lot along the way, and even risked his life at one point. It is impossible for her to say that she is not moved. Bai Fu can see that although Fei does not say it, he is still very worried that the void blood in his body will get out of control. Helping Fei solve this problem that has troubled him for many years, as soon as possible is not only to repay Fei's kindness, but also to strengthen his own strength. The Lord of the Oath said that as long as he gets rid of the trouble of the void blood, they can be promoted to the calamity level. A calamity level is enough to allow the Silent Court and the Star Network and other galaxy-level civilizations to talk on an equal footing from the perspective of strength. But now there is a very serious question in front of Bai Fu. Where should the remaining 4 copies of the mother copy be found? Xixia has already told everything she knows. After her previous raid, the secret tower will definitely become more vigilant. Let's see if the players undercover in the secret tower can dig out some information. If not, we can only take the initiative and torture the people in the secret tower directly. Bai Fu asked Digging G to pass on the message and issued a task to some undercover players, who were known for their reliability to investigate the whereabouts of the mother copy. At the same time, other undercover players were asked to keep a close eye on the secret tower's every move to see what kind of bug the secret tower is researching. Don't worry, Fu, I will complete the task. Digging G agreed. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Before she received new information, the players following Xixia sent important information first. After 2 months, these players finally found the NPC, who would return to the biological laboratory ruins every year. His name is Didier. We found him on a planet called Tower Peak in Chaos Star Road. When we first found him, he was eating dirt. Bai Fu was stunned for a moment. After the player's detailed explanation, she knew that the so-called eating dirt was really eating dirt. Didier was crazy. When the players found him, he was in a state of madness. He squatted on the ground, digging the mud with his bare hands, and laughed while digging. After laughing for a while, he started to cry again, and kept saying, "I'm sorry." Every time he did this, he would pick up the soil from the ground and stuff it into his mouth. Fortunately, there were several spiritual players who found him, so they successfully calmed him down and asked him a lot of useful information. Before the biological laboratory was destroyed, Didier was the head of the inspection department, so he knew many secrets of the biological laboratory. For example, the biological laboratory had received funding from the secret tower a long time ago, and was one of the secret tower's loyal partners. For example, the biological laboratory was originally only used to study alien beasts, and it was only after receiving funding from the secret tower, and the instruction of the secret tower's senior research director, Lancet, that it began to conduct human experiments on the fusion of alien beasts and humans. For example, the reason why the secret tower attacked the biological laboratory was because one of the biological laboratory's sources of supply was accidentally captured. The secret tower was worried that the laboratory would be exposed and its plan would be destroyed, so it simply destroyed the laboratory. When destroying the laboratory, the secret tower killed many people in the laboratory. Didier was originally on the kill list, but he was not in the laboratory at that time because his family was sick, so he escaped. However, the secret tower did not intend to let him go afterwards, and sent a team to chase him. During the escape, his family's illness became more and more serious, but he could not do anything. If he showed his head, he would die. He could only watch his family die in front of him. Because the secret tower chased him very urgently, he did not even have time to bury his deceased family members, and hurriedly fled to other places. The hunt lasted for 3 months. When the secret tower finally stopped hunting him, he had gone crazy in fear and guilt towards his family. However, Didier was not completely crazy. He would occasionally return to normal, which was why he would go to the biological laboratory ruins regularly every year. He confessed there. He believed that the reason he ended up in such a situation was because he participated in human experiments and suffered retribution. NPCs in the biological laboratory ruins will be refreshed regularly. This is a typical quest NPC. Bai Fu quickly replied to the player who reported the news. Does Cecilia know about this? Not yet. We were worried that something might happen, so we didn't tell her yet, but quickly contacted you. Fu, well done. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief. The information revealed by Didier showed that although Cecilia's parasitism by the spider was not carefully planned by the secret tower, it was also vigorously promoted by the secret tower. If Cecilia knew that she had been working for the force that turned her into a monster, she would probably be so angry that she would break her defense and vow to fight the secret tower to the death. She is very strong, but she is not qualified to fight against the secret tower. Besides these things, does Didier know other secrets of the secret tower? Bai Fu asked. The player quickly replied that there were. Although many years have passed, Didier still clearly remembered that there were several names that were closely connected with the secret tower. This was what he overheard when he was the head of the laboratory. Bai Fu clicked on the list sent by the player. One of the names caught her attention. Reynolds, representative of the Kyula tribe of the Star Network community. She had seen this man when she first went to the Star Network's mother planet, Azure Sky Star. He was an old man who looked very kind and amiable. He had also talked to her at that time, calling her Saint Maiden all the time. This old dang is actually in the same group with Mita? You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Bai Fu immediately planned to contact Manu to report, but she gave up the idea after thinking about it. Reynolds has a very high status in the Star Network. Even if she came forward to report, it would be difficult to bring him down without solid evidence and only a word from Didier, the madman. If she couldn't bring Reynolds down, the report would be like alerting the enemy. Her purpose was not to help the Star Network eliminate traitors, but to obtain more information about the secret tower through Reynolds, especially where the secret tower hid the mother copy. It seems that we have to use some tough measures that are not visible to the public. Bai Fu clenched her fists and asked the player who found Didier to hide Didier and not tell Cecilia about his existence for the time being. What if Cecilia suddenly asked about it? The player was a little worried. Don't worry, her attention will soon stop being on this. Bai Fu was full of confidence. After comforting the player, she took a selfie with a yes sign and sent it to Cecilia. How do you feel? The moment Cecilia saw the photo, she blushed. How is it? It can only be said that it is a very good spell material, making her want to spin her fingers. Cecilia, looks good. Bai Fu, I'm not asking if you look good, I'm asking if you have noticed any changes in my body changes. Cecilia looked left and right, and didn't find anything different from what she saw last time she posted it, but her own body had changed. Forget it, I won't keep you in suspense. I have been promoted to S+ level. I want to share this good news with you. By the way, I have something to ask you. Come to my place, okay? Okay, come, I come right away. Cecilia temporarily put aside the matter of looking for Didier and ran to the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch in just 3.5 days. Ahem. I asked you to come here this time because I want you to do me a favor. Bai Fu explained Reynolds' situation and only said that she got the information from an informant who was not convenient to reveal his name. You want me to kidnap him? Bai Fu shook her head. No, I will do it myself. I am mainly worried that there are masters of the secret tower hiding around him. I asked you to come here just in case. Don't worry, I will pay the commission. Sesha glanced at Fei Yi standing next to her, and finally nodded without saying anything. Since you have no objection, let's act immediately. Bai Fu didn't want to waste time. The bugs that the secret tower used to experiment on players made her feel uneasy. After many setbacks before, she felt that the secret tower might be about to use a big move. Half an hour later, Bai Fu led thousands of players, as well as Cecilia, Yulia, Fei, Anya, and the Dark Domain Zerg Queen to Azure Sky Star. The reason for bringing Anya along was that Anya was an A-level psychic, and had an advantage in interrogation. It took 11 days to get from the Star Covenant branch to Azure Sky Star across 2 star systems. Along the way, the news frequently reported on the actions of the secret tower. Although the secret tower did not launch a large-scale attack on the initial gate again, the small-scale harassment actions had never stopped, which annoyed the major civilizations of the initial gate star system. Bai Fu felt that if the situation continued to develop like this, before version 2.0 was launched, the dispute between the secret tower and the initial gate galaxy cluster might be over. Players from other novice planets would sigh as soon as they entered the starry sky. Where is my main quest? How come my main quest, which is so big, is gone? This was good news for her. If players could not find other main quests, they would then place their hopes on her, who was suspected to be related to the main quest. 11 days later, the spaceship arrived at Azure Sky Star smoothly. Azure Sky Star is the home planet of the Star Network, and the security measures are extremely strict. Bai Fu was recognized before she even got off the spaceship. Why didn't you tell me before you came to Azure Sky Star? Manu's shadow appeared in the spaceship, and there was no lack of resentment in his voice. Bai Fu smiled and said, "Nonsense. I passed by Azure Sky Star on a commission, and I came to visit you. How are you doing recently?" "Don't mention it." Manu couldn't help complaining, and one of every 3 sentences was scolding the secret tower. "I have been busy for almost 3 months without a break." Bai Fu calmly turned the topic to Reynolds. "You are so busy, why don't Clevel and Reynolds help?" Manu did not doubt him, and said, "They are also busy. Chairman Clevel has been holding meetings these days. As for Reynolds, he just left for Zutan Star yesterday to check on the situation of the Ulysses people. I asked him to go later. He said that the Ulysses people are your friends, and you must ensure that your friends live well on Zutan Star." Like this. Bai Fu still had a smile on her face, but her heart gradually sank. If it was in normal times, she would not think too much, but now is different. She knows that Reynolds has a relationship with the secret tower, and the secret tower wants to cut her into pieces. She has to suspect that Reynolds went to see the Ulysses for other purposes. After perfunctorily chatting with Manu for a few words, she immediately turned around and headed straight for the Zutan Star on the grounds of an urgent commission. When she arrived at Zutan Star, something had really happened. Name: Samir, infected with dark domain parasites. Name: Caroline, infected with dark domain parasites. Bai Fu checked the attribute panels of more than a dozen Ulysses people in a row, and each person had a new status after his name. At the same time, she received a game prompt. You have been invaded by dark domain parasites. Judging successfully, you are immune to this invasion. A parasite with infectious ability. Is this the kind of bug that the player is talking about? Bai Fu's face was a little dark. Damn secret tower, it's fine if they just cause trouble for her, but now they are starting to make a move against the Ulysses people. Have you met anyone else besides Reynolds recently? This question is strange, but the Ulysses people still answered honestly. To them, Bai Fu is not just a savior, but a real savior. I only met Representative Reynolds today. There are others before me. Do you want me to tell you their names? Not for now. Bai Fu was almost certain that this was Reynolds' doing. Since the secret tower was not particular about doing things, she didn't need to be particular. I go meet Reynolds. Just after she separated from the Ulysses, a voice suddenly sounded in Bai Fu's mind. I know that kind of bug. It is transformed from a dark domain bug larva. It will not cause any harm to the host before being activated, but once it is activated by the Zerg Queen, it will erode the host's spirit and turn the host into a node on the dark domain Zerg network. In your human words, it will become a puppet controlled by others. Bai Fu took out the dark domain Zerg Queen with a surprised look on her face. Then how do we get rid of these parasites? Very easy, the dark domain Zerg Queen laughed triumphantly. Help me to transform into a worm, and when I break out of my shell, I can command them to commit suicide. After all, I am the orthodox dark domain Zerg Queen. After going around in circles, are we back to collecting mother copies? Bai Fu nodded. That's good. She came to Reynolds for this purpose. Now that she accidentally learned that the secret tower was spreading parasites, it must be good news. Although it was too late to stop it, knowing what the secret tower was doing in advance would make it easier to deal with it. Then let's go find our dear Mr. Reynolds, and ask him where the secret tower has hidden the other mother copies. Bai Fu deliberately waited until night to act. A dark and windy night is a time for murder and arson. Chiton Hotel on the Zutan Star. Reynolds, who had just finished dinner, sat at the desk and flipped through an e-book. Not far away, the rhythmic ticking sound of the ancient pendulum clock ornaments made the already quiet night even quieter. He came to Zutan Star this time, because he received news from the secret tower. The master of the secret tower asked him to release a special parasite to the Ulysses. As a smart person, he immediately understood that the master of the secret tower wanted to take revenge on Bai Fu, because Bai Fu had a good relationship with the Ulysses, so he took the Ulysses as the first target. He was not worried that Bai Fu would suspect him at that time, because the secret tower would not activate the parasite for some time. During this period, there were countless people who had contact with the Ulysses, so how could Bai Fu suspect him? Being missed by the secret tower is not a good thing. Even wishing you as the backer, you can't escape revenge. Reynolds smiled and shook his head. Just then, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in the room. Something was wrong. Reynolds stood up immediately, but found a woman standing by the window whose smile was as bright as a rose that made it difficult to look away. Bai Fu. When did she come in? Who do you think is scarier, me or the secret tower? A spinning magic blade suddenly appeared in Bai Fu's hand. Reynolds said, Saint, why did you come to me so late at night? Bai Fu said in a low voice, You are the one who planted the dark domain parasites on the Ulysses people. As a representative of the Kyula tribe of the Star Network, You are colluding with the secret tower. Reynolds, you are very brave. Reynolds' heart almost jumped out when he heard this. He forced himself to calm down. Saint, I don't understand what you are talking about. What dark domain parasites? He couldn't continue speaking because the flying magic blade in Bai Fu's hand had stopped in front of his throat, and could cut his throat at any time. Don't try to shout loudly, it's meaningless. I've asked Anya to seal your room with her mental power. If you tell me the truth about your relationship with the secret tower, I can let you suffer less. Reynolds was anxious. He didn't understand how he was exposed. Even if Bai Fu didn't kill him, as long as Bai Fu told others about his collusion with the secret tower, he would be dead. Don't be anxious. He actually still has a chance. The secret tower sent an S+ level superpower to be with him. As long as the time of losing contact with him reaches 10 minutes, the S+ level superpower will immediately notice something is wrong and come to rescue him. The people from the secret tower said that although Bai Fu showed great power on Jingu's star, her energy strength was not at the level of natural disasters. She should have only temporarily gained some kind of power, and she was still at the S+ level. As long as the S+ level of the secret tower launched an attack, everything would be fine. Now, what he had to do was to delay for 10 minutes, and then wait for the S+ level of the secret tower to sneak attack and kill Bai Fu. Chapter 217. After realizing that he could still be saved, Reynolds calmed down temporarily and entered the actor mode at a very fast speed. As a representative of the Kaiyula tribe, and an old Ding who has lived for nearly 100 years, he has extraordinary talent in acting, no less than Bai Fu. He held the chair next to him with one hand, pretending to be trembling and frightened. This is too sudden, my mind is a little confused now. I think I need something to sort out what happened. As Reynolds spoke, he was thinking about how Bai Fu knew that he was colluding with the secret tower. This is very important. If he can't figure this out, even if the secret tower kills Bai Fu, he may not be able to stay in the Star Network, and can only go to the secret tower. When he loses his status as a representative of the Kaiyula tribe, he is a superfluous person to the secret tower. Will the secret tower take him in? Maybe, but even if they take him in, they will just throw him aside like garbage. Reynolds would not accept such an outcome. He thought desperately. Could it be that Bai Fu got the information from someone close to him? No, that was impossible. His communication with the secret tower was conducted through the S+ level superpower sent by the secret tower, and their communication method was neither verbal communication nor online communication, but through chest-to-pass codes. He was so cautious. How could someone close to him find the flaw? Even if he found the flaw, he should have notified the rotating chairman Clevel as soon as possible. In other words, the problem is with the people in the secret tower? Useless trash. Reynolds was furious. Is the secret tower a spinning top? Seeing Bai Fu being whipped by Bai Fu, not only was he whipped, but he also put him in danger. Although he cursed, Reynolds relaxed a lot after thinking it through. Since the news was most likely leaked from the secret tower, as long as Bai Fu was killed, he would not have to worry about anything happening to him. There was news from the secret tower that he was colluding with the secret tower? This is pure slander. This is the secret tower's attempt to sow discord. At this moment, Bai Fu's voice suddenly rang out in the room. Are you deliberately stalling for time? Do you have helpers? How is that possible? It's just that Reynolds suddenly sighed and shook his head. In fact, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. When I took that step, I knew that what was waiting for me would not be a good result. I just didn't expect this moment to come at this time, so I was a little surprised. As he spoke, he poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Bai Fu. Are you interested in hearing the story of an old man who is about to die? Reynolds shook the glass lightly, his voice hoarse, and while speaking, he turned his head to look at the world outside the window, his eyes full of nostalgia for the past. The atmosphere became intense. If it is accompanied by the right BGM, it can make people unconsciously intoxicated like a mellow old wine. Bai Fu shook her head, not interested. Reynolds' hand trembled, and he almost threw the glass in his hand away. Hey, why don't you play by the rules? I've already acted like I have my reasons. As a saint, shouldn't you use your compassionate nature and listen to my story with sympathy? He put on a bitter face, and his voice was a little aggrieved. You asked me to explain. If I want to explain clearly, I can only start from that rainy night 50 years ago. Reynolds forced himself into the story again. Bai Fu interrupted him directly. I'm not interested in your story, and I'm not very interested in the specific content of your collusion with the secret tower. I just want to know where the secret tower hid the mother copy of the dissociative potion. If you don't know, tell me who knows, and where the person who knows is fine. Dissociative drug parent? Reynolds was stunned for a moment. He had heard this before. It was because he had heard this before that he wondered why Bai Fu went to such lengths to find out his identity just for this. Why are you asking this? You don't need to know why, just answer honestly. The flying magic blade spun around, spreading cold murderous intent in the room. Reynolds was silent for a moment. Are you really Bai Fu? This time, he was not stalling for time, but really had such a question. Bai Fu didn't talk like that. Bai Fu raised her eyebrows. Not honest, right? Then she had no choice but to kill him. It just so happened that she had obtained a psychic construct called Mind Lock not long ago. The skill of Mind Lock, God's Descent, was equivalent to an advanced version of battle etiquette. Battle etiquette could be played with many tricks, and God's Descent was even more fun. Bai Fu tapped the pendant on her chest lightly. Reynolds instinctively felt something was wrong, but it was too late. In the virtual world, an inexplicable force was injected from the top of his head. The next second, when he saw Bai Fu, he suddenly had an extremely wonderful idea in his heart. This is God, the God he needs to worship forever. For God, even sacrificing his heart is worth it. Reynolds was startled by this sudden idea. You? Lie down like a puppy. Bai Fu's voice sounded. As soon as the voice fell, Reynolds had already laid on the ground with a flattering expression on his face. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. It's amazing, psychic power. That was just an appetizer. If you still refuse to tell the truth, I will control you to start the live broadcast. In front of the entire fringe world, you will call the Lord of the Secret Tower while dancing a striptease. After the dance, touching your body or doing handicrafts should be a good performance. I believe this live broadcast will definitely attract a lot of attention. Before Bai Fu finished speaking, Reynolds was already scared to the point of collapse. If he was really controlled to do such a thing, even if others knew that he was controlled afterwards, he would be finished. He has lived for nearly 100 years. If he encountered such a thing when he was about to be buried, wouldn't his life be lived in vain? Vicious, too vicious. The person in front of him could never be Bai Fu. Bai Fu could not do such a vicious thing. Who wanted to harm him and deliberately disguised himself as Bai Fu to provoke the relationship between Bai Fu, the Secret Tower, and the Star Network? Reynolds' heart was beating wildly. At this time, Bai Fu took the opportunity to remove the control effect of the God's Descent. Are you going to say it now or not? Say it, I say it. Frightened Reynolds dared not say a word of no. Before you say it, can I ask you a question? You are not Bai Fu. Who are you? I am not Bai Fu. Who can I be? Bai Fu pouted. Say it. Reynolds had no choice but to give out a name, Wood. This Wood was responsible for the procurement of some special materials, and often went out for activities. Few people had seen his real appearance. Reynolds also had his special contact information, because Wood had done business with the Kyula tribe. He is the right-hand man of Lancet. There is no way he doesn't know where the mother copy of the dissociated potion is. Bai Fu nodded gently. The mind lock is still useful, but it's a pity. If she had the ability of the Holy Order's Eve, it would be more convenient and directly eliminate the possibility of the other party telling lies. Let's talk about the parasite that the Secret Tower gave you, Reynolds said with a depressed face, but unlike his appearance, a little hope rose in his heart. It has been almost 10 minutes since Bai Fu broke in. The S+ level of the Secret Tower should have discovered the abnormality, right? At the same time, Shutan Starport. After the signal induction with Reynolds was disconnected for more than 10 minutes, Bangura, the S+ superpower sent by the Secret Tower, was unwilling to wait any longer. He quickly contacted the Secret Tower secretly, reported what happened here, and asked what he should do here. Just after the parasites were planted, Reynolds lost contact. Could it be that the Star Network knew our plan in advance? The butler frowned, and a sense of impatience rose in his heart. The parasites cannot be exposed now. The number of parasites they have planted is not enough, and the parasites are not contagious enough. They must find a way to block the news. Let's check the situation first. If it's just a device failure, then everything is easy. If Reynolds was exposed and caught by the Star Network, then... The butler paused, his eyes fierce, kill them all. Yes! Bangura couldn't help laughing. If he could kill them, then everything would be easy. He took his weapons, and immediately left the spaceship, and headed straight for the hotel where Reynolds was resting. As an S+ level superpower of the physical training flow, Bangura's speed was not as fast as those of speed-type superpowers, but it could also be described as lightning fast. When Reynolds was still tremblingly telling how the Secret Tower handed the parasite to him, he had already killed outside the hotel. Ding ding. At this time, Bai Fu's communicator suddenly rang. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Energy fluctuation? She quickly turned her head to look out the window. Outside the transparent glass, under the dark night sky, a figure with dark blue flames all over his body was particularly eye-catching. Who is that? I don't know him. Is something going to happen? Bangura's sudden appearance attracted the attention of countless people, and nervous emotions began to brew, about to turn into panic. Bai Fu threw a clairvoyance skill over, and the attribute panel popped up quickly. Level 110. Strength 1659. There is no doubt that this is an S+ level superpower. The attribute panel does not show his camp, but Bai Fu speculated that he was most likely from the secret tower, because she found that Reynolds' mood was high the moment this person appeared. Is this the rescuer you have been waiting for? He has extremely high strength, agility and physique. His strength is considered a master among the S+ level. It is normal for Reynolds to have confidence in him. But unfortunately, she has already been promoted to S+ level, and she is not alone in this operation. There are two S+ superpowers, Faye and Cixia, in the dark. Is this all you can rely on? Bai Fu asked Reynolds. Reynolds dared not answer at this time. He laughed awkwardly. Fortunately, Bangura took action and helped him out. Bangura clenched his right hand heavily, and in an instant, the martial arts energy bursting out of his body blew all the nearby roads into pieces like a heavy artillery. Ordinary people walking on the street never thought that things would suddenly turn out like this. They were all scared and cried for their parents. Bai Fu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Bangura and Bai Fu looked at each other through a window. He knew that it was impossible to handle the matter properly this time. Unfortunately, according to the original plan, once the parasite was activated, all the people on the entire Shiduan planet would die. Now he made a big fuss, and it would be good if he could kill 1% of the people. But if Bai Fu can be killed here, what does it matter if everyone on the Shiduan planet is released? You people from the secret tower are really lingering around. Since we have met, I will send you to meet your companions. The killing intent rose from Bai Fu. Bangula didn't care. In his opinion, Bai Fu relied on external forces to kill Tonglu and others on Jingu Star last time. Now that Bai Fu has no external forces to borrow, the situation will be reversed, but Bangula is not arrogant. He is a pragmatist. He only pursues the efficiency of killing, and does not care whether his methods are fair or not. He has joined the secret tower. No one will praise him for being fair and above board. You will not be alone. I will let the whole city be buried with you. Bangura's eyes flashed with lightning. He suddenly urged the chi, and the violent energy surged. Under the impact of the chi, for a moment, the whole land seemed to tremble, and cracks appeared on the ground one after another. The cracks swallowed up pedestrians and high-rise buildings, as if the end of the world was approaching. Bai Fu's face darkened. He killed ordinary people, didn't he? He really deserves to be a member of the secret tower. Seeing that Bangura was so unethical, she stopped hiding. She originally wanted to test whether Bangura had any accomplices, but now there was no need. She had better let Faye and Cixia show up together to stop Bangura. Bai Fu hit Bangura with a god's descendant as soon as they met. At the moment when Bangura's action was temporarily slowed down, Bai Fu turned into a ghost and rushed towards Bangura with the advanced force field. Her speed was far inferior to Bangura's, so she didn't expect to kill Bangura instantly by superimposing Dark Burn and True Punishment. Instead, she planned to use the force field and the psychic army to attract Bangura's attention first, and then give him a big blow after Cixia's sneak attack succeeded and Bangura's speed slowed down. Facing Bai Fu, who suddenly rushed in front of him, Bangura performed with ease. The shield formed by his martial arts energy can effectively offset the impact of the advanced force field. He turned back and leaped in the air, like a swimming dragon, so fast that people could not catch his figure at all. The energy falling from his body was like a cannonball, turning the city into ruins inch by inch. How cruel. Reynolds, who finally regained his freedom, took a deep breath. He wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he was afraid that Bai Fu would suddenly turn around and deal with him after discovering that he was about to escape. After thinking about it, he simply called the butler of the secret tower for help. Bai Fu again? The butler's eyelids jumped. Bai Fu? Reynolds hurriedly said, No, the person who attacked me was not Bai Fu. Not Bai Fu? What do you mean by this? The butler was stunned. He saw the video sent by Bangura with his own eyes. Reynolds explained, This is a fake Bai Fu. She deliberately disguised herself as Bai Fu to attack me. He told the story of what happened just now and his guess. The butler's face darkened. After Reynolds said this, it seemed that this was really the case. With Bai Fu's character, even if she threatened Reynolds, she would not say such an outrageous operation. This style of behavior. The butler suddenly thought of someone. Yes, it was the person who wrote the essay about the Lord of the Black Secret Tower, saying that the Lord of the Secret Tower was the concubine of the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg. Isn't the content of the essay exactly the same as the words threatening Reynolds? Yes, the essay was most likely written by this fake Bai Fu. The butler was furious. The essay had a very bad influence on the Secret Tower. If it weren't for the essay, the Secret Tower wouldn't have been stared at by so many forces in the initial Gate Galaxy cluster, and they would have been much easier to implement their plan. Damn it, who is pretending to be Bai Fu to harm them? Hold her, I have sent the Abyss Stalker here, and she must be killed today. Bangura was stunned when he received the order. It was the first time he saw the butler give such a rigid order. Don't worry, butler, I am enough. Halfway through his words, Bangura suddenly felt a chill rising in his body, and he began to feel that his life was slipping away. Wait, this is... His face suddenly changed. It is life withering. This is definitely life withering. Sesha! The angry roar resounded everywhere. He should have thought of it earlier. Sisha betrayed the secret tower, and ran to follow Bai Fu. Now Bai Fu is here, how could Sisha not be here? It was too late. Life withering restricted his movements, and Bai Fu would never miss this great opportunity. This was indeed the case. At the moment, when Sisha used life withering, Bai Fu activated the hard blessing and merged with Yulia. Her inspiration instantly soared to 2,138 points. With such a high amount of inspiration, the dark burning burst out with unprecedented power. The dark flame transformed by the psychic energy soared into the sky, almost covering half of the sky. Before the 3 consecutive attacks of the dark burning fell, Bangura only had time to turn around. Bang, 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 the burning flames penetrated Bangura's chest, and Bangura flew out like a cannonball. The next second, a huge white damage value of 32,037 floated up from his head. But this is not the end. Bangura's body hit the ground, plowing a few kilometers long gully on the ground. Before he stood up, the explosion effect of the alien erosion was triggered again. Minus 4,780. Another high damage value floated up. Bangura's health bar was only over 50,000, and it dropped 4/5 in a few seconds. A long list of debuffs immediately appeared behind his name. Severely injured, dark burning, bleeding, weak. Along with the debuffs came various negative emotions, and feelings such as shock, pain, and fear. Go. Must go immediately. Otherwise he will die here. Bangura staggered to his feet. He ignored the butler's orders. He flew quickly towards the airport, asking the spaceship to pick him up quickly while cursing. Didn't Bai Fu say that she only wanted S+ level superpowers? This was the output that a normal S+ level superpower should have. The attack just now definitely exceeded the S+ level. Fuck, how fast can he run? Bai Fu was shocked. She didn't expect Bangura to run so fast despite being so seriously injured. She immediately chased after him. At this point, how could she save face if she let Bangura run away? Bangura ran away. Bai Fu chased him. On the other side, the butler was already in a mess in the wind. Hey, hey, hey. He kept calling Bangura, but received no response. What happened? Is Sisha also on the planet of Shutun? Where is the fake Bai Fu? Where is Bangura? Quick, rush to the planet of Shutun. The butler could only keep urging. A few minutes later, Bangura met the spaceship that rushed out of the airport, and he rushed in through the small door of the spaceship. Master Bangura, are you okay? Fire, quickly fire at Bai Fu. Bangura covered his broken right hand and roared loudly. The followers in the spaceship did not dare to disobey the order and quickly operated the spaceship gun. Bangura tried to use the ship's gun to delay Bai Fu's pursuit and then take the opportunity to escape. For this reason, he also asked the gunner to aim at the settlement of the Ulysses. I don't believe you will ignore those Ulysses and chase them. As he spoke, Bangura's body suddenly froze. He saw Bai Fu standing directly in front of the cannon, opened his arms, and took a deep breath. What was she going to do? A terrible idea rose in his mind. Using flesh and blood to resist the cannon? Impossible, impossible to block. Bai Fu is just a fragile psychic prayer master. Bangura's eyes turned red. You like to block, right? Then I let you block it happily. Boom! The 2 laser cannons that had been preheated fired at the same time, crossing the sky, like a roaring dragon, instantly submerging Bai Fu. Chapter 218. The spaceship Bangura was driving nominally belonged to Reynolds. Reynolds had a very high prestige in the Star Network, but after all, he was not a senior military official like Manu, so he was embarrassed to make the firepower of his ship the same level as the military's war mothership. Even so, Since the total length of this spaceship exceeded 1,000 meters, it was a very high-specification spaceship in a galaxy-level civilization, so the two A-class main guns in the front still had a very terrifying power. When the charge reaches 100%, one shot from these two A-class main guns is enough to tear apart a standard-sized colonial city. Although this output power is far less than those combat-type natural disaster-level superpowers, it is definitely not something that a normal S+ level superpower can block. Therefore, when Baifu suddenly blocked the firing trajectory of the two A-class main guns, Cixia, Fei, Anya, passers-by attracted by the sound of the battle, senior officials of the Star Network, and players watching the battle in the live broadcast room were all worried. What are you doing, Baifu? Are you crazy? You are a fragile psychic praying master. Even the S+ level superpowers, with a meat shield, can hardly survive when facing the bombardment of the naval guns. Why are you joining in the fun? Some people shouted loudly, and some people were madly typing barrages in the live broadcast room. In fact, everyone can understand why Baifu stood up. Baifu's nickname Saint Savior is not for nothing. Seeing Bangura commanding the naval guns to lock the settlement of the Ulysses, how could she sit back and do nothing? It is impossible to blow up the spaceship in a short time, so the only way to save the Ulysses is to use their bodies to block the ship's cannons. But understanding is understanding, and it is still very difficult to accept emotionally. Cecilia and Faye flew towards the spaceship as soon as possible, and they only regretted that they were not with Baifu at the time, otherwise they could help Baifu block this attack. Cecilia is still very confident in her ability to survive, and Faye wants to completely release the void blood and transform into a void monster to bear it hard. On the other side, Manu, who received the news, was so anxious that he smashed his desk. Whether out of personal friendship or from the perspective of the impact on the overall situation, he did not want Baifu to die on the planet of Zutan. Everyone nearby, whether on duty or on vacation, hurry over immediately. No matter how anxious everyone was, the cannon that had completed the charge was still fired. Two terrifying energy columns shot out from the huge muzzle and hit Baifu in 0.01 milliseconds. The light from the collision was more dazzling than the sun, and instantly illuminated the entire sky. From a distance, the two energy columns were like giant spears stabbed by gods, exuding a terrifying power. How terrifying! Compared with these two spears of gods, humans are really too small. The energy emitted from the edge of the energy column alone has completely flattened the streets below. Dust, rocks, metal, all flew up into the sky under the shock wave, and then turned into glass-like substances at an extremely fast speed. Deep scars were left on the ground, spreading far away until they met the energy shields that were urgently activated by the Shutan star. Because Baifu was standing in front of the cannon and shared most of the damage, the energy shield that was hit just shook a few times, and was not a big deal. It was saved, at least the Ulysses were safe now, but no one cheered for it. Everyone stared at the place where Baifu was floating just now with wide eyes, and the center of the explosion was also the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to know what happened to Baifu. The waiting at this time was like a year. I don't know how long it took, but the two cannons finally released all their energy. When the dazzling light faded, under the cold and silent night, only a city that had been in chaos was left, hot molten materials that were lifted into the sky by the explosion, and were now slowly falling, and lava that was slowly flowing on the ground. As for Baifu, there was no Baifu in the place where Baifu stood just now, let alone her body. Not even her slide could be seen. Cixia froze, Faye froze, Manu froze, and Bangura, who ordered the cannon to be fired, froze. This dead silence lasted for a second, and then a burst of catharsis came. Dead, haha, like to block now dead? Bangura slapped his thigh excitedly, not caring that the wound on his leg was enlarged by himself, causing blood to flow. At this time, the players also wailed in the live broadcast room. Hack the secret tower, Fake, fake, this must be fake. Digging G, who did not follow Baifu to the scene because of her poor skills, almost fainted. If Baifu is gone, what's the point of her career as a host? Damn secret tower, damn planner, why did they suddenly cut off the knife? Some players, who acted quickly, have already posted in the community. In fact, this day will come sooner or later, because Fu is so kind, she will sacrifice her life for others without hesitation. What happened in the exhaust gas cooling plant has already told us this. However, I didn't expect Fu to sacrifice here. It was still related to the mission. If the player hadn't found Didier, Fu wouldn't have come to Shioduin Star, and nothing would have happened. These analyses make sense, but Digging G has only one attitude now. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, it's all fake, Fu can't die, she must be alive, She must be digging treasure, stop shaking your head, watch the live broadcast, hurry up. After being hit on the shoulder several times in a row, Digging G finally calmed down. Watching live broadcast, what live broadcast? Her eyes accidentally fell on the screen of the live broadcast room that had not been closed, and then she was suddenly stunned. The screen of the live broadcast room was gradually pulled away, and finally stopped on a building that had collapsed more than half, leaving only a frame. The edge of the building was baked dark red by the high temperature, and white steam kept coming out. In a dusty ruin in the building, a black figure staggered to his feet, turned around a few times, bent over to pick up the fallen shoes, and put them on again. "Isn't this Foo-Foo?" Digger G shouted. "Damn, he's not dead." In just 1 second, the barrage in the live broadcast room completely changed. "Ah! We are the champions." The cheers formed by the words burst out with overwhelming force. The players' reactions were already very intense, and the NPCs, who knew the power of the cannon, reacted even more violently after seeing that Baifu was not dead. "Is this true?" Cixia and Fei rubbed their eyes vigorously, fearing that they were hallucinating because of excessive anger. Manu's hand shook twice, and his mouth couldn't close. The one who reacted the most was none other than Bangura. As soon as he saw the black shadow that looked like Baifu standing up from the ruins, he slammed the console table and put his eyes less than a centimeter away from the virtual screen, breathing heavily like a leaky bellows. Shocked, unbelievable, and then began to doubt life. After 2 naval cannon shots, Baifu didn't die. Not only did she not die, she was still able to jump, and when she bent down to put on her high heels that were blown away by the shock wave, her body movements were not at all uncoordinated. Isn't she a fragile psychic prayer master? Countless people's brains crashed, and their eyes and faces were full of horror. Now among all people, only Baifu remained calm. When she appeared, she had enough confidence that she could block these 2 shots. Because the one she released was Heifu, in her original plan, she intended to use Heifu to stage a good show for Ulysses's human body to carry the cannon. After Heifu died, her real body would jump out again to receive the attention of the crowd. But the moment the cannon hit Heifu, Baifu changed her mind, because she found that her tankiness was much higher than she thought after being promoted to S+ level. After the 2 huge energy columns shot out from the cannon, the first thing they had to face was the 2 psychic shields that tightly wrapped Heifu. Yes, 2. One is the skill version of Psychic Shelter, and the other is the prayer card version of Psychic Shelter. These 2 shields can be stacked, and the shield value after stacking together is as high as 24,000 points. After breaking through these 2 shields, the energy column needs to face the second health bar opened by Heifu through fictional life. This health bar has more than 7,000 health points. After knocking down Heifu's second health bar, the energy column can finally attack Heifu's body. But how can Heifu's body be so easily defeated? Look, this is the immune to critical hit talent. Look, this is the Holy Spirit protection skill, which can reduce the incoming damage by 10%. It's powerful, right? But this is still not Heifu's limit. Heifu's biggest reliance is the Advanced Force Field. After the Advanced Force Field is activated, it can reduce the incoming damage by up to 50%. Although it takes a lot of spiritual energy to maintain the Advanced Force Field when resisting the energy column that keeps attacking like a huge wave, Heifu only lasted 10 seconds before her spiritual energy bar was exhausted. But after all, the effect of the Advanced Force Field lasted for 10 seconds, right? It is worth mentioning that the second health bar also enjoys these damage reduction effects. After breaking through many obstacles, and finally blasting away Heifu, the remaining energy of the 2 energy columns has been consumed a lot, but the one standing in front of them now is Baifu, whose physical attributes are much higher than Heifu, and who is wearing the Psychic Construct Fu, 2, that can reduce 10% physical damage. By the way, Baifu also has the life drain stolen from Cixia, and Baifu can also ask Yulia to replenish her mana, so that the Advanced Force Field can last longer. If I don't use the blood-sucking skill, I feel that my tankiness is no worse than Cixia's. In the ruins, Baifu quickly glanced at her attribute panel and the various game prompts that popped up when she was attacked by the ship's guns. She made a simple calculation. With full firepower, she should be able to block 4 bombardments from the ship driven by Bangura. As for her, who was only attacked once, her second blood bar has not been emptied yet. She had examined her body long ago. There were no scars on her body, not even burns. It was only because the high temperature of the energy column caused some damage to her combat uniform. But the combat uniform she wore was a psychic structure made of psychic energy. As long as she thought about it, those holes would be restored immediately. Good, this feeling is great. She has done so many tasks, received so many rewards, and exploited so many players. This is the fighting power she should have. Bai Fu took a deep breath, brushed off the dust on her body, and then flew out of the ruins gracefully. After leaving the half-collapsed building and floating under the stars and moon, everyone can see her clearly now. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bangura is going crazy. The fact that Bai Fu was not killed by the cannon has made him doubt his life. But what is he seeing now? Not only was Bai Fu not killed, but she also looked unharmed. That's right, Bai Fu's hairstyle was not messed up, and that damn long silver-white ponytail was still swinging in the wind. Bangura felt as if an invisible rope was strangling his throat. Are you a human or a ghost? Guess? Bai Fu joked. Guess? What am I guessing? I don't believe it, keep firing. If one shot doesn't kill you, then 2 shots. If 2 shots are not enough, then 3 shots. I don't believe you won't die. Bangura's eyes were red, he had completely lost his composure, and his voice was a little unclear when he shouted. But no one laughed at him at this time. Who could laugh at this time? What happened to Bai Fu? Why didn't she have any injuries? Who led this monster to the Sea of Stars? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Reynolds was furious. He couldn't see what happened, and the butler who only heard various shouts couldn't help but get anxious at this time. He repeatedly asked Bangura what happened, but Bangura was completely crazy at this time and didn't hear what he said at all. The cannon started to charge again. It takes a certain amount of time to charge, but now that things have come to this point, Bai Fu can't give Bangura this time. She is not a masochist who likes to be bombarded. Although the cannon can't kill her, the pain and high-temperature burning sensation are still inevitable. And now the energy shield near the Ulysses settlement has been erected, so she can fight without worries. I have given you a chance, but you didn't take it, so don't blame me. After carrying the cannon with her body, the next thing to do is to dismantle the warship with her bare hands. Bai Fu turned into a ghost and appeared outside the warship in the blink of an eye. Not only did she appear, but Xixia and Fei also came back to their senses from the surprise of seeing her unharmed. The 3 of them were all experienced, and knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense. After looking at each other, they attacked the same place on the spaceship in a tacit understanding. Although the attack of 3 top-level S+ superpowers cannot be described as devastating, it is not difficult to destroy the weak armor of a spaceship. When Bangura realized the danger and ordered the pilot to drive the spaceship to escape, it was too late. Humph, you want to escape? Look at my sky burial attack. Bai Fu took the lead and drilled in through the temporary torn hole in the shield and the damaged armor. After entering the interior of the spaceship, there was nothing that could stop her in ghost form. She quickly passed through one wall after another and reached the cockpit before the people in the secret tower could react. You? Bangura's eyes widened, and he looked at Bai Fu, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a look of shock. To be honest, he had been shocked more times in the past few years than today. He tried to run away with his injured body, but he still underestimated how serious his injury was. As soon as he stood up, Bai Fu threw a prayer card with his right hand, and a huge big black woman suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his head from above. Under normal circumstances, the big black woman couldn't even get close to him, let alone grab his head, but today, after being grabbed, he found that he couldn't get away at all. He was thrown hard by the big black woman like a chicken, and then the big black woman punched him in the stomach. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was completely depressed, and he couldn't use any strength anymore. Aren't you going to kill me? Now I'm standing in front of you. How are you going to kill me? Bai Fu walked in front of Bangura. Now, she only needed to give an order, and Big Black Fu would crush Bangura's head. Bangura trembled all over, regretting that he had provoked a monster like Bai Fu. If he had known this, he would have run away after knowing that Reynolds was exposed. At this time, there was a ping-pong sound of fighting outside the cockpit, accompanied by a boom sound, and the door of the cockpit was broken by a punch. Fei and Cecilia ran in one after another, and the aisle behind was full of blood and corpses. Are you okay, Bai Fu? Fei looked at Bai Fu nervously. Why are you running so fast? I was so worried. Cecilia didn't get close to Bai Fu, but locked onto Bangura. Bangura, I'm going to kill you, and let you feel the pain of blood running out. Just as she was about to do it, Bai Fu stopped her. Wait, don't kill him. It was so hard to capture an S+ level superpower from the secret tower alive. It would be a waste to kill him like this. Bai Fu planned to hand Bangura over to Star Network for disposal. It didn't matter whether the Star Network could find out any key intelligence. What mattered was to make the secret tower worry, and let it focus on Bangura. This way, she could take advantage of the fact that the secret tower was crazy about the leak of Bangura and the parasite plan to secretly contact the Wood that Reynolds had revealed. As long as she could successfully collect 4 copies of the dissociative potion Mother through Wood, help the Dark Domain Zerg Queen transform into a worm, and help Faye Yi upgrade to the disaster level, then she wouldn't have to worry about the secret tower making a big fuss next. It is better to have strength than to plot, but she doesn't have much time left to find Wood. In the battle on the Zutan Star, her strength was completely exposed, which would inevitably cause the secret tower to be wary. With the madness shown by the master of the secret tower, even if the attention is temporarily focused on Bangura and the parasite plan, it is very likely that someone will be sent to assassinate her at the same time. Okay, since you said you won't kill me, then I won't kill you. Sesha looked at Bangura with a cold look, then walked to the control console and let the spaceship descend. In this battle, a city on the planet Shutan was almost reduced to ruins, and the loss was heavy. But after learning that Bangura was captured alive, Madu was still excited. The results of this battle were far less than those on the planet Jingu, but this time, they captured an S+ level of the secret tower alive, which had never happened before. This might be the turning point in their battle with the secret tower. You? Looking at the shadow of Baifu appearing on the communicator, Manu shook his head. I don't know how to describe you anymore. Digging out Reynolds, the traitor who colluded with the secret tower, beating Bangura, withstanding the main gun attack of Reynolds' ship with his flesh and blood, and capturing Bangura alive. Any one of these 4 things alone is enough to cause a sensation, and Baifu did all 4 things. He already had a premonition of how the initial Gate Galaxy cluster would shake next. Baifu, a legend, a living legend. After chatting with the people sent by the Star Network for a few words, Baifu left because she was tired. Back on the spaceship, she told Cecilia and Faye about her plan and asked them to find Wood, while she stayed on the planet of Zutan to be interviewed to cover up. Cecilia and Faye had no objection. Baifu's plan was indeed the best plan at the moment. Not long after, as the picture of Baifu being interviewed appeared on the news channel, the butler finally figured out what happened on the planet of Zutan. Chapter 219. Secret Tower, Headquarters. Bang! The sound of a cup breaking came from the office. People standing at the door and passing by were all silent, not daring to breathe. Although the butler in the office did not speak, everyone knew why he was angry. It's all Baifu's fault. A few minutes ago, the spokesperson of Star Network held a press conference and gave a brief explanation of the attack on the Star of Zutan. This turmoil attracted the attention of countless people as soon as it happened. The reason is simple. Shutan is located in the core ruling area of the Star Network, and is only a few hours away from the Star Network's mother star, Azure Sky. The secret tower can reach Shutan, so does the secret tower have the ability to directly reach Azure Sky? Many people think that it does, and believe that the attack launched by Bangura is a demonstration to the Star Network, telling the Star Network that they have the ability to carry out a decapitation operation against the Star Network and wipe out the top leaders of the Star Network in one go. The impact of this incident can be said to be quite bad. Many large companies from other civilizations that have dealings with StarNet immediately contacted the StarNet Commerce Department after seeing the emergency news, hoping that the StarNet Commerce Department could give a reliable explanation. Otherwise, they would have to consider temporarily evacuating the StarNet. No one wants their hard-earned business to be destroyed by the attack of the secret tower. However, just when everyone was anxious, suddenly there was news that the unrest on the Shioduan star had been quelled, and the queller was the famous Saint Baifu. What? Baifu again? The people who received the news were shocked. They had no idea how Baifu appeared on the planet of Shutan, and how she defeated the invasion of the secret tower. As StarNet held a press conference, and as the spokesperson of StarNet released Baifu's battle video at the press conference and connected with Baifu on the spot, everything became clear. Too exaggerated. Baifu's single attack severely injured Bangura, an S+ level superpower, was already exaggerated, but compared with the subsequent physical attack on the main gun of the spacecraft, it was just an appetizer. Damn, when did the famous psychic praying master be able to withstand the cannon? You can take it. Why don't you have any injuries? Everyone was shocked. Some reporters were so shocked that they put on facial expressions in front of the live camera. But no one blamed them for their lack of professionalism at this time, because the audience watching the live news were also shocked and had no time to pay attention to the expressions of the reporters. I think I'm going to make a fortune on this investment. Andres, the current helmsman of the Origin Consortium, who gave Baifu 10 million not long ago, lost his composure at this moment. He stared at Baifu, who was answering the reporters' questions, and felt that he didn't need to observe Baifu for another year. I didn't think too much at the time, and I subconsciously blocked the two cannons. You asked me what it felt like when I was hit by the cannon. It hurt a little, like Anya accidentally used a little more force when scrubbing me. Is that an exaggeration? Haha, it seems a little. At least Anya didn't rub my shoes off when scrubbing me. The humorous way of answering questions, and the youthful and healthy smile left a deep impression on the people watching the news. Baifu. This name quickly topped the hot search list of both the initial gay galaxy cluster and the player community. Everyone is discussing Baifu. She subconsciously blocked the cannon, which shows that she is kind by nature, not acting. Being hit by the cannon feels like taking a bath, which means she is very strong, and may have been promoted to the disaster level. Strong, 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 invincible. This is Fu, so handsome. I envy Anya. I also want to take a bath. What brand is Fu's shoes? She was hit by the cannon, and was safe and sound, invincible. If I can collect a pair of such shoes, hey, I feel like I can play for a lifetime, and I can play however I want. NPCs need to attract the attention of players, look good, have strength, have famous lines, and have famous scenes. The scene where Baifu blocks the cannon with her body to save the Ulysses is a famous scene among famous scenes. Players who have joined the Silent Court feel that their future is bright, and they are very proud. Is your faction leader so awesome? Many players who were not interested in Baifu before also started to think about it. Although Baifu is not a giant and cannot match my XP, but I don't care this time. Brothers, wait for me. I will come to you when I enter the Star Sea. Bushkaman, you are not a giant even if you have D? What game do you play? Taking advantage of Baifu's popularity, the spokesperson of Star Network announced that Bangura was captured alive. As for the news that Reynolds colluded with the secret tower, it was just a perfunctory way of saying that Reynolds needed to undergo an internal investigation, and the results of the investigation would be announced later. The capture of an S+ level superpower in the secret tower made this already explosive news even more explosive. Most people in the initial gate galaxy cluster felt extremely excited after hearing the news, and the destruction of the secret tower seemed to be imminent. The remaining small number of people, such as the people in the secret tower, felt uncomfortable. In fact, it was not just the butler. The master of the secret tower was even more angry, but because the butler rarely lost his temper, it caused the surrounding secret tower members to tremble in fear. Unlike what everyone thought, the butler actually didn't lose his temper and smash things because Baifu beat Bangura. When he first saw Baifu's smiling face in the news, and Baifu said that being hit by a ship's gun felt like taking a bath, he was angry, but he was still able to control his emotions. Until the news started playing the live video, and Cecilia suddenly appeared in the video, helping Baifu attack Bangura, and because Baifu was so anxious that her head was smoking, his head also started smoking. The butler almost fainted from anger. How long have Cecilia and Baifu known each other? It's only been a little over a year, and the actual contact time is even shorter. It's hard to say whether it's 3 months or not. But in these 3 months, Cecilia has completely turned into Baifu's shape. What a terrible charm. The butler felt humiliated. He lost control of his emotions and smashed the cup in his hand. After smashing it, he finally calmed down, but this state did not last long because he found a problem. Although Reynolds said that this Baifu was not the real Baifu, based on various sources, and the footage of the news interview, the Baifu that appeared on the Star of Zutan was the real Baifu. So, an amazing discovery was placed before him. Baifu was not as saintly as she looked. How could a real saint threaten Reynolds like that? She must have been acting in front of everyone, making everyone think she was a saint. In fact, she was just an extremely despicable and shameless bad woman. Thinking about it this way, the butler found that all the questions that had troubled him before had answers. Why did Cecilia turn into Baifu's shape in just a few months? The innocent girl, who was not familiar with the world and only knew how to kill, was deceived by Baifu, a social veteran, cunning and bad woman, who wrote the 2 essays of the Lord of the Black Secret Tower. From the way Baifu threatened Reynolds, it was probably written by Baifu. Ah! The butler roared angrily. He thought he was on the 5th floor, and Baifu was on the 2nd floor, but in fact Baifu was on the 10th floor. He was played by Baifu, just like Cecilia. He is really stupid. During the Battle of Jean du Star, he actually learned Baifu's method to blacken Baifu. It would be a miracle if he succeeded. Hate it. Baifu, Baifu, Baifu. The butler kept repeating Baifu's name. As he continued to repeat, he turned on the communicator, typed a long paragraph of text, and then sent the text to the professionals in the secret tower who were responsible for sending messages to the outside world. Butler, in this atmosphere, no one will believe these things if they are sent out, right? Just post it. Don't worry about other things. Yes. Soon, an article began to circulate in all the well-known forums of the Geta beginning. Bai Fu is actually not a saint at all. Her saint image is an act. She is a complete liar. This article discusses this conclusion in detail, and at first glance it seems to be reasonable and well-founded, but the problem is that its evidence cannot be proven to be true. For example, the article mentioned Reynolds and what Reynolds said, and then used this to prove that Bai Fu is a bad woman, but Reynolds is now believed to be in collusion with the secret tower. So can what he said be taken seriously, or in other words, did he really say such a thing? This cannot be verified. The article published by the butler has attracted a lot of attention online, but it has almost no impact on Bai Fu's image. All of this was actually expected by the butler. First of all, the reputation of the secret tower is very bad now. When this kind of article appears, everyone will assume that it is published by the secret tower and cannot be trusted at all. Secondly, Bai Fu is too popular now. The battle on the Xiaoduan star has gilded her in a short period of time, and no one can discredit her. The reason why he instructed his subordinates to publish this article is mainly to indirectly remind Cecilia, to let Cecilia see through Bai Fu's nature. It doesn't matter if she can't see through it, as long as she can plant a seed in her heart, it's a good thing. After publishing the article, the butler immediately met with the master of the secret tower to discuss the next move of the secret tower. The existence of the parasite has been exposed, and they must speed up their actions. Fortunately, they have secretly placed parasites in many places before letting Reynolds take action, so even if civilizations such as Starnet are prepared, the impact on them will not be great. They spent decades to research the parasite, and forces such as Starnet will never be able to complete the cracking work in a short time. First of all, we have two things to deal with. Alexis, the director of the Special Intelligence Bureau, began to report after receiving the approval of the Lord of the Secret Tower. The first thing is to continue to release parasites and prepare for the riot. The second thing is to plan an attack on the consecration cult and implement it during the riot, so as to solve the problem once and for all and get the pillar of the true spirit. The Lord of the Secret Tower nodded. This is the focus of our next action, but in addition to these two things, there is one more thing. He looked around and made his decision. Kill Bai Fu. The strength Bai Fu has shown is enough to threaten the secret tower. They can no longer let her go. They must eliminate the threat of Bai Fu as soon as possible, otherwise who knows if she will suddenly surprise them in the future. This time, the butler did not oppose the master of the secret tower. He also agreed that it was urgent to kill Bai Fu. So, after some discussion, the secret tower decided to kill Bai Fu as one of the three things to do next. They discussed a detailed countermeasure. It was too inefficient to send people to assassinate by themselves, and the risk was also high. Therefore, they decided to issue a high reward to the public, and speed up the plan to use players infected by parasites to harm Bai Fu. The secret tower was ready, just waiting for Bai Fu's cooperation. But at this time, Bai Fu did not follow the routine at all. She stayed on the Azure Sky Star. She was either accepting interviews or meeting with various forces all day long. She was very happy to build relationships, and appeared in the news once or twice almost every day. This made it impossible for the secret tower members, who were ambushing her halfway, to attack her. Directly break into the Azure Sky Star? The secret tower has the strength to do so, but it is too risky to do so. Once they are entangled, they will face a tide of attacks from all directions. A star network is not scary, but when the support of the tidal civilization, the Sky Eye Alliance and other forces arrives, the secret tower may be doomed. Is she going to stay in the Azure Sky Star forever, or is she waiting for someone to pick her up? The butler was a little annoyed. With nothing to do, he could only let his men continue to hype the news that Bai Fu was a bad woman. It was a pity that all his efforts were in vain, because Cecilia had not been online recently and had no idea what he was doing. Before Bai Fu and the fleet sent by Star Network were handed over, everyone except Bai Fu and Yulia had quietly boarded a spaceship and left the Xiaoduan star. Their target was Wood, who was betrayed by Reynolds. We have arrived at the planet where Wood left a secret signal. We have left a secret signal for Wood. Every day, Faye and Cecilia would tell Bai Fu about their progress. They were also veterans. Although they did not look that smart, it was not difficult for them to deal with Wood, who was far inferior to them. Besides, they had a clever girl named Anya around to give them advice. If they really did not understand what to do, Bai Fu could also help them with ideas. On the 8th day after they separated, Bai Fu received a message from Fei Yi. Wood has been successfully captured. After a surprise interrogation, he confessed the whereabouts of the mother copy. Let's begin. Bai Fu clenched her fists. Wood's position in the secret tower is not low, and his position is very critical. It won't be long before the secret tower finds out that he is missing. I hope that what she has done these days can successfully attract the attention of the secret tower, and buy as much time as possible for Fei Yi and Cecilia to collect the mother copy of the dissociative potion. If she fails this time, she will have to attack the secret tower directly to complete the mission of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen. With her current strength, attacking the secret tower directly would be courting death. After all, the secret tower has a natural disaster level guard. Bai Fu waited anxiously. While she was waiting, several good news came one after another. First, Andres from the Origin Consortium contacted her again, saying that he fully recognized her performance and wanted to reach further cooperation with her. The God of Wealth rushed to the door to give money, and Bai Fu naturally had no intention of refusing, but she still made a new request, hoping that the Origin Consortium would open the knowledge base to her while providing financial assistance. Any type of advanced knowledge is fine, and she can sell it to players if she doesn't need it herself. Of course, what she wants most now is the advanced knowledge of physical training and psychic energy, so that she can complete her new job transfer. You mean you are not yet at the calamity level, but as long as you collect 2 pieces of advanced knowledge, you will have the confidence to be promoted to calamity within a year? Andres was shocked by Bai Fu and didn't even blink. If you remember correctly, Bai Fu's strength when she first arrived at Shanghai was only A level. In more than 2 years, she jumped from A level to calamity level. Did she hide her strength before? Or was she a super genius that had never been seen before and could make the Lord of the Oath feel ashamed? Andres thought for a long time, and finally decided to take another big gamble. He chose to trust Bai Fu and open the knowledge base to Bai Fu. The advanced knowledge of the natural disaster level is strictly controlled by major forces. He needs to bear pressure from many parties to make such a decision. If Bai Fu fails to be promoted to the natural disaster level as quickly as she said, he will inevitably be held accountable by the members of the board of directors. After all, the internal structure of the consortium is not monolithic. But if he wins the bet, his and his family's position in the Origin Consortium will be completely consolidated. Who of those challengers who have been trying to drive him out of the helm will dare to make trouble? This sincerity is really full. Seeing Andres agree so quickly, Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh. After entering the Star Sea, besides Fei Yi, this was the first time she met someone who was willing to invest in her like this. Sure enough, strength and fame can complement each other. Not long after finishing the conversation with Andres, Bai Fu received another contact from Sui Shi, the leader of the holy music band of the consecration cult. Sui Shi came to issue a commission. In the name of the consecration cult, he wanted to commission her to deal with the secret tower and recover the pillar of the true spirit in the hands of the secret tower. Sui Shi said that this was a long-term commission, and the consecration cult was not in a hurry. Sui Shi offered a high reward, and in order to express his sincerity, he personally came to Azure Sky Star to talk to her. Bai Fu was a little surprised by this. In the past, communication and exchanges were done by Elon, so why did Sui Shi, who was so cold this time, take over the commission from the consecration cult? Although she was puzzled, she still accepted the commission from the consecration cult. I will stay in Dark Moon Tide until the commission is completed. This is not surveillance. I believe you should be able to use my abilities when dealing with the secret tower. Sui Shi was a master at interrogating enemies, so Bai Fu agreed after thinking about it. On the 3rd day after reaching a commission with Sui Shi, Bai Fu received another explosive news. A major riot occurred on the Besser Star of the Star Network. Besser Star is a transportation node connecting the Sea Lion Galaxy and the Tidal Galaxy, and it is very important. Once Besser Star falls, the time required to travel from the Tidal Galaxy to the Sea Lion Galaxy will be extended to more than 10 days. In order to ensure the smooth flow of the node, the Star Network immediately sent a rescue team. It's a parasite. The parasite has been activated. After hearing about the situation of the civilians who participated in the riot on Besser, the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg made her judgment with certainty. Here comes the main plot of the Sea Lion Galaxy. Has the secret tower finally played its trump card? Bai Fu contacted Fei Yi immediately to inquire about the progress of collecting the mother copy. There is only one mother copy left. They noticed the danger in advance. When we arrived, they took the mother copy on the spaceship and tried to escape. We are chasing them now. Chase battle. In this case, the secret tower would not be completely unresponsive. Send me the coordinates, I come right over. Bai Fu couldn't sit still. Success or failure depends on this one move. If it succeeds, Fei Yi can be promoted to a natural disaster as soon as possible, and then drive her to be promoted to a natural disaster. If it fails, the time spent with the secret tower will probably be extended several times. Fei Yi quickly sent the coordinates over, and more than 10 minutes after receiving the coordinates, Bai Fu took Yulia and transformed into a ghost form, and secretly boarded a spaceship leaving the Azure Sky Star. Chapter 220. 2 glasses of lemonade, please. On the passenger ship, Bai Fu and Yulia sat down in front of a beverage store in the leisure square. She followed the movements of Fei Yi and the others while reading the situation of the riot on Besser Star. After several days of investigation, Star Network released the results of the investigation on the riot on Besser Star. In fact, before the results of the investigation were released, many people said online, "This must be the fault of the secret tower." No wonder everyone likes to put the blame on the secret tower. Who made the secret tower make trouble everywhere recently and killed a large number of innocent civilians? After the investigation results came out, everyone found out that it was really the secret tower behind this time. StarNet's military doctors examined 100 arrested civilians who participated in the riot, and found that the results of these civilians were highly similar. Their eyes were dull as if they had been up all night for several days, but once they saw a normal person, their spirits would be as excited as a bull seeing a red cloth. At this time, they were aggressive, bloodthirsty, and hot all over. Their bodies would consume a lot of energy in a short period of time. If they were not treated in time, they would suddenly die of organ failure after a few excitements. Because of this characteristic, the Besser riot reduced the population by nearly 1/3 in just a few days. Under normal circumstances, even if the Star Network found problems with these civilians, it would be difficult to immediately link their changes to the secret tower, but wasn't there Bai Fu? Bai Fu informed the Star Network of the existence of the parasites on the day of the ship's gunfire. The Star Network's experts urgently conducted a comprehensive inspection of the Ulysses. Although they didn't understand how to deal with the parasites, they still successfully obtained some data. By comparing the inspection results of the civilians who participated in the riot on Besser with these data, they were 99.9% sure that the riot on Besser was caused by the parasites released by the secret tower. StarNet shared its discovery with all its allies as soon as possible. Everyone gathered for a meeting and felt that this matter could not be concealed. Instead of waiting for the secret tower to take the initiative to announce it and catch them off guard, it would be better to make it public now. This way, it can also tell the public in disguise that although the secret tower is cunning, they are not defenseless. We are confident that we can control the situation on Besser as soon as possible and develop drugs to kill parasites as quickly as possible. That being said, the entire initial Gate Galaxy cluster still fell into panic. You said you can develop insecticides as quickly as possible, so what about those who are attacked before the insecticides are developed? Faced with this panic, StarNet and other forces can do nothing for a while, and can only continue to increase efforts to track the traces of the secret tower and be on guard in various places. The effect of this move can only be said to be average, because the secret tower has already released a lot of parasites in advance. During the few days when Bai Fu took the spacecraft to meet up with Fei Yi and the others, riots similar to those on Besser Star broke out in various places, causing extremely bad effects. The storm has arrived. No one knows how much damage this storm will cause. From Bai Fu's perspective, this disaster should be much easier to deal with than originally. Without her intervention, the parasite disaster would most likely break out in version 2.1 or 2.2. Now it has been advanced to the end of version 1.4, at least 3 years earlier. Don't underestimate these 3 years. With 3 more years, the parasites developed by the secret tower will be more difficult to deal with, and the number of parasites that the secret tower will spread in advance will also be greater. However, although the scale of the parasite disaster has been weakened, the combat power of forces such as StarNet has also been affected to a certain extent because of the early occurrence of the disaster. When the game is normally updated to version 2.1 or 2.2, there should be tens of millions of players around level 50 under the command of forces such as StarNet. These players are absolutely good at dealing with the secret tower. Now they don't have so many useful tools. We don't know what the real demands of the secret tower are, but no matter what the demands of the secret tower are, we will never compromise against such an interstellar terrorist organization. We have reason to suspect that the secret tower is now a puppet organization of the Dark Domain Zerg. We have applied to Titan Industries, and hope that Titan Industries can send an investigation team. Bai Fu switched news channels boredly. The news anchors were either scolding the secret tower or giving psychological massages to the panicked people. As she was flipping through the pages, she suddenly received an emergency call from Vic. Oh no, something bad has happened. After Vic explained, Bai Fu understood the situation. It turned out that, when the parasite riots were launched, the secret tower also attacked her and the Dark Moon Tide Company. Not long ago, the secret tower issued a bounty order for her, Yulia, Cixia, Anya, Xiaoshur and Vic on a commission platform where many interstellar wanted criminals were rumored to be active, with a total amount of 40 million credit points. The secret tower deliberately avoided Fei Yi, and it seemed that it did not want to conflict with the Star Covenant. Compared with the Star Covenant, the secret tower was still too weak. After the bounty was released, the secret tower sent out several small forces and several interstellar pirate groups under their control to attack players who were doing missions outside. A total of thousands of players died in this round of attacks. Bai Fu knew what the secret tower was up to at a glance. This is clearly to cut off my source of income. This matter has not had a big impact on her now. If the commission fails, she will just have to pay a small amount of money according to the contract. But if similar situations occur more frequently, then Dark Moon Tide will definitely lose a large number of potential customers. Once the commissioning customers run away, some players will also run away. After all, players can no longer receive missions. If they finally receive a mission, it will easily fail due to the attack of the secret tower. If they don't run away now, when will they? Once the player runs away to other factions, it will be much more difficult for her to squeeze experience and money from the player. Once the difficulty increases, her upgrade speed will slow down. Once the upgrade speed slows down, she will become more dangerous. Fuck. Bai Fu was furious. Even the True Society and the Primarchs had never beaten her like this. This was too much. This was no longer an ordinary villain. This was a villain who wanted to cut off her roots. She had to hit hard. Bai Fu clicked on the detailed interface of the task of destroying the secret tower. Unknowingly, her task contribution had risen to 17.2%, close to 1/5. This number is high, but in her opinion, it is not high enough, otherwise the secret tower would have the spare energy to do such a small trick. Ah, my money. Master of the secret tower, I am not done with you, you wait for me, you wait. Yulia looked at Bai Fu, whose face was changing again and was about to become a steam girl, with a strange look on her face. She stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of Bai Fu. Fever? You have a fever. Bai Fu opened Yulia's hand unhappily, and if you move again, she will kill you on the spot. It seems that we have to find a way to do something ruthless to the secret tower. How ruthless? Call someone. Bai Fu shook the communicator. Yulia was confused. After a while, Bai Fu successfully contacted Le Mans, the director of the Star Covenant Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch. I want to see the Lord of the Oath for something. Le Mans was stunned for a moment. This may be a bit inconvenient. The Lord of the Oath has been quite. Bai Fu interrupted Le Mans. I have a way to make Fei Yi promoted to the natural disaster level in a very short time, but now I have encountered some troubles. After thinking about it, maybe only the Lord of the Oath can help me solve the problem. What? Le Mans was shocked. Can he help Fei Yi advance to the level of natural disaster? Whether Bai Fu had an unspeakable relationship with the Lord of the Oath or not, this alone was enough for him to risk being scolded and contact the Lord of the Oath. He really wanted to improve. Wait a moment. Le Mans quickly contacted Yin Zhu, the Secretary General of Xingyue, through the internal channel and repeated what Bai Fu had just said. Recently Rufus, the president of the 10,000 Spiritual Cultivation Society, came to the Lord of the Oath to compete. The Lord of the Oath had lost to Rufus once before, so she was determined to win back. She specifically told everyone in the headquarters not to disturb her unless the sky fell. Is this a big deal now? Yin Zhu thought for a long time and decided to tell the Lord of the Oath. To her surprise, the Lord of the Oath replied to her immediately, and did not show any anger. Something is wrong. Although Lord Siyu attaches great importance to Fei Yi, he does not attach importance to this extent. Could it be that Lord Siyu and Bai Fu had something happen without her knowing because of Bai Fu? Yin Zhu frowned. This matter must be paid special attention to. Lord Siyu must not be deceived by some unknown guys. Cheating money is a small matter, but if they cheated other things, it would be a big deal. The reason why the Lord of the Oath reacted so quickly was partly because of Fei Yi, and partly because of the players. A while ago, she went to the Initial Gate Galaxy Cluster branch to find Bai Fu to ask for some players. She originally just wanted to study what the players' undead characteristics were, but after bringing the players back to the headquarters, she found that the players were much more interesting than she thought. First of all, the eyes of these players are like rulers. This was something she discovered accidentally while training. She punched the same spot on the test instrument twice, and the analysis data of the instrument had not yet come out. The players watching nearby could accurately tell which of her punches had a higher output and caused more damage to the instrument, which surprised her greatly. Secondly, the attitude of these players towards her was very interesting. You know, she is one of the only 3 super absolutes in the marginal world. Even the other 2 super absolutes have to be vigilant when they see her, but these players are neither afraid nor in awe of her when facing her. Occasionally, they will compare her with Bai Fu, and finally conclude that she is not as good as Bai Fu. Interesting, Bai Fu's toes smell so good? Help me contact Bai Fu, I want to hear what she can do. After receiving the order, Yinzhu did not dare to neglect it, and immediately contacted Bai Fu. Then, the Lord of the Oath applied to join the group chat. I am the Lord of the Oath. The petite figure of the Lord of the Oath emerged from the communicator. I heard that you have a way to make Fei Yi promoted to the natural disaster level? Things went more smoothly than expected, and Bai Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's like this, the secret tower has a prop called the Dissociative Potion Mother. Collecting multiple copies of the Dissociative Potion Mother can synthesize a special prop. This prop can allow Fei Yi to stably change her race into a humanoid void race prophet. Without the burden of Buddhization on her shoulders, for Fei Yi, promotion to the natural disaster is just a matter of whether she is willing or not. When explaining, Bai Fu deliberately concealed the existence of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen. This guy's existence is still too sensitive. She was afraid that the Lord of the Oath would beat the Dark Domain Zerg Queen to death in excitement. Her inability to kill the Dark Domain Zerg Queen did not mean that the super-level Lord of the Oath could not do it. Once the Dark Domain Zerg Queen died, the main line of the Dark Domain Zerg might be broken. After explaining the method, Bai Fu talked about the current situation again. The situation is not bad. Although Fei Yi and the others have been chasing for several days, and failed to catch the pirate group that ran away with the mother copy, the pirate group has not been able to shake off Fei Yi and the others. The current situation is a bit stagnant. As for when the situation can be broken and in which direction it will develop after breaking it, it depends on which side support comes faster. Bai Fu's original plan was to attack the pirate group immediately after joining Fei Yi and the others, and grab the mother copy without any regrets. In order to ensure the success of the plan, she deliberately asked the players to use the Phantom Fu Fu Per card to create the illusion that she was still on the Azure Sky Star. But now she has changed her plan. If the Lord of the Oath is willing to help, Zong, I'm hiding my ball, I just flash and taunt. My dear Lord of the Secret Tower, I'm here to steal your Dissociative Potion Mother copy. Come and fight me if you can. Bai Fu plans to join the game, attract a wave of hatred, attract more people from the Secret Tower to beat her, and then release the Lord of the Oath to kill her. Is it possible for the reinforcements from the Secret Tower to arrive at any time? The Lord of the Oath was embarrassed. She wanted to help, after all, getting the mother copy would allow Fei Yi to be promoted to a natural disaster, and she could also ask Bai Fu how to train players. But because Rufus came to fight her, she was not at the Star Covenant headquarters at all. Even if she rushed to Bai Fu at the fastest speed, it would take a lot of time. Who made her a martial artist, and knew nothing about teleportation and building directional space channels? Alas, this is too unfortunate. Why did Rufus come to fight with her at this time? Usually, this big fool doesn't come to fight with her. The Lord of the Oath thought hard for a long time, and finally came up with a compromise. I can't make it now, but I have something here that should be able to help you. It was impossible for Bai Fu not to be disappointed when she heard that the Lord of the Oath couldn't come, but after reading the description of the thing said by the Lord of the Oath through the internet, she couldn't help but laugh. Virtual Heart. Quality. Red item description. The control core made by the master-level virtual mechanic, which can be reused. The effect of the Virtual Heart is very simple and crude. After using it, it can forcibly seize the control of all nearby mechanical equipment without special protection. With this, even if the Lord of the Oath doesn't come, her plan to trick the secret tower seems to be able to continue. After careful consideration, Bai Fu found that the Virtual Heart might be more useful than the Lord of the Oath. Because if the Lord of the Oath comes in person, the secret tower will definitely not dare to provoke her again after she takes action once. There is no way, no matter how arrogant the secret tower is, it dare not go head-to-head with the Superb. But using the Virtual Heart is different. Even if the Virtual Heart tricks it, the secret tower will probably not be afraid, but will hate her even more, just like after she beat her on Jingu Star. You despicable villain, if you have the guts, stop using dirty tricks and fight us openly. Oh, that's right, Bai Fu is hoping that Mita hates her. It's too much trouble to take the initiative to find Mita's hiding place, it's easier to complete the task by seducing Mita to come to her and give her heads. In order to make Mita give her heads more resolutely, Bai Fu decided to show weakness to the enemy in the next battle. It means deliberately exposing Hei Fu's existence in the battle, so that Mita thinks that she can block the ship's guns with her body because of Hei Fu. In this way, after being tricked by the virtual heart, Mita will be more determined to believe that her own strength is not very good, and she relies on all kinds of fancy props, so she will continue to send people to kill her. What she has to do after that is very simple. When the killer of Mita arrives, she will deliberately use her strength that is only slightly stronger than the killer to defeat the killer with difficulty, so that Mita will feel that she is actually very close to the assassination success, but just lacks a little bit of luck, and then continue to send out killers. Bai Fu called this move the scumbag woman tactic. By the time the secret tower came to its senses, her contribution to destroying the secret tower might have risen to 1/3. Bai Fu thanked the Lord of the Oath, and after the conversation ended, she immediately told Fei Yi and Xixia about her plan. Half a day later, the spaceship arrived at the destination. After getting off the spaceship, Bai Fu rented a small spaceship from a nearby rental company to meet up with Fei Yi and the others. The speed of the spaceship of the Black Flute Pirates is not very fast, but its turning performance is so good that we have been chasing it for several days, but have not been able to catch up with it. Fei Yi was so angry that her teeth itched. As soon as she saw Bai Fu, she came up to complain. Bai Fu waved her hand. "Don't worry, their good days will be over when I come." She turned on the communicator and selected the virtual heart sent by the Lord of the Oath. Without the Black Flute Pirates noticing, the virtual heart had secretly seized the highest control authority of the Black Flute Pirates spaceship. The next second, a sharp alarm sounded in the cockpit of the spaceship. An unidentified spaceship has been found ahead. An unidentified spaceship has been found ahead. What? The face of Dakin, the leader of the Black Flute Pirates, suddenly changed. He had contacted the secret tower 4 days ago, hoping that the secret tower would send someone to rescue him, but he didn't expect that the reinforcements of the people chasing him would arrive first. But soon something even more unexpected happened. The unidentified spaceship approached quickly and tried to board the ship. He tried his best and managed to avoid it with the excellent steering performance of the spaceship and a little bit of luck, but just when the two spaceships staggered, he saw a familiar person standing behind the transparent sightseeing glass of the opposite spaceship. Bai Fu, why is Bai Fu here? Isn't she an Azure Sky Star? Dakin had no time to think about the reason. He was panicked and hurried to contact the secret tower again to report what happened here. After receiving the news, the master of the secret tower was shocked. The Bai Fu in Azure Sky Star is fake? Yes, it must be so. Cunning villain. Fortunately, Dakin was not caught, but escaped by luck, otherwise they would be fooled this time. The angry master of the secret tower immediately made a decision to take this opportunity to kill Bai Fu in one fell swoop. For S+ class abyssal divers that appeared on Ulysses, and one Scourge class from the Tidal Galaxy, this lineup is quite luxurious. The master of the secret tower and Dakin never dreamed that Bai Fu had seized control of the Black Flute Pirates spaceship and heard all their conversations. Even with the help of the virtual heart, Bai Fu couldn't beat the Scourge class, but it was not a big problem. Just don't fight if you can't beat it. What if the Scourge class keeps chasing us? Bai Fu has her own way. 2 days later, in the asteroid belt near the Red Ring Star in the Sky Eye Galaxy, Centurion, one of the 4 natural disaster level members of the secret tower, stood in the cockpit of the spaceship, looking at the automatically rotating Bai Fu statue in his hand with interest. He bought this on the way to meet up with the Black Flute Pirates after receiving the message from the Lord of the secret tower. Lord Centurion, we have arrived at the agreed location with the Black Flute Pirates. At this time, a pilot of the spaceship suddenly shouted. Centurion showed a cruel smile on his face. Very good, then we just need to wait for the Black Flute Pirates to lure Bai Fu here. He crushed the Bai Fu statue in his palm and watched the powder of the statue slip from his palm. This is how Bai Fu ended up as soon as he made a move. The fragmented asteroid belt is also a good burial place for Bai Fu. Centurion nodded secretly. When the powder in his palm completely slipped off, he turned around and prepared to have a drink, and suddenly, the AI of the spacecraft automatically appeared. The target location is set, and the spacecraft enters automatic navigation mode. Then, the spacecraft began to drive out of the asteroid belt. Instantly, everyone on the spacecraft was stunned. Automatic navigation? Didn't it just enter the parking mode? Centurion's eyes swept around, and everyone he saw stood up. It wasn't me, I didn't do anything. Me too. The spacecraft started by itself. Centurion growled. Is this the time to shirk responsibility? Stop the spacecraft and drive it back to where it was. Yes, yes, yes. Then, the pilots on the spaceship found that the spaceship was out of control. No matter how they operated it, the spaceship would not listen and continued to drive towards the set destination. What is that destination? Centurion asked. It is a small black hole. What the hell? Centurion was immediately anxious. Stop now. He rushed to the control console and pounded on it, but it was useless. The speed of the spaceship was already full. It had flown far in such a short time. Even if he smashed the entire spaceship to pieces and flew across the starry sky in his physical body, it would take a long time to fly back to the place agreed with the Black Flute pirates. He was not qualified to compete with the speed of the spaceship. Fuck, who did this? Bai Fu was not angry at all after being scolded. Really, she just secretly set the self-destruction countdown for the spaceship. Very good, Centurion has been taken away by the spaceship. Now we can do something to others. Bai Fu had a chilling smile on her face. Yulia had already imagined how angry Centurion would be when he saw his people being killed by Bai Fu. I wish him good cardiovascular health.